domnișoara lui. Ura câmpul.
No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
I mean, for VP, it is super crucial that their initial go, whichever way it is, like their counterattack or just potentially it has to land.
Oh, look at that there, nothing to say. Immediate reactions. As soon as they show, out with a blink, no Dream Coil's going to catch him today.
Yet they'll see the Marcy instead of do. They love taking down, and now the normal punches out on the Medusa with the dirt. What are you meant to do here in Smiling Knight? What are you meant to do but just accepting your death? He's gone. Quinn heals up with the Satanic. He's just destroying everyone on his laner. GG's call.
Gonna go Skadi next to the Monkey as they're eyeing XM.
Do get a good catch, but the snowball's there. Just in time, and it's going to be enough to allow him to get outside. The quad did come in. Still potentially in trouble. XM, he's going to get taken out, but in return, they've lost Crystalis. They're going to lose Saxa. Arme gets the double. He's ready to look towards 33. 33's got the borrowed time in the ready, but Arme, he's ready to keep going. See who wants to make the jump for. 33 is going to go for the TP out, and what? Careful. Okay, he's got the Aegis. Oh, he's chilling.
They see Crystalis on an ops.
Would be a big catch. The Ice Blast does hit. They get the stun. They've got him caught, but the song comes in. White Mod with the song. It's going to be enough to allow Crystalis to get out of there. And now BZM is considering getting in there. They want to try and fight this back potentially. Arme will drop the Wukong's command, but they're already all out of it. BZM kills off Policy on the back lines, gets the Requiem off with the two of them, kill off Xingqiu, get the two supports, and now Chris is in with the stun to Arme. He'll put the BKB on Arme, but he gets destroyed by this Fed. XM, he'll jump away with his dissimilar. Oh, he actually just doesn't jump anywhere. She's the Infest as well to dodge the drag back from the X-Mark. They're looking to try and burst him the once. Arme's able to get the rage off though. No. They can't even kill him the once, and now he's ready to turn. In on towards Crystalis. They try and drop a golem to hold Arme back. It's not going to work. 33's in on the back line with the Epicenter. It's good damage, but it's not good enough. Triple kill for Arme. 33's getting dealt with by XM. Ultra kill for Arme. I think this one might just be over, Kezu.
I think so. They're just onto the tier. Yeah, that's it. GG.
So you only really have Shad that feels like he's in a comfy spot as they're keeping up that aggression.
Yeah, there goes one. Here comes the second. Kiyotaka with a very easy double. Meanwhile, Nightfall is getting chased down on the Abba. He still has borrowed time though, and he is easily going to pop it off, but they do get the Yule Scepter off to make it a little bit hard for him to regen as he will continue to run, but here comes the RP. Toronto's in. He's got a couple. They're still trying for Nightfall, but it's too late. He's taking a lot of damage. He done 500 extra damage from this Bat Rider. Big jump in though! Yes. Storm has got the Aegis! Storm has got the Aegis! Oh, but he's been RP'd. He's been RP'd. It doesn't look good anyway. Kadaro Mixer. They're both down. Stormstorm trying to get Mirror. He's not going to get that item. Chase is on. Kiyotaka's still just kiting in and out. They'll go after Dave from the keeper point, trying to find the easy support pick-off. Flame break from Panto. Now the smoke screen drops. Shad does eventually pop battle touch, but they just yules him up through it. He might at least find Mirror. They will take down Panto, but the battle touch is wearing off in the game. The game is also wearing off here for Ochi. They'll take him down. There goes Kadaro. It was a better fight. You know, the BKB made a difference. It was better. I don't blame Shad at all, John. I just think this troll pick is so bad. It's just so bad. As a rampage from Nightfall.
Willow, she's inside the Shadow Realm. As she comes out, she's going to be in danger. She dies almost immediately. Vitali does drop the Primal Roll onto Pure. Here comes Ziplin from DP, looking to try and bring down Pure. Parker also made an appearance with the cooldown of the Gyrocopter. Unfortunately, Parker may die for this, as he's eating a focus fire right now, and he does end up losing his life. Double kill for GPK. However, now GPK is finding that he's somewhat alone here. However, all these heroes are so low on the HP that they're just getting ticked down by GPK. Look at the arsonist damage. Nero now finding a call out onto the two. The snowball save will be there from Puppy for now, but he cannot save them from the dunk of Miero. That's one down. Miero wants a second. He will not get it because Puppy rather gets burned down by GPK. Wilder Mama, we are now seeing an 11.5-minute rampage. Coming forward with the wolf bite, not able to get connection onto anybody. Instead, he gets hookshotted by Michael. And here comes the right-click damage. Vitali even supplies the Primal War as well. They want Pure, and they are going to get him. He is gone, does have buyback, however. Save was already committed to buyback, trying to come back into this fight, but he gets RP immediately as he makes an entrance into the engagement. PP locks down the entire damn team, giving an ultra kill to Parker.
What else do you have? Boxy's back in 4 seconds. They did build that Lotus on Heroic, so a ton of analog right now. Only half the racks taken out. They've got the Hex. They'll have the Sonic Wave, but is the damage all there? There's the Hex. There's the Harpoon pulling the Mige, and they've got the Lotus Orb. How are you going to get the control? They've got the Doom. They get the kill to take out the Nature's Prophet. Down goes Boxy. And he will fall. Schofield, the only one dead on the side of Heroic at the moment. Toby drops 2. Nobody has buyback. Saberlight is gone. Liquid eviscerated.
I feel like how I said we can't breathe.
Yeah, I appreciate it. They're going to throw the Doom out again. Whisper back-to-back deaths. Not something that has really happened much to him in this series alone. Yuma, top of the borrowed time. TP out from the Nature's Prophet. He's able to escape. They also get the kill on a Schofield. 2 heroes dead again on the side of Heroic. And all of a sudden, Liquid feeling very confident. KJ trying to run back, and they've got Sniper peeping, but Sniper now getting attacked from afar as he is in some trouble with Toby jumping forward. He's got that Lincolns, but they'll still get the kill on him, and they'll take out Yuma. KJ's the last one alive, but he falls too. Liquid.
They were not actually managed to break this in time. There is going to be a Aurora as well. But where is the damage? Boom just goes ahead and kills with Omar on the backline of the fight. And now when the stuns are down, Copy is free to do what he wants. Blinks in the silence to Mail, hits him with a Sonic Wave. Kills both him and Noob. And as the IO just has to watch, they're going to have to play their hearts out to stay in this one. Game 3 is coming down to the wire. Kaori is swapping back GH. They burst down onto the ET, buys back instantly. Kaori did die, but has an illusion on the ground as Uragi throwing in the right clicks towards Noob, trying to get the dieback on the axe, and they are going to get it. 2 minutes, no Noob. Everybody else is dying around them. There is buyback from GH, but just as quickly as he returns, he gets sent back to sender. Omar can do nothing to help him here. And Sumail, the last survivor, the one who did his best, he held this game for as long as he could.
He's in. Shiva's guard ready.
He's very in, but he's very silent. And now the blink in with the arena that's going to come through. They've got the BKB, but Fiend's going to try and set up for the black hole. That's going to be out of 3 of these heroes. The chaotic offerings down, though. They'll look to at least get room.
Can't get the Sunder off.
Looks for a Sunder, but it's not on a high target, but he's still alive. Fade, Yatoro, they both drop, but Yamsun is dead. Laurel dies, and it's a 3 for 2 at the moment, but they'll find Baposhka. Triple kill there. Collapse runs away with a double kill.
He's in.
Even thinking about going after RCY. Only RCY and the Chen are alive. But can RCY turn this around? He's actually thinking about going in around these trees. That is a dangerous proposition, but the shockwave from a distance for the kill.
What an absolute treat of a first day did we have yesterday here for PGL Wallachia Season 5. You are tuning in for day number 2, and we can only hope to match yesterday's games. We had 22 games total. Now, that has never happened before in a day 1 of a Wallachia. This was definitely a lot of back and forth of all the teams here, just proving how close all 16 teams playing here from Bucharest are. Let's see if they continue having that type of records here today, as I'm joined to talk about all of this with Fear and Jenkins. Fear, how are you doing this morning?
Oh, wonderful. I do love the fact that we have so much diversity in the games from yesterday. Feels like there's no strategy that's really been the same, and that's probably why the games are so close as well. So I contribute a lot of that to Dota 2 Pro Tracker being down, so a lot of new ideas and testing going on, and that's why the games feel so close.
Yeah, I agree. Rest in peace to Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Shout outs to that. It's been a lot harder to play my pubs lately, but the competitive Dota has been extremely interesting. And a lot less people have been angry with me for playing offlane Queen of Pain. And now I feel validated because we saw Ame play the carry Queen of Pain yesterday. Actually, this hero seems like she's
just not because
she's on the up and up.
By this time, you've been just, avoided by so many people.
You can't be avoided in Immortal rank.
You can't, no.
No, I wish. I wish.
This is not I mean, there's a lot of things that are on our wish list for Immortal rank.
I've never been happier to not be Immortal.
Immortal draft, no, yeah, whatever. Good. Carry on.
Let's just not talk. Let's not go down
This
that
is a long topic.
Yeah. We could talk about some other things because we have had yesterday a very long day of Dota 2. As you can see, the first 2 series of the day, they were 2-0s, and then everything after that was 2-1s. And it wasn't just... It wasn't like stumps one way or the other. I feel like Fear every single series, as we saw just now in the highlights as well, they were close games in there.
Yeah, except for, I guess, the first one with Tidebound, everything was incredibly close. And when I noticed by looking at most of the games as well, it's like there was no one particular strategy these teams are running to win with. In fact, like we had so many diverse strategies and new stuff that we're seeing that I don't even know what's good at this point. Like,
I don't think the teams know.
I don't think anyone really knows. So we'll have to see as the tournament progresses what's going to stick.
Yeah, and we have actually, we can just dive straight into it if we want to, because this is most picked heroes this patch on itself. But we also do have most picked heroes yesterday. These are yesterday's games.
And you'll notice that the most picked heroes right now are terrible. Right? So, like, all the teams that are playing the quote-unquote meta, they're losing 22% win rate on Shadow Shaman, Dark Willow, both 9 games. This is a bad one, 37% win rate. Jakiro, 25% win rate. Axe, 40%. Puck, 28%. The only one that has a positive win rate is the Nature's Prophet right now, which isn't shown in this one. But I think you will see the teams that are following the meta, they're losing. And the teams that are trying new things and thinking outside of the box, those are the heroes that are winning, because you kind of look at the most played heroes, and most of the time, like, oh, these are the good heroes. That's how it always used to be, but not anymore.
16.
Yeah, so a lot of these heroes that we see get picked a lot over and over again, people that think they're good, like we thought Shadow Shaman, it's broken, you have 2 viable facets. This hero is struggling really hard right now.
I mean, I think there's an interesting like back and forth that does happen between tournaments, though, where people like over-adjust. This is what Misery was saying at Dream League, and I completely agree with him that like people will see that a hero is being picked, there's a reason that it's getting picked, and then eventually that reason just kind of falls off because people are just trying to get it earlier and earlier and earlier, and you kind of like forget why it was good in the first place. So you lose like a lot of the combos, and so you have this like back and forth where one tournament a hero has a high win rate, and you're disagreeing with him. It looks like you're disagreeing.
No. It's just I've heard this before, but what I've also heard is that generally the reason why popular heroes have lower win rates is because good teams and bad teams play it. And then normally the win rate should be around 50%.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
overreact. Like that's the same. That's a similar argument that you just can bring up as you like, as whenever it fits.
Well, definitely, because I think Dota is a game where heroes are like viable for very specific reasons. Like a hero is not just bad; it's bad against certain heroes. Right?
Sure. And I would argue for this meta right now that counter picking is better than it's ever been right now.
Yeah.
And I think heroes, when you do pick them really early on, heroes like Shadow Shaman, they have a lot of weaknesses. Like these Beastmaster, Terrorblade heroes, they will exploit these type of heroes, and you play versus them all the time. And I think this is a counter pick meta, and I think drafting is more important than it's ever been for a long time.
I agree, and I think going back to the argument, the reason that Shadow Shaman on one tournament can be good and then another tournament can be bad is because people realize it's good enough that you have to counter pick it. And they don't just get a free Shadow Shaman game while first picking it. People start countering it, and then all of a sudden, like you were saying, Terrorblade against Shadow Shaman feels really good because he walks in, tries to shackle you, and then 50 illusions kill you, right? So I think the counters start coming out as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, and I guess maybe all these counter picks, maybe that's one of the reasons why we've seen such unusual flexes, Jenkins?
Yeah, I think so. I think with Dota 2 Pro Tracker not working as well, like people are looking for ways to pick these really broken heroes and flexing them to roles so then they can get later on. Like, for instance, Tofu played Puck yesterday, which we'll take a look at in a little while, how he actually did that, because I think it's genuinely good as a 4 position. But this lets Quinn get some sort of counter pick mid. Shad, he basically refuses to play normal carries. This is something which is actually quite normal for this team. Yatoro played Mars. He did lose with it. Ame, we saw the Queen of Pain, and it looked incredible. I genuinely think that this hero will see the bondage fast a lot more as the tournament progresses. And then Noob played Earthshaker, which is not that unusual in other patches, but I feel like it's been a very long time since we've seen an offlane Earthshaker, and because this hero is 4 mid and then now potentially offlane for Nigma, that means that you can pick it earlier on. You can get later on counter picks like the counter pick Sphere was talking about.
I mean, I got to get a shout out as well to like the Dota 2 devs for this patch as well, because these are all really smart players. And even though there is no Dota 2 Pro Tracker, they would have figured out the broken carries by now, and they would be first pick. But they don't exist right now. There's a lot of flexibility on what you can play in the safe lane right now. The Queen of Pains can go there. You know, the Underlords, you can still play these Terrorblades. So it's a very versatile patch, and it feels very balanced. And it's very beautiful to have a patch where almost anything can work.
Yeah, is anything of the things that we saw, the unusual things that we saw yesterday, is it just straight up good? Or is it only very situational?
I think everything so far has been situational, in my opinion, unless you have an opinion on.
I think the co-op, I think we'll actually see this more.
I hard disagree. The co-op is not good no matter what. But, you know,
I think we'll see.
Each their own.
I think there's always going to be one hero that you can blink in Blade Mail and they really do not like it, and it's worth picking Queen of Pain, because you get to the late game and it's just still the same old like crazy scaling Queen of Pain. It's just the bondage facet lets you get there very comfortably, but we'll see. I'm open to being disproven on this.
I mean, maybe we saw it that once yesterday and as the core for Ame, and we won't see it anymore for the rest of the day. It could be, or
totally
maybe
possible.
everyone, everybody's gonna look at those games that were played yesterday, and they're gonna. Like, how do you dissect that? Because there wasn't really one team that was super dominant. So who are you gonna copy? Right? Because that's sometimes something that teams do. They look at the strongest teams here. It's like, oh, that's what they're doing. That's not
maybe Navi's mid would actually make sense to copy.
Sure.
Yeah, because his name's Coffee.
Because that's his name.
Yeah.
He probably has some strategies.
Yeah,
it's hilarious.
On that note, yesterday what we did have, obviously, the first series left us with 8 winners and 8 losers. That's how it goes in a Swiss format, and we put all those separate, and that leaves us with 8 teams that are all on the losing side of things, and they're all going to be playing on Stream B. We're going to see at the end of the day who is going to be tying their overall score here in the Swiss format, and who's going to be 0 and 2. Let's go over this, because my eye is instantly drawn to the last series of today on Stream B. It is the rematch of the final series we had for the Western European TI qualifiers, Nigma Galaxy versus OG Fear. That must be a hype one for you too.
I mean, it's okay. It's kind of a weak region. I'm not surprised they're both here, but it is what it is. I'm more surprised that BetBoom is here, right? They ended up losing to Edge, and that was a team that I was not sure what to think about.
Puppy and Parker.
Puppy and Parker, that was either going to be the best duo ever or the worst, and so far, so good. So we'll keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah, Tundra is on that side as well, though, Jenkins. I guess that was a team that people weren't expecting there either.
Yeah, I think on day 2 in the loser side of things, you're not exactly happy to be the team that gets drafted against Tundra. That's got to suck, especially because they are coming back after a long break.
Yeah.
They were clearly trying some things yesterday, some things which did not work out. You know, we saw 33 with the Abaddon build, the now infamous Octarine Midas build. I don't think he'll be doing that again. If Tundra gets into form, I think that they're going to pretty much stomp their way into the playoffs.
Yeah, they just need a little bit of a warm-up, potentially. But with Tundra losing, it does mean that, of course, other teams are winning. Let's take a look at the winninger teams here for the Swiss format. They'll all go up against each other. Of course, Tundra yesterday lost to Xtreme Gaming. They'll go up against Aurora today. We also see Edge, as we already mentioned, Parker and Puppy, making sure that team is on the winning team together with the rest of the squad. I don't want to sell the rest short, of course. But other than those two, Fear, which one stands out for you?
Well, Tidebound had one of the more dominant games,
yeah,
and so did Gaimin. So the two teams that won 2-0 are playing in the first series. So to me, I'm always going to be attracted to the teams that are the most dominant. And it has to be Tidebound and Gaimin for now. They looked very flawless in their games. Tidebound especially, like their games weren't even close. Where Gaimin, they were somewhat close, right?
Yeah, the Tidebound games were
I want to see if Tidebound can keep this momentum and if they're really that strong. And if they are, they're a team that's going to be really scary going out through this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Bach said something along the lines of like they took a break. They felt like they really needed it. It seemed like he was like, I've seen a lot of Bach interviews. I've done a lot of Bach interviews, and I can tell you if he seems confident and he's not just a humble guy that's like, yeah, you know, we're okay. I think like he sounded like they were strong, and I feel like Bach always undersells his team because he's such a humble guy. I have pretty good feelings about Tidebound. I feel like they've been like destroying scrims or something. He was really trying to still be, you know, the humble guy.
Well, let's dive deeper into our first series of the day, Tidebound versus Gaimin Gladiators. And with that, I do want to start with Tidebound. Yesterday, one of the things that we saw Fear on their games, and also what you said this morning, just now, where you said drafting, very important.
Yeah.
The drafts yesterday of Tidebound, we couldn't figure out who was going where until fairly late. They kept things very ambiguous until the final pick almost. Is that part of the reason why you think that they were looking so strong yesterday?
Yeah, they have a good grasp on the meta and what's good right now,
Definitely.
and their counter picking has been immaculate. Like they had the last pick Leshrak, who was able to just feed off the supports. They were able to get that last pick Clinks against the Beastmaster to kind of shut them down there as well. They're flexing the Shadow Fiends in their games. And in the first game, we didn't know exactly where anything was going. That a Shaker, a Baden, Pango, all these heroes can go all roll. So their flex potential is great. And on top of that, their last picking, which they had both of those games, were amazing. So if you have those gotcha last picks and you have good flex on top of that, that is a good core for having a good draft. And I really think in this patch, if you're out drafting people, you're going to get wins because there isn't just like a set meta right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's kind of refreshing finally seeing second pick be used like this, because I felt like for a long time you would see a lot. You just could not find these last picks where some sort of hard counter wasn't like already on the enemy team. And I guess the difficulty is that you need to be so confident in your like massive amount of flexes in order to not get completely hard countered in the other heroes that you can last pick, which requires not like one player to be flexible, two players, the entire team has to be flexible.
Yeah.
And this is why we couldn't figure out their drafts until like the last second, because they probably also didn't decide where the heroes were going because they couldn't.
Yeah, I think also maybe with the pick order there mentioned, there's just not those type of hard carries or OP heroes rather that you need to have at the start that basically already decide how the game is gonna play out. So another credit to, as we mentioned, the devs for this current patch for making it so balanced. Let's take a look at the opponents of Tidebound Gaimin Gladiators. This is a team that has been invited to the International, to EWC as defending champions, and some people, they feel like, you know, did they really earn it? I feel like this event for Gaimin Gladiators is for them their chance to prove that, yes, they did earn that. And yesterday was a good start for that, Fear.
I mean, it was a good start, but they still have a lot to prove. I feel like, yeah, they were invited to EWC, they were invited to TI, but that was on their past roster. Yeah. This is a new roster. This new roster has not proved a whole lot yet. They've been struggling, to be totally honest with you, at most tournaments. So they still need to find their footing and be able to prove that we are still one of those top teams that deserves to be in a top 3 finish or better. So yeah. They definitely want to win, and they need to prove themselves.
They're like hit or miss. Because, I mean, they have been in, like, weren't they in the Blast finals? One of the Blasts?
They were in one of the Blast finals. Was 2 so that was a long time ago already.
I guess my feeling on Gaimin is that I always see them at a tournament and it's like they could go far. They're kind of like in the
inconsistent.
They're inconsistent, but sometimes they can be in that like BetBoom category where you know that the teams that are like the Wildcards of the world, the NA teams, or the random like second, third place qualifier teams, they're going to lose to Gaimin, and Gaimin can make top 8 pretty easily. But I also would never say like I'm thinking that they're going to win the whole tournament, you know, like it's just not that sort of roster. So I definitely think that's what they're looking to prove here.
Yeah, definitely have got something to prove. But again, yesterday they made a good start with it. Yesterday we actually also had them pull out one of the flexible heroes, as we just mentioned, Jenkins. The tofu puck came out.
Yeah, and so I was thinking, okay, Puck is like one of the more picked heroes in the tournament, so it does feel really nice to be able to get a sort of a flexible pick. But the way that he plays it is he uses the new orb facet because it deals damage as it's like going through the orb in the lane. So you can use the orb to kind of like leave it on the position 5 and put it in a way where you can also like dodge an attack. So he's using it for like effective trading. If we roll the second clip, there's a few little things that he's abusing. And this is why I think Puck is not necessarily just like, it's convenient that you can flex it to 4 position, but also it is genuinely a good 4 position. Another thing that he does is Jakiro, he shoots 2 attacks at you, right? So you have this innate that's giving you regen, HP and mana regen based on the amount of projectiles you dodge. So if you dodge Jakiro's 2 attacks, you're getting 2 stacks of that. So you're able to spam the orb in lane over and over and over again because you're constantly dodging 2-3 projectiles. If Jakiro's hitting you, range creep, maybe the tower, like the amount of sustain is actually quite insane. If we roll the third clip, and this is something that you can see with the mid lane pucks, this was something that was balanced for mid lane puck, which by the way, in Dota, anytime a hero is balanced for a specific role and then flexed to a different role, you see stuff like this happen. So once again, using the orb to secure kills and walks into the tower, lets 2 tower shots hit him and a range creep and then dodges, and that's 3 projectiles, right? Yeah. So you're gaining a ton of mana, a ton of HP from doing this. And like I said, this is something which was balanced for a mid lane puck. It doesn't feel as insane when the hero already has a bottle. But in his side lane, as a support, you're not meant to have this much regen. So I genuinely think that it's really good. This was his build to finish the game. Very standard stuff for what you would think a 4 position, using the Hurricane Pike to break the coil, also save his team. Yules, of course, for the silences. Octarine, of course, so you can cast your things more, but very standard, like, mid-lane puck build from a support, and just insane regen. So I wouldn't even be surprised if this came out today.
Yeah, this looks very good.
I mean, it was really cool. I think goes back to counter picking in a way. I think what he said about Jakiro having 2 attacks, right, with the phase shift, this is a potential direct counter to that in that way, where typically we see Jakiro countering other heroes by like killing cogs or having a double hit on egg, stuff like that. But not many heroes have been able to use that double hit against the hero, right? Where Puck does have that option. So it goes back to, yet again, counter picking. If you have a good read on the game, there's so many small things in Dota. These innate facets.
It's the facets and innate. It completely changed everything. Like it really feels like there's so much undiscovered. because there's too many permutations of things that not every single game of Dota has been played yet, or like will ever be played in terms of like combinations of facets and heroes.
Yeah, I think Tofu on his puck, definitely a standout player yesterday. And if we're talking about standout players, a Tidebound yesterday in both of their games for them, it was Planet that was the standout player. And those two players, we would like to dive a little bit deeper into their hero pool, Jenkins.
Yeah, if we go ahead and take a look at, well, Planet was playing, he had Earthshaker, Rubik yesterday. I think Rubik is an interesting hero. We've always questioned the hero's like laning phase. It's a little bit weak, and you kind of have to justify it by doing a lot outside of the laning phase. He was, in particular in that game, he was stealing Abaddon Shield over and over again and using that against like a lot of like targeted single target stuns. So that was extremely good. And then in the first game, he played Earthshaker, and a completely different hero, completely different play style. He was boosting Nothing to Say his game. In both games, Nothing to Say popped off, by the way. In both games, it was Planet and Nothing to Say playing together. So that duo is going to be very important going into the series.
I mean, we're definitely seeing a lot more melee position 4s nowadays, because the way they restructured the map, it's really easy to block or just have the safe laner get the first wave into the tower, which is going to push the lane into the offlaner's favor. And at that point, the offlaner's generally happy, and you don't have to be this lane winning position 4 anymore. So heroes like Earthshaker are definitely gonna make a comeback that have like these team fight mid game importance instead of just these laning importance. And I think Rubik fits under that same category. He's not really a lane winner. He's going to be useful in the mid game if you're playing versus an Abaddon or a Shadow Shaman, something that you can steal that is very useful for the team.
And I would say Puck would have fit that bill as like a 4 position before, but after seeing what Tofu did with the innate and constantly using it to gain this regen, I feel like against the right heroes, it is actually a good laner. And then you do also get a hero that's great at team fighting outside of the laning phase.
Well, we're in the draft. We'll see if we can see any Puck support, or maybe one of the teams is taking a page out of Xtreme's book and goes for a core Queen of Pain that is not in the mid lane. But we'll see. I figured that because no hero was truly seen as OP yesterday, there's not going to be that much difference with the opening bans, other than just flavor and counterpicking already what you think is going to...
Yeah, I mean, I think every series is going to be very targeted towards what the other team did in the previous series, right? If it looks successful. So we do see the Shadow Fiend, they had 2 times on Tidebound, right? So Gaimin got rid of that. The Pango, they won with game 1, but game 2, it got banned first phase. So these are the flex picks, right? So they're banning out some of Tidebound's best flex picks. And of course, the Nog is just a hero that in the right hands can be really strong, especially if you have a certain strategy in mind. So
sets up for all the ranged carries on the patch too.
Right.
They feel incredible, especially if you can get a Naga in the lane. And the team fight potential, you know, if you can get like Naga Darkseer, Naga Jakiro, it's a difficult one to deal with.
And then the Doom. This is a hero that I'm a little skeptical on right now, because most of the games I've seen on carry, it either wins because the team's winning, but if it feels like you're ever losing, you can't really rely on this hero to carry you out of a bad position, and then you just kind of like, the trajectory is just downwards. So I don't know if Doom's stock is going down. We'll have to see in this series, but maybe this is what Gaimin was hoping for. They're going to get rid of the Pango. They're getting rid of the Shadow Fiend. They feel that is a better flex than these Dooms, which they left in the pool. Because, yeah, look, there's still TA in the pool. All the ranged carries, generally speaking, are pretty good versus Doom. Because you can buy Hurricane Pike and, you know, goes in and Dooms you. You just Hurricane them backwards and you just walk it off.
We got the Warlock removed from the pool by Gaimin. It kind of felt like a lot of the heroes that we saw in the most picked but also low win rate were a lot of the supports. So I would imagine that maybe today we're going to see a different array of supports coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it was the only cores that weren't doing well was the Puck.
Yeah.
But when he was a support, he won, so there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with the support meta. It feels like fluid because people are still kind of figuring it out. I've also seen a decent amount of Warlock in pro level pubs, and every time I've seen it, it looks normal, I guess, which
Maybe that's all you want at the moment.
maybe that is all
Just
you want.
stable.
Maybe that's all you can get. That's possible, but it just going from a patch where
Kiro and AA were just busted.
the supports were busted. It feels a little weird getting a support that you're just like, yeah, it did its job. Usually, you know, you got Whitemon on Jakiro, like doing the most hero damage in the game, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's no broken support outside of Undying. I feel like that guy is just insanely
he's
broken.
busted. He's busted.
Like, and the bonus to Undying is he's also a good offlaner. So he's a broken support, and in the right situation, he's a great offlaner. So we're not going to see that hero, I think, for the majority of this tournament.
This is another hero that I've seen a lot in the pro level pubs. When they added the facet that you can
cast on your allies.
Yeah, cast the knockback on your allies. It's pretty good for like buzz killing, you know, kill in the like denying a kill in the laning phase or pre-game. The later and later the game goes, you definitely feel it less. But I feel like Disruptor's always been pretty good in terms of his scaling because.
Yes, but if you look at his other facets, like they're not that great either.
Yeah, they're not.
So you get the fence. Which
You don't
is
think
my
kinetic
favorite.
fence is good?
No, I do not.
Wasn't there?
If you make a try,
play with that itself.
I mean, it's okay. I think there's in certain situations it's good. I think you have to have a lot of practice with the fence to make it good.
Yeah.
It's not something you can just like pull out. But I think the one where you can cast your innate on your allies can be really good at disengaging. But the other facet is what your Thunder Strike slows a bit more, hits within your kinetic field, like very situational, right?
Yeah.
So, depends on what you're playing against. But yeah, the fence is the worst of the three, I think. Unless you're a god at making fences. And there's your Lina. This is a hero that kind of replaces the Shadow Fiend, right? This can be mid. It could be your carry. It's ranged. It's great for Doom. As I mentioned, you just build a pike. If you get doomed, just pike backwards and then try to kite the Doom out.
Also a hero that does not care at all about Disruptor's knockback ability.
I mean, I don't know how much people are worried about that, but
I don't think they are. It's just a small little interaction. I thought
it is, yeah. I mean, I've seen like Disruptors play versus like Spear Breakers. It kind of owns Spear Breaker really hard. He goes in and just gets pushed back immediately. So in some matchups, maybe Tusk as well, it could be really good.
I think Disruptor also like anchors a fight somewhere with his you know glimpse and then ult, and Lina, obvious BKB buyer. She does not care if a fight is like she wants a fight to be anchored somewhere.
I love the Magnus deny pick there. I don't think Magnus is necessarily a hero that they desperately wanted, but I feel like the best hero in Dota versus Lina is Magnus. This is
what's
very,
the next up? Tiny?
I mean, yeah,
repositioning.
it's like these tiny Tusk with Ags.
Yeah.
You know, your favorite Pudge. But Pudge is like, it's not reliable, where Magnus is just easily reliable. So if you can reposition the Lina, very squishy hero. So this also works well with Lina too, because you can skewer people into Lina. She doesn't mind that. But you're not getting like a huge benefactor from like the Empower, like some Juggernaut.
You know what is sick against Lina that I know Bach enjoys? Legion Commander.
Ooh.
That's a.
It's not very sick in lane, but
no, it's not.
You know, I was thinking literally, I think this morning about Legion Commander because she's not picked because she's not good in lane. But if she's not good in lane anyway, why would you then go for the not for the facet that has you get dual damage for everyone? Because you're gonna suck in lane anyway.
Because then you give it to the enemies. Is the problem.
No. The whole point is you run around together and you just get dual damage. It seems so nice.
I mean, that facet is fine. I know a lot of people do go for it because it also casts your W on everyone after the duel, including yourself. So it's okay. But I just don't think Legion Commander is a hero in competitive Dota that is going to get picked as much as pubs, just because there's going to be less of those random position 5 deaths, and Legion really, really relies on getting that dual damage off supports.
That's true.
Otherwise, it does not snowball. So I think you need a good lane on Legion and competitive Dota, where the hero is not very viable. And Kunk is a much better pick.
Yeah.
You do get that X mark from long range. You lane much more stable. You can jungle if necessary. Venge is picked up.
This is an extremely good hero, by the way.
As what?
As an offlane. I mean, I think you can. I think you can play it as a 5 too.
We saw it as a 5 yesterday. I forgot which team.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's just so with Dota 2 Pro Tracker being dead, of course, Valve has made it so that
it's still there. Actually,
well, it's, you know, effectively dead. The Dota Plus trends are actually very useful to look at. You can see that Venge's win rate went up by like 5% in the patch. It's like the highest win rate hero in Immortal games. And I've seen it. I felt it. Like, this hero does so much damage. I think she got like some stat changes in the previous patch, and because she has the aura, because she's universal hero, I believe she's still a universal hero. It's very impactful when you're getting any sort of stat changes. They increased the stun duration as well, and when they did that before, she was broken. So I've seen a lot of people spamming this, and it looks incredible.
Yeah, it's also good versus a lot of the meta picks right now, especially in pubs. Like, Axe is really popular, Legion's popular, Bat Rider's popular. Having this hero as a save is really nice, or Initiator. And for Gaimin, you have two forms of initiation. You now have a Magnus, now you have a Venge. The only thing that they're lacking a little bit, because they have Venge NP, is the team fight's a little limited with RP, because Lina is not really going to be joining the early engagement unless she's going for a magic build.
Here's another argument. If you reposition the Lina, you just reposition her back with swap.
Yeah.
And also, this is an age-old Doom counter. Well, not age-old, but since they added the shield to swap, you protect from the Doom because you can't minus healing a shield. So I remember when it was a Doom Venge patch, like, this was always the hard counter people would pick.
Yeah, and you can't Doom the Venge either if she has Ags.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you might even be able to get to Ags as a position 4 or a position 5 if you're having a good game. It's ideal to get there at some point, because conceptually, having 2 lives has always been broken. Like, unfortunately, Wraith King is just a very situational pick.
So for
kind of bypasses that.
So for Gaimin, how do we see these 4 heroes go in which lane?
I mean, it's open, right?
Could be Tofu Mag.
It could be.
It could be Offlane Venge.
Could be Carry NP. We've seen that before. It could be mid Lina.
This could be a 4 CK. Probably is a 4 CK.
So basically,
it could also be a carry CK. Like, yeah. So I think, looking at these heroes, it's CK Venge offlane, Mag mid, and Lina NP in the safe lane. That would be my guess, but then again, it's Quinn.
I was thinking Mag safe lane, because Quinn likes to play Lina. If you have a Lina mid, you have a more traditional carry mid. So then you want side laners that are like semi-cores.
Yeah,
Magnus,
I mean, I don't see a lot of Quinn Mag, so I guess looking at these heroes, if we're just looking at Gaimin, the only hero I see Quinn really playing is probably Lina, right?
Yeah.
So I guess, unless he's going to play something new, we'll swap the Lina to the mid lane.
Well, because with that said, we did say that we like it when Tidebound go for their nothing to say hero last. If we're assuming Lina is mid, Doom and Kunkka, neither of them kind of want to go mid, right? So what do you play?
I mean,
I think Kunkka's okay mid against Lina.
Mid.
Okay.
Because the thing about Lina mid is she doesn't lose any matchups. Not really.
Ooh.
I don't see. I think the only thing I don't like right now is a carry Mag. I'd rather have her carry Venge, to be honest. But
you're gonna have an offlane Venge.
All right, so it's gonna be carry Mag. No, it's carry CK. Okay, good. I just don't want to see carry Mag, because what is it good against this game? Not good versus Doom. Not good versus Abaddon. Like, this Mag's job is to skewer people back, and that's it, and empower people.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I actually think 4 Mag is good against Abaddon, but I think carry Mag is not good against Abaddon, because carry Mag you need the ult more, whereas the 4 Mag you can actually just skewer the Abaddon away when he ults and like kite him.
Sure, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to see carry Mag. I'm glad they didn't do it. Of course, it's not a completely free CK carry game. Like, I get it, it's good versus Doom. That does make sense, but you are playing versus Rubik, who's gonna have a lot of AoE himself. You are playing versus a Kunkka, who has lots of AoE. But regardless, you're a good empower target. You are good versus Doom throughout the game. It's a good lane on top of that. So I do think he has a stun as well, so that can help with Quinn to be a scaling hero. I like Gaimin's draft a lot here, but I also like Tidebound's draft quite a bit here as well. The Abaddon is a hero that doesn't care about getting RP'd, and I think that's why they made the adjustment to make RP less of a spell for them, and to be more about Tofu getting the skewers in. So both these drafts have their merits.
Is irrationality the CK facet that makes it random if it breaks, silences?
Yes. I believe so.
Because he went that, and he's against Abaddon. If he can break him and get an Orchid, that's an insta-kill.
Insta-kill? That's definitely on the table. Audi Pixel, Kazu, how are we feeling about this one? Are we looking forward to seeing potentially some insta-kill happening on Abaddon if he gets the break on the CK?
I mean, I love insta-kills.
Yeah.
But I like Gaimin Gladiators draft more. What do you think, Owen?
Yeah, I got to agree. I think Gaimin's looks just very proactive, a lot of opportunities to do things, get kills. Tidebounds, I don't know. It seems that they're going to lack a lot of damage, and they're going to need a lot of time. They've got this kind of Doom Abaddon kind of on the two side lanes. I think we just didn't see that do well in a lot of the regional qualifiers. So I don't know about having Doom and Abaddon on the same side.
Well, they do have on the side of Tidebound Planet Rubik, so there's definitely a lot of potential there. Let's see how this one plays out.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one time between Gaimin Gladiators and Tidebound. And indeed, Planet on his Rubik. We had him come in yesterday, right, and have a really good game. And yeah, that's one of the things, right? If we like Gaimin Gladiators drafts, it's because I like the spells they've got. And if I like the spells they've got, that means I'm going to like a Rubik, because the Rubik's going to use the spells that I like that they've got on the other side. So
Absolutely.
It's a good Rubik game. Planet has got a lot of good stuff to grab.
Yeah, and good enough for him. He has a lot of bros that will go in for him, so it's very easy for him to
sit back and be like,
absolutely, he gets to pick exactly what he wants, as both teams kind of doing a little smoke on smoke action. Tidebound giving each other some wards. I think Bak did just get to place a high ground ward. Let's see. Looks like not too much gonna happen for now.
Not gonna be able to grab anything here. So yeah, in terms of Gaimin's draft as well, I mean, they're doing stuff like obviously having the Magnus support. I feel that's not really something we're seeing a lot of teams doing. Are you cool with this hero being on the support?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think especially with also what they touched on the panel, there's a lot of counters to Mag in this draft. You have Abaddon, you have Rubik. Even if you drop the Static Storm on whatever's happening, you can't really go there and drop your RP Skewer. So just having it as a support is good. You're also laning with Avenge. You're kind of chilling. For me, when it comes to Tidebound, I'm looking a lot at Nothing to Say. This guy's Kunkka, even back in the prime LGD days, he has had some insane performances on this hero.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to do a lot.
Yeah.
Because any time that I see the Doom and the Baden on the 1 and the 3, either way round, it's like the mid's got to carry hard.
Oh, yeah.
To give these guys time to do whatever the hell they want to be doing on these Dooms and Abaddons. Yeah, a lot of pressure on the mid and the supports. And I do like the mid and supports, as you say. Nothing to say on his Kunkka, Planet on his Rubik, Y on the Disruptor. These three can get a lot done as long as they don't get completely dumpstered in the early stages of the game.
I mean, it's something that they did very well yesterday, right? With it was the Lesh, Abaddon, Earthshaker.
Yeah, because they played great yesterday.
Oh, they were so good.
Tidebound yesterday and the wins they had, they looked fantastic.
Yeah, and your 3-man ball post laning stage, it really, really matters. So we'll just have to see how that goes, because the side lanes for me, I think Gaimin are going to be very happy, especially up top with the CK Nature's Prophet against the Rubik Doom. I think they'll be very happy up here.
Yeah, both for the setups. I think Venge Mag, super strong. Just the amount of damage you can get out between the two of you. So I definitely expect solid stuff from Gaimin in the laning stage. Don't expect them to be giving up kills against the duos that Tidebound have on both side lanes. But, crazy things have happened. And then the mid lane, we'll see how that one goes on. Top lane, Planet. It's going to go down. Good kill potential on both of the side lanes for Gaimin Gladiators, so Tidebound do have to be careful.
Rubik has always struggled against aggressive carries. PA, Weaver, CK in this case too. And Doom doesn't really protect you all that much. Maybe if you're Tidebound, you could even look for, maybe you can find an Ice Armor creep later on in the lane to protect both yourself but also your Rubik. Because I don't see too much changing in this top lane. If they do find Planet, he might just go down.
I see nothing to say. Taking the creeps for a bit of a walk here. Was Quinn. I actually have the TP coming in. Okay, no, he's not going to go with that.
Just pretending.
Teasing around. Quinn has to return to mid because he was starting to lose some of the creeps to the tower. So now we kind of have, the double creep wave. It's going to be pushing in, so nothing to say. Might be able to set up to get some nice denies with the creeps working on the ranged.
And it should be pretty good for Quinn, because he just gets all these creeps.
That's true.
They got nothing to say. He gets to deny all of these.
Yeah, Quinn doesn't mind. Can still get the easy CS with the Dragon Slaves.
I mean, Quinn did play this Lina yesterday, and he looked very comfortable. I mean, already here, he's 20-6 to the 13-1, and it's not just the CS. Nothing to say is basically fully out of region.
Yeah. Does he have to... What's he got coming out? This last sort of set of tangos, but he's getting kept so low.
Yeah.
To the point where he has to be very careful, and he's just dead. An easy TP in from Malady, which was barely even needed. You know, even looked like Quinn might have even just had that on his own. Yeah, Quinn looking very, very hot on the start here as the lean up. Yeah, it's good lanes. Right, we're seeing this from Gaimin.
No, absolutely.
They've got the early game sorted.
And I've seen it a lot, especially in the games yesterday, is when it comes to this mid game, when you have like one save or one hero that disrupts, like yesterday we had it a lot with the Tusk snowball. Like having Lina like pop off, but you also have a Venge in your team that can always bail you out, is a really, really big deal. So Tidebound have to be careful in this early game.
Obviously bottom lane. Trying for Shiro. Has already used the shield. But he will be fine. CP comes in from Y. See if they find a chance to go back in onto Tofu if they want to go with the Glimpse, if they can get in range.
Can't
yeah, they're not gonna be able to try. Let's turn their attention back to the lane as Ace continues to farm very freely here on the offlane Venge. Got a wave in good position as well. They're coming into the tower. So still very, very unlikely really that Tidebound's going to put any pressure onto Gaimin's cause right now.
Yeah, when I look at Tidebound's heroes, most likely they want to look to make a move on mid, onto Quinn, perhaps with the bow timing on nothing to say.
That's true. You want to gank this Lina, right?
Yeah, like try to bring both your subs. Your Abaddon should be fine bottom in a 1v1, same with your Doom up top. And your side lane pressure, yeah, it's just not really that strong, because Gaimin are happy within their own side lanes, and Lina just seems like the most susceptible hero in this early game.
Not getting totally zoned out of CS themselves, of course. Tidebound's cause, but as we're seeing across the board, relatively a wave or so behind that at the farmer Gaimin, and it's adding up. 2k lead right now for Gaimin coming into the 6 minutes. So definitely showing the difference here with the setup of lanes, favoring that of Gaimin so far. See that attention now around the mid. Tofu swings across. Not going to be able to get a grab on anyone. Y is here as well. And up top, Buck is getting gone upon. He's going to have the TP coming in from Malady. Can they finish up the kill? They can. Sprout in and a final right click from Malady seals the deal. Another kill to be found for Gaimin.
And they are looking for the mid pressure too, because when Quinn picked up this Arcane Rune, he just instantly Laguna had nothing to say and he procced his Rum. So if they did want to make a move, it's still on cooldown for like another 25 seconds. But looks like they'll be happy with only the pressure, as of for now.
It looks like neither team's going to try to head for the Wisdom Shrine of the opponents. It'll just be the 1-for-1 this time. Tofu getting some stacks made. Time for Planet. Definitely a draft from Tidebound where it feels like we've kind of just got to wait and see what they got in store. Right?
Yeah. No, like yesterday was very, very different from what they showed us.
It was,
like
they
the Shadow
played,
Fiend, Lesh.
Yeah, they played super fast yesterday.
Oh, Shiro.
Bottom lane, Shiro.
Lotus.
See if they can finish him off. Blood Grenade will connect. The Sprout comes in from Malady. They've got him. Shiro goes down. TPs are coming in from Tidebound. Can they punish Gaimin? They're bringing in the mid, bringing in nothing to say. See what he can grab. They'll get the torrent set up onto Ace. Ace will get caught in the boat. Should be dead here. As we'll try and run away, but nothing to say. He's in with the body block. So they'll find something here. Tidebound get themselves a kill on the board.
Very nice counterplay by nothing to say. He did have to start with the torrent, but he did manage to land that one. But still, honestly, Gaimin are quite happy with what's going on, of course. As Quinn, he gets to just fully free farm. Not only that, but he also got the 8-minute active rune.
Yeah, it's a good one. Could get a kill with this for sure. As he's going to be ready to chase them down. Or it's a good torrent.
Yep.
And that's actually going to save Planet's life there. Nothing to say landing the torrent on Quinn, so Quinn won't look to continue to chase down the Rubik. Wants to keep the haste rune saved for a safer play rather than trying to do anything crazy near a tier 2. Top lane. They get the block off onto Bark, who's been sort of left on his own. He's trying to juke it out, but there's no running from this one. as Malady continues to just move around the map, set up these kills, and Watson just continues to have absolutely no pressure put on him whatsoever, which I feel this is one of the things that I see when we do get these Doom and Abaddon's two side lanes, right? You're going to have two side lanes. They want to chill and farm. They're not necessarily, in a lot of the matchups, going to be able to put any pressure onto the enemy cores.
No, it is true, and especially when you're playing, like, look at it, you're Gaimin, you're first picking Nature's Prophet as a support, most likely, and you have winning lanes, it's your dream. You can go wherever you want. He's TP'd mid, he's TP'd bot, now he's TP'd back to top. Like, he has playability absolutely everywhere. And yeah, Tidebound, they do have, I mean, they're very great meta heroes, right? With the Doom and Abaddon, but every Dota hero has its weaknesses. And I think you're seeing them right now here in this game.
Pressure still very much, as you said earlier, on nothing to say. To see how he can sort of lead the charge, make the moves here from his mid position as the Kunkka. He's got eyes on top. He's got the catch on Malady. Quinn is going to be here to fight back, though. Malady still alive, finally falls. Can these two get out? Barker drop the Doom on a Quinn. It's a good one, but mass TPs are coming in. Look at the glimpse as well on Quinn. Quinn will fall. Tidebound, can they get anything more from this? They'll lose Bark. But all things said and done, it's a good move there from Tidebound. They come in, they get a quick kill, and then they're able to pick up the big one on top of it. Take down Quinn for turning up.
Oh, that's very, very nice move from Tidebound there. Just getting to use your spells and killing the most important hero, at least as of for now, with Lina being played by Quinn. Very, very nice. You also force all the TPs. In the meantime, Shiro just gets to go back bottom, farm it up. You're very happy with that.
And nothing to say, definitely putting the work in so far. He's led two good sort of assaults on the bottom and now on the top.
And that after losing like the mid lane to Lina quite handily.
Yeah. Definitely the one to watch here for sort of bringing Tidebound through these early stages. And he's doing it so far here. Nothing to say. Big stacks to come here as well. Help him get towards that blade meld timing if he wants to be the one to clear him.
Just very good efficiency, but also you need to do this with your greedier supports like the Disruptors, the Rubiks, the Phoenix type heroes. They need lanes, or at least someone else to leech with so you get your levels up, because Tidebound are kind of ready again. Their Doom should be coming off of cooldown rather shortly also.
A little tougher to make the move down bottom here. Shiro has got the point ready to spend into borrowed time. So this is obviously where, you know, the Abaddon core does start to feel super comfy. You know, it's going to take a lot for them to try and push him out of this area. So Shiro should be able to start catching back up in farm on his way towards the Radiance.
I think Tofa's going to have to be a little careful in this game also when it comes to like casually giving away Empower, at least at this stage. Giving level 3 Empower away when he's being played with a Kunkka and an Abaddon is honestly quite a big deal. Looks like they're going to look for a smoke.
Nothing to say, no. He's keeping it up.
He's everywhere.
See what he can get top. Scan has been hit, so Gaimin Gladiators know to be wary. And have completely left this area, including that top line, so nobody's going to get found here. Good move from Gladiators there to read that play coming in.
I like that Shiro played very aggressively, like nearly even pushing onto the tier 1 just to not make it super obvious where his team was smoking to. But Gaimin already did have the correct read. It looks like the game is going to slow down at least a little bit. Bach is going for a Crimson Guard, which is going to do a lot. Like the moment this Doom gets this completed Crimson, I think Gaimin could absolutely run into damage issues. At least for the foreseeable like couple minutes after.
And they won't get a kill, but they will be able to take the tower top here. Tidebound. Shiro will return and remain on the bottom. Hold off any chance of Gaimin approaching a tower for now. And he is, you know, he's going to make good timing on the Radiance. This sort of slowdown.
Looking for the glimpse. Who's looking for who?
I mean, Ace is going to look for the swap back. And
Oh my.
Immediately, the Y just gets destroyed there by the damage of Watson. They'll get Malady in return, and they've dropped the Doom onto Tofu, so Tidebound, they'll take the two of them. Gaimin Gladiators obviously seeing that sort of aggressive move from Tidebound, feeling that maybe they could turn it into something themselves. They get that quick support kill, but they lose both of their supports for it. Now behind the tower, nothing to say. I'll get the X mark in a Sprout onto Ace.
Oh, Planet.
Planet, it's going to be fine for now. He's able to get another Fate Bolt off, and Planet will be able to sneak away. They'll get the drag back onto the Kunkka, but he's so beefy and tanky that they cannot burst him. Nothing to say walks this off. And we're seeing Tidebound survive through these attempts from Gaimin to fight back.
Yeah, even earlier, they instantly lost Y, but then they got both the supports on the backline. And Planet already, he's getting some good spells. Like, you don't just have the Abaddon Shield, he's got the Stolen Sprout. Like, the heal is absolutely no joke. Off of this fight also, Bak did get to complete the Crimson now. I can definitely see Tidebound get more aggressive here, as, just kidding, he went for the little Midas to speed up his own game first.
Yeah, I think sort of after that last move, they know that they're not too far behind on the gold. And they can sort of just go back to playing their sort of initial plan here.
Yeah, honestly, I don't mind it at all. Like, you're still the tanky guy that can go into the front.
Yeah.
And you did just pretty much win a fight without the Crimson, so
exactly, yeah.
Worry about yourself first and go back for the team.
I think Tidebound's starting to feel pretty good. Gaimin, they felt pretty hot off the back of the lanes, but things are slowing down. That lead for Gaimin is definitely not growing right now. And Tidebound, they're going to hit the timings. You know, the Midas Doom's going to be kicking in, and that Radiance for Shiro, it's getting very, very close. So this sort of calm is definitely seeming to benefit that of Tidebound.
Yeah, looks like Tidebound are definitely going to be stronger for the next couple minutes. Maybe once you get the Aghanim Scepter on Ace, it's going to feel very good. Sprout on Sprout action.
Difficult to kind of get Bark off the tower.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty beefy. The fortification, but no real efforts here from Gaimin Gladiators to step up. They're going to bring further TPs in now. Maybe see if Ace can get a swap. But Bark knows won't stick around longer than he needs to. The tower will fall. Quinn at least able to get the deny. Good stuff here from Tidebound. Now applying pressure themselves. I mean, this is the thing as well. You know, Tidebound is still yet to lose one of their tier 1s. They managed to keep their side intact whilst they've already taken away 2 of Gaimin's. And yeah, just the fact that Shiro he's getting the free farm. Same to be said for Watson, but you know, we can sort of be more sure, right, in the Abaddon's ability to carry than a CK, because we just don't see a lot of CK. It's definitely a riskier carry to try at the moment.
Yeah, we really don't. I mean, I like his item build as of now. He has got the Armlet into the Orchid, but the Abaddon Shield is going to be quite annoying also. They were looking for Watson, but he does another very nice read.
Yeah, nothing to say. Not quite able to get the X mark on that. I got the Ags timing on Ace now. So, Venge. He's super annoying in these fights. Quinn trying to get towards that Hurricane Pike so he can play a little bit better with the positioning. Avoid them from closing the gap on him.
I mean, lots of tankiness coming out, not just in items, but also the neutrals. Bunch of Essence Rings, Poorman Shields coming out from everybody. Even bonus. I mean, Ace is very, very strong now. Like, especially when this hero is paired up with a Magnus. Like, you don't deal too much damage at this point, but just having, like, this Empower level 4 now buff you up also. Because Gaimin are doing really well. They're holding up their gold lead with 2k. It seems like a little, but I think with their type of heroes, like this Lina, Venge, ranged turrets into the Radiant heroes, they should be feeling pretty okay at this point.
Still hunting top, but not finding anything. Tidebound, they're going to try and tease around the tower, see what they get out of them. It's just going to be Watson defending with the ultimate. To play there with the micro just to see if he could bait any of the ultimates being dropped upon it, but didn't happen. Ace gets the space down bottom. We'll be able to take that tier 1. Gaimin, definitely chilling for the most part. Seems like they feel that they're under no rush themselves. happy to sort of get that next round of items, get the BKB. It's going to leave space on the map for Tidebound to head into Roche. I mean, Gaimin, are they really going to let this happen, or do they want to pull something together to try and stop this? Because it's not going to be a super quick Roshan. It's going to take time.
It looks like they...
Do you just let this happen if you're Gaimin?
I would say they're okay with letting it happen, especially when you also see like some of the... Maybe the items coming out on Radiant. Like, they could assume that Doom has a Crimson completed. Fighting into it is not that easy. But let's have a look. They are smoking, but this could be a little late. So it looks like they would prefer not to give it up, but Tidebound are scanning.
Yeah, they know. Can they time something?
I feel like they're more looking for like a fishing move. Let's see.
Ace.
Oh,
he's going to get the swap in. He's going to try and save the ground. Somebody's got to pick it up. Bark finally gets it. Bark will get the pickup. Took a bit of time to pick up the Aegis, but Tidebound, they get the kill, they get the Aegis. See what they can get off the back of this fight. They're trying to chase down Planet here, but Planet will survive, gets up to the high ground. Torrent catches on to Watson. Malady's dead. Shura's ready to move in and chase down the CK. They've killed off Bark the once, but he's ready to go round 2 with the Aegis on the Doom, as they'll lose Watson as well as Malady. That was so close to being so good. I mean, swaps in Ace, but I don't know what happened, but nobody was picking up the Aegis.
It was on the ground for like 5 seconds.
Did you not have an inventory slot? Was there just too many things with people blocking it? I mean, it took anyone so long to pick that up. I mean, if Buck doesn't get that there, maybe Gaming come out of that fight with something. They would have killed the Doom. Maybe could have pushed for more, but yeah. Bark ended up being the one still able to pick it up after what was an excellent swap in from Ace, but then...
Doom was full slotted.
Yeah,
he instantly swapped. I didn't see with Ace, but yeah, that was it was really, really close.
Yeah, that was very close.
Because the start of the fight, it actually looks kind of good for Gaimin, but I think once like they run out of their first round of spells, it's really hard for them to continue.
Yeah, I mean it was definitely very close to being good for Gaimin. Because if there was not the Doom, the Aegis on Doom, they would have got that kill. He wouldn't be coming back, and maybe they would have been able to go back in for more. But as it was, Tidebound still able to grab that Aegis, get that Roshan kill, take that fight, and they are ready to straight away look for more here. Coming out of the map with the smoke, ready to back up this push from Shiro top.
Ooh, stolen swap on Planet with Lens.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh. This is a big deal.
You get a swap, you get a kill. They'll even not need to use it for this one. They just get the X mark onto Tofu. Quick and easy grab. Planet will happily swap that away for the Empower so he can buff up, as you said, his team. Now Ace is caught in the Torrent.
They don't care about your second life.
No, they can almost certainly work for him twice. As Ace will indeed lose the 2 of them. I mean, it did feel like, you know, that Roche fight could have been the make or break, but went Tidebound's way. Could start to see Tidebound really building up a bit of a lead here, unless Game is able to slow them back down somehow, but it's going to be difficult. Tidebound's cause, they're starting to get ahead, and as you can see, at the moment, Ace on the Venge, he's starting to fall behind a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to look at some of the next fights, how Gaimin will look to start. I mean, it's not super easy for Tofu to do it, being a post-4 mag against some of these Radiant heroes. So perhaps you need to start fights later on with the swap from Ace. And then just make sure that you like try to blow up the first guy, because yeah, your initiation is not the cleanest. Whereas Tidebound, they have a lot of bodies that can go in first. You've got the tanky Abaddon, you've got the Doom, you've got the Kunkka as well.
Yeah, it is a very, very tanky lineup. Blink nearly done on Planet. Watson will have his BKB for the next fight. And Quinn looking towards his own BKB himself. It's going to take him a little longer to get there. That's probably going to be the next time in the game they're looking for before they find themselves getting dragged into any action.
Absolutely.
These BKBs.
Yeah, I do like the itemization from Tidebound as well a lot. Like both the Crimson and then the incoming AC later on from Nothing to Say. Against, it's a very high physical damage lineup from Gaimin.
Oh, Malady has been found here. Another kill for Tidebound. Did a fair bit of damage back to Buck.
He did a lot of damage.
He did a lot, but yeah, not quite enough to kill Barkov.
A little bit of gold injected into the Tidebound side. They're looking for smoke, but there's also Skewer back on Tofu.
I mean, they're going in onto Shiro, but Shiro's got the borrowed time at the ready. Static Storm gets laid down. They've caught Tofu, so Tofu will fall. Can they try for Shiro a second time? They can't. He's got the shield ready, also a Manta available if he ever gets threatened any further. Trying to poke back at Ace. Ace has got to be a bit cautious. Oh, the stun control, it's a fair bit of damage, but the backup comes in here for Tidebound. Shiro, he will die. Watson's in with the BKB. We'll see what he can get done as he now turns over towards Bark. Look at the stun on a Bark, but Bark had nothing to say, just too tanky. Ace losing his life as well as the Spirit. Melody's going to TP in aggressively. We'll get the Sprout of the two of them. They find Bark and they find why. So Melody able to make sure that when he comes in, cuts off the escape, sets up for Gaimin Gladiators to find a good couple of kills towards the end of it. Watson seeing if you get a grab on anything further. Won't find it, but do find the tier 1. So a solid punch back there from Gaimin Gladiators as Tidebound. They pushed for that fight for quite some time, right?
Shiro probably overstepping there on his like re-entry into the fight there without his ult. But yeah, I mean, Gaimin will gladly take it. And this was the fight right before Quinn even has his BKB. Like, even after winning this fight, he doesn't quite have it.
They might get more if Planet's not careful.
Yeah, smoke up.
Oh, they'll just drop the RP for it. Tofu's at it with this Rubik, stealing his spells. He wants him dead. We'll get it.
Why not? This is great. In the meantime, also, Quinn is farming top, using the heroes nicely on the map.
Yeah. And a good fight for Watson to turn up to with the BKB. And we'll see again here. I mean, at this point, it was already kind of getting... you can see why Tidebound were tempted, right? They're like, hey, you know what? We've killed off the 2 supports. You know, Shiro, he's got the backup of Bark and such with the potential Crimson buff. Like, they wanted to see if they can maybe poke for more.
He also had the Manta. I'm pretty sure he's playing with the fact, oh, you know, Venge stun, Lina stun, I can dodge one of them. It will make it more easy. But yeah, just a slight overplay. But also just good saves. Like the Venge swap, of course, with the Lina, even though there's the Doom, you don't really care.
Yeah. And, you know, obviously at this point, Watson getting sort of the go-ahead with Melody TPing in and getting that Sprout in position to sort of block off, make the escape much more complicated for Tidebound. To ensure the Gaimin do manage to punch back and, yeah, get some good action for Watson on the CK to get involved in.
Let's see, Shiro wants to go for a blink. Makes sense. Gonna allow him to just get in the backline or even get out of the fight later during his ultimate. We have a Shadow Blade on Watson. This is very annoying for the 2 supports, as Planet might
There we go. Done. Didn't even drop the ult. Clear him up quickly. Top lane, Shiro. Could be in trouble. TPs are coming in to help out. Does have the blink out in time. Quinn's still pushing forward, see if he can catch.
They see everything on a ward.
Oh, actually having to drop the static still on there. Melody able to bait that out as he threatened the TP. After what happened in the mid, why didn't want to leave any chances of the Nature's Prophet coming in and shutting off their escape. Another tower take and Gaimin making the moves, getting that lead back under control.
Yeah, quick lead in the go, but also when it comes to the map control, their whole bottom lane is pushed in, mid is pretty nice, top is pushed in all the way too.
I've had a good bit of back and forth so far this game. Let's see if Tidebound can close that gap. This time it's a bit of a bigger one. Gaimin Gladiators getting a good lead after that. Full Aghanim's now done on Melody.
It's quite annoying. Like, even just like some of the smaller spells from Gaimin are very pesky to deal with. Wave of Terror, minus armor, you've got the auras from Venge, you've got the Ags on the Prophet. Even just the Shard on Prophet, like slowing people down in the back.
Dire are scanning.
Now, Watson being cautious, just trying to make sure that this area is safe for him to farm. And at the moment it is. Tidebound, they're all up top. That's the 5 of them, so you got to imagine they're going to look for a play soon. And they've got their eyes towards mid. Full AC now, nothing to say. Gaimin closing in on the bottom lane. Watson's been able to push all the way up to the tier 2, so getting very close to being able to start to threaten some of these. And indeed, this tier 2 bottom will fall. Tidebound not able to do anything about it. They're still around the mid lane. They just didn't find anyone at the end of the day there. Trying to bait potentially a bit with Shiro. See if they can catch Quinn to the side. They've got the X-Mod, but Quinn's got BKB if he feels threatened. They'll catch him in the torrent, but there's the RP. Ace able to swap Quinn out. The RP onto the three of them. No immediate follow-up, though. And now Tidebound can turn their attention over towards Ace. Take him down the once at least. See if they can deal with the second one. Intofu's watching from the side. He's not going to be able to bail Ace out of this. So Ace down the twice. Now they're turning towards Watson, but Watson's in with the BKB. Malady comes in to the side of the Sprout, but Watson's falling pretty low. Tofu jumps in, skew on towards Shiro. The BKB is now wearing off. Nothing to say, so low. He's got to get out of here. Malady has been caught by Shiro. He's going to go straight for the TP out. If they got anything to stop it, they do. The glimpse is there. Malady goes down. A bit of an awkward one, as you say, for Gaming, because they get these opportunities. You know, Tofu finds a 3-man RP. I mean, if anything, was Light Striker rare? Did Quinn need to be swapped away?
Probably
Maybe
not.
Quinn has stuck around to follow up on that? Because I think as it was, right, Ace, Quinn got swapped back up to the high ground, so he could not get back in.
Yeah, basically they both saved Quinn, but then it kind of just ruins the 3-man RP. I mean, I guess also, I think Watson's idea is to want to kill the supports, but he didn't really get to do that either in the fight.
So we'll see this again. You know, Tofu gets a great setup. Okay, he was doomed. He was doomed on Quinn, so wouldn't have been able to do anything. So the swap was absolutely necessary. So if anything, it's Bark there making the move. Getting that Doom off onto Quinn meant there was no chance. No chance of a follow-up to that RP.
Yeah, and the supports must kind of be toying around with Watson, because if he's around for the RP, like either he needs to be there for the RP to counterplay, or he needs to be killing a sub. But he didn't get to do either, so I'm just going to assume also that Tidebound supports just had really nice positioning to not get caught by the Shadow-Bladed CK in the fight.
Because it's not often in a close game you get caught by a 3-man RP and nothing bad happens.
Yeah.
You know, Tidebound, they handled that very well. Yeah. Now, another Roshan, another Aegis, this time on Nothing to Say, off the back of being hold themselves as well as they did in that last fight. Close game continues. It's a good one.
Absolutely.
15-12. Only 1K goal difference here, 30 minutes in. Could be either team's game.
Well, the Bloodthorn on Watson will absolutely help a lot. Unless Shiro is around, like that person should just be killed nearly immediately. Maybe not the Kunkka with the Aegis, but I think any of the other three.
On the setup, they're going to try for him. Did get the blade mail off, but doesn't matter. They can take it down through it. That's the Aegis gone. Nice quick move there from the two of them, and they're out. Bloodthorn
very nice.
Now done on Watson.
You force them all to bottom. You don't use that many heroes. Like in the meantime, both Ace and Tofu still got to receive both the mid and top lane. Very nicely done. I mean, they might just wait for the Silver Edge, the insta-kill.
I think so.
That we talked about before.
Yeah. Get that silence. It's a dead or bad. Does at least, of course, have the man. He has a Dispel, so as long as he doesn't get chain stunned, we'll be able to man to the silence off. But of course, if he gets broken and completely controlled by the stuns during the silence, then he's got no counterplay on his own.
So the Tidebound are looking. They know that someone is somewhere in the area.
Now he's playing close to the tower. Hard one to go for. Tidebound. They'll get another objective. Tormentor's up. Shard to come in here for Planet.
Not bad. We take those. Another save.
And obviously, if Planet can get his Aghanims, it is going to be a very fun game for the Rubik to play. So much good stuff to just throw into the mix.
Yeah, he's already kind of enjoying this game. He's got the lens, got the Link, Force.
He's having a great time on the Rubik. I think if anything, we could expect to see more and more Planet Rubik.
Yeah.
Especially if they win this game right. We saw him yesterday getting to have some fun. Today, having potentially more fun. He's going to want to keep playing this era.
They found Watson. They have Scotty.
He's going to have to BKB TP. They haven't got anything to stop it. So Watson will get out. Might be a chance to push for a tier 2, though, for sure, now that the CK's BKB is on cooldown.
Absolutely. Let's see how Gaimin deal with this, because you don't really want to take a straight-up fight. Your strongest hero has no BKB available. So they're already on the sides.
Definitely looking to indeed wait for that timing. as they continue to remain split up, just work on their next set of items. Quinn's going to be looking towards the Satanic after the Mjolnir. Ace still trying to get the S and Y done. And Malady at the moment just queuing up his own BKB. So he's got a level of protection. So he can afford to TP in more aggressively. Look to try and mess with the team with the Sprouts. Get in good position for the Curse of the Old Growth.
I mean, Tidebound did get the mid tier too, but their map movement in like the last one has not been the most flawless. Because Gaimin got a lot out of these side
They do. It's a lot of time where they're kind of moving as 5 right in Tidebound. So Watson. He's got to be careful poking like that. His BKB is still cooldown for 15 seconds. He's going to get dragged back into the Static Storm. The swap's there from Ace, though. Ace able to bail Watson out, puts the BKB himself, gets the stun set up. There's the RP. Quinn, he's there with the Light Strike Array. That's going to be both of the supports gone on Tidebound. Ace, he'll die the once. He's ready for round 2, gets the Wave of Terror out. Malady in the middle of the fight. Watson gets his hands on Bark. The Laguna Blade flies in from Quinn. They've killed Bark off. Shiro in trouble as he's chased down. Taken out by Watson. Excellent fight there from Gaimin. Ace, perfect swap coming in with this clutch save. And once again, Tofu, you got to watch out for him on the Magnus. He's getting these solid RPs.
That was another great RP, and this time they were just all around and all ready. Even starting the fight without the BKB initially on Watson, like kind of baiting and poking, getting bailed out by Ace to then make time for all the rest to come in.
But that's
really
the thing.
Nice.
I guess if that's coordinated, this is it's a big brain play from Watson.
It's super
He
good.
knows that swap save's coming in, and he knows that they know he doesn't have BKB ready to press, so they're going to commit on him like this. So all things said and done, if this was big brain stuff from Watson and Ace, it was beautiful.
Oh, this looked good, and it looks like it was very much on purpose. They were all coming. Like the moment Watson opened with the stun onto Bug, Quinn was already traveling on the, like 3 waves away on the top tier 2.
Yeah.
Very nicely.
It just goes to show, you got to be careful when you're going on these cores that, don't have BKB ready to press. You have to be that sure that this sort of backup save is not around. And Ace, he was there with it.
Yeah, huge deal. Now up 8k gold. Bloodthorn completed on Watson. You've got nearly a full Satanic on Quinn as well. So this Lina Venge combo is really starting to be powerful now.
And it's just so hard for Tidebound to play fights once the BKBs wear off. It's so many stuns, the Gaimin Gladiators can throw out and catch them within. They've got a lot of lockdown. 8k lead now here for Gaimin. Impressive as well, considering this is a game where both Roshans and Aegises did go to Tidebound, but they still sort of lagged behind on farm.
At least right now, with how it stands, it's not that easy for Tidebound to start the fight. Uh-oh.
Banter's already been used. Doesn't want to try for it, though.
Yeah, he's respecting.
Yeah, feels that he probably wouldn't have the damage on his own to sort of take Shiro down during the break of the silence, which is fair enough. Didn't have a clear read on where the rest of Tidebound was behind him. So Watson playing it sensible.
I respect it. It's also just such a high chance that there's a sentry like on this high ground. Maybe they're there. Another full smoke.
So you can get the jump. Pressure on Bark really to get some solid Doom out. I mean, who are you looking to Doom in an ideal situation in these fights?
Honestly, it's not that easy.
Find Malady. He'll get the BKB out, go for the TP, but they've easily got the damage to take him out through it. So Malady will fall. The rest of Gaimin, though, already elsewhere. They'll start to split up, though. Don't want to get caught in a fight, 5 versus 4.
I mean, if you can catch CK, or if you can catch CK before his ult, I think he's a great Doom target. Otherwise, maybe also, I think it just depends on who you can go on that you can keep in place. Because they're gonna get swapped out, and you need to make sure that that Doom target is dying, no matter who you drop it on.
I wonder how persistent they'll be, because Watson is hovering around. I mean, obviously could end up maybe finding himself a solo kill potential. Ooh, is he gonna get eyes on Planet?
Did drop the sentry.
They see him.
Oh, it's time to get the hell out, brother.
Yep, he knows it. BKB TP, he's not messing around, Watson. Knows that they're onto him.
All right, another 90-second window. If Tidebound do want to try to do something.
I probably want to chill and just kind of push waves out so they can set up for the next potential Roche. It's coming up soon. TP comes in. I'm going to go straight on to Malady. Malady. And he's going to lose his life for that D-Ward, very likely. He's actually pretty tanky. Okay, nearly gets out, but will die to that last tick of damage from Planet. Got the ward, though. Did get the D-Ward.
And if that's all they lose during the downtime of Watson's BKB, who cares? It's all good.
I'm watching Planet as well. Obviously, with that kill as well, he's just had a nice influx of gold. He's on 3k gold. Did go back to queuing the Greaves, I think, after sort of the last shakier team fights. But I want it now that you're sitting on 3k gold, you're like, well, maybe I can get that Aghanims.
I mean, you.
What would you like? You know, Greaves. Are you buying that, or are you buying Ags so you can do the cool stuff for the team?
Honestly, I feel like Ags is not that bad. I mean, there aren't like some super crazy upgrades, but you could look to have what Light Strike Array and like maybe CK Stun.
Dude.
Like, just gonna usually like look for stuns all around.
What if you get Ags and then you steal Phantasm and then you're making Phantasms if you're a Abaddon? That'd be pretty badass.
That'd be badass. It's not that good, but it's kind of badass.
You get a free Abaddon illusion to...
You get the axe and then you make everyone dodge the RP when Tofu comes.
Yeah.
That's badass.
That would be badass. Let's see.
Now
Planet, get the Ags, steal Phantasm.
Now we're cooking. I mean, the Grease, it's fine, but is it like that amazing?
Shearer's in. He's in on a Watson. Watson's going to get the off. Ace will come in with the swap to keep Quinn safe for now. Watson's got to start backing away, and his BKB's come to an end. They'll come in with the Nature's Prophet ult, which will root them for a moment.
Good force.
But now Bark's in with the BKB. Won't want to chase up to the high ground. They'll turn back over towards Malady, but Malady, he gets out with the BKB. TP is the X going to be there after it in the river. Shiro's on top of Ace, but the stuns come in. Is there anyone to bail Shiro out? There's not. Shiro's gone. They're able to kill him off in the river. Malady, he's back in, ready to go for round two. They get the RP here. Bark's able to step out. They get the drag back onto the Kunkka. As the Kunkka will fall. And Shiro, he bought back, but not really anything that he's going to be able to turn up to, especially with Kunkka dead. There's not going to be a play to be made here for Tidebound, so that buyback not going to do a whole lot.
Not really, no. They did. The only good thing that happened is that they have a stolen RP off of the fight, but it's very, very costly for Tidebound.
Absolutely.
I mean, Watson is so strong in these fights. Like, if he gets the Phantasm off with these 4,000 HP illusions...
Oh, they're going to use the other big buyback. But I don't know, are they getting into this Roshan time? It's looking far too late. Buck's charging over, but Roshan's already gone. And now they're going to turn towards it. They will use the stolen RP to lock down Watson, but Ace again in with the swap. Gets Watson back out safely to the side. Watson will get the ultimate off, but Watson, he will fall. They need more from this Tidebound. They invested 2 big buybacks, and I don't know if they're getting it because Bark's dead. They'll lose Planet. Planet's going to buy back, but Tidebound are falling apart. Nothing to say. That's a dieback out for 2 minutes. And now Shiro sort of left alone, shoved up to the cliff. He can't get out. They know it's over. GG's called. Gaimin Gladiators close up game 1 as Tidebound, they crumbled very quickly there, Kezu. That was a fast crumble.
No, for sure. Just literally one fight with some, am I going to buy back? Okay, I go buy back. Then another one.
Yeah, sometimes buybacks go wrong.
They really do.
Yeah.
This game kind of...
It was a close game.
Yeah, this game exploded really quick. Because until like minute maybe even 30, 35, quite close. But yeah, Gaimin, I kind of like the resilience. I feel like they knew exactly what the heroes were going to do and what they had to play for. Beautiful swaps all game long.
Yeah, Ace clutched it up towards the end there. So many times. That was just making these team fights, you could feel, you know, for Tidebound, pretty infuriating to play.
Yeah.
These saves were coming in. And then Malady as well, honestly, with the Prophet. And then that kind of fight around the pit, the mid area as well, comes in with that Ags play, roots them back. So Shiro's just, they can't get to him. Shiro's dead, and that was the beginning of the end. Unfortunately for Tidebound, but very fortunately for Gaimin Gladiators. They closed up game 1 here against Tidebound.
Yeah, this was a very exciting game number 1. Very back and forth until that final fight, of course, or maybe even until the second to last fight of that game. We're going to break it all down. I'm here with Jenkins and Fear. This game started out fairly even, Jenkins.
Yeah, it was not a bad game from both sides. We weren't really sure who was going to win. I got to say, Tofu God, I feel like the RPs were phenomenal. There was the one RP that was like a little bit weird where we wondered like, what the hell, where was the damage? He had a 3-man RP, but it was because Quinn got doomed by Bach. So like you said, from both sides, like they were playing the fights exceptionally well. It's great to see a game of Dota like this, where it legitimately boils down to like how they play the team fights. Even in the last team fight where the game ended, it like Tidebound had all of those buybacks because they had an RP on Rubik. So they made like the conscious decision that like we are going to try to win this fight with Rubik RP, but then Watson goes in and he finds the Rubik and then he gets RP and it looks bad, but guess what? Ace is there with the save. Ace played amazing that game, so just back and forth every fight. I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, for the standout players, are definitely the Mag and the Venge on this one. You did end up getting a lot of farm on this Venge because Venge with the Facet is technically a melee hero, and she got empowered, so she was cleaving on her hits, which allowed her to farm all these great items to be able to get these saves. But yeah, the RPs, the skewers, the saves on the Venge are really good. I think they identified very early on in this draft, like, yeah, we're picking an early Lina. The biggest problem this hero has is repositioning, so they picked the Mag to cover it. They picked the Venge later to not only so they couldn't have it potentially on Tidebound, but it also will protect the Lina if Lina ever gets doomed or X'd or whatever the case might be. Even versus Disruptor, it's nice to swap out of like Kinetic, especially if you get to that Ags. So this game was really just a testament of Gaimin's knowledge of the game and what they needed to win. And you saw in all these late game engagements, yeah, sure, CK's the carry, but who's doing the damage in these fights? It's definitely Quinn. He's the Lina. If you keep him alive, he will carry this game, and the numbers kind of like speak for himself. He ended up doing the most damage in the entire game. So
you know, the crazy thing is he did 30k hero damage. You know who did 25k? Malady on Nature's Prophet. Yeah. You were saying, Fear, like when we were watching, you're like, this Nature's Prophet hero, it is so toxic when he just kept TPing in the laning phase.
He owned the early game, yeah.
Yeah, he owned the early game, and going late, I mean, his only damage item is really, it's like Ag's Vessel, I guess, and then Aghanim Shard. He also had the Pyrrhic Cloak, so...
I mean, you just go in and you press your Shard, which does AoE damage to everyone. You Vessel someone, which does 1 billion damage, and they made Vessel yet again like a universal hero item that gives you stats now, so this hero does a lot of damage. But yeah, I mean, he did really good. The whole squad had I think the strat was just really well thought out by them, but on the side, unfortunately for Tidebound, they tried to make it work, but it was a little too difficult. There's just too many, I want to say, toxic things to deal with this game. Like, mainly the swaps. This Venge, you mentioned it before, how it looks really good. And this game kind of exemplified that.
Counter the Doom, big time.
Really good. And then even just outside of countering Doom, just like being able to save someone with that shield, having to go through Venge twice, and it's not like some just illusion that does nothing. It hits hard.
Yeah, it can swap as well, and I think one of our first highlights that we want to relive is one that does highlight Ace on his Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, this was a nice team fight where he swaps in the Abaddon, and this is like one of the things that Abaddon doesn't like dealing with is these really like kitey long fights where you run in, you ult, and you don't really care because on the side of Gaimin, they have Quinn dealing out damage over damage over damage. Like Lina is not really a burst hero anymore. She does do burst, but the longer a fight goes, the more damage she will deal. So basically Gaimin just accepted that they were going to play these long fights. Ace has 2 lives here, and even with like having heroes dead, because they've kited the fight for so long, Malady can TP in, use the Aghanim Shard that we talked about, and then all of a sudden, like Quinn the entire time, he's just churning out damage. That's all he's doing. Like really low HP, but constantly being shielded, constantly being saved, everybody's being kited, and as long as he was alive in the fights, they are going to win the fight.
Yep.
That's pretty much how it was going.
He didn't care. Just continue on hitting. Get saved here and there. Is like that's
and that's Tofu and Ace, right? It's like it's like the mag skewers and 4 staves and then the swaps as well.
Yep. And then we go a little bit later on in the game, and Fear, there's another telling fight.
Yeah, this fight was interesting to me because it looked incredibly good. So this is how the fights you want to start them, and you get this great RP, but like this is the little bit of the desync. It didn't happen too much for gaming, but it happened in this particular fight here. Like, you have to decide whether you want to engage or kite the fights out. And this is one of the rare fights where they decided to RP after the Doom happened. There was no follow-up whatsoever here, and Tidebound was able to take advantage of that one. And yeah, all of a sudden you come back in. Sure, your CK is a little bit late, but they really fixed this fairly quickly right after this fight. They're like, okay, guys. And this is what made Gaimin such a great team, right? When they make a mistake, they will quickly fix it.
Yeah.
After that, there was no RPs when someone was doomed. They strictly went for the swaps only, and then they played the long fight, as Jenkins said, and eventually when they're grouped up, when the RP would come, there was damage.
And to be fair, they did only lose their like support heroes because it is a Venge off lane, so this is in reality just a support. You just get 2 supports for the price of 1 because you have the Aghanim Scepter. So like they were able to get their more important heroes out, which is like the 2 insanely strong cores, and then it's a lot easier to adjust, I think, when you like haven't thrown the game with the fight, that you're learning to make the adjustments.
Yeah, and then the next RP, there is indeed a follow-up, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was the fight. By the way, he had a Dazoon Bloodright on Magnus. This is like one of the most fun heroes to get that on, the thing that increases your AoE. So, good lord, Tofu's RPs were amazing. And it's not an easy game to RP into either. You're playing into Rubik, you're playing into Disruptor Static Storm on the ground, right? So this fight, they do get the RP, very patient, and Quinn was not doomed this time. So he was able to sit and deal so much damage. And in the final fight, we saw, like, even on a Kunkka who has a BKB going, Lina just does way too much damage. Like, this was legitimately just a game of cat and mouse. Like, can they kill the Lina? Can they deal with the Lina in the fight? And for Gaimin, it was like, can they keep their Lina alive in the fight so that he can deal damage and stun heroes in front of him?
Yeah, and it turns out the answer to that one is yes. And the next question is, can Tidebound make this one into a tie? Let's find out after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we're getting ready for game number 2 of our first series of the day here. We have Tidebound and Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin Gladiators took game 1. It was a very back-and-forth game. At the end of the day, though, we end up talking a lot about the heroes that were picked and how they worked out with the right backups and the right saves. So that leaves us with another draft that will be highly important here and a lot for Tidebound to think about.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of noticed at the beginning how Shadow Shaman doesn't have a good win rate. I feel like Doom is going to be in a similar spot where you can't just jam him into a draft. Because we saw in multiple fights there, the Doom just did nothing, right? It was countered by the Venge. And there's more than one hero that can do it. Not only can you counter it by having saves, you can just pick heroes like Lina, for example, that don't really... Of course, nobody likes getting doomed, but they have tools of dealing with it.
They can just continue right-clicking.
You can continue right-clicking, or you can Hurricane Pike, reset. And we even saw those last fights, Bach didn't even know who to doom. So I think this is a good example of, yet again, you're jamming a hero into the draft. It does have some flexibility, but it was counterpicked beautifully. Like, you do have this NP, he doesn't really care. The Venge was great. They picked the Lina, and they just protected Lina by picking Magnus himself. Tofu showing versatility, being able to play all these different heroes to make the draft work. This is how drafting is going to be from now on. I think you have to have the versatility, and you also have to have the counterpick knowledge.
I think so too. I think it goes back to what you said about the patch, which is just that there are so many viable heroes, and in Dota, everything is balanced because everything is overpowered. And the reason that things are balanced is because there exist really strong counters to things. And so on a patch where Venge is not strong, on a patch where like, you know, shields are not strong, then Doom is really good because the way that you get tanky is like Satanic and HP regen and things like that. But you can kind of pick anything on this patch, it feels like. So if you want to be able to counterpick, you have to be willing to be versatile, and the teams that are counterpicking right now are winning. So maybe Doom is fine to have in a draft if it's getting countered, if also you have something that's like really good at countering the enemy team as the trade-off. Like there's got to be some sort of trade-off for having Doom not have a good game.
Well, we have a different trade-off for this game number 2, as this time around Tidebound is overall first pick. We saw Gaimin Gladiators' previous game go for Nature's Prophet with that, and that meant Tidebound had overall last pick, where they went for an Abaddon. That also didn't end up playing out as well as they wanted it to. So let's see how they deal with this changed pick order. We have Gaimin Gladiators on the Radiant side this time around as well. So we got the overall full swap of sides and pick order. And the Nature's Prophet is already out. So they already addressed that as they don't want to pick it up themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first 3 bans just kind of explain the patch really well. It's like Undying, DP, Nature's Prophet. That's what comes to my head of like the toxic heroes of
Yeah, they're annoying. I think generally banning...
there will not be a single pub of like, you know, 9k plus MMR where there's not one of those heroes in them.
Yeah. Yeah,
outside of that, Bristol's like, he's still good. He was nerfed, but he's still good. Same with Pango, situational. This will leave the Shadow Fiend in the pool though. This has been like this has been kind of like I want to say like the TA of the patch.
Yeah. We also had a Batrider banned out in the previous game, so Shadow Fiend will still be banned. Okay. Batrider and Naga Siren, the other one that's missing.
Bat also feels quite strong because it works as a 4 position with 1 facet, and from mid it works as a core, and a very strong core. The right click Arsonist facet is
it looks
quite
really broken when it works.
Yeah.
But if you're ever behind, it's not so good.
True.
But if you're ever ahead, it's like, it's so stupid. You just like see this like goo just piling up on you, and you're just like instantly dead.
It's oppressive. Like it's really oppressive to play against. And then Gaimin picks Puck, and we don't know where they're putting this because of Tofu being willing to play it in a side lane. So
well, that's the thing, right? It's probably going to follow the bat ideally.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Can they play it on 5 as well? Because the thing about Puck is you get a couple of stickies on you, and then you just phase shift, and that last sticky just won't go on you, and you can refresh the count. So it makes it very good for trading. And if you do get in a sticky spot, no pun intended, you can just Orb away.
And the Orb is so goddamn hard to chase with the curveball facet, actually.
Yeah.
I think that is just like the objectively better facet since the buffs to that.
I've only seen it so far, yeah. No, mid... I guess support. I haven't really seen much support Puck other than the one game, but even mids are going for the curveball at this point.
They got the Disruptor removed this time around.
Makes sense playing Batrider.
Yep.
Disruptor, if
you might want to ban Venge too.
Yeah.
Like that is another one of those heroes where it's just super strong. It's good versus bat.
I think it's definitely worth banning in general. Like I'm absolutely certain that at least one player, like
Oracle,
half of these players should be dealing with Venge in their pubs.
I mean,
on
they're
a daily
thinking
basis.
Oracle or Venge.
Tusk, snowball saves.
I mean, that one's not as good.
You can't snowball the lasso, so
yeah, you can't snowball lasso, but yeah, having this dispel from an Oracle, having the swap from a Venge, and I think the thing about Venge that's really good is the scaling potential.
Yeah, she does so much damage. It's ridiculous. Like you have to kill her, but you don't want to kill her because
they banned Doom.
Because she has 2 lives.
So Tidebound still respecting the Doom, which is interesting because that is telling a little bit that they want something in their next phase that Doom is good against, but Bat in particular, I don't think cares too much about the Doom.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll see. But that still leaves Venge and potentially an Oracle in the pool.
Yep. This is the first time we see Gaimin go into a little bit of bonus time in this game. Also makes me wonder, game 1 we saw obviously the Lina be very strong. Was it mostly strong because of the saves that backed it up, or can you create other scenarios where that Lina? Because this was the period in the game where they did pick up that Lina.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this game you're gonna chill on it because Lina doesn't like playing versus repositioning heroes, and you're already playing versus Bat, right?
Yeah.
So that's already a reposition hero, and we saw in the last game like you're playing versus a Doom and a Bat, and nobody's repositioning you in that particular draft. So Lina will always be good if you can't get on top of her and kill her immediately.
Yeah. This is a great 5 pick against Batrider. You cannot stack Napalm on Naga. She will just press illusions and it's all gone. You can also ult and save from the lasso. If they do end up running a Puck plus Naga as a support duo, I think that's pretty good. I mean, you're lacking a little bit in the damage department, but you've got the one ranged hero, one melee, plenty of team fight, plenty of disable. Like if you can pick a mid that will run around with this, like I don't know, maybe some Leshrac, like something that deals damage, mid or off lane, that's a really nice trio. Queen of Pain wouldn't be bad either.
They're waiting to see, right? Because this Puck is going to be very flexible for a long time, I think. I don't think they want to reveal it right away. Because I think Puck mid is ideally the choice they have if back does go mid.
Well, now I'm thinking like because the Shaker comes out and there's the flex potential to mid against Puck.
Back can be offlane too.
That's true. Yeah.
Not,
it's really not bad.
I mean, that's what Tidebound has to do. Like if you're playing versus a team that's willing to get the best matchups possible, you also have to be willing to do that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really liking a Queen of Pain in this game right now. Like if they for Gaimin, I think if you blink in with the blade mail to like a Batrider, any position, Earthshaker as well, it's so much magic damage to reflect. It owns Batrider. Like Queen of Pain is one of the age-old counters in lane and in game. Earthshaker too, like you'll do extremely well against Earthshaker mid if they put that mid. Okay, Lesh now looks quite strong as well against the Ench, but I know people don't like playing Lesh into mid bat. That one kind of bad.
That one's like two suicide bombers going into each other.
It's a bit suicidal, yeah.
Someone's gonna die.
Someone dies. Yeah.
I don't know who. I think it favors bat though, because like I feel like you have to be really out of position on a bat to die to that. But I don't know. I feel like that's not a matchup where Quinn would ask for. I think he's the type of player that will play things much more safe than like, just give me Lush. I'm just gonna run into bat and we'll see who dies. They'll both probably die actually.
I mean, the one nice thing about a Queen of Pain, and this will be the last thing I say, but I promise until he gets picked, unless it gets picked.
I mean, it could be picked.
Is that like you can pick it and then Watson could potentially play it as well?
Okay. That hero's really annoying. Oh, that's a old lane combo. So this is to deal with Enchantress, right? This hero's very annoying unless you burst her. So if you get Tusk and then you get Dawn throughout the entire game, just Starbreaker plus tag team, Inch will just melt even if she has her.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
What are the chances now for the Puck to be?
This Puck is definitely going to be
mid.
Highly likely a mid.
Okay.
I mean, you can still do carry Dawn, right? But more than likely, this Dawnbreaker is kind of like an answer to just the Echo Slam. You see an Echo, you see a lasso. Boom.
I feel like it's got to be a Tusk Dawn lane. Anytime this combo comes out, you just feel like it's...
Yeah, actually, I've never seen Naga in the off lane, so... Yeah, so Naga 5, Puck mid, Dawn Tusk, they're probably just looking for a carry now. And they pick Leshrac as a response to the Puck. Pretty good response, generally speaking. It's the same concept when you pick Lesh versus Doom. These heroes that just put you in place, like, who cares if you're in a coil if all your abilities are running currently?
We saw... nothing to say absolutely shit on Lornoff mid with the Lesh versus Puck yesterday. Because it's like on old patch, maybe Lesh, like you can dodge the stun and he was all about the stun.
You don't level the stun.
You don't even level the stun now. You just run in with Edict and Lightning, which you can't dodge if you cast it directly on the Puck. Well, you can, but
you got to get lucky.
You pretty much have to get lucky. So all of Lesh's damage, I feel like Puck does not like to play into. Like you basically have to orb or blink away.
Yeah.
When he presses Edict. So
this does give us some interesting information though, because I thought Shaker had potential to go mid, but I think this kind of goes to show that Bat is your offlaner.
Yeah, that's true.
So the flex potential of Bat, unless you want to do Shaker offlane. So you have two choices as Watsons. Like, I'm either playing for Shaker off or Bat off. More than likely, you have to prepare for this Bat offlane.
Yeah, they can flex both, which definitely matters. It means you have to be careful with like what the carry pick is, because some carries do get pretty hard countered by Shaker, you know. A lot of these illusion heroes don't feel so good against Shaker.
Sure.
Even though they would feel good against the Bat Rider. But we saw Planet and Nothing to Say do so much work on their Shaker Lush combo yesterday. I kind of feel like they're just running it back. Like, that felt really good yesterday. And so they're just doing it again, you know. Don't fix what's not broken.
Sure. I mean, once you see Bat as a potential offlaner, your options get insanely limited. Their last pick, though. So they banned the Terrorblade early on. This is a hero that honestly would not do great versus Bat offlane, but he can at least jungle. I mean, Morphling is also a hero I'd be a little worried about.
Weaver is pretty good against Bat offlane as well.
It's good versus Bat offlane, but you're playing versus a lot of disables. So that could be problematic. I mean, you have saves.
I just like generally agree with your take that I feel like a lot of carries hate the offlane Bat.
Yeah, I mean, you have like, you're limited in options. Obviously, heroes that can dispel themselves, like a Baton carry would have been great. Morphling, who also like doesn't mind this damage over time. Sticky him all day.
You get unlimited wand charges.
He's gonna shift down, wand, come back, and it's pretty good in the game.
Well, it is going to be Tidebound picking first. They ban out Anti-Mage.
It's an interesting one.
That makes you think that, well, obviously Anti-Mage would be good against the Leshrac regardless.
It's good in lane against Bat too. You're thinking DOTA?
Yeah, but
they take.
Oh, they pick Morph. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, Anti-Mage is good versus Morph. So
it is.
They kind of like thought that one through.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to get creative, you can do Medusa with the facet where you can't get slowed versus the Bat. Probably playable.
Yeah. But Medusa into Morph is.
Yeah, but it also that also
Drow.
means that your Dawn ulti wouldn't help you at all if you get saved, because that doesn't refresh the mana.
Yeah, it doesn't. But
they go for Drow either way.
I think they're going to play more aggressive in this lineup. I think the Dawn ult is not going to be used very defensively here, because heroes like Drow don't benefit from it too much, because if, you know, she gets lassoed and morphs on her, she's dead.
Yeah.
So Puck's going to go in, coil, Dawn's going to aggressively ult in, and that's probably how this game will play out. But yeah, I mean, this is a hero that you can silence the Bat. He's going to probably get a very early point in silence, so he can disengage. It's good versus Morph later on in the game, so it's a solid. It's not like a gotcha pick, but it's very solid.
I have a feeling that Tofu is probably going to spend a decent amount of time in box lane, because I do feel like as Drow versus a Bat Rider Earthshaker, if that lane gets like out of control in either direction,
could be bad. Yeah,
it's very volatile. Like, Drow getting run down by a Bat can feel really bad for Drow, and it's a Drow last pick. You want this hero to stomp, so the way that you change the odds there is you bring Tofu to the lane, and I think Dawn Tusk should be a good enough lane that you can like set Ace up for a solid start, and then he can be left alone. But then again, if you're leaving Ace alone against a Morphling, I think Shiro's more than happy to free farm there against a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have to deal with the fact that this Morph is unpressurable, in my opinion, and this Drow is. So you have to protect the Drow, make sure the Drow is a good game. And Bat offlane isn't known for coming back very well, so I 100% agree. Like, you're not going to crush this Morph, so might as well crush the Bat Rider and make his game bad.
So we feel Gaimin has a good shot in this game.
They do, yeah,
but teams do, honestly.
But I've definitely seen Shiro 1v5. I think Morphling is his best hero. So he has a free game. It could be an absolute Shiro show, but it could be a Watson show on the other side too. He's set up for success.
Okay, let's find out how Game 2 is going to play itself out with Kezu and ODPixel.
Thank you very much, GVS. Game 2 time here between Gaimin Gladiators and Team Tidebound. And Kezu, what we got?
Honestly, we've got, in my opinion, two really, really cool lineups, because I agree with what they've been saying on the panel. Like, both teams have kind of what they want, and I can see both like really break each other. Like, if Watson on this Drow gets to stand his ground this game with like a Puck, the Dawn ult, Naga Sleep, Tusk, Snowball Save, he will wreck and destroy everyone on the Tidebound side. But they have a lot of ways to get on his backline and destroy you. They've played this yesterday, the Shaker Lesh. You've got the Bad Rider who can get into the backlines as well. So honestly, I think this game will just purely come down to execution.
All right, and we'll see what happens with that, because as we had in Game 1, you know, for the most part, Tidebound's execution was pretty top tier. But the calls in that last team fight and the buybacks made, that That weren't it. That weren't it. Gaimin Gladiators able to wrap that one up very nicely off the back of those mistakes. So yeah, let's see what we get coming through here. It's Fisher. It's, not going to have anything else there. Melody's going to be fine. And in fact, Planet might be in trouble. Bit of a chase down, but nothing to say is turned up. Now Tofu might have pushed a bit too far. Who's going to be the first to fall? It's going to be Tofu going down first. So Tidebound and White get that first blood. And Bark's going to be able to chase Watson down, get a lot of stacks onto him, but won't be able to do much more. Malady is here. And if anything, they can start firing back a little bit.
Ooh, well, Gaimin did get 4 bounty runes.
But they did.
So that's a bit of a problem.
So yeah,
if you're Tidebound.
Overall, it's a trade you take, right? Sure, you gave it the first blood, but you got to kill in return and 4 bounties.
Yeah, bounty runes.
That's a lot.
Bounties are so OP when it comes to the early stage. Like, you can really look to take the harass and like the early battles to Tidebound now, because I mean, it's going to be just way harder for them to send out their like initial, maybe the stick or more region or the first Wraith Band, whatever it is. So yeah, laning stage for Gaimin should be cruising.
Now, it's going to be fun to see what really both the offlaners can do this game, because I feel, you know, obviously Bark on the bat, a hero we're seeing a lot, but not everyone's playing it as a core in the offlane, and Ace with the Dawnbreaker, another offlaner that some teams are just completely ignoring. I mean, what do you sort of make of these two at the moment in the offlane?
I think both heroes are honestly quite strong, and they're both set up for a lot of success. Like, if you're Dawn in this lane, sure, Morph is a bit annoying for you, but Ench is very killable to Tusk Dawn. You can also kind of solo your way through the lane as Dawn if Tusk wants to leave. And bottom as well, Shaker, Bad Rider against Drow, Naga. Wow, if I'm Bad Rider, I'm really happy in this bottom lane.
Now we'll see how much Bark can get out of that. And if he finds opportunities to go aggressive, if the setup's there from Planet, gets any good angles with the Fishers. And Malady trying to hold them back, give some space for Watson. As Watson so far is having a good one though. Getting a good amount of denies in against the lane on the first levels.
Yeah, so your level 1 and 2 should be pretty easy for your Drow down bottom, but once Bad gets like level 3, maybe his own boost of speed can start getting a little difficult.
A lot of damage onto Planet. I won't be able to quite finish him off completely. Yeah, level 3 is soon to be hit, and then we'll see how this lane heats up.
I mean, something else I'm also looking at is just Y up top on the Ench. This used to be like the OG lane at really dealing with an Ench back in the day because of exactly this combo.
See if it's enough damage to take him out. The heal's coming in, and White, he'll be able to walk.
He lives, and this is why small items matter so much. If he had Fairy Fire, Ring of Protection, and Magic Wand on the Ench, if one of those are missing, he's just dying straight up to the tag team Starbreaker combo. So nicely done by Y.
Now, at least off the back of the fight, Tofu able to secure the Lotus, pushing Y away. Bottom, level 3 is online for the 2 cores. We'll now see if Tidebound can indeed find an opportunity to get aggressive with the bat. For now, they're just going to let's try and drag the waves, knowing that there isn't a huge amount that Malady can do about it. Malady's got a fair few stacks upon him.
You have to be careful.
He's going to have Watson coming over to help out, and that will at least stop them from continuing to commit onto Malady. They will be able to grab and clear the wave whilst pressuring in their own one underneath the tower of Gaimin Gladiators. And so, another attempt for Y. This time, it's enough. The combo works out. Tofu gets the kill.
It's really hard to live through this lane if you're an Ench. Like the first time, sure, you have the Fairy Fire, it works. Second time around, not so much.
Malady. Let's make him work onto Bark. And we'll be okay, but still some good sort of pressure here from the Naga Siren, making sure that Watson, you know, continues to go completely untouched down here. 23 and 9. He is having a lovely time, and a lot of it's down to this Naga Siren.
Yeah, he's fully free farming, and not just that, he has treads, a Lotus, and 20 Magic Wand charges.
Yeah, like he's super safe.
This Drow Ranger is not dying anytime soon, not to these two.
Which is big stuff, right? Because as you said, this was a lane where you anticipated there was a chance that it could have gone a whole lot worse, and so far it really hasn't. They've played it very nicely, Gaimin.
Yeah, and even like their top lane is also going quite well, and Morph doesn't pressure Dawn very much. So if you're Tofu, that could absolutely do what both Fear and Jenkins talked about, where Tofu is freed up. He could go bottom, he can go mid, make stuff happen. It's great.
Again,
you know, Bark just sort of opting to just grab the waves behind, see if they can turn towards Malady. But Watson's here, so it's always kind of risky how they step up like this. A Fisher comes out, but it won't stop them from taking him down. This bottom lane, it's just gone horribly wrong, really, at this point for Tidebound. It's like, how do they play it now? Now that they're losing these kills, Watson's getting this much. It seems very hard to sort of enforce the advantage that they wanted to when they draft this Bat Shaker duo.
It's really not easy, as I think Bach is going down.
He is there, Watson. And at this point, it's like, do you even return to this lane?
You might just try to like do some funky stuff, or like maybe farm the hard camp, wait for the lane to push in. But I believe eventually they're gonna have to bring numbers. Like maybe your end Shaker, they go mid, help Lesh, and then maybe you enable Nothing to Say to come to bottom later. Because yeah, at this point, this bottom lane is kind of a no-go zone.
Yeah, it's getting close to that lane just being over. Gaimin Gladiators crushing it down there with Watson and Malady. Quim should be fine. Oh, actually fakes them out with the orb, which works out. He's got Malady by his side. Nothing to say though with the Invis is closing in on them.
Uh-oh. Is he reading it?
Oh, he is. Quinn, not expecting him to be there. We'll get a little bit of a jump away with the Waning Rift, and Tofu is holding back. Nothing to say. The fish is there, though. Quinn, can he jump out in time? He'll jump out, but indeed, why with the micro just having the creep there to finish the job, gets the kill as the Enchantress.
Very nice. I mean, Tofu even tried to bail Quinn out. He handed him a Lotus in the middle of it all, but yeah, why? Doing some very nice stuff.
Quinn, Bark.
That's a level 6 Drow Ranger.
I don't think you come down here anymore, Kezu. This area.
Okay. The tree got ravaged. Like, I mean, good for him.
All part of the plan there for Bark. He's like, I'm doing that again. I'll just get denied by the neutrals. It's fine.
Uh-oh. Tag team is available. Pew, pew, pew.
Them heals, though.
He be healing.
Yep. Why?
Yep.
He's dead, but you know what? They got Tofu in return. See if they can get Ace as well.
The Pinecone again.
The Fisher should
Got a
wear
slow
off
available. See him.
Ace. He's going to be okay.
He should be fine.
He's not going to be okay.
Should be fine.
He's going to be okay.
Oh, no, not again!
You can't come here. It's a danger zone.
Oh, and to cancel TP from Lesh. Oh, he got coiled. Nicely done.
Baiting coil, very good.
Very good.
All part of the plan.
Pulling
this
the
bottom lane.
Uh-oh.
You don't want to be here. You don't want to be there. You don't. Stop it, Tidebound. Stop. Somebody tell him. Don't go down here. This Drow is getting kind of fed.
he is
Watson's 401.
He has Alchemist net worth on Drow Ranger. That's not okay. Quinn, does he get the rune? Nope.
Ain't no way anyone's going down there now. There's no way. Nobody else is going down there. Don't go down here to the Drow unless you bring 6 people.
6 heroes.
6 heroes.
You bring 5% of the creep. This bot tower is falling.
If somebody TP's in.
Nah, they got it.
They got it.
They heard you.
They're not going down. Somebody told them. Don't go down there.
Okay, all right, so if you're Tidebound, you have to recover. But the thing is, your heroes aren't like the best at aggressively recovering, at least Morph. Like, he's going to stay top. So the only one that can really do anything is Nothing to Say. And the rest are just going to have to chill, I guess. Why? He is level 5, so he can get himself some good creeps.
Yeah, it's hard to kill him.
Dire structures are fortified.
Well, that is a tier 1 absolutely gone.
Malady. Seeing what he can find up there. Maybe they want to group up and... I mean, they kind of need the blink on Nothing to Say, right? That's when they can start making these aggressive plays with the Fisher.
Mean, they could look for like something a bit more simple, but then they need like a nice angle with a Fisher while Nothing to Say runs in. I mean, how close is Nothing to Say to the dagger?
It's a while away.
Yeah, so 1,600 gold. They've got to look to play some dotes before that. But let's see.
White, careful, White.
He's very close.
He's down there in the area you don't want to be.
Oh, he will kill the courier of Watson.
All right.
Some nice little gold for everyone. We take those.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant are scanning.
And Watson, I got the tower done.
Yeah, he's very happy. Falcon Blade, Dragonlance. I mean, one of the next moves that Gaimin could be looking at, I think, is around mid, especially with the Dawn ult. And they're looking to do just that.
Straight in they go. They drop the combo and nothing to say. They get the kill, and Watson's here ready to start taking another tower.
Really nice and clean at the moment from Gaimin. Like, even before the move is completed, Watson is already TPing after taking the bot tier 1. Now they take the mid tier 1 with the siege. Very nice. And a shield rune on Mr. Quinn.
Planet. He gets caught. Another one here for Watson to get involved in.
Oh, space for Bach. He's getting to push out the whole bottom lane, at least for now. Which is desperately needed. Looks like he's going to rush a blink to get himself some playability in the game. I like it. He's gotta be careful. He has no TP.
Now, where'd you go next if you're Watson?
Oh, you kill Y.
You kill Y, wherever you go, you know, you get that on the way. Did you sort of stay down here farming and maximize the farm, or are you moving him top to get the tier 1 there as well? Or
I think you stay bot, like you stay bot, you farm, you push out the lane, and then when your team like starts moving top, you just gate top and you take the top tier 1. And then you just keep farming. 4K lead at 11. Oh la la.
It's gonna be a tough one.
And the two heroes that would deal with Drow the most, they're the ones having a bad time.
Yes.
Like, Drow doesn't care about Morphling having a good game, because you counter the living hell out of him.
I was just saying, Buck slowly making that recovery.
Yep.
He's got the blink dagger timing. If he wants, actually, no, he just bought something else. Never mind. Just a few hundred gold off the blink dagger. Once that's there, you've only got to imagine that they'll go straight for some sort of smoke play. Because they'll pretty much have them at a similar time. They're going to have this timing where they have the blink on the bat and the blink on the Lesh. And then they've got to make something happen then.
Yeah. They kind of have to try. But Gaimin have good answers. Like, you have the defensive Dawn ult, you have Snowball Save, you have the Song. I mean, not quite yet, but by the time,
close,
most
right?
likely you will.
Yeah.
So
Very, very good start here from Gaimin.
And I also like what Gaimin are doing with their bodies, like both Tusk and Malady, like the way they're moving, the way the illusions are moving, is so much information. Vlad's also up and running for Ace. Very good for the Drow. And absolutely will help later for the Roshan too.
Quinn on Tofu. Eyes on Y. They don't really want to commit onto the Enchantress. Now back away as soon as nothing to say shows his face. Making sure not to give Tidebound any opportunities to get a pick off back their way. There's the first blink. So these blink timings are going to be what potentially enable Tidebound to get a solid pick off. And they're going to try for it straight away here with the 3 of them smoking top. They don't have nothing to say with them for this smoke, though. So this is actually a smoke without the Lesh. He's keeping the blink, of course, still hidden behind the tier 2 on the courier.
Okay.
A bit awkward now for Tidebound. Planet. It's going to get reeled in.
Nothing to say is here.
He's in with the blink, but Quinn's able to jump out and turns to get the Dream Core down on the 4 of them. They've got the lasso on a Quinn, but he's still able to jump away to the orb that he already got out. Ace comes flying in with the Solar Guardian. They're trying to focus Quinn, but Quinn's fine. Gets away from it all.
Well, I guess that was a good try, but that was a 4v5 with your double blink reveal, which didn't grant you anything.
And look, the next fight, Watson's going to be able to turn up, likely be level 12.
With an Ag.
And having the Aghanims very soon.
Oh, nothing to say with the haste rune.
He'll get Tofu.
Nice.
So he can run down anyone else here. He's certainly going to try. The net will hold him back. It's a kill.
Very much needed kill.
Yep.
They're holding on, it's good. Shiro did get to push out the top lane also.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, when it comes to the next fights, Tidebound need to find, like, Watson has to die. Like, he either has to die or he needs to be forced to run away in every single fight. Because if they don't touch him, they will all die over the course of like 10 seconds.
This is a game where you could get an early rampage on this Drow.
Oh, yeah.
You know, with the sort of setup that Watson's had this game, you got to watch out for him.
Because like if Tidebound in a 5-on-5 go on Dawn first, they will lose the fight. I think if they kill Puck first, similar story. They need to have attention on this Drow. And for Gaimin, it's just about protecting Watson, because he will clear everyone.
I mean, Tidebound, what is the plan now? So that was sort of the blink fight that you tried to attempt. Is it really just sort of back to working on that next item, or should there be a little bit more urgency?
I mean, I guess like Shiro can always just look to, well, play the map and farm, but I think on the rest, whenever they have any opening on the map, they can look for a pickoff. Because you have Batrider with Ench, which is giving you good lanes to look for pickoffs. And that's, I would say that's like your biggest bet. And when it comes to fighting, same story. Watson has to die first.
There he is. Yeah, level 12 Aghanims, 15 minutes in. You don't see that a lot.
Silence.
It's going to be a dead morph.
He's dead.
That, you know, that's one of the points where if you're the morph, you're probably pinging the Drow's items and the timer at the top.
Games.
You know what I mean? That's what the morph would be doing right now. I'm sure Shiro, he's a professional. He's not doing that.
He's doing it
the
to himself.
Temptation to start pinging the Drow's items. And the 16
like,
minutes.
Whoa,
Yep.
yo, guys, this is
like, guys, guess lanes didn't go well.
Let's see. So Tofu looking down bottom, trying to set up Mr. Bach. Look at the blink out. Uh-oh.
Oh, Tofu.
Stuff is happening.
He's
Tofu's dead.
Pretty dead. See if Quinn can do anything in return. Doesn't want to go for it. Doesn't have Watson with them. So they'll let Tofu fall and not able to take anything back for themselves right now.
Okay, so you've got the Shaker Shard, which is obviously a good help. We saw this yesterday also. I mean, they have enough people going in. You just help them out with the Shard to pull through. Because, yeah, they basically have to play around Ench giving them a good map and then hoping that Bat or Nothing to Say get a good initial jump with a Fisher follow-up.
Yeah, they have to burst someone so quick.
Yeah. They're looking for Ace. They know he's around the area because they have a very deep ward around both the gate and the Tormentor. But Ace knows.
He's already away.
Good read from him. This is honestly very good discipline. A lot of players would die because they would run aggressively to meet the wave, but he's just letting it run all the way and bounce all the way to him. Even now, he's very nice discipline.
And now he's got Watson behind him, so he doesn't mind if he gets jumped. He gets jumped, Watson's going to be able to do damage, and here it is. He gets jumped, but the silence comes in onto the three of them. Dream Coil as well. God. It's a perfect bait.
Beautiful.
A perfect bait. You know, we saw sort of, you know, last time it was sort of Watson baiting, you know, as the CK right in that game one, and then Ace comes in with a save and clears up. This time around they do it the other way. Ace baits, and now Watson, he's in position to clear up. So it's really good sort of team play between these two when it comes to just dragging Tidebound into fights that Tidebound really don't want to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the small things matter. Like this ward up top that spotted them, the fact that Ace baited them further into his own lane than on towards the Tidebound side. Just all these small things, they add up. Now they go mid, they get another kill. Just beautiful.
Yeah, just great baits today here from Gaimin. Oh, look at that. We got
we got a little nice music.
Oh, no, that's the Drought one. I thought we were adding that. It's like we're just throwing some classical music in. But yes, Watson having a good time with the taunt.
It makes sense. I mean, his net worth is out of control. It's not real.
What's the name of that song?
Don't ask me.
Oh, come on, you're a classical expert.
You're the music man. Shiro is dead.
It's getting rough. It's getting rough, this one. 16 for 6, 9K lead.
Yeah, I mean, what do you have? So when it comes to high grounding later, you can always look for a lasso 4-staff back with a Fisher follow-up. Or you, because Tidebound at this point, they may need to look for like some bigger plays. Like now when Roche is coming out, you maybe smoke up, send in Nothing to Say with like smoked with a Fisher, try to steal the Aegis, get like 1 or 2 kills.
Because, yeah, like you're saying, this game is not in very good territory.
No.
Absolutely not.
This one, it's a pretty nasty one.
Oh, yeah.
Tidebound getting destroyed by Watson's Drought. That bottom lane just went too rough, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was...
There's losing the lane, and then there's devastation.
Yeah.
And this is like other devastation.
And you know, you give Watson, of all players, that sort of chance to excel, he's just gonna take over the game. Yeah. You know,
Especially
you can't let that happen. Watson's just gonna he doesn't lose these games.
Absolutely
if you give him
not.
that sort of lane.
Especially not when it's the hero that counters both your mid and carry.
And Watson in his element right now.
Absolutely.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It just makes it so easy too. Like Gaimin's heroes, they love to just buff up one guy, right? You're gonna Song to save. You have the Dawn ult with the Vlads as well. You've got the Snowball save.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a free Tormy Torm for them. They've got a Solar Crest on the Naga also. Yeah, this is... Tidebound have entered Trouble City. This is absolutely Trouble City.
Because at this point, right, even Shiro, who was sort of in an okay place with farm, he's starting to fall behind. You know, he's not the same level of kind of nothing to say his net worth. So nowhere close to being able to catch up to the Drought.
I mean, the good thing for Tidebound is that they do at least have like explosive damage when it comes to like the start of the fight. If they find someone with a lasso and nothing to say like gets on top of the guy, he will most likely die out. Shiro, he probably wants to maybe turn into the puck in the fight, maybe get out some clutch silences, maybe even to own Quinn with it. But yeah, they're gonna need some very good spellcasting and team fighting to get back into this one.
Oh, but they'll try and slide away.
Ooh la la.
Dawn coming in. They're going in deep for the kill. They'll get it. And Ace, he's going to be able to drag himself out with a hammer. Got to be so careful. If you get anywhere close to this lineup, they just destroyed it all.
Uh-oh. Oh. They know he's here? Interesting.
Looks like he's going to be fine. Nothing to say. We'll have to chill down here for 50 more seconds, though, before he can get back for any defense. So that's a little awkward. But at the same time, maybe they weren't going to try and hold a tier 2 anyway. I don't know if they would want to. You know, you turn up at this tier 2, you're probably going to die. So he'll enjoy his 50 seconds on his own down bottom.
Let's see if Gaimin will look to poke the high ground on this. Like, I can see them just respect the this Earthshaker Bad Rider combo around the high ground. Quinn down bottom. So that's the coil. Poking and making time for now.
Yeah, Ace is coming over to bring in that extra bit of firepower. Nothing to say, still able to get that blink off though. And that might just save it. Oh, no, Quinn.
Quinn is still on him.
He's still on him.
Yep.
And he's got him solo. Easily done there by Quinn.
And Tofu is already setting up top. He's got his eyes there. Dawn ult is available also.
And he's in. Yep. There's the Dawn ult. And Planet.
He got the wave.
He did. But Slam now on cooldown for 2 minutes. I guess he's dead. And he still was a bit away from the Blink Dagger, so...
Yeah. I like Watson's change-up here. He had the BKB queued up. Instead, he's going for the Lincolns.
Oh, that's good.
The only thing that will stop him is literally a lasso. Like a lasso that pulls you out of position. Quinn going for the same. So was just waiting.
This is bullying.
Oh, he might have to do this earlier because of untouchable. He got it.
He's got it.
He's a tanky lad.
Oh, but now... Hey, who gets the last laugh? It's why. There you go. The bullies don't always win.
They really don't.
Look at that.
Trying to outnumber him? No way.
And now it doesn't have anything to stop the TP.
Let's see. Well, they're still holding the bottom side.
Oh, I get the lasso.
Good silence by Quinn.
Look how much damage is coming out from Watson.
Oh my.
Nothing to say he's dead. They can't get anywhere close to this drought. They got to run. TP out being attempted here. Will get Planet out.
this time.
Why? Yeah, this time he's got nowhere to go. Double kill for Watson. Godlike on the drought.
Very clean performance at this point. Like also the way that they're holding the map currently. Like even when they're going top and killing them there, they're still holding. Like they're just not giving up ground.
Yeah, this is... This is one of those games that if Gaimin Gladiators lose it, the team is going to be looking at Watson and be like, bro, how did you not win us this, you know? Because Watson at this point, this is an unlosable game. Yeah. Look how far ahead he is of anyone. It's 24 minutes in. This Drow insanely farmed. This game is completely in Watson's hands.
Yeah, and they're playing it so well. Like, all together, but also him, his items at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Tidebound, what are they trying to do? You've got the BKB coming out soon on Shiro, which will be a saving grace, and you have this Blink Dagger now on Planet. But yeah, still, they need big things to happen. Why? Going for a bit of warding. But immediately gets pushed back. I mean, if you just see the amount of space that Tidebound have on the map, it's very little. It's literally cut like right outside their base on all 3 lanes.
Planet.
He wants something.
I mean, he's got nothing to say heading over behind him. It's not going to be able to do anything now. Clears out the trees there, Ace. We're going to work on the next tier 2 tower. Top Planet still trying to see if he can get something, but it's not happening.
They are really hungry for some of these kills.
I mean, they had to find something. When it comes to the high ground hold, it's not going to be easy. You know, you sort of jump in, sure you can try for these last attempts, but you say the Lincolns is there, and even if you grab someone, unlikely Buck's going to be able to drag them back up to the high ground before he just dies.
Yeah, it's just really hard too, because now when they both have Lincolns, you need to use your own Force Staff to pop it and then get in the base. And I just don't think that's gonna... You're not gonna make it. Oh! Still dead.
Well, the plus side is only dead for 30 seconds. So
True.
We'll be back for the high ground defense.
That's nice.
Low death timers at the moment, considering how far behind they are and how early on it still is. You know, which is easy to forget when you just see how much Gaimin Gladiators cores have. And supports have, honestly, at this point. Shiro!
Hello, Shiro.
They'll have to put the BKB and run.
That's sad. That is really sad. Manta on cooldown. Need to BKB to get out of the just simple silence. They're closing in on Bog's BKB. So, I mean, they are getting some stuff. But yeah, being down 20k gold, it does mean you have to execute very well with your heroes.
Yeah.
There ain't no room for failure.
Time for another setup. Can't.
Yep.
You know, you show yourself on lane right now. You kind of just can't afford to solo as Tidebound. You just get jumped and blown up by this combo.
It's just too easy for them to play like the map at this point. You've got Naga that can always just clear with mid, and then you just they found Shiro, no BKB.
He's got the setup. He's got Manta ready to press. And Malady is going to be in a hold back to bat. The BKB's pop back, trying to get in, but the Leakers is there. Jumping with the Echo, they're throwing everything on at once. And can they kill this Drow? It's good stun control. He's getting pretty low, but the snowball save will come in. Watson, he's going to be fine. Turns, shoots them down as he cleans up. They can't kill him. And it just sort of begs the question, I don't know how much more of this they're going to want to play, Kezu.
Not much.
It's got to be feeling pretty rough.
Full team wipe. Beyond godlike, triple kill. I believe they try to last... Yeah, they call it. Yeah. There's just no way.
You don't want to play this anymore. Wow. Wow. Gaimin Gladiators. Watson, you know, having a very fun game there. He definitely enjoyed that one on the Drow. And obviously a lot of stuff went down, but that bottom lane, it just fell apart too easily. Bark and Planet, they had a rough one this game, Kezu.
It got out of hand really, really quickly. But this is some prime gaming from what I can see. They're all playing well together, the way they're moving around the map. You
debating.
Know, debating. Ace with some auras as well, making themselves strong. Really nice performance.
Yeah, no, very, very solid stuff from Gaimin in this one. And with that, I mean, getting this series 2-0 against a Tidebound. You know, yesterday, Tidebound, they look fantastic in the wins, right, Kezu? We saw some excellent moves from them. And this time round, I think, you know, Gaimin just sort of looked at what Tidebound were doing, and they just said, well, we can do that too. They played it fast, especially in this game too. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Gaimin Gladiators, they'll take the series today 2-0 against Tidebound.
I bet Watson must have been thinking like he was playing a pub or something. For this looked insane.
I mean, I wish my pubs were that easy. I don't know. That was probably easier than his pubs.
Well, at what degree of devastation would you say that was?
I'm not an expert in devastation degrees. What are my options?
There's the highest degree of devastation.
Is that like a 10?
No, it's just the highest degree of devastation.
Okay, it was that one then.
It's that one? Yeah, I mean, this was something else. I did not expect the offlane bat Earthshaker to do so badly, but it was just like one kill that kind of snowballed into the next. I mean, the early rune fight probably didn't help. I gotta say, like, really solid play from Watson, though, because I feel like he took the lane that went extremely well and he transitioned it into every tower, and he was there for every fight that he needed to be. He was farming, like, he didn't just like take the win and take the lane and just go free farm. Like, he free farmed while also showing up at the last minute to fights that he needed to show up to get some extra kills, and then also get the towers so he could transition it into map control for the rest of his team. So that was amazing gameplay from him.
I mean, of course, yeah, Watson had a great game. Can't take that away from him, but these games feel so oppressive that you play against Dawnbreaker as well. It definitely just feels like no matter what you want to do in the game, if you're behind, it's not going to happen versus Dawnbreaker, because there's always that +1 in every situation. So if you are playing versus Dawn, it's very critical you don't lose your lanes. And unfortunately, I've been seeing this time and time again. People are trying to pick this inch, they're trying to secure the lane, but then there's like some gotcha pick that comes out, these Leshraks, these Dawnbreaker Tusks, and all of a sudden you're not securing the lane. Now what's your purpose as this inch on the map? I don't really know what it is. And we saw when this Leshrac did work, it looked amazing, but this is like the opposite side, where
yeah, it goes
when it doesn't work,
direction.
it looks real bad.
And you have two heroes that are like that, because Ench is like that. I remember, I don't know if you know this, but I played on a top 4 NA team called Fart Studios, actually with you.
Yeah.
And I was trying to learn position 5 for this team, and Aoi was coaching me, and Aoi said, if you want to learn position 5, you should learn Enchantress, because if you are good at 5, she can snowball the game the most in the game, but also goes the most in the other direction. So you're forced to learn how to play a good 5 by playing Enchantress. And once you can play her, you've learned to play 5. I couldn't do it because it legitimately, like...
What's the moral of the story here? Because why couldn't do it this game either? Is why not a good 5?
The moral of the story is that the point is, like, you are supposed to have a good lane, but on this patch, and you transition that into like a really strong early game, but on this patch, I don't think Enchantress does that. So I agree. I don't understand why teams are still picking it. Has the identity of the hero changed that now it's a late gamer? Because it never seems to win lane because of the things we've talked about, which is that...
Not winning the late game either.
It doesn't win the late game, but the counter picks that exist in Dota right now, like they are too strong. Dawnbreaker, we haven't seen it. In, at least yesterday we didn't see it. It's okay, but it comes out. It looks like a god tier pick here because everything is currently viable. So I don't think you can just pick Ench. It's like, okay, lane secured. No, it doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. I believe in the following clip, she also meets an untimely end, as we are just gonna watch Watson do Watson things for a little bit. Jenkins.
Yeah, this was absolute devastation of the highest degree, of course. Just a little bit of a chase situation.
This is supposed to be the strength of the hero, right?
Yeah, this
is supposed to be tanky.
It is
too much damage.
It is, and this is why they picked the combo. It's I don't want to keep saying age-old counter to Enchantress because Dawnbreaker is fairly new, but any hero that can do a like physical right-click without actually right-clicking is always really good against Ench, especially the burst coming from Dawnbreaker and that. With also Tofu giving the Icy Hands buff. This is what I wanted to show. It was not only is the top lane snowballing, but anytime somebody would go to the bot lane, they would just die. And there was actually a TP in afterwards, I believe from the Ench, just died.
He just died back to back.
And then he dies back to back. And it's like the bottom lane was the death zone. And like, we have to show that just because that was the entire early game was somebody goes bot, they die. Somebody goes bot, they die. Somebody goes bot, they die. Okay, well now good luck. You're dealing with like 3 heroes that have way too much net worth because the bot lane is incredibly fed because of Watson's drow.
And the levels were very far behind as well. It was
level 6 to level 3?
At some point, yes. It was painful to watch, for sure. If you're a Tidebound fan, if you're a Gaimin Gladiators fan, you'll be very happy. This was a very good performance from them. Let's take a look at the offlane from Gaimin Gladiators as we're taking a look at the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about these serials, but I want to highlight the tag team and Starbreaker combo. We saw it a little bit in that last clip that we watched, but these two spells together do lots and lots of damage, and then we have a clip coming up here showing how much damage that actually can be applied in the game here. And this is one of the moments where it kind of sealed the deal for me watching this. Like, okay, this is good initiation, it's happening, and then boom, all dead. Like the Tusk actually, sorry, that was the Puck. She didn't actually go for the curveball. She had the facet that brought people closer. So it's literally vacuumed them into the Starbreaker with the Luminosity healing them with the Drow multi-shot. Like the entirety of like that whole sequence of events, it's just the damage was absolutely insane. And I think you're going back and looking at this game, especially for Bach. He's like, he tried this Doom, tried to play more of a carry style. He tried this blind pick Bat Rider, did not work, not even remotely close. And it's like, we saw day one, he was playing more stable. He's playing Pango, he's playing Centaur. Obviously, Pango got banned. You can't pick Centaur every game. So Gaimin did their homework, but I want to see Tidebound come back and try to emulate the drafting style they had from day one. They tried a lot of new stuff here today in day two, and it just didn't work out.
It did not work out, but 2 series in a row now, Gaimin Gladiators got themselves a 2-0 on the board, and that also means they're 2-0 in this Swiss format. That means tomorrow they'll go up against other 2-0 teams and have a chance to punch in their ticket for the playoffs, whereas Tidebound will join the group of teams. There will be 1-1 after today, but of course both of those teams then don't have to play anymore today. They'll be able to relax and watch them work on their craft for tomorrow, and that also means that we're moving on to our next series. So we're going to take a break, but then we're back. It is time for Liquid versus NAVI.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm here with Yoragi from NAVI, and we're going to talk Dota and Wallachia. I mean, firstly, welcome back to Wallachia, Yoragi. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm good. Glad to be here.
Looking back on kind of what you needed to improve on, do you think you've made those improvements and that you're going to be stronger coming into Wallachia?
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest theme for us was team mentality, and our atmosphere and our vibe in the team was a bit off during the qualifiers, so we're working on fixing that and making sure that everyone plays with a clear mind and having fun and doing the rest in the game.
Absolutely. Do you feel like there's maybe a chance that you guys play without, because sometimes teams play better when there's no expectations upon them, or when there's like kind of the weight's been lifted. Do you feel like that could be the case for you guys here?
Yeah, for sure. We've talked about it, and that we're playing the zero pressure method here. So.
Sounds nice. Sounds nice. So is that going to allow you guys a bit more sort of creativity in what you're going to play? Do you kind of get to do what you want now?
Yeah. We're getting onto some new strats. It's fun.
Excellent. Navi Unhinged. I'm looking forward to it. So what about yourself? You know, like what sort of things have you kind of enjoyed most about this year, and what sort of things have you been kind of challenged by?
I enjoyed with how I've been able to play personally. I think I was mostly happy with my performances, and I wish I could help the team more, to develop more, and to come strong into these qualifiers, the final qualifiers of the year, but that didn't happen, so but yeah, I'm trying to not have any regrets about it.
Absolutely. And how do you feel about the game at the moment as well, and like how it's played, the meta? It feels like it's pretty deep at the moment, especially in the carry role. You can play like, you know, the traditional carries, or you can go into something crazy, like, you know, we've seen Dawnbreakers and Omni Knights coming out in the carry role. So how does that affect you?
Yeah, it seems pretty diverse. I'd say there's no DOTA Pro tracker now, so people are actually bringing their own ideas, their own styles, like different teams. So it's quite nice, and it's like meta takes longer to develop. So we see more changes from tournament to tournament. So that's nice.
Absolutely. And how do you think that's going to kind of affect these big tournaments with no Dota 2 Pro tracker, and, you know, everybody's data being hidden? Do you think there's still more to come in terms of like changes to how competitive Dota is sort of formed at the moment?
Maybe, but teams are still screaming at each other, so probably there's not a lot of room to bring something that nobody knows about, but probably we'll see some new ideas.
Yeah. Or maybe, do you think perhaps you guys could be the catalyst for that, where, you know, teams which are taking part in those tournaments are sort of trying their ideas against you, and you kind of get a little insight into what's going to be coming up?
Maybe. I think we have some very creative players, so
yeah,
we'll see.
Excellent stuff. Talking about your players, you know, can you tell me a little bit more about your team? You know, who you really get along with, and what they're like as players?
I mean, it's nice to play with Ari. We played with him before.
Yeah.
Ari's really nice. He's a really smart guy, and I love our course. Like they're just doing the job. They're good at it. So we're just gonna try to enable everyone, and we're gonna have fun.
Excellent stuff. Ari, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck here in Wallachia.
Thank you.
And yesterday, Uragi and his team definitely had a lot of fun playing against Nigma Galaxy, where they were able to 2-1 their opponents, and therefore they are on the winning teams group, and they're going to be playing Team Liquid in this upcoming best of 3. So we're going to start talking about this one here with Jenkins and Fear, and I do want to start talking about Navi here, Fear, because this is a squad that I don't know how to say this nice, because they didn't qualify.
They're from a strong region. That's how you say it nicely.
Oh yeah, they're from a strong.
They're from a really strong region. That is true.
Region.
I like this. Yes.
The strongest region.
By far the strongest.
By far.
Everyone says Western Europe's the strongest, but
that's bullshit.
I would like to disagree.
That's
like
bullshit.
If you look at Eastern Europe, you've got Parivision, you've got Team Spirit, you've got BetBoom, you've got Aurora.
He said Aurora.
You said Aurora. I was waiting for you. I was going to say, don't you dare. Don't you dare use that.
They're on there, and then they're in the qualifiers, right? A lot of those teams didn't go there. Unfortunately for the International and EWC, they fell a little bit short. They lost to Cybergoose both times, other than, of course, Aurora in the TI qualifiers, which I don't know why they're in there. I guess because the other 3 teams I mentioned are so good. So this is a team coming from a very strong region, and you could be like, oh, what? They're the 5th best in the region? Well, it was good enough to beat the best team in the Western European qualifying region yesterday. So it is a strong region, and I think going into this matchup, they're showing that this region is incredibly strong because, yeah, they won on day number 1.
Yeah, they did. I mean, you mentioned those, and then obviously there's the other Navi squad that did qualify, so there's even more competitiveness within the region as well. I think for Navi, they yesterday showed that they have what it takes here, and it was a very close series, and it is a maybe a little bit of a hindered Liquid that they're going up against, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing without Insania. Of course, he's the standout player for Team Liquid because he is indeed standing out of the tournament.
Standing out.
He's in,
that's a new one.
He is in Hawaii having a fantastic time if you go to Instagram.com/Insania69. But, you know, the thing is, like, Toby switching roles, and good for him. You know, he plays these cheesy weird heroes. Probably it makes more sense for him. Liquid's, you know, doing their thing where they're taking a guy that, like, wants to come back into the competitive scene, switching roles, and they're giving him some limelight. That's great. I also think Liquid is just the type of team that, like, they never do well in groups. Like, even when they won both Wallachias, they were just dropping games in groups left, right, and center. It just...
They scrape by.
It's what they do. They scrape by and then they win. And they also, like, as they're going into the grand finals, they also will lose games in the series.
I mean, that's what's important here, though, right? Because you do have a stand-in. It's not for the whole tournament. It's only for a little while.
Yeah.
So...
Well, it depends if they drop out.
Well, they won on day one.
No, yeah, it's okay. Okay,
so if they get a couple wins on the first couple of days, they're pretty safe. The worst case scenario.
Do we know when Insania which day he's back? Like exact
I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure it's out there somewhere on the interwebs. But as Jenkins, a great analyst, I'm sure he knows this.
Yeah, he's gonna figure it
when
out.
Insania is back.
Yeah.
I was on his Instagram, Instagram.com/Insania69420. He will be back today for this game. Actually, Toby's just warming his seat. He's now the fifth coach of Team Liquid.
So you actually don't know?
I don't know when he's going to be back. I haven't talked to him in like a week. He's been in Hawaii.
I mean, I read somewhere on the internet it'll only be like a few days.
Yeah.
So the worst case scenario is if they got 0-3'd, he didn't come back. So getting a win whenever they can is really important. And this is their stand-in. And I wanted to talk a little bit about him because it's been a while since we've seen Toby, and most people know him as an offlaner. So this is his open qualifier results. And the reason I'm showing this is not to be mean or anything, but like he recently switched to position 5 just for these qualifiers. Outside of that, he's played offlane pretty much his entire career here. And for Liquid to kind of like pick a guy up who bombed out of open qualifiers just learning position 5, they must believe that he's good enough through playing pubs to make this happen. And they already beat an established team in Heroic. So it looks like he does have what it takes, but this is a fresh position 5. There's lots to learn.
I will say that we saw the two teams that knocked Toby out of those qualifiers. One was 4 Pirates and the other one was Virtus.pro. Both of those did very well in their respective qualifiers. So those are also no teams to scoff at. So even though he didn't make it, still something to put into perspective there. As we are going to have a best of 3 between two teams where I feel like this is a fairly even playing ground if you take all things into consideration. Is that fair to say, or is there still, Jenkins, a little bit of bias leaning towards Team Liquid on this one?
I think that's pretty fair to say. I mean, if you look at the Navi players, like Uragi played on OG when they were arguably the best team in the world. Ari was one of the best up-and-coming players that we've seen in Dota. You know, young player, super high MMR. Kaori on Quest, you know, he invented the like Phoenix Rush Hex build. Everyone was copying. Like, he was very innovative. Copy Gunners speak extremely highly of playing with Copy on Nouns when Nouns was actually a good team competing internationally. And I think Boom as well. He has his he
was on the original Gaimin Gladiators.
His Flowers. He was on the original Gaimin and
on Secret for some time.
Yeah, he was on Secret for a bit, and I feel like people underrated his swapping to offlane, and then were very surprised by how he was doing. So this hypothetically should be a really good roster, and coached by Milan, also the coach of Nouns when they were at a peak in NA, when NA was actually an okay region.
Excuse you.
Did you fart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Studios.
It's all right.
Top 4 NA.
Well, let's focus our attention on the upcoming draft. Of course, these two teams will also play a best of 3, and they will have drawn their own conclusions of the games that they played yesterday and the games that they've watched other people play as well. I'm curious to see what kind of changes they'll bring to the table. I know that, well, obviously we just had a series, but there's other series going on at the same time. There was a position 4 Axe. I don't actually know if it ended up winning.
Oh, I hope so.
It's still ongoing.
That's
still
good.
Ongoing. Okay.
Well, not anymore, but
not anymore. Probably. I could probably.
It could be like a 70 or 80 minute game. It could be still ongoing.
Still going.
We've been blabbing for not that long.
You'd be surprised.
The Axe position 4-1, guys. So
great! That's good for pubs.
Yeah.
That's really good.
That is great for pubs. Let's see what's coming, though. We already have Team Liquid. They have actually so far only banned out supports. So that's interesting. Shadow Demon and Shadow Shaman removed. And on the side of Navi, who have first pick, they removed the Nature's Prophet as well as the Bristleback.
That's what's so cool about these games. It's like you're going to see completely different bands.
Yeah.
Just depending on the teams playing. Because Shadow Demon just completely absent in the last series. And I think until teams really prove that this hero is like worth picking right away. And I think the position 5 role is in a weird spot right now.
It definitely is.
I don't think anyone knows exactly what's good right now as POS 5. And position 4 has always been, I mean, position 4 has always been that flex role, so I don't even want to say anything about that. Like, that's where you always put, like, your Axe if you don't want it, because 33 did want the Brewmaster. This is where you put, like, your Magnus because someone picks in a Baden core, stuff like that. So 4, pretty usual spot, but 5, not for a long time at least, has it been a flex role.
Yeah, 5s have had to learn more than 3 heroes now, and they're like, what the hell? How do I play Warlock? This is weird.
I mean, yeah, last patch spoiled them. It's like, Jakiro, Warlock,
oh,
or
Ringmaster's ban. May as well pick Ancient Apparition.
Yeah. It's definitely a rock, paper, scissors situation, so they're going to figure it out. Might take some time.
And this is, for us 3, the first time we see Templar Assassin.
Banned. Wait, no, why do you mean first?
Just at all.
Oh, at all.
But it is.
Oh, it wasn't banned on day 1 either?
Ooh,
No,
Undying.
We haven't seen that guy in a while.
I think if you let this hero through, it's because you have answers. It's one of the most overpowered heroes on the patch for sure. Like,
yeah, I mean, you have offlane answers. People like Batrider, Beastmaster in the offlane. Bat 4, Beast offlane.
1 pick, 23 bans.
That's insane. He won the one game that he got let through.
He did.
We watched that game.
We did watch that game, and that was.
We watched the one and die game actually.
Hey, there's an Axe right there.
Okay, I mean Saber Chad.
Spin doesn't work on the zombies.
Does not, but you do.
Pretty sure.
Oh, but it makes you spin. It just
you don't
spin
kill
does
it.
not kill the zombies. No.
So you can still get like a.
Wait, it does make you spin?
It makes you spin.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
they're
hits
hitting
you.
you.
So you can just like, do you then just not even want to kill?
I think Axe hates playing into Undying.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
I hate this matchup if I'm Axe. I think they just like I feel like Navi anticipated the Axe. Also, Undying's a really good hero. Like Saberlight had an incredible game with Axe yesterday, and I also feel like the stock in it has been just rising in general, especially if you're willing to run it as a 4 or a 5 position. But I think, like, I mean, Undying has a Tombstone save through Blade Mail, like Blade Mail Axe Call. It's if you jump into the fight and commit and he drops a Tombstone and he ults, you don't kill him and you have a million zombies on you. It's really hard for you to get out. You get kited. Like, I personally feel like this is one of the harder matchups for Axe.
So when you say you need a counter to Undying, what exactly are you countering? Are you countering the fact that he's sometimes literally Undying, or are you countering the Tombstone, or what is it?
You definitely get something that kills the Tombstone. I don't think it's like that hard. I think you can just get like a couple of decent ranged heroes, you know, the Maranas of the world, and just have something to click it.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Yes, yeah,
Ursa's good as well. If the game is
ranged
hero, if the game is also good for these heroes, like you just need some ranged heroes.
I mean, like all these gyrocopters and Lenas, these type of heroes, even Drow, are all fine.
Yeah.
But I don't think your priority Shadow Shamans, that's banned, I guess. But
yeah,
there's a lot of heroes that can kind of like hit the Tombstone or disengage. But so Liquid have an idea for sure against Undying. It's always just like the universal question of, do I just not pick a melee hero versus Undying? But you can't play Dota with no melee.
You can't.
Heroes.
No.
So what Axe does give you versus this hero is the ability to potentially lane, because Undying doesn't really deal with battle hunger very well, and if you have a position 4 that can, with a battle hunger, somewhat trade with Undying, it's playable. I mean, you also have high HP regen as an Axe. Axe is also very good at wave cutting as well, which Undying isn't super equipped to deal with later on. So
there's the 4 you asked for.
Yeah, I mean, so like it's like you're gonna have some right click on you with some battle hunger, and it's not gonna be fun for Undying. It's not like you pick some offlaner like a Kunkka that can do absolutely nothing to this Undying. You have a position 3 now that can just pressure you, and who knows? Maybe this Axe can be put in a support position as well.
Yeah,
if they really want to do that.
I guess another question is like, what are the heroes in carry that are good with Undying? It's the ranged heroes, right?
I mean, you can play anything with Undying, but the ranged heroes are better.
Just when I think of Undying, I think like Undying Drow, like Undying
Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and Axe will dumpster any of these heroes in the game. So in terms of one-to-one matchup, yeah, Axe is not super happy playing into Undying in the game,
But then you just put Undying as a position 3, or do you feel like that's
precisely why it's such a damn strong hero.
Yeah, but there's answers there too. So I think this Undying hero is like, he's new, he's fresh on the block, right? And there are counters out there. It's just more of like, have people discovered them? And I think you do need to hide this Undying for as long as possible. I think no matter what, it'll be fine as a 5, but I really think the offlane Undying is very exploitable, and you have to be careful on how and when you draft it.
Coddle. Okay, that's interesting.
How is Coddle played? The most recent Coddle I've seen was Sumail's Coddle in the mid lane.
Coddle Undying offlane's a funny lane.
That sounds funny. Yeah, the double decay, easy. I don't know if you want to run the Axe, or sorry, the Tiny as a carry, but I mean, I agree that like I think mid Coddle is exceptional versus Axe because the like wave cutting that Fear is talking about that Axe can do. Coddle is like one of the most oppressive early game rotators in the game. Like I think he's like the earliest, strongest timing for a mid. If you show up with like Vessel or even just an Urn and at level 6 on Coddle, like Axe can't just sit in the lane and play like he likes to. But given the heroes that Navi has, maybe they don't want to run a Coddle mid, you know, because that would mean like it's a Tiny carry or a Tiny 4 with Undying, which feels a little weird, but I do really like generally the Coddle mid against Axe.
I mean, I think for Navi in general, regardless of where they put the heroes, if you have a Coddle and Undying draft, you're going to need to pick a lot of stuns because these heroes, I mean, Coddle mid has a bit more control than the support Coddle.
Ooh, a Bane.
Okay. Bane and Terrorblade will be the pickups. I mean, Terrorblade's another one of those ranged heroes that is quite good versus Undying's. Tombstone, you can kill it pretty easily. You also have a lot of damage that can go through these type of heroes. And Bane, it's a hero we don't see a ton of, but it trades pretty well versus heroes like Undying, I suppose, if they think that is going to be
owns Coddle. If
very
it's a
good
Coddle
in Coddle lane. I mean, Coddle 4 is just like not a good lane.
It's not.
General.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bane can exploit that even further.
But isn't Tiny considered to be decent against Bane? Because can't you, like, even if, because he can always interrupt your ulti, no?
I mean, not somewhat, yes. Depends on your positioning, but it's pretty good. But at the same time, if you don't burst the Bane right away, he's going to turn with Brain Sap as well. But it's still a pretty good Tiny game either way. You are in a position where if you can blow up both of these supports, that is ideal. I just hope they don't do Tiny carry. I saw that yesterday. Pure played it, and every game I've played it, it just feels over nerfed.
I agree. I totally agree. Okay, so it is Ursa carry, and I'm feeling like I mean I would love a Tiny 4 and then Coddle mid. I feel like Coddle loves playing against Terrorblade and Axe in the side lanes. Like these are the easiest, freest ganks to show up to. And I don't know, playing like Coddle 4 into Bane, it really sounds like you're just asking to get Terrorbladed at some point. Like he's gonna have such a free lane, and then Bane can roam somewhere else. You also don't see the mid matchup for a Tiny, where Coddle like wins anything mid. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they're also like waiting to potentially flex this. The only thing we know for certain is that Ursa carry, and then Liquid's draft.
Yeah. 5 seconds remaining. And Liquid, is there still some flex potential, or are we just going to assume that the lanes are as we see them?
I don't think so. I think they're as we see them. And I mean, they have last pick, so this is very usual for that. Is they have the absolute last, you know.
And we did see Saberite play offlane Terrorblade the other day.
But then we would have to have
some weird shenanigans of like Mickey Axe. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it fixes your problems because like TB is also not great versus Ursa. That's probably why they picked Ursa. It's good versus Axe. It's good versus TB. In the lane, at least. I think later on in the game, TB's a bit more favored versus Ursa. Ursa's a hero that he is good this patch for similar reasons as Sven, but that's why you typically want to be a Hurricane Pike hero. Just if you can kite out the Ursa spells, he will die eventually. He has to burst you pretty early on in the fights. But yeah, more than likely they just need a niche hero for mid.
Yeah.
And Navi. Well, the choice is theirs, really. If they want to do the Coddle mid, I think it's a bit risky to do Coddle mid, just because I don't think that hero scales as well as most mids we see, like these pucks and, you know, sometimes the Leshraks, even Tinies if they get up to a lot of items. Coddle has a really strong early game. His mid game's okay. Starts to power up a little bit in that ultra late game as well, but he can be a little bit quiet when these mantas come online or you buy Euls on the supports.
I like that Team Liquid very unclear about what's happening with Navi.
They're
as well.
confused.
I mean,
Having a Warlock Beast.
They're definitely saving this Undying as they should, right? Because Coddle can lane with Undying if the lane's okay, and Undying can carry Coddle through the lane. All you have to do is just give him mana, and he'll just spam decay on TB, and TB will feel terrible.
Yeah, he hates getting decayed.
Yeah.
He's so low max strength. It's like the lowest in the game.
Yeah, you can get him really low, but you have to be able to finish him at some point, because the lower max HP you are, obviously the more effective regions such as Tangos are. So if you don't burst him, he can heal up real fast.
But now you don't gain the percentage back when the decay wears off, so it's not as bad as it used to be.
Yeah, it's not as bad, but we'll see what happens here. They have to decide Undying off or New off, and this is going to be that pick deciding.
Team Liquid's turn.
Undying off it is.
Is a lion.
But we don't know where the Coddle exactly is going to go. So they did pick Lion, which is pretty... No matter what, I think both these supports are terrible versus Axe. So neither of them are going to have a fun time, I feel like, on this top lane. But I think most likely Lion will be with the Ursa, and they're just going to try and kill the Axe when Ursa's level 4. So yeah, it's going to be a Coddle Undying lane. Now they have to...
Or a tiny Undying with Coddle mid.
They could.
That's a Pango coming out as overall last.
Tiny goes mid. I think you do not do Coddle mid versus Pango. You just give him an absolutely free lane. He has roll. You'll never kill him.
Yeah.
And who's playing what here?
Lion goes the
Ari's playing.
5. Ari will take the Coddle.
So mid Tiny.
Yeah, mid Tiny coming out.
Okay.
This looks really cheesy from Navi.
Yeah, this is interesting.
I mean, and I feel like this draft is going to live or die on this Undying Coddle lane.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because I feel like on one hand, Bane is quite strong against Coddle as a hero in lane. Like, you could own this lane with Bane. But if you can get some decay stacks on TB, he hates that. And with Chakra Magic, you can really spam it out there. You've unlimited decays.
Yeah, it might be good. I think the top lane, Kaori's going to, if he's ever out of position, gets battled hunger, he's going to get solo killed by Boxy. It's going to be a miserable lane for him. So he has to be very careful. Let Ursa get his levels. I think top lane could go very poorly, I think, for Navi. I don't think that's a strong lane at all early on, and it could be very exposed. I don't know what to expect from this Coddle Undying lane. I'm expecting good things, but I don't know if it'll go that way.
Well, maybe we get some more insights from our commentary duo. The Keeper of the Light, Undying lane, Kazu. Shine some light on that one.
Let's see. I think they will do really well down bottom, but I think Fear hit it quite right that the top lane, Axe, I think Saberlight and Boxy, they will destroy the Ursa lane, like, pretty hard.
Yeah, I think it could be a tough one for Navi. But, you know, I'm up for some upsets. Maybe they've got what it takes to take Liquid down. You know, they don't have the full squad. Maybe Navi can do it.
They can do it. They can do it. They can do it. I guess we're about to find out, gentlemen.
Absolutely, yeah, the game getting ready to go here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this game, this draft, I mean, we're getting some new stuff, right? Lion getting picked up for the first time this tournament. Support that nobody really wants to play. What do you think Navi saw here that made them want to try it this time?
I think it might have mostly to do with the TB. Like, first of all, getting some burst to, like, help out your Tiny in, like, his combo, but also, I guess, to just deal, like, with the map a bit. But other than that, I'm honestly not too sure. I feel like there may have been some other picks, but something else I do respect is that you go for comfort, whereas Mr. Ari has to be a little careful.
Oh, he's going to be fine.
He barely stepped back in time. Nicely done.
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, his boys are still smoked, so they're going to go for a late counter smoke.
Fear me.
So if they can get anything done with that. Same time, Liquid gonna have a pretty good read of where Navi are on the map, so unlikely to be walking into them here. Now, let's see how explosive these offlane duos can be.
The battle begins.
Setting up still around here, though. Let's get the blast in onto Saberlight. One stun alone will not be enough to threaten the kill. We'll at least get him pretty low here as he heads to the lane.
I mean, something else I see is that usually we see Kados only being played with recall. I know that the facet was nerfed, but so they're instead just going to play it on the Solar Bind to give, well, the Tiny even more just combo potential with the amp damage. So we'll have to see how that goes, because it's not something you see too often nowadays.
Now, what are we going to expect from this mid matchup? Pango and Tiny between Copy and Nisha.
I would say it's honestly kind of chill for both, but generally speaking, I just overall prefer Pango both in the lane and in the game against Tiny, because Tiny is at least somewhat low armor until you get higher levels of your ult, and Pango is purely physical and he has the minus armor in his lucky shot as well. But I think early levels, not too much. Just some two happy mid laners farming away.
All right, and you're expecting, well, this top lane, we should see Liquid get opportunities to find kills.
Yeah, I think so. Like when you have, generally speaking, like Axe really switches the support matchup, as maybe that's not the case.
The Duke's through the trees, though.
Ain't no way. What?
Okay, they sees it.
Yeah, I would say that is not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Because what Axe does in these matchups is he just pops Battle Hunger on the sub, and then your 4 wails on him. But somehow Kaori doing some very good things.
Yeah, very nice little first blood for him.
Yeah, beautiful.
And bottom lane, okay. Taking quite the heavy hit, but always have stick charges to play with. Also against the decay spam of Boom. And as we can see on the CS so far, no interruptions here for Mickey.
I mean, let's see how much Toby can do in this lane, because Bane is very good against Caudle. You just like try to see him, you want to spot him all the time and chase him, because he needs to try to annoy the Caudle as much as possible, because if he just gets to freely keep giving Chakra Magic to Boom, this lane is going to be very annoying for Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing there just how heavy the blast hit once the HP's been drawn down with the strength sap decays. So Mickey's got to be careful. Just definitely one of those lanes where sort of a stray blast could catch you off guard.
I mean, at least for now, Mickey is pretty much free farming. Like, they just keep tossing in the lane with the Illuminate. Mickey is getting, he has a stick, of course. He has a Bracer coming, tangos. So at least for now, not too much pressure.
So
Kaori
should have this. Yep, they'll get the Battle Hunger in.
That's a big one, because that's a rushed earn by Saberlight.
We'll lose Boxy again in return. So Navi's still making sure that they're getting kills themselves on this top lane.
They're doing very well. I think also especially Ursa is a hero that really benefits. He loves when the supports have like some kill traits going. Any faster boots, phase boots, whatever you get on this hero, very strong.
Corey, as we've seen, though, has to be very, very careful. Earn charges in the play.
Yeah, especially level 2 Battle Hunger plus earn.
Yep.
And of course Boxy with the brambles from the side also.
CS on the bottom lane. Still going pretty good for Mick. Top at the last hits. Boom's getting a lot as well. We'll see top, Uragi. He's going to get dragged into the fight a little bit. We'll be able to dodge the brambles, though, so he's fine. Still going to take a lot of damage, though, of course, from these sort of aggressive moves each and every time.
Yeah, it's still half HP gone. Boxy wants to continue fighting, has the Blood Grenade.
I think he can get in range for the Battle Hunger. Which they will.
Yeah,
and this is going to be a slow, painful death here for Corey. And this is what happens now. This lane, not a fun one for the Lion to turn up to. It's going to get chased out like this pretty much every single time. At the least of caution, Navi, they could just be like, well, at least our Ursa's getting space.
The problem is we'll have to see for how long, because obviously that did fill up their earn charges once more for Saberlight in the top lane. And Ursa, not a hero that does too well when it comes to persisting this type of stuff.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage onto Uragi.
Boxy a bit off the mark with the brambles.
Still, though, he's going to try and turn and fight back with the Shadow Realms at the ready. Another earn charge. Uragi's going to tick down to this, surely. Is it enough to kill him? It's close.
Oh,
it's just enough. Just enough.
Saberlight, he didn't fully believe, though, as he was not quite in range. But still, obviously, great kill for them. Gets himself the chainmail. And another salve. I also like the fact that he skilled Call. This is just super strong lane. Like, Axe, Willow, my lord. I don't want to lane against this one.
Yeah. No, very nice to mess with the Ursa, especially if he's trying to step up and get a CS to take that battle hunger off him. And see Saberlight relatively low, so they will be quick to make the jump on him. And Saberlight, he weren't ready for that.
That's a big kill.
Yeah, that was a bit of a slip-up for them. Didn't expect Sokorori to be sitting in the trees with that angle. And yeah, that's a big kill, so fine.
Yeah, especially with this lane where like you're trying to hurt the Ursa a lot by making him spend gold on regen. Now he gets injected gold and you're gone for like 20 to 30 seconds in the lane. It's a big deal. Let's have a look. Active rune soon. Nisha is level 6 first.
Close lane. Just a little bit of a lead here for Nisha. Corey in position to try and mess with the 6-minute power rune. And it's going to be up top.
Good old arcane rune for Nisha.
Oh, easy courier.
Yeah, that's the face boots gone from Uragi.
Oh, McKay! Oh,
they got him.
That's what I say. You got to be careful of those blasts. That burst damage does add up, especially when you're as low HP as a decayed Terrorblade.
I was about to say that I believe Navi would like a little bit more to happen out of the bot lane, and they instantly clip him. Very nicely done, as Uragi takes a little more pressure again. And they have really bad lane control in top lane now, and I don't know if they have camps to deal with either. They don't, so he just kind of has to ditch the lane, at least until it pushes back in for Uragi here.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Now are in position to make sure this Shrine of Wisdom doesn't go into the enemy's hands, but Toby is ready to try and push him off it. Boom will turn up. Ooh, Ari gets back in time just to stop Toby from being able to grab that. He's going to opt for the TP out. I mean, they'll let him. Means that they can secure the Shrine of Wisdom for themselves.
I like that move, because even just doing it as Bane alone here, you force Boom to go back, have to TP, spend his time, you still get out. So good try. Oh yeah, this is the type of moment where when the enemy 5 is alone in this tower, you cannot let him be here. So Kaori, goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy kill anytime that he's up here on his own.
Little chop for Saberlight coming up.
Oh.
Damn, Nisha, come on, bro.
Come on, let the man dunk.
Yeah, let the brother chop it up.
Nisha.
He's being told right now.
He is.
Well, that's a free tower, so very nice move by Liquid here. Like, you just know that you're whittling out this Ursa out, like, and away from the lane, so don't let the support, like, you know, hold this tower. Very nicely done.
I'll see how the recovery goes. I mean, Uragi, even though he gets bullied out of that lane, he did get good farm. You know, it could definitely have been worse for the Ursa, I think. It's not great.
Yeah, no,
it could have been worse.
His net worth is quite good, honestly. Yeah. I would even say his net worth is better than I would have anticipated. I guess the kills did help with that quite a bit. But yeah, losing your tower this early on, not amazing.
I'll see on the other side of the map, Ari and Boom trying to put the pressure onto the tier 1 as best as they can. Mickey has headed elsewhere. Now, Corey came in, maybe seeing if he could catch anyone behind the tower, but Liquid, they're not keeping anyone around this tier 1. So they'll let this one go. So Navi able to match the pressure bottom.
Yeah, so they do at least get the trade, which is nice. Mingy's copy has been a little quiet, but this is just how Tiny plays. He's got the max toss, trying to work on his Blink Dagger, but of course that will be a little bit further away, maybe like minute 11 with the Soul Ring in between.
I mean, they're coming in with Nisha, and they will find Corey. He's actually able to pick up the 2 bounties, but will die for this. So Nisha continue to find kills with these moves from the top to the bottom.
I mean, Liquid are doing good when it comes to the map. Like, after you take the enemy tier 1 tower, you kind of want to transition it into the enemy jungle. Whereas they just stop Navi from doing that. 400 gold off from the Blink for copy.
Well, they're trying to see if they can maybe burst through Nisha. They got the toss back. But Nisha, into the Hex and Corey, gives them that extra bit of chance to control the stun as well. It's not enough though. Nisha out with the swashbuckle. Boxy's gone in pretty deep. Does have the safety of the Shadow Realm to rely on if necessary. That might not even save it though. The blast is coming in. It was actually able to dodge out to the side. So he's going to continue to run. Copy's going to continue to chase. They want Boxy dead.
They're getting him.
And they will indeed get him at the end of it all. So same time, stun comes into play. They'll be able to grab Toby as well. So both supports taken out there with Na'Vi bringing the numbers in respect to this mid lane after Liquid show their hand.
Oh, nicely done. And this is the 10-minute siege. This is just a mid-tier 1, I believe, for Na'Vi. I don't really see how Liquid want to contest this too much. So Mickey and Saberlight will just enjoy themselves for the time being in the side lanes.
All things said and done, I think that, Na'Vi's going to be pretty happy with this start.
Yeah. Especially, like, the best thing you can do once you have this blink timing is to take the enemy mid-tier 1. You have a very opened up map now.
Impressive stuff so far from Na'Vi against the pressure that Liquid's trying to put on. Na'Vi keeping up, keeping it even.
Let's see if Na'Vi want to go for a straight smoke with the blink, or do they feel like they want to help one of their supports to get 6 first? Because they don't have the Lion Finger nor the Solar Bind yet from Ahri.
Yuragi and Mickey still getting very good space. As we can see, Yuragi close behind that of the farmer Mickey, and once the Battle Fury is online, he could start to take over in terms of the net worth. Here's the smoke play. A lot of stun, a lot of bursts from these three. Can kill pretty much anyone right now.
Looks like Boxy is drawing the perfect lines, so he knows that they were lingering around mid and that they are smoking around. So seems like Liquid should be very well aware.
This is a big kill if they can get it clean here, Na'Vi.
They're not perfectly breaking
They've got eyes, they're in with the opening stun. Is it enough burst to take him down? It's close, they've done it. They've got Mickey. Can they get out though? Copy might have to be left behind here. The call grabs him into the Rolling Thunder. Nisha once more. They follow over towards Ahri. Boom's on the high ground. We'll get the tombstone laid down. Nisha's got the damage to finish Ahri off. He's going to get caught by the stun at the end. The 6 has been hit on Toby, so he's got the Fiend's Grip onto Boom. They turn to the Undying. The call comes in. The dunk's there from Saberlight as he cleans up the double kill. Ryuragi, he's managed to make it over to the fight now. He's got amplified damage rune popped. See what he can go towards. He's looking towards Nisha. It's a little bit of a scary fight, though, for Yuragi. Took a bit of time to come down here and won't actually be able to get anything for himself. At least forces Liquid back from trying to take anything more from Na'Vi.
A good counterplay from Liquid. It kind of looked like they would just get the TB and maybe get out for free, but Rainbow TP's coming through and they get the counters. Because you want to keep your game going. Like when you get this blink reveal, you do not want to be the one to die, and Nisha actually picks up his diffuser blade off of the back of display.
I just didn't quite have the control to have a chance of taking down the Pango, that one.
Yep.
So whilst they did kill Mickey, it did take pretty much the entirety of their first round of spells. It didn't leave them much to immediately fight back to the TPs from Liquid.
Also 1 minute on the finger, but the rest are always at the ready. Solar Bind with the Tiny is a lot of damage. See if they want to go for round 2. So is this going to be a Wisdom Shrine? Is this an aggro rune play? Where are they going? Is it just Nisha on the mid wave, perhaps?
It'll be a nice grab. There's the opening. Into the Hex. Into the stun. Is it enough? It is. Always got just enough in Na'Vi to get these kills.
Definitely a good move. Most mid players will always look at the next active rune, of course. So not only do they get the kill, they get copy the region rune also.
Toby will be able to grab the Wisdom.
Very good. Kaori a little late.
Ooh, is he going to be able to stop the TP out? He's not. Yeah, Toby gets it. Gets away.
Very smooth.
Boxy. It's got eyes on Ahri.
He's Ahri, catches him.
Thinking about using the fear to try and set up for more, but doesn't want to commit with it. Knows that there's backup behind. Both Copy and Boom were ready to go for the fight there.
Let's see Saberlight close to the blink.
I see Uragi, but doesn't want to try and tackle the bear solo right now.
They do have they have a completed Crimson Guard on Boom, so Navi's 5-on-5 is honestly quite strong. It's a lot of tankiness, also not the best tombstone killers, at least for now, unless Mickey really gets to hit in the fight.
Heading over. Now they do have to be a lot more careful with this Blink Dagger Blade Mail online for Saberlight. His calls are going to come in pretty clutch. Does he want to make the jump onto Boom? He does. Gets the setup. They have to follow up. The fear's there. Blast comes in on towards Saberlight though. Boom's perfectly fine and he's ready to turn. Drops down the tombstone. They'll lose Corey on the high ground to the rolling thunder, but Copy's in. Gets the toss back on a Saberlight. Saberlight's dead. We see the buyback coming in from Kaori. They want to keep this fight going, Navi. Mickey, he's used the Sunder. Finger comes in, getting him burst pretty low. The blast as well connecting the toss. Mickey in trouble. Can he escape this? It looks like he'll be able to sneak out of the tree line, but Toby's going to have to give his life with the Fiend's Grit to just sort of hold back Na'Vi as Toby falls. Now, at the least, Mickey gets out of there, but as we're seeing in these fights, Na'Vi just able to bring in that little bit better in these 5-man brawls.
A very good fight for them. Like the Crimson, it's just too hard to burst this Undying.
They didn't get anywhere close to killing Boom.
That was a good buyback from Kaori also, and that could have been even worse. Like, it was maybe hard to spot, but Boxy, he cancelled Copy's Blink like 7 times in a row. Blood Grenade, he kept hitting him, he brambled him, everything to keep Mickey alive, because he would have died for sure.
Yeah, one more sort of spell or right-click, and that was a dead Terrorblade.
Absolutely.
Na'Vi coming in clutch with the fight. So it's good to see as well, you know, Uragi, he's not afraid of trying to run over and help out as well. And even with that said and done, he's not falling behind in net worth. He's keeping up. See again the attempt here from Saberlight. It just doesn't really come close.
It's like the best target you can go on, but I think they need Nisha to be around. He's like the nice follow-up damage. Because yeah, then you jump in as the axe, and you're kind of committed, like into the tomb, into the zombie ult. And we'll see here soon. Like, pay attention to Boxy on the left here. The Blood Grenade onto the Tiny keeps hitting him. Curse Crown, everything. He will not allow him to blink. It's the only reason why Mickey even gets to run away here.
Next time, he might not be as lucky. We'll see. Up on the high ground, then this time it is the next time. They get the jump towards him. They get a good fear though. Boxy comes in clutch there. This time round, Boxy and Nisha able to join things together to shake Na'Vi up and keep everyone alive on Liquid. Or I say everyone Saberlight. Okay, everyone minus Saberlight as Copy finds the chance to jump back in. Still actually in the river. The fight's not over. They turn towards Nisha. He's pretty low on the man. He just has a couple of one charges. He's got Blink up in a second. Should be okay. Boxy is heading in on him this, but the combo's going to be there. So Copy does actually end up rectifying the situation a little bit and gets the double.
Yeah, nice job by Copy there. Still manning up towards the end, because, I mean, the initial go on Mickey looked great. And then you have a beautiful call and roll coming out from Nisha to really save the day. I mean, this type of areas where Pango really shines. I wonder if Navi are going to put their eyes on Roshan soon. You have Ursa, you have Undying.
I think you could,
just Tomb, just start it up.
Into the pit they go.
So Liquid know this is happening with their ward. Do they want to contest?
Who's charging over there first? It doesn't look like they're making a quick move towards the pit, so this Roshan should be Ursa's.
Guess they're too late, yeah. Otherwise you could look, because with Pango roll you don't really commit too hard, but looks like they're a few seconds too late here.
There we go, Aegis on Uragi. They've got eyes on Saberlight. Can they get the jump on him?
They see the ward? Yeah.
We'll see what they want to get done next now with this Aegis.
Yeah, but here I do wonder a little bit in this mid game, and we'll have to see how it goes. But you are, so obviously Navi are playing against Terrorblade, which means this guy will always put the map in a bad state. Maybe you would have liked to have recall at this point, but either way, Solarbind will help you with different things. It just means that you have to deal with the map problem now.
Saberlight eyeing from the sidelines, but not wanting to make a jump into this Aegis Ursa. Copy's going to get the chance to play these fights pretty quickly and freely with the BKB. It's going to be super tough, stopping him from getting in and especially getting on top of this Terrorblade.
It's a quite early BKB too. Like, it's BKB plus Crimson Guard. Like, what really hurts him at this point? Like, I assume Liquid are just going to want to prolong the game for now. You do have the Terrorblade versus not the best D pushers in this game. And you do have Pango, who's quite elusive too.
Navi. Here comes the smoke. See if they get a good power in to play with. It's going to be a haste screen for Copy, not bad. Eyes on Saberlight.
I mean, Navi aren't showing anybody.
They find Mickey.
Yuragi showing bottom now.
They know he's around here with the illusions out. Can they get quite round this tier 2 towards him? They're going to try.
Uh-oh.
They know the likely spot that Mickey's going to be in. They're going to find him. Hot on the target there. They've caught the Terrorblade. Mickey not going to get a chance to do anything there with the amount of control and burst that Na'Vi have.
Good move.
Very nice little smoke move coming in from Na'Vi that they weren't prepared
Rainbow
for.
TP's top.
And they might not be prepared for this either, Liquid. This is quick stuff for Na'Vi. Copy. Okay, Boxy's out. And they'll at least be able to move themselves into position to take the Tormentor, so... Na'Vi getting some solid objectives. Shark coming in for Corey.
That's very nice. And also, while they made that move down bottom, they got a very, very nice deep board. Could help them out later. Especially now, when you take over top, you kind of force Liquid to move back out on the bottom side. Not a Wisdom Shrine steal by Liquid. This time it's Boxy.
A couple of Shrine steals.
Yeah.
So on the XP, probably not doing too badly, considering those. Boxy very close to level 12.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, 6k lead for Na'Vi. Not bad. Aegis in hand also. Nisha quick on the fingers.
It's proving to be a bit more difficult for Liquid to fight. The brawling potential of Na'Vi's lineups looks very, very good last few times.
Yuragi is buying an Axe, which means it's going to be near impossible to burst him from full to zero. When he gets Axe called, he can just ult it up. So unless they get like an Orchid or anything to silence, that play doesn't really exist.
There's the jump, Corey. In with the blink. Making themselves a freebie here. It's going to try for the TP out, Toby. It's not going to work. Bringing in both the middle and the bottom lane now. Well, the pressure continuing to add up against Liquid. And definitely feels, sort of, we had Saberlight hitting a very good Blade Mail blink timing, but they just really haven't been able to do much around that with the way that Na'Vi's able to respond. They get the jump on Saberlight now, but the Blade Mail and the call was there. Yuragi taking some heavy hits here, but now with Copy jumping forward, they get the control on a Saberlight. Nisha has to go for the Rolling Thunder TP out. So he gets close to losing the Aegis, but won't quite. Can survive through that Blade Mail return damage and make sure that they bring down Saberlight again. And now in the mid-copy.
Pulse back.
He's got the setup. Corey's making his way over, but can't quite close the gap. So Mickey is fine this time.
Yeah, I like the way a lot that Na'Vi are playing the map. Also, both the wards that they have aggressively on the both sides, top and bottom, seeing like Liquid maneuver around or like farming those type of camps is great. Like they're seeing these people walk out on the map.
Yeah, Na'Vi's crushing it so far.
Absolutely.
This game's only going to get harder for Liquid. Copy.
They know he's here.
It's a bit of an awkward avalanche. Just they can't quite reach around to go for more.
Let's see if Liquid want to look for a strike back eventually, because the Aegis is now gone, and Na'Vi are playing on top of a Liquid ward in the jungle.
Nisha is going to have to be careful showing down here. Any sort of stun and the damage coming in from the swipes of the Ursa should be enough for the kill. Okay, starting to get some good space top. Continues to stay on the top of the network. They get the toss back onto Boxy. Saberlight does come in with a cool on a copy, but of course has no damage on his own to threaten the Tiny. Because this is going to be the thing as well, I feel, for Saberlight as the Axe in this sort of game. When you look at the 3 cores, it's kind of hard to kill any of those during a core, right?
It's hard, because it means unless both your Pango and TP can follow you nicely, you don't have a good fight, because you're going in and you're going to die. Looks like Liquid just want to make some time, maybe hit this triple item timing The Ags on the Pango, BKB on the Ags, and the Scotty on the TB. I don't know if they can hit all those before the next Roshan. That would be the next biggest timing in the game.
Yeah, Liquid has to look to try and contest that one. Kaori. He's found Mickey. Do they have enough follow-up to make a play? Avalanche comes in. They're looking for a toss back, but they can't quite set it up. So Mickey will survive, and plentiful backup here now for Liquid. Navi going to have to be a bit more careful if they want to try and fight here still. They're bringing in the numbers. Uragi's TPing over as well. So still want to try and make something out of this, but as we saw, you know, Mickey's already left the area.
Yeah, this ward is giving them a lot currently, spotting every single hero. But they're also on top of Navi's ward.
Corey.
Finds
a little bit of an opening, but knows he can't go for more with Toby there ready to stop him. Boxy though. Shadow round. Keep him safe. Has to play for the force TP. Saberlight. Oh! What's he doing here?
I don't know.
Oh.
Dying.
Well, everything else was a bit carefully calculated by Liquid up top, but then suddenly Saberlight finds himself under the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, someone must have been pretty quick. I guess he had just seen them on the ward up top, maybe feeling some security.
Having a tough time now, Saberlight, falling behind. After what was some pretty good early game timings on the Blade Mail Blink. It's not had an easy game since those pickups.
Yeah, I think they got another catch onto Toby.
They do. They got Toby, and Nisha's going to try and help out with the Rolling Thunder. Comes in, looks towards Corey, but a heal comes in there from Boom. Keeps Corey safe. Again, Nisha just has to TP out under the rest of that Rolling Thunder duration. They just can't really get any sort of play going right now, Liquid, and it's costing them. They're slipping further behind.
They're gonna need, they need all 3 cores to be ready. Like, Pango doesn't have enough damage unless TB is ready. TB doesn't want to fight unless the other 2 are ready, and it's kind of the same for Ags. So I think the Scotty with the Ags on Pango could really make a difference.
And look at the supports as well. I mean, Ari, he's having a great time on this Kotl.
Yeah, he's closing in on
rich.
Aghanims.
Yeah, this is a very wealthy Kotl. 4-0-7, flawless game so far from Ari.
Absolutely. That Ag's going to be quite strong too against the TB, which seems to be one of the only saving graces so far for Liquid.
And full Octarine now online for Boom. So NAVI, they're really just going to keep the pressure up. I think they're feeling pretty great right now. They're definitely going to sense this hold that they have on the game.
I mean, Roche is up. Should be NAVI's, I believe.
Of a freebie for them. I mean, last time Liquid didn't really get things into place to try and contest it. And I feel like, surely if you're Liquid, do you not want to try and do something about the Roche? Because you do have like these Blink calls, these Rolling Thunders. Is that not enough? Or do you think Liquid is sort of saying, you know what, we're not ready to get Mickey into the fight, so we're not going to try and look for that fight?
They should feel like that they can fight. I mean, of course, it's not just some random, oh, go smoke Roche and make it happen. Like, it needs to be nice. You see, Boxy is drawing on the map. He wants to go through mid because he understands they're hiding in a triangle. You can't just take that path. You need to go the long way around. Because Liquid are not strong. They just need to go together and find the right way. But yeah, Navi so far have not really done any slip-ups at all. Even now, Copy staying bottom. He can just TP to the mid tier 1 at any point.
Liquid sort of split where to go with this smoke. They were wondering if they wanted to move down towards the bottom, look for the Tiny, but Copy's already out there with the TP. They're just going to head into the Roche Navi, and Liquid, are they going to actually be able to swing back over in time? They're starting to drift back up the river. Mickey has joined them. So they've got the 5 of them here, but Roshan's going down very quickly here to Uragi. Liquid, they're not going to be able to make the jump in time. Uragi's got the Aegis. Now Liquid, do they still want to try and fight this? Nisha comes in with the Rolling Thunder. Saberlight has to put the BKB and run. They'll turn back over towards Uragi here, Nisha, with the Rolling Thunder, but they have to get out now. They've used their BKBs, they've used their Metamorphosis. They don't really have anything to fight with. They have to leave Toby behind here under the tier 1 tower. The rest of them get out of there, but just not able to kind of bring the move together in time there, Liquid. Navi, they get another Roshan, they get another Aegis for the bear.
Meta used 2, first BKB on Saberlight also. Yeah, Navi incredibly happy with this. They're just in a good position, having the right people in front.
Oh, it happens.
Slightly off the mark.
Yeah, a little bit.
Whatever, you're up 10k gold.
A swing and a miss.
Yep. You got the Aegis, you got the banner. Yuragi's got a full MKB completed.
Copy.
Looking for more. No BKB here on Saberlight.
Yeah, I mean, Copy feels unkillable, so he can sort of just wander the map as he wishes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Okay.
top tower has fallen.
Corey should be pretty dead here.
Yep, he died pretty fast.
Gets absolutely destroyed.
The Aghanims.
Maybe seeing if they can close in onto Ari. Didn't know he was around here. Again, it's hard even to enter into the sort of the opportunity to jump and support when these cores are around on Na'Vi. That's the Aghanim's timing. So again, Ari having a very, very good game here on the Cottle. Saberlight's out. It's just all going to come down to that fight for Liquid where they bring Mickey in. And I feel like that the game could fall either way very, very quickly then. It's either going to be like, all right, Liquid's back. You know, Mickey's able to do this with the Terrorblade. Or there's going to be this one team fight where Mickey turns up and they just get wiped and it's like, oh, I guess they lost.
Yeah, Liquid also need to be really careful that, like, when they use their stuff, that Na'Vi don't just get to walk it off. Because, like, roll and meta, there's a big downtime on this meta where Na'Vi could just turn around and go for the high ground. Granted that Navi's high ground isn't the best, one of Ursa's weaknesses, but they're just holding full map control, still a 9k lead. But let's see if they get to use this Aegis.
Anisha able to play it safe here. Has TP ready if he wants to. Try and clear out some of the wave, gets out with the TP. And indeed, maybe that's sort of what Liquid's playing into. The idea that the high ground's going to be the tough point for Na'Vi.
Uh-oh, they're surrounding Mickey here.
There's the jump. Is there any way to sort of bail Mickey out of this one? There is not.
I don't think so.
Now Toby's in trouble as well. Yuragi's able to turn towards him. We'll try for the TP out, but the damage is done by Yuragi. The tips coming out now here from Na'Vi. I think they're feeling pretty good about this one.
I mean, they should. They're up 12k.
Yeah, this is solid stuff from the boys. Especially from Yuragi as well. I think they dealt with that top lane very well. We've seen some lanes, some side lanes crumble today. This one did not. Against
absolutely not. They even got like
the Willow Axe. Just in other situations, you can see what this Willow Axe is completely crushing the lane. Yes, they got the tower, but Yuragi, he didn't feed. He's able to stay relevant and farm. Now he's at the top. Bottom, Boxy tries to get the fear off, but the Yule's dodge is there. He's going to go for the TP out the side. He's not going to make it. Copy knows where he is, gets in, catches him with the toss. Navi's looking good, Kev.
Very good moves. Yeah, absolutely. I like what I'm watching. This is good stuff.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
He's got the 17k lead up and running. If they want to go hit the high ground with some overpowers, maybe some Cardinal Illuminate heal soon, his ult is back up in 5 seconds. I mean, why not? Kind of force Liquid to give you an answer. Banner on the mark also.
Liquid's going to have to do something soon. Can Liquid pull some sort of team fight together? Tower's gone, and then onto the barracks. Liquid, what's the play? Saberlight will get in, or get the call only onto the one of them. They have the Rolling Thunder to follow up, but Boom's so tanky, he doesn't care at all. Still pretty much close to full HP. They do dunk down Yuragi the once.
Okay.
Can they do it a second time? Curry comes in with the side for the stun, Copy's in with the toss. They got the grip onto Copy for now, but Mickey sort of thrown over towards the backlines. Mickey's in an awkward spot. Boom and Yuragi can just turn towards Mickey, take him down. That's Mickey out for 80 seconds. No buyback available. He doesn't have the gold. Saberlight will come in with the call. They've killed Kaori, but Saberlight's going to pay with his life. 3 dead on Liquid. They don't have the buybacks, Kezu.
That might just be it. I don't see how Nisha can hold this on his own. I really am liking this. A lot of the spell usages I'm seeing on Navi.
Yeah, Copy as well this game.
Another kill.
Been phenomenal.
Great tossbacks. Also, Yuragi instantly went on Mickey the moment he moved in. There's just no follow-up damage on this axe call.
Yeah, the fighting from Na'Vi, like this whole game, it's very much felt like Liquid, they just didn't really do anything. They couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
You know, they turned up and tried, Na'Vi shut them down each and every time. And now they're ready to threaten the game.
This Undying seems to be a huge problem in a lot of the games I'm watching. All right, aggressive AVULUS into the Ava toss.
Nisha will roll up, but will not be able to roll away this time. It's NAVI. They can continue to have some fun here. Get some further kills. Liquid, they don't want to tap out yet. We're going to see if they can still try and find that team fight where they're able to set things up and allow Mickey to get in position to do the damage. I mean, it hasn't happened yet. I don't know if it's going to happen.
I mean, who do they attack? It is so hard, especially with Nisha being dead for 50.
Yeah.
Like, how do you... Planning here, I'm not sure how to come up with one. Can, of course, delay, pull some enfeebles and some sleeves around.
Copy.
Bye-bye.
He's going to get the grab on Toby. Toby goes down. And now Boom, with his massive amounts of HP as well, they can't push this Undying off the tower. McKay is going to try, but barely tickling.
He's not even touching
this Undying. I think once the Crimson is popped, the Illusion's doing, of course, nothing at all. Boom's just chilling. Corey jumps in with a burst on Epoxy. Not enough to kill him. Epoxy will lift. The buyback's going to come out here from Toby. He's going to go for the Fiend's grip on a copy. But it's immediately put a stop there by the Hexacore. Sableye comes in with the Blink Call, trying to kill Copy, but the Yules is available. Copy's up in the air. Sableye's BKB comes to an end, and Corey's immediately in with the stun. Sableye's dead. Juragi on a monster kill streak. I think they might have had enough now, Liquid. Can they at least get Juragi? They're trying. The Rolling Thunder bounces, they're connecting, but the damage is not there. Juragi's fine. This game's over. GG is called. NAVI take game one, and it's not even close, Kazu. Liquid, they struggled in this one.
They absolutely did.
Yeah.
From nearly like minute 10 until all the way to the end. Deathless game from Ari on the Kato. Really nice how they play together, their itemization, their moves. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from NAVI. You know, if they can continue to sort of get drafts and play them out in this sort of fashion, they're going to be tough to stop. Liquid looking pretty beat here. This was a rough one, as you said. 10 minutes onwards, completely downhill. And NAVI, it's completely blowing them away. Game one, it's NAVI's.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Kazu. NAVI taking this first game. Their draft already looking solid with the Undying, of course, that they managed to get their hands on. And that made us think Team Liquid surely has a plan against this. And fear they did not.
I mean, they did have a plan. It just didn't work, right?
Yeah, bad plan.
I did like the fact that Ari, he went for the Solarbind facet instead of the recall. Because I feel like they definitely needed that little extra bit of control. And Kaori, he's like, I don't care. I'll die 17 times in lane. Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I'm going to be that stun that we need to kill the Terrorblade. And as Jenkins mentioned before, this is the fight where you're like, yeah, this is my experience of playing Undying versus Axe. You go in, you try to kill him, and here's the Solarbind. Without that, if you had the recall facet, Axe probably just walks out, right? So a lot of cool decision making here on how to build your heroes that really just worked out.
Yeah, they, on Navi, had Mickey's number this entire game. I feel like anytime he was on camera, it was either starting with him dying or he was trying something in a fight and getting whittled down to the point that he has to run away. We questioned the Coddle. I think a lot of people have theory crafted, like, pause for Coddle, Solarbind, especially with Vessel, because you're amping the Solarbind damage, you're amping the Vessel damage, which is, like, percentage-based. Obviously really good against heroes who have like high HP. So it's good to see it work here. I mean, I think what Fear said during the draft makes a lot of sense, that you do kind of need a hero like Undying that's going to carry you through the lane, because I don't think that Coddle is the greatest of laners. But also Ari just played the early game really well. Like, he was like the one snipe on Mickey. I feel like legitimately that set him that set Mickey behind enough that they could continue to keep the tempo, and he never had a game.
Yep. With that all aside, right, I feel like Liquid did not play this game well at all. I feel like I never saw a moment where there's an Axe call with a TB hitting him, with a roll going on at the same time, with a grip happening. I feel like all these fights were just like one by one, they're going in. The TB was dying. It wasn't really in sync, or Nisha wasn't there when the Axe went in. So Navi, they did play great, and that's why this game looked like a stomp. They didn't really make many mistakes at all in this game.
Yeah.
But Liquid, they still did not play. I do not think they played this lineup to its full potential.
Do you think what happened, or partly what happened, is like Saber Chad had this like insane Arcane Blink solo 1v5 carry the game Axe game last night, where like if you have that advantage on Axe, you can kind of blink call anybody and they just die. So he's kind of playing this game still with that momentum. Because I know Saber Chad is a very emotional player. He's playing with the same momentum.
You thought he was still in the other game?
Yeah, and they need to like reel him in. It's like, all right, chill out, Saber God. Okay, wait for your team, then go.
I said him. Do you know what game we're in right now?
Yeah, we're not in that game anymore because this happens to me all the time. You're playing like you're level 30 when you're in the next game because the last one went on for like
and if it's the same hero,
an hour.
It's a mistake.
It's good to see Ari back. Honestly, I feel like for a while in the pro scene, he was like the fresh kid on the block that was, 15K MMR when that was like the highest possible thing. He was the highest rated 4 position in the world. And he was innovating. He was doing really new things. I remember seeing him play like Pudge and Tiny, and he would go Glimmer Cape super early, which doesn't sound that crazy now, but literally nobody was doing it before. Like it did not exist. Like technically he was the first person to say like, hey, I think Glimmer Cape is really broken, and still it's considered to be a broken item.
Yeah, still very good. Let's relive some of the moments from our previous game. We're going to head over to a fairly early on part of the game, Jenkins.
There's a few clips that this could represent from the game because Mickey died in this exact camp a couple of times. This is one where Liquid had a great response, and they actually were all on the same page. Sure, they lost Mickey there right at the start, but they were able to like rotate everybody into the fight. A good grip from Toby. Nisha is zoning the back lines at the same time. That's why this go on the Undying worked, because they actually played the fight together. So it was at this point that I was like, okay, Navi had a really good draft. They had a good early game, but Liquid is Liquid. They're gonna eventually take the game. But no, that's absolutely not what happened. That was just a very well played fight from Liquid. They're still a top caliber team, but Navi also looking like they're top caliber as well.
Yeah, because not even 2 minutes later, they continue their onslaught in another team fight that actually went very well for Navi.
This is where we're gonna go back to the clip that we already watched, where I believe there is a go on the Undying eventually. Or is this just Nisha dying? No, it's just Nisha. Oh, okay, well, Nisha goes down. That makes
close enough. Close enough.
Yeah. The tossbacks always look really good. It's like Disruptor with an advantage. Like any sort of repositioning looks really good if you have a team that's actually running around the map and killing people. And with a Coddle especially, you have Chakra Magic on top to constantly have those spells ready to go.
Yep. Then there was one more fight. It's, at this point, we kind of already saw the writing on the wall, Fear.
Sure.
But the fight you wanted to highlight, why this one in particular?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to show you how easy it is to play for Navi at this point. And sure, it was late game, but even at this point, like, you're going in, but look what happens. Like, this Undying, there's a reason why this hero doesn't get through so much. If he has his ultimate on and is ready to go, and you have this Coddle behind you, just sitting there healing you, maybe throwing out the Aghanim Scepter as well, even if you're ready to fight, you don't have so much damage you need to go through. There's also, like, the blast as well that makes you miss hits. There's so many tools that Navi have to their disposal in this particular game that it's just very, very difficult to play. And I think after watching this, you have an idea to play against Undying. You give it away. You don't give it away anymore. This hero just looks way too strong. They did all the right things. They saved it into the very last pick that they possibly could on first pick, hide it, and it just looked unstoppable.
So 100% win rate when picked so far.
Yeah, 2-0.
There was another game that was going on concurrent.
It was going on while we were...
And did it win?
I thought you had the stats for that.
No, I was asking.
It was going on while we were working over. Is the series going on the other stream?
Yeah.
There was actually a second pick Undying, which meant he wasn't even banned in the second phase, which is quite impressive. But yes, Undying still, as far as we're aware, 100% win rate. Is that where you're going back to? You're gonna look at this draft. Well, of course Navi won. They got Undying.
Yeah. I think if you're going to simplify things, yes. Otherwise, you keep experimenting. You tried the Terrorblade. Didn't work out the way you wanted to. You can try a new hero if you want, but this Undying enabled this Coddle in the game, so I think in the next game you just get rid of it or you take it.
Well, let's find out which one of those two options they'll go for. Game 2 coming your way after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Navi versus Liquid. Game number 2 here for PGL Wallachia. Season 5, day 2. We're in the Swiss group stage, and both of these teams won their series yesterday. And so far, it is Navi that is one game up in a series against Team Liquid. And I know what you're thinking. Is this just Team Liquid? Of course they're going to take the next 2 games. That's how it always happens, Jenkins. Happened yesterday as well.
Yeah, that is how it always happens.
So give a good case for why Navi is going to 2-0 this.
You wanted me to give a good case
yes,
for Navi?
Yes, please. It was so easy.
They looked amazing. Like, they genuinely looked really good in that game. That was just extremely high-skilled Dota, and I still stand by the fact that their players all individually have great records. So on paper, this team should be good. It's a very strong region. We saw methodical Dota. It wasn't just like, oh, they won all the lanes or something. No, they were at the right objectives. They were smoking to the camp that Mickey was farming at. They always knew where he was. They were playing the team fights correctly. Even the small things. I remember Owie69,000 saying this is very impactful in my life. He said the good teams that you can see are the teams that know when not to go in. Like, if you smoke and a team says, no, we're not, this is not a good smoke, and they just smoke and nothing happens, that's actually the mark of a good team. And I think we saw that a lot from Navi, where they were like reserved. They would have Tiny blink in, but then people weren't close enough, so he would just Avatos and then walk away. And then you would see 3 people on Liquid TP, and it's like, well, what do we do here? Navi's not going in, like, so they can play the map better. So I think Navi looked very good in that game, but Game 2 will be more competitive. Liquid always sucks Game 1. It'll be more competitive, even if Navi 2-0s.
That's fair enough.
Did I make the case?
It's a good case, I think.
I mean, I think they're going to be tested by Navi for sure, because Navi was pretty flawless. As I mentioned before, I think Liquid is a bit sloppy this game, so there's probably only an upward trajectory there. I think drafting-wise, I mean, their draft was playable. Undying seemed like an issue. Caudle was an issue, but
fixable issue.
Yeah, I think Caudle was an issue because Undying was an issue. Copy played great. Yuragi played great. I mean, Curry, he died a lot, but he played the right hero for the game. So I also like to see that from 5 players that have that resilience of, like, I don't really care if I die 7 times. I'm still going to do my job. I'm not going to get tilted. And he really showed it that game.
Yeah, and I guess Undying keeps cropping back up, as that is so far seemingly the
hero
one
of the
the
patch.
Heroes. Yeah, that is still definitely first phase ban worthy, and one of the few supports that is.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth it. It's just, you see these games of Dota, you play them, you get a feeling that certain things just are not all right. You know, like, you get a feeling that certain heroes are S tier. I mean, some people, like, you have pride and you have like habit, and so you'll die on the hill of, like, I'm gonna pick Doom every game, 20% win rate, I'm gonna pick Doom every game. The stats on Undying look really good, and the feel of the hero looks really good, so I can understand teams letting it through, because the stock and heroes such as Doom that are getting first phased are falling. It doesn't feel good in a lot of the games. It doesn't look good stats-wise, but this is just not the case for Undying. I don't think it's a hero where there's any justification for the stock falling in that, but that's something that has to be tested. So I can understand, like, 1 game letting it through, but not 2. Like, 1 is enough.
Okay. If we're gonna take Undying out of the equation, opening up with an Axe overall, Do we like that? Because we saw it on Tundra earlier today, and they did swap it to position 4, and that worked out. But is it something that we want to see more of? Or could it be any hero that is just flexible? It will be overall first pick going the way of Team Liquid for this one.
So I think you have to be flexible, right? Because in that last game, we did see an early pick Axe. He ended up playing versus a tricore of Ursa, Tiny, and Undying.
Yeah.
Who are you killing when you go and call, right? They're all super tanky and are built to kind of counter your hero. So Navi did a great job of just exploiting that. So I think going into this particular game, the Axe first pick did not work. They needed some more, I want to say, percentage-based damage going into that game if possible. Like whether it's, you know, Underlord, what you might have it, but that's still not great for Ursa. Either way, Liquid, they went all in on trying to get Mickey this hard carry role, but I think this is where the absence of Insania kind of leaves that hole there, because Insania is so good at playing these save supports that maybe if he was playing like his Oracles or potentially Shadow Demons, that these saves would have been there, and then Sunder turnarounds could have happened. And Toby, I don't know what type of position 5 he is currently right now, but I saw him play the Bane. It looked okay, but it's not that type of hero that really won them the lane, nor was it like this defensive support that Insania typically plays.
You know, it's a percentage-based support.
Phoenix.
Venomancer.
Oh, yes.
And he does love it. He
loves his
yesterday,
Venom.
right?
Yeah.
They won a game with that one. I will say also it was hard to judge previous game, at least Toby-wise, because he was playing against an Undying Coddle lane, so wasn't the greatest showing either way, as that lane was going to go a little badly for them. And Undying did get banned out this time by Navi. They do not want to give it away. It will be the Bat Rider that Navi picks up first. Sorry, that Liquid picks up first. And that is a flex pick for Liquid.
Yeah, good hero as a 4 position. Definitely a strong laner right now. As a 4, they can also run it with like a Darkseer. People have been playing Darkseer mostly with the ranged heroes that like to play with it, which is nice. But as a mid, it can be extremely dominating as well, especially when you have a player like Nisha. You always have to look out for the flex potential to mid. If you give him, like, let's say you give Nisha a Bat versus Tiny matchup, then he'll probably take it depending on what the other heroes are in the game. If it's a good core Bat game, like if there's not a lot of dispels, it could look good.
I mean, it's a fine matchup, but I know a lot of Tiny players don't mind the matchup either, just because you have toss.
You can toss the wave with the...
Yeah, you can just like toss and throw the tree and you'll just clear the wave out.
Yeah, that's true.
In the early levels, like, you have 2 ways of making the Bat not die for you too. So it's playable. It's not as bad as some matchups, such as like Shadow Fiend versus Bat, for example, or you're just dead if he flame breaks you once. So I'm sure they picked it in regard. Teams of this caliber are aware of Bat's a flex, right? Yeah. So they want to pick a flex that they also think is acceptable, that can potentially follow it around. So this Tiny, probably fine versus mid Bat. It's not the best matchup. You'd rather have a Quap or a Puck, but guess what? You can potentially still get that later down the road and put this Tiny on a support role.
For sure. We already have Team Liquid also removing preemptively probably a lot of heroes from the pool that would be able to save the target the Bat goes on.
Yeah.
With the Shadow Demon as well as the Oracle and of course the Abaddon.
Yeah, and good in terms of protecting a core Bat, because all of his damage comes from Napalm, and also from position 4 Bat, where these heroes would actually be laning against him, and you wouldn't want the Napalm to be purged either, because it's, you know, what you use for harass in the laning stage. So definitely really solid bans from Liquid.
It is kind of cool that we're currently at a type, also in the tournament, not just in the patch, where so much is viable that Navi could be thinking anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a mixture of so much is viable / the way Captain's mode is right now. It's always kind of like so many bans with so little picks that a lot of it is just theory craft. And this is where the draft starts to reveal a bit more. Of course, most teams will pick another flex hero in this case, or try to hard commit Bat. But there's no point in like hard committing to the Bat Rider right now, because you don't know where he's going. So you're going to pick some heroes that are acceptable versus the Bat Rider, but can also just make your lineup look well-rounded.
Yeah, like the support Naga.
Yeah, and then now that we see the Naga, first thing that comes to my mind is range carries. You know, SF, Draw Ranger, things of that
Was
nature.
Drow in your mind until last series?
It was.
Okay.
It was.
Even versus
it
Bat?
very quickly left my mind after that one. Yeah, that was a 3-position bat though. It'll be the 4-position bat is a little different. Then again, he was playing 4 from the 3 position because he did go for the stoked facet. Anyway, yeah. The thing is, we talked about like SF versus bat in the mid lane and how one flame break and you can die, but I don't think like the 4 to carry bat works like that with a Naga support in lane. I guess it depends on also like what the off lane is if that threatens an SF.
Well, that's the thing about the Naga support versus bat, which looks really good. First, you have a Dispel, which is always nice. Second, Bat, he likes to fly on like terrain where you can't see him. And Naga, she can just reel you wherever she wants. Like, she can just control you. And Bat hates to be controlled. And I think that looked really nice to see. Like, he's trying to go on that high ground, play the positioning, and then you just pull him all the way back down from there. And you can play just about anything to make that happen there. And they will go back for the Axe here. This is a hero that Naga has only been seen in position 5 lately. And Naga just does not like playing versus Axe. This is a hard matchup for her.
And also, you don't want to play any of the ranged heroes into Axe. That's the annoying thing. Like, is there any...
You can. It's just like... There's always that... If you're out of position, right? You just die instantly. That's... I mean, we said the last game you might play something ranged against Axe, but went for the Ursa. You can still play these Ursas, in my opinion, with Naga. It's still playable.
He got owned in lane on Ursa, though. I mean, the poke is rough.
Yeah, we'll see. And they're just going to pick NP. This is a hero, actually, that allows them to be a bit more creative if they want with their safe lane. Because you're always going to have that, or sorry, in the off lane, because you can now start diving really hard with Axe, Nature's Prophet, TPing in. The one thing you have to be careful, and this is from my experience as well, when you have an NP5, this guy will oftentimes just grief your lane because he wants to go gank. So you kind of need to be a self-sufficient safe laner if possible.
Okay, this is cool. I was wondering if Navi thought Coddle was just a good hero and they don't need like an Undying to get it through the lane. And it looks like the answer is yes, they do just think that it's a good hero. I mean, I suppose Pango is kind of similar, like being able to refresh Pango spells. You can just spam the lane and at least like push the wave out. So you're definitely going to get farm there. But Ari just strikes me as like the type of guy that he finds a hero that he thinks is really broken and he spams it over and over and over again. It's what he's always done. Yeah. So it's interesting to see that this is still kind of his MO as a player. Like they just think Coddle is good and they've got great combos with it. Tiny Coddle, you can have multiple avalanches and tosses. Pango Coddle, multiple shield crashes, stacking up the shield is really nice. Multiple swashbuckles, you'll drain full mana. It's insane.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to be a bit more aggressive on Liquid with that pick, because you show this Pango and you already have a Tiny with a Coddle. And with Naga, I was like, are they just going to Huskar here? Something that can just destroy mid no matter what goes mid. You don't have any damage as well. That's not magical right now. So, but they play it safe on Liquid here. They go for the Ember, which is, you know, it's still trying to exploit it a little bit. Your only stun is, I guess you have Ensnare, and then you also have some from the Rolling Thunder, but Tiny's going to be your main source of disable. But that does give Tiny or Pango, whoever ends up going to that mid lane, a decent lane, regardless. But Nisha Ember, we've seen it time and time again. It's quite good.
Yeah. I feel like at the moment we will probably just see a repeat of the mid of previous for Navi. Have Copy get the Tiny again.
Yeah, and Boom can play Pango with the Coddle, but it's a little bit different. You know, it's not an Undying.
Yeah, true.
This hero's exploitable in the lane, not as tanky, but still a similar concept, right? Because you're spamming Shield Crash, which does make you a bit more tanky. We'll see if they have a backup to this Coddle Undying with this Pangolier here.
Yeah, and who they're going up against previous game, it was the Bane Terrorblade that worked out well for Navi.
I feel. Oh, never mind. I thought TA wasn't banned. I was like, this is disrespectful for not banning Mickey's TA.
Oh, they still ban out that Huskar.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny could still be carry technically. So.
Yeah.
I don't like Tiny Carry, but if you get a Huskar last pick, maybe it's worth it.
I think Tiny Carry actually looks okay just because it's against Axe Bat. The same thing you said about mid, you can literally just like nuke and tree toss the wave.
Yeah, I mean, you can also have status resist, which is always nice.
Yeah, Tiny's one of the highest win rate heroes in the game against Axe, I think.
I used to like it, but I just don't find Tiny Carry good, period, right now. But
yeah,
they can prove me wrong if they want.
Yeah, I think if you were to do the Tiny Carry, maybe you pick something that's...
Oh, Mickey NP is back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. This is a classic.
Yeah.
Ever since the changes to like Gleipnir and then the Ironwood Treant being out, a lot of people have shied away from NP carry. I wonder if he's going to go for the saplings or we can get some money bags.
I think he goes for the saplings. The money bags is such a meme.
Some money bags.
Shout outs to Kendrick Lamar, but yeah, basically, I think the idea is Nature's Prophet is able to sustain in lane because of the Q now healing, and you can TP back to base. And if you look at Pango Coddle, what are they going to do to you in lane? They don't kill you. They just slowly harass you down with the double nukes, right? So Nature's, I don't think, is very threatened by that. Bane also with Brain Sap, he's not really threatened by that. Like, this is not a kill lane. It's like a slowly nuke you down lane, and both of these heroes don't really care. That might free up Toby on Bane to like rotate through the portal and try to kill whoever the carry is with the bat and the axe, and that's a very aggressive lane.
Yeah, I believe yesterday in the series Liquid played, they had the Nature's Prophet every single game. One of them on Toby and two of them on Mickey, but Mickey was the split. Mickey was 1 loss, 1 win.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll
if I'm looking at heroes that they could pick that are ranged, I mean, Medusa and Gyrocopter come to mind versus Axe that aren't bad. Like, you don't want to be a hero that obviously kills yourself, right, to a Blade Mail. And Medusa and Gyro don't really do that because of split damage.
Well, here we go. It is a Medusa.
Yeah.
Still. Yeah.
I mean,
but Fear, if you don't get strength treads, you can get dunked from full HP. Surely Axe is the counter.
Yeah, that's happened to me once. Like,
it's
because I didn't have my treads yet. They died on Courier.
They died on Courier. Yeah, that'll get you.
If you don't have strength treads on at level 6, he will dunk and kill you.
I think,
or you have to buy a fluffy hat.
It has happened once.
It's happened.
In Pro Dota, right?
Collapse did it, and then it happened to Collapse as well when he was Medusa offlane.
Satisfying.
Yeah.
At that point.
No, it does happen. I really doubt it's going to happen to Uragi because I feel like Medusa and Axe
it
are
happens once to you in a pub and never again.
Yeah. Medusa and Axe are both so popular right now in pubs that I feel like you see this interaction, you're like, I'm not going to be that guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be aware of it.
Medusa's super good versus Axe just because you're ranged here on the lane. You have to sit in the lane as an Axe, right? So the snake hurts you. And then your base damage is reduced to like 80%, right? Because you have split shot on. And having that on, it's going to make it so you're not killing yourself because you're doing less damage. So this is very good versus Axe. And of course, when he initiates Stone Gaze, can also get him out of trouble. You have Coddle on your team too to give you extra mana. The only downside is Toby Bane. That can burn your mana if you're out of position.
Yeah.
So they do have some tools.
So who are we favoring in this one? Because I'm hearing good things for both.
If it goes late game, I like Navi, but Liquid Aggression could win this.
I like Liquid's draft a lot better this time. I think a lot is going to ride on Toby going through the portal and see what he can do with Saberlight on Axe. And Saberlight, if you can hear me, man, wait for your team this time, okay? You are the Giga Chad, but you got to get an advantage. You got to be snowballing before you're doing that. All right, you have teammates, but play around them.
Do you have to though?
Yes, you do.
Are you really?
The problem is
Giga Chad, then?
Axe is this big manly hero. He thinks he's got to be a big man. It's all right to play with your friends. That's all right.
That doesn't make you a Giga Chad, though.
For him, it does.
For him, it does. It's Saberlight, after all. Let's find out how game number 2 will play itself out. Navi and Liquid with Odie Pixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much, CBS. Game 2 time here between Liquid and Navi. And yeah, let's see if Liquid can kind of swing this back, gets to a game 3. I don't know, though, because Coddle Medusa, Kezu, that's a scary duo.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yep, last pick Medusa also. It's not a hero that is like has or can be forgotten, rather. But the one thing that Liquid have for themselves is the good old Mickey Nature's Prophet. This guy on this hero has won so many games with just early aggression, doing good in lanes, and making stuff happen. I just hope that Liquid bring...
Oh.
Uh-oh.
They're going to get first blood by the looks of it here. Ari Will
Easy
get
first
caught. Give it to Nisha. Oh,
Mickey,
come on.
man. Anisha's smiling.
I mean,
don't worry, Mickey's like, I got this, bro. Remember all the other 88, 900 games we've played together?
but if that cost them the game, then
yeah, actually, call it.
Yeah, call it. Top GG Nisha, you know, that's it. He stole your first blood.
But yeah, good start for Liquid. But I hope that the mid game this time around, and I mean, already naturally with the heroes they have, with the Ember natures, I want to see more from them. Last game, I feel like they were a little too dead for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, we did have
Damn,
two of the runes picked up, 2 denied, and 1 picked up.
So somehow that doesn't make sense because that's 5 runes and we only have 4.
No, I mean, it's the thing, right, where you can deny and get picked up at the same time, which still counts as them picking it up. So, indeed, only was able to successfully technically deny 1 of them from the game, even though it does say 2.
I mean, let's see again. Bottom lane, yeah, I mean, Medusa doesn't care too much about Axe, but Axe just certainly doesn't care about Naga, so I think Saberlight should also have a pretty free time down bottom. Mid lane is honestly quite good for Ember. I mean, they're both going to farm, but Nisha's going to chill there. You're low armor on Tiny. Tiny can't really break your flame guard. You're chilling.
Yeah, and we've got to see that for Nisha, right? Because after that game 1, you know, he definitely wasn't able to do nearly as much on his Pango. As much as he tried, did get some good rolling thunders, as Copy did on the Tiny, right? Copy having great impact in that game 1 with the Tiny plays.
And they're running back to Caudle also on Ahri.
Yep.
Believe it's the, it's once again with the Solar Bind, so just going to look.
Oh,
Kaori.
He's going to be fine. Only just, though.
Lots of burn. I mean, Boxy, of course, very aggressive position 4 player. Level 1 Firefly, just going to go pull some waves.
Corey's going to be kept very low there with the Battle Hunger coming out from Saberlight. And they'll be able to protect their pool quite nicely here, so Saberlight taking away a fair bit. Corey has just hit the level 2, so he's got enough to root Boxy. See how much Boxy wants to chase this. Probably not too much. I mean, he's unlikely to get the kill, but he can definitely annoy Corey. Oh,
Water Rune wins another battle.
All right, yeah. Corey, it should be fine. He's
just fine.
Yeah, he's still got the illusions and another net. So I don't know who's wasting whose time here.
I feel like they're wasting each other's time.
It's just both.
Oh damn, Uragi took a lot of pressure in the lane. But yeah, I would say the top lane. So what do we have? You have Bane, Nature's Prophet, very, very strong lane. Both are just going to keep each other. Box with a Courier Snipe.
That's quite a nice little snipe.
I mean, I would say Liquid should get a lot of tempo from their safe lane. Because they're going to win it, and then it's NP who can go around. Saberlights pulled into the tower.
Corey stepped up quite a bit there.
Really wanted that courier.
Yeah. On top lane. So far, very even on the farm. Now that the level 3s are going to be hit soon, we could potentially see some kill potential.
I mean, Liquid's lane is very annoying to lane against.
Bottom.
Saberlight for call.
We're getting on top of Corey, and with the flame break, they'll have it. Take down Corey, and Uragi's going to still chill underneath the tower. Has no mana.
He's got nothing.
And has no regen.
And he's dead.
So he will be dead. He will be very dead.
I will say this is at least one problem when you play 2 heroes that many heroes just don't care about. Like Naga, Medusa, they just kind of tickle you. They don't pressure a lot. And Saberlight with an early Vanguard, he can really go ham in this lane.
Mickey. It's very, very safe in this lane. Unlikely, really, for these two to find the burst to threaten the Nature's Prophet early. So Mickey having a fine time farming. Just the other side of the map, really, where we're seeing that Uragi having a bit of a struggle. As the Medusa, a little bit of a slower start for him this time. So another call come out onto Corey.
I mean, I definitely like to see Liquid be explosive within the bottom lane also. Like, they're already doing it with these 2 heroes, but then later you can free up Toby to go through the gate, or maybe go bot, or even Mickey to, like, TP around and make stuff happen. Because this top lane seems like not much is really going on here. I think Navi already did pretty well damage controlling it.
Toby's got the setup here on tower. He's been body blocks as well. Same time down bottom, Sableye getting in under the tower. He's got his eyes on Kaori.
He's got Vanguard.
And Toby did get the kill against Ari top. Kaori, he'll be fine for now as low as he is going to tick with this battle hunger. Does not have any regen for himself. So has to pretty much stay hidden under here. And, keep out of sight of Sableye.
This is going to be a low net worth Naga Siren. He's feeding mangoes, like he's eating all these tangles himself. 680, not so pretty.
He's going to have to take the wall back to base. Nisha.
Oh, Nisha. Well, look who you're going to run into, my friend.
There we go, Kaori. Works out. You know, he's having to take the wall back to base, picks up a bouncy rune. He's able to swing across and help them take down Nisha.
I mean, looks like a nice little play. I guess when Ari respawned, they coordinated maybe a Ava tossback onto the tower that ultimately got Nisha out of position. Very nicely done.
Yuragi starting to get a bit of breathing room down there. With sort of the attention that's been thrown the way of the Naga Siren.
Yuragi doesn't have enough HP against the dunk. Oh, bro! Come on, man! It's 2025.
Oh, no. Oh, no. There's a handful of times I've seen that happen. Surprisingly, at this level, it's happened again here.
Oh.
It's one of those things that happens once. It happens once.
It's true. Yeah. I mean, let's see. I'm queuing up. Yeah, Yuragi got his treads, and they are hopefully strength treads.
So next time, he's not going to die. But
that's fair.
There was once. Sometimes one time is too many. But it happens.
Funny.
It happens.
We appreciate it. We should appreciate it.
Got to be careful against these axes.
Absolutely. Well, 2K lead for Liquid, plus entertainment value was gained. I appreciate it. Oh, Boxy is up here through the gate, so either they... Oh.
May the light. Fear the light. Fear me.
Oh, we're having a Wisdom invasion here.
Yeah, they're going to try and take this hit.
Copy is coming as well.
See if they can fight this.
Nice dodge by Nisha.
Boom is going to get dove here with the remnants of Nisha. Boom. He's gone. They get the kill. They get the 2 Shrine of Wisdoms.
Really nicely done. The double Shrine, plus Nisha dodged the shield crash so that Boom didn't get any barriers to also get the kill. Very nicely done.
I gotta be careful with dunks coming back.
Don't do this.
No tread switching. Be careful with the tread switching.
He's baiting him. No, he's baiting him.
Okay.
Yuragi is on point.
Now this tread switching is literally a life or death situation.
It is. Let's see, Boxy back bottom. I mean, both the Sidons are honestly quite freed up. At any point, Liquid can decide where they kind of move their 2 supports. Because Mickey will be fine top. He can, of course, join anywhere. And this Vanguard Axe, he's untouchable. You would have to bring like both Tiny and the Pango, potentially. Let's see Navi's response.
Yeah, careful with the tread switching. Just stay on the strength tread, Yuragi.
Okay, any TPs? Not for now. Profit ult.
Team.
There's
the
TP.
team. Here comes the team.
That's going to be a toss back, maybe?
Yeah, they'll get it. Toss back, not quite under the tower. I'll throw down a blood grenade, but yeah, Sableye's fine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Kaori is not fine. Nisha swings across, takes him out.
Liquid's net worths are looking really good, especially Mickey's. 4,500?
And this is a Mickey Nature's Prophet. And one of his best recently. It's,
absolutely.
Wins most games, as you said on it, if not all of them. I mean, so definitely going to be a concern for Na'Vi that Mickey's having such a good time top on the Prophet.
And they have to be a bit careful now. I mean, we'll have to see, because Liquid could look to attack. As Copy's TP obviously is on cooldown from the prior play.
Sableye's pretty low. Getting a little greedy, potentially, hanging around as he is. See if he can survive through this. He cannot. TPs will come in. Can Liquid try and turn this into something themselves? They will manage to get Kaori again. But Yuragi gets the space to back off with Ari. Maybe feeling a bit tougher than he was there.
Actually,
as low HP as he was.
Yeah, that's a big deal once more, because that was only 3 heroes from Na'Vi. They get to kill Saberlight on the Axe.
Because they were looking for their own move down here on this lane. Let's see. Boxy, of course, always being very annoying.
Anisha's coming across. Yuragi might need some help. Look at the root down to the two of them, but Yuragi's going to get burnt. He's out of mana. Boxy able to set up for Nisha to come across and get that kill with him.
I really think Boxy is like, when it comes to a carry who's having a hard time, I think Boxy is the most annoying and best for. Like when it comes to this, he will always make sure you stay shut down. He goes here, he's gonna keep showing like his body, he plays his aggro wards, just very, very nicely done.
Tower's gonna be Liquids. Okay, comes in with a push. It's gonna be his Maelstrom done here, treads Maelstrom, 10 minutes in, solid timing. And Boxy already on the hunt for more. Corey's going to try and look towards him. Both teams have him back up. So if the supports can burst through Boxy with Copy's help, they absolutely can. Getting Copy very close to the Blink Dagger.
Oh, just like last game, looks like a minute 11 type Blink. And again, you do have the Caudal. You don't have the Lion this time around, so no finger follow-up. Boxy doing a lot of drawing.
That was a lot of scribble.
Yeah, I think he wants his brothers to go play there, I assume. I mean, it does make the most sense, I think, if you leave top kind of empty or you put the Nature's Prophet there, because Mickey can just always TP and then you can be 5. And they still have this amazing ward that Boxy got to place earlier. Like, it's showing everything at all times.
Ari. Should be a freebie here, Saberlight. There's the dunk. Same time in the mid, Nisha. Poking at the two of them. Now he's ready to keep going. I mean, it's not afraid of these two heroes whatsoever. Very close to having the Blade Mail on Nisha. Should have that soon.
It's not super easy for, I would say, Navi to play right now because the two supports always rely on their cores to make much happen. Like, if you're Nisha on this Ember here, who are you afraid of? They have to kill you in a tiny combo with, like... Oh, okay, copy.
You get the setup here with the Avalanche toss. It's not enough, though. Lasso comes in as well at the grip on towards Copy to kill him off. Boom will try and jump forward. He's got the Rolling Thunder. They'll find Boxy. Oh. They'll lose Corey here as the Sprout blocks off his escape there from Mickey. Boom will roll back across. But they don't really have enough with those left alive to fight back against Liquid. Saberlight reaching in and get the Battle Hunger off. Let's see if they can punish him for that. They're not going to have anything more. Indeed, at this point, Yuragi is not interested in turning up the fight. He needs space to continue to farming. Whilst, Liquid are finding these fights, keeping Mickey on top. As the Prophet, playing it fantastic in terms of farm and involvement. 3-0-4. That Mjolnir is going to be coming pretty soon, 100 gold away. So you're looking at like kind of 13-minute Mjolnir treads Nature's Prophet carry.
Yeah, and that is like, they're going to have double Blade Mail, Mjolnir on like 2 people that go in. They are so strong. And like, Yuragi, it's not like he can do much at this point.
He can't really turn up. Yeah, he's got to keep hitting the creeps. Didn't have an easy start in the lane.
Yeah.
He's got to try and sit back, hit those timings. But this is something the panel said as well, right? If Navi can kind of take it late, then they can sort of start to fall into their element with the Medusa lineup.
Yeah, let's see how easily or if Liquid allow them to get there. I mean, Boom is close to his Diffuser Blade. Just some stacks being farmed for now. I mean, Saberlight also having a very, very good game. Blade Mail, Vanguard, and close to the Blink at minute 14. It's not too bad.
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh, there we go. As you can see, no surprise that this is quite the record. Yeah. For that Mjolnir timing. Saberlight. Oh, Corey's not having any of that. They'll use the song to secure the shrine and get out.
I like that play. He honestly, he doesn't have much to do on the map anyway. So you need to find all the small little things. They're trying to hunt Toby.
No, hasn't quite got that diffusal out on him. It's on its way now for Boom. Just copy. See what he can find with this invis route if he wants to start hunting behind the tower. Obviously catching Mickey would be the big Big one here for Na'Vi.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, yeah, Toby's there in position to help in case anyone does head their way. And now the rest of Liquid are ready to join top. They know that there's going to be this chance that Na'Vi were trying to find something up here. The smoke's coming in from Nisha and Boxy.
I like this smoke, even if it doesn't connect. Like, they can connect afterwards with Saberlight, who's flying out his blink right now, and then just turn it into something else.
Well, Boom will show. They know he's in there. They're going to look for him and straight away. Setup's there with the grip. There's not going to be any way out of this for Boom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Swinging over towards the bottom here with the twin gate play. Not behind Dari, but Boxy doesn't have anyone else down here with him. See where Saberlight wants to go now with the Blink Blade Bout. Off towards the bottom he is.
Okay, they're going to know Ari's bottom since he's blasting around a little bit. I wonder if Liquid want to try to take this mid-tier one soon. I think it's a little bit annoying it's still up.
And Na'Vi definitely a much different sort of approach to this portion of the game as we had last time. Yuragi! Let's see if he can walk out of this. He does have Stone Gaze and Ari behind him, so he can get away with moving forward as such, and will manage to finish off the tier 1 mid. So starting to, you know, be prepared to join the rest of the team. We'll see that smoke here as he comes out of it.
I guess Na'Vi want to try to go top on this smoke. Maybe open up that tier 1 also.
Can they get the opening onto Nisha? Copy. There's the toss back. Into the avalanche, the Rolling Thunder. It's not enough damage though. Nisha able to remnant away. They couldn't quite control and kill him.
Oh, it's very close. Tower whittling down, Boxy keeping in. Saberlight is here too.
That's a good call. Into the Firefly, the lasso. No song is going to save him surely, or maybe he's going to tick low.
Stays alive.
They might just be able to get out there. I mean, Nisha's going to be coming in with the chase. Mickey's got the TP in. Boom will be able to cut his way out the Sprout, but Saberlight with the second blink call finds him once more. Good efforts there from Na'Vi to try and bail Boom out, but they couldn't succeed at the end of the day with the chase and catch that Liquid have.
Right, Liquid do get to hold the tower and kill Boom. But at least in the meantime, you had both Copy and Yuragi clean up the map.
I mean, Yuragi is starting to catch back up.
Yeah,
you know, you give him a bit of time, he might be able to close that gap between him and Mickey. He's getting good farm here on the DOTA now. It's only going to speed up once he starts working his way into this Maelstrom Mjolnir.
Yeah, he definitely needs to keep up the pace. I do think Liquid have quite annoying heroes as they get another freebie here onto Ari.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of kills across the map. Liquid 16-4 here. So if they can look to Copy.
A lot of slows on him.
Might be in trouble. Okay, the Stone Gaze comes in from Yuragi. He's going to look to outpower. Actually, he's able to turn up and kill Boxy off, but Mickey's in with the TP. Shuts off the escape of Copy. It's Mickey picking up these kills up and down the map. 4-0-5. They've still not quite been able to touch this Nature's Prophet. And out top.
Make it straight up top.
Boom's going to try and stop Corey from going down.
Roll is available.
Mickey went pretty aggressive for this one. Still doing a lot of right-click damage, so Boom's got to be careful. And indeed does not want to try and threaten him with the roll.
Oh,
and now the grip's in place here. Toby's got the grab. And Mickey able to finish off the job. Another kill for the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, 6 kills. It's not over.
More kills continue for Liquid. Don comes in for Saberlight, 19-5. They'll be able to take this tier 1 down in the mid. Continuing to play it very fast here, Liquid. You know, Yuragi, you can imagine he's just like, guys, we just got to stop the bleeding. Just give me time.
Need
so
some
I can
items.
carry this as the Medusa. But as we're seeing, yeah, Liquid doing their best here to make sure that Na'Vi does not get that time.
I mean, Yuragi certainly can, but Liquid have a couple of very annoying heroes for like some one-core lineups. You can always just have Saberlight call him, or you can put some in like some sleeves and feebles. You can lasso him away. But yeah, he is their saving grace.
I think, you know, after that last situation where there wasn't quite enough burst to kill off the Ember, you know, Copy's trying to amp it up. He's got the Dagon now online. So next time, and that kill should be a kill well done. But obviously at the moment he's got the shield rune. He's a tanky Ember they jump in. with that shield bringer barrier already up, and that means Nisha can easily get out with still half his HP intact. Boxy will die though, so Navi's still able to find something from that jump. Not finding the big kill though, as yeah, that Ember was not going to die there.
I mean, you've got the Dagon with the Solar Bind on the Kadla as well, so more amplification. Sure, why not?
Iragi, how's he doing on that Miona timing? Still about 1,000 to go or so, until he can get that one finished up. Oh!
Roshi Roche.
Yep, careful, copy.
Looks like a free Torm for Navi.
Oh, they're kind of getting scared. It wasn't going down as easy as they thought it would. And now Sableye coming through. He's going to get the call on a Kaori. Indeed, not quite a smooth attempt there from Navi. They try and poke at it, but the damage ain't there. They lose two heroes that both get their heads chopped off here by Sableye.
Yeah, looks kind of free, but yeah.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough damage on them to burst it quickly. Liquid with the 5 of them will be able to take it perfectly fine. Sharp for Boxy.
It's actually gonna give them some tower damage also if they want to later. The sticky napalm with the bad shard. It's not useless anymore on the supports like it used to be.
No, yeah, and those Tormentor situations can be rough. Because you got to imagine, somebody on the team made that call.
Yep.
And then when you're doing it as a team, you're like, right, who said we should do this? Whose idea was this? You know, it gets a little awkward after you try and make that move as a team and you're not quite able to clear it.
Especially when it goes that poorly.
Yeah.
Double Wisdom Shrine once more for Liquid. I wonder when I don't know if the status of the game will change anytime soon. I think Navi need to try to split up on both sides, use this Manta style on Dusa, maybe find some pickoffs with the tiny Caudal combo.
I mean, ultimately, I do still very much rate the Medusa potential this game.
It is always there.
If Yuragi is not in a bad spot, considering everything else, he's only 2k or so behind that of Mikkei's farm, the Medusa will be a problem. If he can get this Miona into the Ags, get the shard as well, ending the game against him is going to be hard. In the mid, no catch boom. They're killing anyone else right now. Liquid, they've got that sorted. Can they close this game up before the Medusa becomes a big issue?
It's another kill. Song actually went off. Unlucky there for Kaori. Well, I think with what's happening, Liquid are pretty happy. They have full map control. You get a Shivas as well. It's going to lower everyone's damage output also. Ooh. Good little blink by Copy.
So for Copy as well with this Dagon, you go all in on maxing out the levels on the Dagon?
I guess so, yeah. I assume that his point now is going to be, okay, I'm going to go with my combo.
Yeah.
Ari, you put up the Solar Bind. And we hope that that person is dead.
All right. Well, Ari, he's dead.
Absolutely.
But maybe it's just space making the game for Navi right now. Yep. Throw a support out here or there, they die. Yuragi's like, good job, boys.
Keep it up.
Well, Yuragi's going to get dragged into some action now, but the Avalanche is there, and the toss.
Got him.
They got him this time. That's Nisha dead. And I say, yeah, there is that 8k lead for Liquid, but slip-ups, and suddenly this Medusa is taking over the game. Liquid have got to keep their act together, even though they have this lead, and even though they have this large amount of kills ahead, because you could throw this game very easily into the hands of the Medusa.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with, I mean, Boom's network isn't great, but Pango scaling is also no joke. And yeah, as we've said, Yuragi, he is keeping up in the network. BKB for Saberlight, that should help quite a bit. I mean, if Toby can keep up some sort of slow farm, getting an axe this game would be quite nasty too. Toss back. Bye-bye.
That's going to be very dead here.
Slept. Wake him up, brother. That's the lasso.
Underneath the tower, they should be able to find him. The call's there from Saberlight, so they'll lose the pain. They still get the favorable trade when it comes to kills on Liquid, and they might just get Ari as well. Nisha. Yep. And with the sleight of fist, 3 kills to be found there off the back of just losing Toby on the bait. They'll take that.
Yeah, it looked like this could have maybe just been a 1-for-1, but Tiny, like, they let Copy sleepwalk into the tower for so long. I think Kaori maybe not realizing that he had illusions up to maybe unsleep him. But yeah, 3-for-1 trade.
Courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Liquid. Can they look towards Roshan, Liquid's lineup? I mean, Mickey's got a lot of damage, right? They should have a good chance of going for it with the lead they have.
Honestly, they can. It looks to me as if they prefer a little bit at the moment to like play map and try to shut down Navi.
Time for the setup here. Nisha did not already have a Remnant out, so he's going to get caught in the Rolling Thunder and the root from Yuragi.
Well,
Navi, yeah, they'll settle for Boxy. I mean, Boxy sort of threw himself in there to make sure, I'd imagine, that Nisha gets the space to leave. And it, you know, does get the Ember out there. Nisha will survive. These times, yeah, Aghanims is online for Boom. Yeah, this Miona on top of the Aghanims is coming out very, very shortly for the Medusa.
Yeah, they're getting good things going. I would kind of like if Liquid would invest in a gem soon.
Oh, Saberlight.
Ball.
Oh, actually put the BKB for this one. Didn't want to see anything coming out from Navi in return. Midgate trying to get the grab. We'll get the Sprout to Ari, but Ari's able to cut his way out of it. Nisha, does he want to chase on? He won't this time. Now, the supports, they're getting killed.
Oh, they are. Endlessly. Which is at least very good also for Saberlight, because he's gaining a lot of armor in this game as they find Boom.
And Toby's got the grip ready. If he even needs it, and he doesn't, yeah, with the backup comes in. That's a lot of kills. A lot of kills that Liquid are getting. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, Mickey, he's 8-0-10. Pretty flawless and easy game for him, because things are just being set up left, right, and center. But I want to pick up on the gem I talked about before, like, because Navi still have pretty good vision.
Oh yeah, look at it. Liquid just looking for more.
Yeah.
Copy and Ari. Getting hunted. Copy's out with the TP. Same to be said here for Ari. They'll get out before Liquid comes hunting for them.
So let's see, what do Liquid see on the map? They have one deep ward down bottom. One they sadly just lost to Kaori. So, not too much. I mean, they should know that they kind of forced Navi out of the top area, at least for starters.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very close to having the max level Dagon on Tiny.
I mean, his burst really is no joke. Especially if they can get Ari Solar Bind on top before the combo comes out. We're looking at 2k plus damage.
Another support kill. As we've come to see from Liquid, you know, they're getting the supports easily. Kaori keeps dying, but I'm sure as he's telling his team, he keeps making space. Space for Yuragi.
Hope the brother can carry. I mean, I will say, these armor stacks on Saberlight are no joke. This is like 1.5 plate mails already.
Oh, and that's a good catch. So if they can finish off Copy, they can easily. Yeah. That's a bigger one there, taking out the Tiny. Lots of money for Mickey. Looking at Boom as well over towards the mid. They've got the chains.
Uh-oh.
Pretty much everybody dying, apart from Yuragi. Can Yuragi 1v9 this game as the Medusa? That is the question.
Well, he'll just have to show it to us. Because the state of the game is currently that 2 of the Liquid cores are godlike.
They're going to get the Roshan, get the Aegis hit. And with the Aegis, imagine if they want to grab it on Mickey, they can start pushing down tier 2s and maybe start hitting the high ground, see what happens. Kaori, can he make a play? Oh! He's not going to be able to... It's not low enough.
He kind of has to kill it.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. He's just going to get killed himself. It was worth an effort.
All right, Saberlight, free chop for you.
Give him the dunk. There it is. And a Roshan and Aegis for Mickey. Oh. We'll see. They're going to actually get the lasso. They're going to try and put him on the cliff.
Not quite.
You're not going to get him on there. And now Boxy might just die for that. They get the grip off. But it will get put on stop there. Boom. Great rolling thunder. Goes straight for Toby. Interrupts the Fiend's grip. I mean, this is the chance for Medusa to show us what they've got here, Yuragi. They'll be able to take the Aegis out of the hands of Mickey. Saberlight's pushing back Ari. Does Jiragi want to get back involved in this fight? Dunk comes out to finish up the job. Boom's trying to push back against Nisha. Nisha's going to go for the TP out. Boom, he's dead. Mickey coming in with the punches.
Mickey hurts real bad. 350 damage. Around all them trees with the Daedalus. But they are showing some power.
We did see a little bit of the potential of the Medusa. Yep. And of course with this build-up, we're still not quite at the bit where the build gets really crazy. You know, as we saw, he went for kind of the Maelstrom, then got the Ags and the Skadi. Now he's going to look to finish the Mjolnir. Now that he's got those other items done. He's very close to it. If he can get that online and he's ready to hold the high ground, it won't be easy for Liquid to go for that high ground push.
Let's see, Boxy does have a 4-step now. He was sadly still missing out on that one in the last fight. Could have made a difference as he was trying for the cliffing.
Corey. Oh, a little early on the dunk this time, Saberlight.
So won't get quite as much, but still a bonus.
Still gets the kill.
17.5 armor being harvested. Soon gonna be the most I've seen. Oh, hello, Boxy.
Yuragi. Oh, that man's a dodge. All right, Yuragi. He's gonna have Stone Gaze again in a second.
He's low on mana.
Is he gonna get the chance to get the Stone Gaze off? He's falling low. Mickey's gonna be able to kill him. Yuragi's gone. And now they can continue to clean up for more here. Liquid once again copied a fall. Boom. Can he do anything against the four of them? Ari's trying to help out, but Nisha's jumped the back lines over towards the call. The call comes in on a Boom. Boom's gone. Ari to fall. That's everybody dead on Navi.
They're all gone. Mickey made it look kind of easy. I guess Yuragi only had like, what, half mana, maybe slightly less, but he just TP'd straight on top of it.
Yeah, it was a good time to go. It was seconds before the Stone Gaze was up and available, still on cooldown. And now, with all the heroes dead, it's their chance to push up to the high ground and use the strength they've amassed to be able to get these tier 3s, get these barracks.
He's Satanic at the ready as well. How do you kill any of these cores?
Aghanim's on Nisha. Won't be able to get any more barracks though. Tier 2's still up on the side lanes. It'll just be the mid set.
Make it once more.
Smoke coming in. Let me see if they find anyone split out on the map here. Whilst they're falling back here, Liquid. And Boxy, is he going to get caught? Copy and Corey are going to continue hunting. Boxy in a bit of an awkward position for them to actually find him successfully. And then Nisha's there as well. Yeah, they can't really make this play here, Navi.
Nisha's got a shield rune also. Not easy to get through him.
I'm going to force a BKB TP there out of Saberlight. Okay. Of course, looking towards the butterfly next.
Yeah, he is so damn strong.
12-0-16. He just don't lose on this Nature's Pro.
No, I mean, there's a reason that this is just his best hero or one of his best heroes.
Corey, dead again.
Another donkey dunk.
See if he gets the dunk this time. Yes, he does. Easy dunk.
About to be at the 20 bonus armor. No problem. Sitting at 37. This is like every time he gets a dunk also, like his battle hunger becomes more and more strong. Like it's not just his survivability. Well, Mjolnir is complete.
There we go.
Maybe this is the moment.
Is this the beginning of the comeback? Can Yuragi bring Navi the comeback? He has to kind of rely on his team really to just control Nature's Prophet. You know, if Mickey's able to right-click, and Mickey will still tear through him, which is how farmed the Nature's Prophet is. But if they can stun him, if they can hold him down, this Medusa will kill the other heroes.
They rely on an incredible roll from Boom. He does have a Blink Dagger now and a Shard also, because without the lockdown, Yuragi cannot kill them.
No.
Ooh, I see another problem. This Bane Aghanim Scepter, which is coming up soon, very annoying to deal with. Lens on top.
See what they go for here. Smoke coming in. And ready to, in preparation to be ready to protect Uragi if he gets gone on. Yeah, Mickey ready to destroy the base. With the right-click power that he has. The Blink Dagger's there as well for Uragi, so we'll be able to get in a good position for the Stone Gaze.
Okay. We're swapping in another smoke. I mean, Liquid will force him to make a reaction because Boxy already has a base ward. Oh, this could be disastrous if they don't choose their TPs wisely to go back. Uh-oh.
Ari, he's got the force. It's a bit of a bait. They get the avalanche and the burst over towards him. They make it work out. They kill Boxy. They were ready for that one.
Nice play with the instant force. Seems like Liquid don't care. Roll for a bad rider.
Saberlight. Pulling out cool onto Boom, but they're being a bit careful now, Liquid, that they've got one of their heroes out of the game. The smoke's going to come out for Navi. They want to try and force something whilst they have the numbers. Can they get a big grab here? They could try and move towards Mickey. It's a bit far, though.
Especially under this Observer.
Which way do they want to go? Looks like they want to... They're deciding. They're starting to now edge over towards that direction. This would be a huge catch if they can find him. Mickey, where's he going to head? He makes the smart move here. Oh, is he? Oh, he's walking back down. They get the avalanche. Mass TP's coming in. The BKB's out from Mickey, though, and Corey's caught in the sprout. The Stone Gaze will come out in position, but Copy's caught by the Fiend's grip. Copy will fall. Navi, they have to run. Liquid immediate with the reaction there as Mickey gets the triple kill. I mean, you can see the temptation from Navi. It's like, we see Mickey alone. We've got to try something, but Liquid, of course, very ready for that to happen.
Without the roll, it might just be an impossible kill. Mickey just stands his ground, kills everyone. That's a 30k lead. Boom will still be dead for a while.
I'll see again. I know, it's just at this spot close to the tier 2. The TP's, really bam, straight away. Everybody TPing over to back Mickey up. And the thing is, for the most part, Mickey kind of didn't need it. Back in the real game, they get the lasso dragged back on towards the Medusa. Outside of the base, can they get it back to the high ground? They cannot. As Uragi's dead. Does have buyback goal, at the least, but the damage coming in now to the base. Liquid bringing in the bottom lane. Tier 3's gone on to the barracks. As Mickey leading the way in the damage, tearing through the buildings. Coming in now with the buyback copy. Look at the toss back. Mickey would be a huge kill if they can find it. Uragi's bringing in the damage, but Mickey's getting forced back to safety. The roll comes in, they've killed him off. Mickey's streak ends, Uragi gets the payout. And they're ready to try for more here. The BKB TP up and attempted by Saberlight will succeed. But Toby gets caught off to the side. They had to use the 2 buybacks there. Navi, Uragi, and Copy, so the big ones. But they keep the game alive.
Well, let's see what they can get out of this. Maybe another snowball, try for another kill somewhere on the map. You did hold, but it costs you a lot.
They might be able to get the Roche. So they could either try and pressure tier 2s and a buyback or go for the Roshan. What are you doing? What's the plan?
I like the Roche. Let's see what they want to go for. The thing is, I mean, Liquid are strong enough that they can stay around. You can always buy back Mickey.
Sure.
And just TP into the fight.
Do you think they're considering that? Or they don't need to?
I think why not? Like, I'm sure that Saberlight and Nisha feel pretty strong. Okay.
The route onto Nisha. They're going to have follow-up control. Nisha, he's dead.
Wait, Boom is dead to Saberlight.
Oh. Well, a 1-for-1. I mean, one that, again, Navi in their position, they'll take. They're like, it was a shame that Boom died, but we just killed Nisha.
I mean, Saberlight still has a BKB because of his refresher.
Sure. So he should be fine. He's able to get the BKB off into the team, but the Stone Gaze is there! Saberlight's in trouble now. They're coming in with the chase. Toss forward into another avalanche. That's another kill for Navi. Saberlight now dead for 100. Navi. I don't know if they're doing it, but they're certainly doing something.
They are.
They're doing something here.
a little comeback. So a couple of kills, defending your base, getting the Aegis. Yeah, look at this.
Look at this.
Around 90%.
As I say, you've always got to be careful against these Medusa lineups. Oh, Box, he's going to try!
Wow.
He's going to try, but he's not going to be able to get anything from it. Doesn't get the kill of the Aegis, but he does get to live. So worth a shot there. Doesn't work out for Box. He doesn't get the steal.
I respect it.
Let's see what Uragi wants to get as his next time. Do you think this is necessary? He's just got the BKB queued up. Do you think you need that to play the fights?
Maybe. Like, I mean, I wouldn't mind a Divine Rapier at some point.
I was thinking that.
Like,
is it not Rapier territory?
I feel like it kind of is. Because, sure, at BKB, like, I feel like defensiveness isn't going to win you the game. You need to, like, have a good fight where your Pango Tiny gets some stuff going, some stuns, and you just get to dish out
you blink and clean up during the stone gaze. I think he's still going to consider it. For now, he's switching back to the shard, of course, very valuable.
Yeah.
You know, could stop you from being held in position from a stray, like, Fiend's Grip coming in, or very good against these single target spells. So he might just buy that one up first and then consider where he wants to go. But yeah, 4 minutes with this Aegis. You know, Navi, what are you doing with this 4 minutes? Are you going to try and get something back from Liquid, or is this sort of a farming 4 minutes to try and catch it back up as a team?
I guess so step one would be to take the map back, which they're kind of doing. And then, I mean, sure, if you can walk down a lane, get a tier 2, maybe force them into a fight where you feel good about it, that's what you do.
So, of course, this relatively shaky 4 minutes. I guess less so because they do have the Aegis on the Medusa, but obviously where both Uragi and Copy do not have buybacks available. Liquid, though, as we can see, they're spending up. You know, it's not like Liquid have buybacks. Nobody right now having buybacks available.
It's true. Nisha is closing in on his own Octarine core for later. Copy is getting quite strong.
He is. He's going to be having that refresher roll pretty soon. And then once you throw that into the mix, between the Avalanche's tosses and the 2 rounds of Dagons, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's got all his own magic damage, the Solar Bind amplification, neutral item giving him spell amplification and cast range also.
Because they will 100 to 0 targets. I mean, this is not a game, right, where, you know, you look at Liquid, nobody has like a pipe or a glimmer.
Yep.
It's not easy to save someone if they're getting jumped by this immense amount of magical burst. Because for their best effort really is sort of a defensive nightmare to sort of just break up the combo and mess with the play.
Ooh, Saberlight got himself some more AoE. And more debuff and spell amp also. So yeah, I mean, Saberlight is a very scary hero.
Yeah.
This axe is my lord.
It feels like he kind of has to get the Medusa, because if he doesn't get the Medusa right, it's going to give Uragi the chance to blink in another position, get the Stone Gaze off, and then start to clean up the fight potentially.
I feel like he needs like a double call or the Medusa ideally.
Look at this smoke though.
Okay, Uragi.
Uragi might get found. They get the call on a Uragi. See what the follow-up's going to be. There's the grip as well. Is there anyone to put a stop to this? Uragi in trouble at the same time. They're going to jump on the back lines. Kaori dies during the song. His mana falling very low here on the Medusa. He's got to start backing off. Of course, does have the Aegis if they kill him off the once.
They're just kiting the Medusa.
Uragi, indeed, just slowly being dealt with by Liquid. That's the once. But can they actually take him down a second time? Looks like they can't. They're starting to pull back a bit. Mickey, he wants to stick around, but Uragi's in with the Stone Gaze. Mickey turns with the BKB, looks towards Copy, but Uragi's able to get in position with the Stone Gaze, jumping from Saberlight, trying to bail Mickey out of this. They've got the cool control onto Uragi. Mickey's trying to stand his ground against the Medusa. Can he win the fight against Uragi? I don't think he can. Mickey, he's losing this fight. Uragi, the call comes in. It doesn't matter. Uragi's cleaning up. Triple kill for the Medusa. Mickey comes in with a buyback. He needs Uragi dead, and he will get it. And with Uragi gone off the back of that buyback, this should be the chance for Liquid to push on and probably get the game 2 minutes without the Medusa.
Damn, what a fight. I mean, first of all, I love how Liquid overall took the fight where they just chose to ignore Uragi, but my God, he did so much even towards the end.
Yeah, you saw the potential of the Medusa, but it wasn't enough to turn this one around. Liquid ready to close this up, as they'll get the grab on a Boom. Boom's gone. They're on to the tier 4s. This game's over. GG's called. We're going to a game 3, Kezu.
Man, nice hold from Navi overall. I mean, even though they were down so far the whole game, just holding on nicely, understanding the power of their Medusa. But yeah, Liquid with a more faster lineup. The Mickey Nature's Prophet, Saberlight on the axe.
Yep, look great.
Honestly, just a so different from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, it really did. You know, we saw Liquid basically having control of like 99% of this game. Looking very, very good with the sort of the setup that they got to play. And something that I don't know if they're going to get to play, at least for the rest of this draft, and maybe not this tournament, the Mickey Nature's Prophet. I don't know if they're getting that chance much more. You let this through, Mickey is going to have quite the time. Ends 22 and 21. They're fantastic stuff from them. We're getting a game 3. It's 1-1 now. Liquid versus Na'Vi.
You know, I'm very happy that the game ended the way that it did, because we were always like waiting this game. It was in Liquid's hands for the longest time, waiting for Na'Vi to be able to do something. And I'm glad that they did get to do something. It was very close there at the end. Liquid still take it, but it did end on a very exciting note, Jenkins.
Yeah, Liquid never makes it easy for themselves. They always... it's such a classic Liquid that this series, you know, they get stomped game 1, and then game 2 they pick Mickey Nature's Prophet, and still they could have lost the entire game. Like there was still the Uragi factor potentially coming in there, and having to do this like clutch buyback play from Mickey at the end, where like if he dies and he doesn't have buyback, or if he dies and he buys back and he dies again, game is instantly over there. Like they're getting 2-0'd here. So in classic Liquid fashion, they will indeed stomp the game 3. This was a lot.
Did you just call the script for game 3?
Yeah, they do it every time. This is what they do every single Wallachia, and then they win the whole tournament. This is always what they do. Shoutouts to Blitz, by the way. Genius drafter. Lose the game and then just slam Mickey.
Okay, don't worry, guys.
Prophet.
We'll edit this in post. We will not spoil the results yet.
I don't even know what to say anymore following that. But yeah, this game was really clean from Liquid. Saberlight had a much different game with this axe. I mean, the Undying Band did wonders for them. Of course, picking Mickey's Nature's Prophet is comfort, still showing this hero, even though it has been changed quite a bit. It's not supposed to be this hard of a carry anymore, but Mickey is still making it look that way. And I think when this lineup in Liquid, we talk about how like they play fast, it fits really well with Toby as well. He likes playing Bane. So you have this Nature's Prophet who's everywhere, this Axe that's teaming around. Nisha, he's playing his Ember Spirit. We were always questioning the speed of Liquid's draft. Would Na'Vi be able to give Medusa enough time? And the answer was just no. Sure, there were some moments in the late game where you feel like you could have won, but you used all your buybacks to get to that point. And then you have these comfortable buybacks on Liquid at moments like these where you just win one fight with a buyback here, and now the game is just completely over. There was just too many kills being bled on the map, and it's hard when your lanes go that poorly. So it was a tough game for Na'Vi here, and I think if you're playing versus Liquid, I've always said this in the past, this is the fastest team in Dota right now, and if you want to play slow, they will punish you.
I think sometimes people question, like, how is it that Mickey is so good at Nature's Prophet? Like, what is the difference between him and everybody else? Because it's not exactly like an obvious hero to see those differences, as you don't see these like clutch plays on Nature's Prophet, or it's not obvious. And I think a big part is like his understanding of when to go in and to have buyback. What are you pointing at?
You always like to point out the numbers and all that, so I'm looking at Toby's numbers.
Boxy is 6'9". What is Toby?
Oh yeah, sorry. I know
3-2-2.
I know your attention would have gone to Boxy.
My eyes were straight for the 6'9". I appreciate the 3-2-2 for sure. No 3-2-2 this game.
No,
that was fantastic. And I think the way that he TPs into fights too, it's like you very, very rarely see a Mickey TPing into a fight and he's like in over his head on Nature's Prophet. And this requires an immense understanding of like every hero in the game and their strength levels at that point of the game, because the amount of times that even very experienced Nature's Prophet players have TP'd into a fight or TP'd into a gank and they just didn't calculate that like one hero was there that they thought wasn't there, or they TP right on a support and the support gets them and it just doesn't go as calculated. Like the way that he calculates team fights on Nature's Prophet is pretty much perfect. You never see him TPing into a bad position, and this is how he stays on top of the network despite the hero being nerfed and just straight up like not being played as a carry on this patch.
Yep. It was a very solid game for Liquid, even with the ending as it was. And it had a couple of fun moments that we'd like to relive. Of course, we said this would definitely not happen. There's no way a Medusa currently fair would do this.
Jenkins?
I'm glad we talked about this. I love that this shit happens to pro players.
Didn't I tell you the same thing happened to me? His treads were on the courier, literally. It happens. I mean, the thing is, Axe is going to get 6, usually, right before you get treads, because this is how the hero operates. He cuts the wave. What do you do on Medusa? Nothing. You can't stop it. So he's going to get 6. He's going to run at you. You need a fluffy hat.
You know why his treads were on the courier too at the time? Because his courier died with a null talisman earlier.
That also happens because Axe is cutting waves.
This delayed everything for him, and he gets dunked.
He gets dunked. I will say, though, at that point already, it felt like Liquid was taking the lead in the game, and that means that it's going to be Na'Vi having to delay the game, and Fear, they found a good way to do that.
They did. There were some moments of hope, I want to say, in this particular game, where they just tried to like stall the game out for as long as they possibly could. And this is one way to do it. Like, you just use the song to go ahead and just try and get a cheeky wisdom room steal there. But all they had to do a bit more in this game was die a little bit less. But they had some great plays. That's why the game went so long. They had a chance of winning because they made these small little plays.
Yeah.
I think definitely Coach Milan has a nice replay to watch with the boys, because there are going to be games where you're behind and you need to split push like this, but Liquid completely dismantled them. Like, this is a replay to study in terms of how to deal with split pushing on Liquid side, and then also how to deal with a team who is very properly dealing with split pushing. How can you sit in the trees better? What paths can you find to get into the lanes where you're not running through like ward spots and stuff like that?
Yeah. And how to fight, or maybe Fear, how not to fight when you're on the side of Na'Vi, as we have one more clip.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like showing exactly what Jenkins was talking about. Like, you die by split pushing on Tiny here, and then as Liquid, these are doing some great plays on the map, right? Like, they get one kill there, but they're not over-committing heroes. At the same time, they're making a play on the mid lane. And this is where things can get hard if you are playing as Na'Vi, and this is the veteranship from Liquid here, realizing we only need this amount of heroes to kill this part of the map. We don't want to bring 5 because that'd be inefficient. Yeah. So they bring 2 to the mid lane, 3 to the top lane, get 2 quick kills, and now the map feels very suffocated.
Yeah, I agree. Shoutouts to Saberlight that game, by the way. I know Mickey had a fantastic game. He was like 20-2 or something like that. Saberlight had 18 kills. So he very easily could have been the MVP as well. This game, he was much more reserved on his Axe and got 18 kills. He was playing with his team.
Yeah, he had a quite thick coat of blood. How much did he end up with? Was it still 39, or did he make it to 40?
I mean, I don't know if I can check that right now. But
let me check the coat of blood.
He had 44.
69, 44. It looks like.
That, where do you come up with these numbers?
Oh, I was just looking at Toby's again. I was looking at Toby again.
It was boxy.
Oh, all right. Okay. No, I wasn't looking at that from Toby. He does some content.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll be back, of course, for a third game to this series, so stick around.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
bănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de proilii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Văzut, nu le-am văzut, din păscuțe le-am pescut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din Cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din Căpriu.
We are getting ready for game number 3, Team Liquid and NAVI. One more game to decide who stays in the teams that will be playing tomorrow for their possible qualification game in the playoffs, and who will be joining the teams that are 1-1 in this Swiss group format. Now, we've seen both teams win a game, very different fashions. One problem that was the problem in game number 1 for Team Liquid already banned in game number 2, and I would imagine banned in game number 1 will be as well in the Undying. The question is, what was the biggest problem in game number 2 for NAVI? Is there any simple solution that we can think of that for NAVI is like, oh, simple, we'll just ban, is it Nature's Prophet? They'll ban Nature's Prophet. They did actually ban Nature's Prophet. Was that it? Is that simplified
No.
game?
I mean, that is like just a no-brain response, I think. Just, oh, Mickey, Nature's Prophet, ban it, get it out of there. I feel like this Coddle did not have the same level of impact as we saw with Undying. I feel like this Boom Pango Coddle combination gives a free lane to any carry in Dota, essentially. So I don't know if this Coddle is going to work anymore without Undying. It was unimpressive there. The Tiny was, I mean, it was fine, but the biggest issue I saw with that last game was this Tiny plus Pango with the support duo of Naga Coddle couldn't do shit on the map. Like, you need better supports, I think, in this game if you want to fight against Liquid, because this Naga, all right, let's look at what happened to their supports there. 1 in 16 on this Naga. Probably don't pull that one out again, at least if Axe in the pool. And same with Ari, he had 11 deaths too. And Boom had 13 on the Pango. And they couldn't, in their defense, they couldn't really do anything. So they're going to get their TA right away. So that'll be your Uragi hero, just straight into the game. You could play it mid potentially on copy, even though I don't think this is one of his signature heroes.
I'm a little surprised by this, the TA coming out. I mean, I get that it's been banned and both of these teams like do still favor it, but Liquid first picked Axe 2 games in a row. Did they first pick Axe?
I personally don't think this is a bad matchup for TA, just because like if you look at what Axe does as a hero, he'll jump you and he'll press Blade Mail, but in most cases, if you have Refraction on, you'll be fine.
You can't jump out though, because between the spins and Battle Hunger, it's enough ticks that you will still hit yourself with a Blade Mail like twice. And I think that's a problem for TA. Sure, you're not killing TA in the Blade Mail itself.
You've got Pike. You can at least Pike out after.
You can Pike out after.
I'm just saying it's not an unplayable.
It's definitely not unplayable, but I my gut read is like Liquid just thinks Axe is broken and they're gonna slam it in in every game. I was going to say, rather
Tundra
than...
thought the same too, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of these top teams, and we've seen in pubs, Axe is going crazy too. So
he's insane.
This hero might actually just be good.
Actually.
Yeah.
If Undying's not in the pool.
There's got to be some answer from the side of Navi. I don't think you pick TA willingly into an obvious Axe pick that's coming out without something that's an answer. So definitely, let's get some Yules this game on the side of Navi. That's a good...
Do you need any saves? Because, of course, I mean, if you're thinking about... I mean, the classics are Oracle and Dazzle, but you can dunk through a lot of the saves.
Yeah, I mean,
for
those
Oracle as well, if it's low enough.
Those don't really help. I mean, Shadow Demon, which is banned, is a better one against Axe. So a lot of the saves that are good versus Axe are either banned or not in the game. I mean, OD is another hero that you're not going to pick it just because you see an Axe. So you need to see a lane matchup if you want that hero. But generally speaking, versus Axe, I mean, I like it when he jumps into just overwhelming team fight. Phoenix is really good.
Yeah,
too.
that's true.
So like if he's like the same idea as the Undying, if you go in and you can't get out, that is ideal.
Abaddon is still in the pool. That's another one that's pretty good. I don't know if Navi is willing to run it as a 5, but it's great against the Battle Hunger spam in lane. It does mean that Axe is just going to go for the Q and E build, and then later on level the Battle Hunger. Actually, I think we saw Saberlight playing Axe into an Abaddon. He destroyed it by just not leveling the Battle Hunger. But
Do you know how
had a Marcy.
Ringmaster works with Axe Call? It still should be fine, right? Like you can't.
That should be good, yeah.
Escape Act should.
I think Escape Act should kind of counter it.
I mean, Venge.
Yeah,
as
Ringmaster has a high win rate against Axe. That's a great.
We saw
situation.
Venge in other series, very good versus Axe. Too.
Doesn't the Slark do the same thing? I mean, I would imagine he cancels Jules.
It cancels Duel, but I think it does not cancel Call.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Because the Duel is a taunt. So yeah, no, it shouldn't. It shouldn't.
I don't think it does. I think I've tested this before. It completely cancels Duel for whatever call it doesn't. So
There's the Venge. That's a great suggestion.
That's the swap is doing the same thing.
Yep.
And they can run this off lane. They can run it support, and it's good. It's good in both.
So I really like the Venge, but there was a problem presented by picking Venge with TA. They're both very single target heavy heroes, and we talked about Axe and how, generally speaking, this hero likes to go in. If you have overwhelming team fight, can make it difficult. They just like triple down on single target by picking this Marcy. However, they still have a couple picks left. I see the idea here. Maybe this Venge Marcy lane, it sounds a little disgusting. Could be really strong.
Like this would be your offline duo?
I think so. Very, very likely. I know Ari does like playing Marcy a lot.
Yeah.
And I think Venge is just best as an offlaner right now, just because you have that, 2 lives to play with the early Ags.
Yeah.
But I do want to see them slot in some team fight control, because you got plenty of damage here. You just need them to be not only locked down, but just like make it uncomfortable for them to like go into areas like Roshan, Tormentor, just some AoE control where they can just hold high grounds.
We've seen it banned out a lot today, but the Warlock is still in if Navi would like to pick that up. For Team Liquid, we're going for the Wind Ranger, most likely Boxy's hero.
Yeah, I mean, lots of single target physical damage. Wind Run makes you pretty invulnerable this game.
There's an interesting interaction between Windrunner and TA where, like, a lot of the time, TA will get the refraction off at really low HP, and if you're lower than the kill threshold on the power shot, you still die. It's just an instant execute. So they have 2 ways of doing this between the Axe and the Windrunner. The counter synergy is that Axe is not going to get the maximum amount of charges in his innate. He still gets them if he is there for the kills, but it's not
3 times less.
You get 3 times less.
Yeah.
That's quite the difference. As we have a gyrocopter coming out for Liquid. So they don't keep any flexes at this point. We just know that Mickey is going to play that. And then we're going to see which hero Nisha plays as their overall last pick.
Yeah, which is a little strange. Not seeing any flex picks on second pick, but they feel like they needed to jam that in there. I think Gyro is it can go well. I think Naga is going to help a lot because, like, if you look how Naga functions, Naga struggled in the last game because Axe could just instantly kill illusions. Venge and Marcy just do not touch these illusions at all, so they might just be able to kite him a bit so the flat cannon can do some work here. But if you do get on top of the gyro, he can die pretty easy in the lane too, so you got to just have good positioning, and I trust Mickey will probably have that. And then Puck comes out.
Any chance for carry Marcy and then go for a Puck position 4? I know we saw Tofu do it. I don't know if Ari can do it too. But any chance for any flex potential there, or are we just locked in?
I think the flex potential is maybe like Marcy can be the 5 with TA, and then they could pick another 4. Or
no,
I
don't.
Venge could be
There's
the
no
4.
flex here. I want there to be flex, but like their first pick, I don't know what Marcy's just gonna jump into an Axe and just die. That doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
I think they want a 5 here, ideally.
Marcy against Windrunner as a sub to
It's
sub
not good
sounds
either.
awful for Marcy.
I mean, I think you definitely just want to put this Venge there, and Puck. I don't see any value Puck will add as a position 4 in this game.
Okay.
So, yeah. I mean, if they had last pick, I might potentially look at changing things up. But this is all they get to see. There's nothing else they can see. And Liquid, they're not really hiding anything, so...
No.
It
They
should
better
be
have
fine.
the Tide, though, so they might be still down for...
Yeah, I mean, they think Venge can still be a support, which it can, to be fair. That is their flex pick here. So they either need for Navi a 5 or an offlaner.
Yeah, both you'd want to see team fight coming out of it.
Most definitely. I mean, I don't like the Phoenix anymore. You don't have enough stuns. I guess they decided there's not enough 5s now that have that good team fight. I mean, another good hero versus Axe that is like completely dead is Winter Wyvern. Don't know if we'll ever see that hero again, but that is another hero that completely throughout no matter phase of the game stops Axe from playing Dota. And it has team fight. I'm just suggesting it for that reason alone.
I mean, team fight position 5 Warlock is always very annoying for Axe to deal with. Like committing to Fatal Bonds, Rock, pain is a huge pain in the ass. It's just that it doesn't really synergize that well with TA in the lane. I mean, I guess you have the Fatal Bonds and like TA Harass that's coming out. You can like
pretty mid.
Push out the wave. It's mid. In the game, it's definitely good against Axe. And Kaori does like the Warlock. They also could just run the Venge as a 5. I mean, I feel like the Venge save is incredibly valuable this game.
Yeah, it's just now you have a Marcy 4 though, and like you're not picking Enigma because they have Gyro. So
It's just Ari. That's the thing. Is like I honestly wouldn't put it past him to just jam the Marcy because he enjoys it.
Yeah. Perhaps. Well, I'm curious. We gave some options.
Yeah.
I still think the Wyvern's cool. I think the Warlock's cool. I don't know if there's an offlane that salvages this, to be honest with you. I mean, maybe a Centaur is kind of cool. Maybe, but not really.
Gyro Naga is a pretty hard lane to like pick something that's going to just outwardly beat it.
Yeah.
And already Venge Marcy, I think, does as fine as you're going to get against it. They just go for Warlock.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah, you have that additional heal. You don't have any units that you particularly use the heal very well.
No.
TA is definitely a very squishy hero once their fraction goes down, so you kind of want to play around with that.
So now Axe can definitely cut the wave against Warlock. Warlock doesn't do anything to stop that. But I guess the counter argument is Marcy can go through the portal, and that's pretty devastating for an Axe to get ganked on.
I think Fatal Bonds on an Axe is still pretty good as well, as long as nobody is.
As long as he's not cutting,
rid of
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
If he's alone cutting the back wave,
Sure.
you obviously don't really do much.
Oh, they go for the Ricky. I was looking at
Ricky versus Puck. Yeah.
At Puck counters. A lot of them are just too unflashy for Nisha, like the DK, but Ricky is the second highest win rate hero in the game against Puck. I mean, there's just very little that you can do in lane to harass Ricky down. He's got insanely good base regen, good damage, and in the game, the ground targeted silence is a nightmare for Puck. Even if he phase shifts, you drop it on the phase shift, he's got to blink out of that.
And you have like now 2 things that Venge has to very much so be on top of.
Before the Aghanim Shard on Ricky, because then you can't.
Yeah, I mean,
can't target him anymore.
Aghanim Shard, it will be very difficult, and I think that's their kind of idea here, where Axel call, you just drop the Ag Shard on top of it. Now, that Venge save you were looking for is not going to happen, and they got the double whammy there too, where you just have a good lane matchup for Puck too. So really cool pick, high IQ, love to see it. And in typical Liquid fashion, they're coming in strong, momentum. I'm definitely favoring them going into game number 3.
Yeah, Jenkins, are you sticking with your leaked script that you said Liquid's gonna stomp this game?
I'll stick with the script, I think. I really believe in Axe versus TA, especially given how Saberlight has been playing this hero in the past few games. Like, it just looks like he really enjoys it. And against TA, it can be very snowbally.
Okay, so if Navi is doing this, on the back of who's gonna pop off? Should it be Uragi on the TA? We don't see TA that often, gets banned a lot.
I mean, Puck has to. Puck and TA have to have a good game. Venge is never going to pop off. It's kind of just like a support cast. So, yeah, the cores have to do well, but they have some good counters against them. It won't be easy.
It will not be easy for Navi to take this against Liquid, but let's see how they'll do together with ODPixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 3 time here, ladies and gentlemen, between Team Liquid and Navi. And there it is. Anisha coming in with that last pick. Ricky looks pretty good, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm really liking this Ricky. I mean, they already talked about it, but it has a good lane, and the Shard is like, they literally picked this Venge, and at least Marcy to some extent to like go against the Axe, give themselves a good combo. Well, you're not going to have any of that anymore once the Ricky Shard comes out later. So, yeah, big fan.
Let's see how it goes. We've had a pretty crazy series so far. Navi coming in hot in that game 1, and then that game 2, Liquid controlling pretty much the entirety of it. Navi not able to make the comeback happen. Let's see what goes down here. But obviously Navi getting some strong stuff. They get the chance to play with the TA, something that a lot of teams don't really get the chance to do so in this patch. Banned out an awful amount. But Uragi, we'll see what he can do it with it actually getting through and getting into his hands this time.
Let's see about the runes. Like a 3-for-1 split.
Yeah, they're going to get the 3 of them this time to start. So Liquid getting that bit of a bonus.
I mean, I want to see. To me, the Venge offlane is like still a bit of a wild card. I've seen it do really well, but the hero does have its downsides, and it can be kind of slow until you like get towards its Ags and stuff. So lanes, as always, very important. But I think Saberlight might just have another great game on the Axe this time around.
Yeah, even in that first game that they did lose, did have a very good start, at the least, on his timings. And yeah, obviously after that game 2, he's going to be feeling fantastic with how much he was able to do there. And so this bottom lane, you know, so this sort of Venge, Marcy, they pose kind of kill potential, or you know, what are you sort of expecting,
I mean,
at least out of these 2 against Jara?
No, they're pretty strong lane because you have lots of physical, of course. Like you can also bring in your Venge. You have so many spells to play with once you're both level 2. But I would say that Gyro is pretty good against this lane. He just harasses both of you with the flag. You can't really run him down because he gets move speed. So I would expect a lot of pressure down in the bottom lane. Well, apparently the same thing up top. Uragi is just taking a beating.
He's taking a lot of damage.
You good?
He dead.
He dead.
Oh.
Well, good old first blood for Team Liquid.
Well, an easy one there. Corey's got to be careful as well. If the power shot comes in, it's level 1, probably not.
He's good. He would have to get whacked a few times by Saberlight. Saberlight has to be careful not killing Boxy. He's going to be okay. We've got the Urn Rush again from Saberlight. I really like it. Like this Battle Hunger Urn combo is so strong.
Yeah, especially when you got this kill shot Wind Ranger by your side. That's going to be very annoying for Navi.
Because they did touch on it. They did like talk about the Warlock on the panel. Warlock is good in the game against Axe. Like you make it really hard for him to jump. The counter play is like really strong, but the laning stage, Axe doesn't really care about Warlock at all. You can creep skip. He doesn't do anything if you run up.
Yeah, an early buckler. Kind of interesting. So they're just stacking up on the armor. Like, it's not just good against a TA. It means that Saberlight's Battle Hunger also deals more damage. So kind of cool, actually, by Boxy.
Level 3 coming in very soon. And that's when this lane's going to get so tough for Na'Vi. So far, though, Yuragi 13 for 3 against the 9 and 3. Still able to find farm. Seeing in terms of the lanes, the biggest difference being all top. Yep. I'll do it, though. Boxy able to push for the kill.
And he's literally dressed like a sniper. No wonder this guy can pull off a Wind Ranger pretty well. Because so far, this is looking clean.
No, it really is. And it's just not going to get any easier, this top lane, I don't think, for Na'Vi. Liquid will start to get some serious momentum here with this off-lane duo. And yeah, the other lane's mid. So looking pretty beautiful for Nisha. 21 and 5 against the 12 and 0.
Yeah, he's doing really well. Yeah. Looking down bottom. Lots of damage.
So if they've got enough to bring Mickey down, they have. They'll be able to get the kill. Nicely done. So if they can go for another, not quite. Toby's going to be fine.
Oh, really? I guess they just hit level 3, like, straight up, because they dealt so much damage. With the 1-1-1 build on Ahri and the level 2 Wave of Terror. Yeah, I'm not sure Mickey expected that damage coming out.
Yeah, not an easy lane now for Copy. Very easy for Nisha to get these CS and denies. See down bottom. Corey has headed over. They want to try and make another move. They're going on towards Toby. Mickey's going to find that. Oh, a power shot coming through the two of them there, Boxy. Now, Corey might have made the move down here, but Boxy did as well, and Boxy able to do a whole lot more. Hasn't quite got mana for another power shot. That's not going to be necessary. Mickey with the rocket barrages just chases Corey down. They kill off all 3 of them.
Ooh, that's a big deal, because the problem is, like, sure, in the meantime, top, you're Axe laning against, like, what, a TA, at least. So Ahri is coming over, so he's posing some threat.
Let's see if they can do anything about Saberlight. Or tries to juke out the jump, won't succeed. So Saberlight does at least get punished once he's left on his own.
Yeah, good counterplay by Ahri on the Marcy. Gonna have to look to gate down bottom, so in the meantime, Boom has to be very careful.
I'll see where they go to next, Na'Vi.
Oh, they're waiting for Mr. Boxy.
Oh, they will find him coming through, but the wind runs up. Have the stun. And that will allow them to kill him. So Na'Vi getting some opportunities here with Ahri teaming up with Yuragi. It's enough to get that Boxy kill, as well as obviously that previous one on Saberlight.
Very good early moves here. We'll say both the +4s kind of owning, in a way. Ahri with the early bottom kills, then going up top. Boxy, same story.
Okay, being cautious. Knows how much damage these two can kick out. If caught over in the mid, Copy. Be able to jump away. Nisha's going to try and chase on forward. Ooh. Not going to quite be able to snipe him, and will manage to grab that Arcane Rune. So Copy's going to be fine. Meanwhile, down on the bottom, Mickey able to push forward with the help of Toby, take down Ahri, and maybe even threaten Boom as well, the two of them. As Boom's trying with the jukes.
Naga's pretty fast.
As Boom, he can only hold back one of them with a magic missile, and Toby's in with the body blocks. Boom's going to be going down. So after that initial sort of go where they did get that kill on this bottom lane, Na'Vi, they're now starting to lose quite a bit.
Liquid looking for a little play top. Well, Na'Vi are too.
But Ahri's there.
It's a kill.
Ahri continuing to do a hell of a lot here for Na'Vi in this early game.
It's a saving grace. Yeah, down bottom, they need to be careful. Like, sure, you got the Mickey early, but that's before he had a Falcon Blade and, like...
And look at it, they could just go 7 minutes for the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, yeah? Okay, mass TPs.
Boom. He's going to have a missile heading his way. Copy's going to try and fight them back. The Dream calls in onto the two of them. A Boom will fall. Mickey will die for this, though. With the presence of Copy and Kaori, they're able to ensure that they do keep this Shrine of Wisdom under their own control. And Toby doesn't really have any way out of this one, so Copy will be able to get another.
Good counter play there by Copy, much needed. Toby nearly had the entire shrine already fully channeled.
Things definitely getting a bit messier for Uragi.
The thing is, they don't have any TPs, so if Liquid want to look for a dive, they surely can.
Does have one charge as Uragi. It's going to be kept low. Yeah, without any further backup, they won't be able to push Uragi, push Saberlight out that lane. Bottom lane, Nisha. See if he can eye up any opportunities, but not being given to him at the moment. Mickey's going to pull the wave back. Hold it in a good spot. Nisha at least having eyes on Ari, seeing what sort of movements are coming in from the Marcy. And now we'll look to try and go in maybe with the help here at Toby. They've got the grab.
Good silence.
Ari looking to jump the two of them away. And the Golems at the ready. They drop it straight down here on towards Toby. Nisha's going to try and push forward to get the kill. They will get it. Can Nisha get out? The Dream Coil comes in. He cannot. Copy again. Having to make sure that there is that chance for NAVI to get these kills in return. Good Dream Coil.
Well, that's a great trade for Navi once more, because you want this Ricky at least to be slightly snowballing off of this mid matchup. Now, he didn't get the 6-minute rune. He dies here. He's now lower net worth than Copy.
That's the, yeah, especially when you consider sort of the CS situation earlier on. And Copy coming back in and again. Top, Saberlight might just be dead. Making these plays time and time again. I mean, again, Ari, he is everywhere.
Yeah.
He is everywhere. It's 3 times now the Saberlight's died top. Back in the mid. They will catch the Warlock, but they lose Toby for it. Again, you know, Copy every single time making sure that they do not go empty-handed in Navi. Now Ari's turned up. He's in with the jump. Ari once again.
No, he is everywhere.
He really is.
Marcy is his best hero, and he is showing why.
Oh, Nisha's got to be a bit cautious. The silence is there. Tricky to get the follow-up, though. Doesn't quite last long enough for them to go for that jump.
And he is level 6 now on the Marcy already. I think that Saberlight really has to be careful. He cannot allow himself to die top again.
No, this is a lot of deaths. 3 deaths is it's quite a bit 9 minutes in, right? Yeah. It's going to slow your game down a lot as the Axe.
I like that Navi are looking for this mid control. Like, they're just being very persistent here with the supports, having the sentries down. 10-minute rune spawning. They're bringing Mickey on Liquid.
So again, they get the power shot onto the two of them. Silence as well. They're caught Copy. Anyway, for Copy to live. The swap's there. Comes in clutch. Gets Copy out of the side. Copy will live.
Oh. Boxy's looking.
Let's see if Navi can push for more. I mean, they get the kills. I mean, Mickey's going to be able to live, but that's coming in clutch. The swap's there. They turn. They kill Nisha. They kill Toby. And Ari tipping back towards Boom, the two of them, making some nice moves. They can set up for the tower to be taken down in the mid lane. Navi, it's close at the moment, but overall the outplays, there's more coming from Navi in this early game.
They're on point. Like, Boom had a really tough early laning stage. He shows up at the right time, gets the swap off. Boxy down bottom, Boom. Well, he saved his teammate, couldn't quite save himself. But still, Nisha's net worth is... It's struggling.
Yeah.
And he lost his mid-tier 1 also.
And because it was just so close to getting that kill.
Yeah. It was like 15 HP.
Yeah. Liquid will be able to get the push together down bottom. For the tier 1. Doesn't seem like... I mean, well, Navi, they do have the Golem at the ready if they want to try and put together a defense.
Looks like they will trade for top first, but they are
TPs
still
are coming in, yeah. They have Golem. Ari's in with the jump. They set up. The song's going to be there. Will allow the chance for Mickey to back up, but Toby, he does not have his TP available, still on cooldown. So he'll have to just try and walk off himself. So if they can chase this, power shot will slow them down momentarily. It's going to be enough that Toby can get away, pops the smoke as well to keep the distance. So they won't quite get the tower, but they do make sure that nobody dies. Uragi maybe even thinking about joining them.
I think they're both waiting for each other.
Yeah, who's going to go through?
Well, he's got the traps available, so he knows.
And the mid. They get the coil set up on Anisha.
No way.
Jumping with the punch. It's enough to take Nisha down. His game continues to get slowed down here by NAVI.
Amplify damage into an instant smoke. Let's see what they can get here.
They're close to the action. It's pretty deep, though.
I mean, Liquid did see the smoke off of their mid-river ward. so they are aware. But even without the smoke working, Navi get off a very nice ward.
And Navi more than happy to sweep the map looking for kills. Blade Mail's now online for Saberlight, so we'll get a little trickier to take down the Axe. Nisha's got his eyes on mid, but has to be cautious. Dreamcore's going to be back up in about 15 seconds, and once that's there between Copy and Ari, they can pretty much kill anyone.
This is a very scary TA. Like, Yuragi has Dragonlance and nearly a full Desolator. Doesn't matter if you have Blade Mail or whatever, you are going to die in a stun.
Yeah. Well, Liquid definitely took a risk letting that hero get through here. I'll drop the Golem just for the tower.
Okay.
Over in the mid. The coil's there.
Wait.
Nisha, he's dead. The Shadow Word will do it.
Actually died.
They're both having a bit of a tough time, right? Both Nisha and Saberlight, their games are getting slowed down quite a bit, Kezu.
I mean, what I like a lot from now, I feel like there's no second guessing. Kiori walks bot, just straight up drops the Golem on the tower and TP's mid on the coil. The Golem might be AFK, but he gets mid, Fatal Bonds, heal, and it's enough to kill Nisha. It just looks so nice.
Well, there's the Deso timing, as you said. Super early for Yuragi.
Lead, 14 minutes in. And Navi have a lot of moves still. You can always have, Ari smoked up with the TA, Ari with Copy on the puck. You have swap coil combo break also.
I need that Diffusal Blade online for Nisha. And it's not going to be the fastest. Actually, Yuragi very much getting out of control. We'll see how Mickey can keep up in the farm. Does have his sort of base items done with the Falcons into the Chrysalis, looking for the Aghanim's next. Boom. About halfway into his own Aghanims for the Venge. And Liquid have to be very careful. They can't afford to lose any of their cores again. Look at the chance to get the jump onto Corey. Ari not able to save him. Ari wants to try and head in. Maybe punish Nisha. Nisha's able to get out with the jump. No potential grab that time round.
Okay, nice little pickup for Liquid. This kill matters to me a little bit more because if I just look at Liquid, I feel like there's not much for them to gain on the map right now. You have no blink, you don't have any clear initiation. So injecting any type of gold or kill into them is actually a big deal because they're unable to get it on their own.
Careful, man.
Diffusal is now complete on Nisha. And Blink is coming out on Boxy, so Liquid are getting some little power spikes and a mech on Boxy.
All right.
Not bad, not bad.
Now, bottom lane, though, Mickey. He's going to get jumped here whilst there's no one round to help him. Liquid heading over, but do they still want to try something? I think just going to have the Golem dropped onto Nisha. Corey not messing around. He sees that Ricky. They got the trap slow as well on towards him. Have to use the song.
Okay.
I think they're going to just have to use this to back out. Indeed, they're just having to leave this area. There's no fight to be had here. So they don't lose anyone. And that is the Golem down. But as we've seen, Corey, he don't care. He's ready to drop this Golem. He sees something, he'll drop the Golem.
Yeah. I see you.
No holding back from him.
Okay, Nisha down in the mid.
Ari. He's not going to get out of this one. Copy will have to jump out, and he's keeping Nisha low. He can get back in and finish off the job. So whilst Ari might have died this time, he did not die in vain. They get the trade. Slowing down Nisha once again. Mickey has found Yuragi off to the side, though.
Melt.
Boom. He's in with the swap and the call. Saberlight will get the grab onto the two, and then they're moving in with the flank. The dunk's there. The double dunk from Saberlight. It's a swap with good intentions, but a swap gone wrong. As it's 4 dead now on Navi. Just awkward way there for what sort of Yuragi to get caught at the start. As you know, Boom tries his best to save him, but there wasn't any saving anyone there with Saberlight ready with that call.
Wow, that was huge for Liquid. They needed that.
That's a massive fight.
Navi have been fully dominating. I mean, even this fight before the 2-man call, it looks very good for Navi.
We'll catch it again here. How it all went down. I mean, at this point, Navi, especially Copy, he knows that he's going to get the chance to get in and finish off Nisha despite losing Ari. So getting the job done at this, and at the same time, you can see sort of Uragi beginning to swing over from the bottom lane.
Yeah, getting intercepted by the Gyro and the Naga.
Yeah, they're completely on top of his movement. And yeah, boom, tries with the swap, but bam. Saberlight,
Really nice
he's
paces.
ready.
Yeah, that
absolutely
was
ready to catch that Uragi TA after he's been swapped out. And back in action, another dunk. Saberlight starting to get the ball rolling. After a bit of a slow start, he's really starting to pick it up now.
This is really big momentum. Not just these kills, but injecting all of this XP into yourselves. The dunks on the Axe, more armor against the TA, against the Venge. I mean, Navi still happy. 6-0 on the copy puck. High net worth, same with Uragi. I believe that Roche should be on the menu for Navi soon. You have the Wave of Terror, you've got the Desolator.
There's the smoke. Liquid. Ready to go and get Mickey involved as well. Sort of baiting at the moment with Nisha. We'll see if Navi kind of take the bite. As Nisha's going to poke around near the tier 1 tower. Navi are starting to head over. Will they fall for Liquid's trap?
Uh-oh, there's no swap
Eyes
around.
on Uragi. The Saberlight want to go for this, he does not. Back away for now, so unlikely to get the jump, but they will at least be able to find this tier 1 top with the pressure. Navi avoiding the fight for now, at least until Uragi's got his next item done.
Well, the map will have to switch soon, unless there's a fight.
Ari's got eyes on Saberlight. They're going to try and get the jump. They get the silencing on towards him. Shackle's there, though, onto Corey, into the call. Locking down the Warlock, not giving him a chance to get the Golem off. Maybe he still can. He can in his finals moments. He'll be able to drop the Golem. The song comes out, but Saberlight will not be saved. The song is enough to get Nisha the space to escape, and will allow Toby to also TP himself the power shot. Not enough to kill off Copy. I mean, we saw that, yeah, getting the chance to maybe even get more Ari.
Not a trap.
Yep, they're going to be able to set up for the trap, so he's going to go for the TP out, but the physical damage is done. Navi able to clean that up nicely, and he gets the Golem off. They were trying to do everything to stop it. The shackles into the call, but gets the chance to get the Pavisa on himself. And is able to live that long enough to just get the Golem out towards the end, help out in contributing to take that Axe down. And now helping out with looking towards the Tormentor. Back over the mid, Nisha nearly taking out the damage of Copy.
Some very good stuff. Tormentor did go down in the meantime. I mean, Roshan has to be up soon, like really on the menu for both. And yeah, Shard for the Marcy.
I mean, can they just walk in and take it, start going for it with the TM?
They're spam-pinging Mickey right now. He's under a trap.
Ari with the control.
And the stun.
And Copy ready to bring in the damage. Dream Call's going to catch both of them. Gets on a Saberlight, the swap back. Not quite able to get the snap back on the Dream Call, but it doesn't matter. They've got the damage to kill him out anyway. Quick moves from Na'Vi. Just goes to show, you know, Liquid, they cannot relax at all this game. They got to stay completely focused because it's sort of these moments that they get hit the hardest. Mickey and Saberlight caught like that on the bottom lane. They can't afford to have those sort of losses.
Absolutely not, and this is going to cost them Roche also. It went from like 2,000 to 8K real quick.
Yeah, big moments here once again for Na'Vi. Uragi really is just that far ahead this game, both on levels and farm.
He's huge.
And the struggles continue for Nisha. He's starting to fall behind the supports now. Ari's taking over ahead of his farm. Didn't have an easy one. Had a decent lane as we saw, but they caught Nisha quite a few times. This game only 3-5-2 on the Riki. They needed the Riki to be ahead. At the call on a boom. Bit of an awkward one as they're able to easily take him out. Copy's actually with
two.
an aggressive Dream Call under the tier 2. Probably not going to be able to do too much with that. Saberlight maybe thinking about if he can go back in on this. It is hard though. Golem's at the ready here for Corey. They're going to smoke up Navi. They feel so strong right now around this Aegis of Uragi. They absolutely will take a team fight. Are Liquid going to walk into it? The swap's there. Saberlight steps up. Immediately they focus the axe. They'll be able to kill him off. The song comes in. It won't save Saberlight.
No, go back. This.
They got the Golem.
Uh-oh.
You want to TP out? Corey's not going to let you. The Golem comes in from the edge of the song, stops Toby's TP. Na'Vi continuing here to start really styling on Liquid, and they're ready to start poking at the high ground with this Aegis and the Golem out. Onto the tier 3. 2 heroes dead on Liquid. They've got to pop the fortification.
I don't think there's an answer to this. Who's going to stop this TA? He's got Aegis, he's got Venge, Solar Crest, and a Marcy to buff him up.
Na'Vi, they're going to get the full set of barracks by looks of it. Maybe they'll back off from the range. They got the important one. Ooh, Shackle doesn't actually get the connection there on towards Uragi, so Uragi gets away with this. But yeah, there we have it. 23 minutes in, the full set of barracks taken by Na'Vi. Saberlight is trying for Kaori, but Kaori's got friends. Boom and Ari are here. The swap's there to keep Kaori safe. And Saberlight boxing there. They'll still be able to chase down Kaori. I know there's a Ghost Scepter. And Ari's ready to try and get him out of the side. The call will catch on to Ari. Kaori and Ari should die for this. So they try their best to save one another, but in the end of the day, it just ends up giving the double to Saberlight. So unfortunate circumstances there for the supporters of Na'Vi.
Okay, another big double for Liquid. Much needed. I mean, what is it that Liquid are looking for? So they're getting their BKB on Mickey. They're closing in on Nisha's BKB also. Because Na'Vi might come knocking at your door once more. 2 minutes left on this Aegis. Vlad's complete on the Venge.
I think so. BKB's now done on Mickey, so he's going to feel a bit more prepared to get into the center of the team fight, get the damage out with the flak. And Na'Vi, once they've got the 5 of them up, definitely likely to try and make use of this Aegis once more before it expires. Here we go, coming over towards the outpost. They've got the creep wave moving in on the top. They can look to eye up some more tier 2s. What's the plan here from Liquid? Not an easy position for Liquid right now. Nisha nearly has his Aghanims.
Okay, swapped his mind. I appreciate it. I think it's also correct. Going for the Ags over the BKB.
Talking about BKBs, of course, Uragi's going to have his BKB ready to cover the expired Aegis in a minute. So he'll still feel pretty untouchable. Trying to be careful with that curry to get that last piece of the action. They're going to just, again, drop the Golem for the push. I like it. And same turn down bottom. Saberlight, he's been caught by Copy and Ari. He's not going to be here for the defense. Nisha's trying to step in. He's going to look to go towards Boom. Boxy heading in with the Wim Run. They've got to be cautious here. Nisha's got to start backing away. He does get caught by the silence. But the Golem holding the wave in. Tier 3 pretty much gone. Shaka will connect, but Liquid, there's no way of them getting outside the base. I mean, they don't have their axe. As Na'Vi.
They cannot attack this TA.
15 seconds left on the Aegis. Another Shackle connects in. But these racks are going to force out the fortification.
Aegis for 10.
10 seconds until Axe is back in. That's the range racks. And it's going to be the melee as well. So again, getting such early barracks here, considering the close state of the game before these kind of events went down. Na'Vi now 2 sets up, 13k lead. Liquid definitely a bit shaken.
Okay, they're all stuck in their base and in the mid lane. It's really hard to get in here.
I've got eyes on Uragi. So they want to try. It's just like this is going to be the save for him.
They have a great observer, and it's still hard for them to go.
Yeah, they know they can't try for it. Have to let Navi be for now. Still a game where Liquid have only been able to take the one tier 1 tower, whilst they themselves have 2 sets of barracks down. Here against Navi. And you can see, Kaori with these chaotic offering golems just dropped to push. It's working out fantastically. The damage done between him
Nearly 6,000
and the TA. Yeah. The very sort of proactive plays here from Kaori with the golems. And it's absolutely worked. It's going to have up again pretty soon. 20 seconds.
This puck also. Octarine core.
Yep.
Parasma about to be completed. Level 20.
It's really felt that for the majority of the game, this last pick, Ricky, it's been kind of a non-issue.
They just had his number so far all game long.
Yeah. Mainly sort of between Copy and Ari.
Absolutely.
With those mid-game kills they got against Nisha.
Ari and DeMarcy even completed the BKB. Nisha is close to the shard. Maybe that's one of the things they're trying to wait for. It could allow them to all in one target with the axe call, drop the smoke cloud, make sure that this target dies.
It could make the difference. As we have seen, the swaps have been very important from Boom, so if he can't get the freedom to do so, might mean that Liquid have a chance to turn a team fight. Toby caught out at the base though.
That's a quick one.
Liquid trying to step out. Saberlight considering if he wants to jump this. He'll get the call on the 2 of them. He'll get the grab. The golem's going to be dropped. They'll kill off Boom the once, but he's ready to fight here, of course, with round 2. And Yuragi pushes him for the BKB. They're caught. Mickey's going to put the BKB. He'll get it off just in time. The song comes in. Will be enough to save him. Nisha pushes forward to kill off Ari. Can they look for more? They've got the route on towards Yuragi. Shackle will launch him over towards the golem. And they will manage to dunk him. Get him killed off, but Copy's doing so much damage to the backlines. Is caught, though, in the smoke screen. He's able to get the phase shift off as he jumps out to the side. He'll get off and look towards killing off Boxy. Boxy, but high ground missed there, I think, actually getting away. Turns for the power shot into Copy. Will find, or maybe not, Boom still got another swap good to go. So he's going to swap himself in aggressively. Saberlight and Nisha were trying to kill Kaori. They're not going to get him. And it might have just cost them both their lives. Saberlight's going to get chased down by Copy. They will kill Kaori at the end of this Liquid. But Nisha has to run. And finding little bits of something, but it's just not enough really for Liquid to take away this lead that Navi have. And Navi, they're not done yet. Copy standing his ground against Nisha. He'll get the kill. Ari jumps in.
You just did that.
This game is great. There's so many people like popping off individually, left, right, and center. This Copy puck, he used so many spells throughout this fight. Like even Yuragi ended up being in a tier 2 kind of dying, but the supports plus the puck, just endless fighting.
Yeah, he's looking absolutely untouchable now at this point. And yeah, the fact that his net worth's up their level with Yuragi, who's had such sort of free farm on the TA, just goes to show how much he's been doing, Copy. And Liquid, what do you do? They couldn't quite save Mickey at the start of that last fight, despite their best efforts. They find little opportunities to get some kills here and there as the fight goes on, but still not able to come out ahead of Na'Vi in these trades.
They need Mickey's damage to follow up on these axe calls. I think in the last fight, Ari just had his number. Pretty sure he disposed him back in before he was even ready. Even though Saberlight had a great call.
Saberlight's looking for another one. See who we can find. He's going to be able to get the setup on towards Yuragi, but look at that. Ari says, we're going in on this. Drags him, jumps him straight forward. The song comes out. Ari on the retreat. Will get caught by the root, so Ari will die for this. Now that Liquid's BKBs have come to an end, though, can they get out? Mickey just gets destroyed by Yuragi. Toby likely to fall as well as Yuragi pushes forward. The aggressive swat to bring Boxy back into the action. Will set up for Boxy to be in a world of pain. He's going to try for the TP out. Will make it out himself, but it's 3 dead again on Liquid. Na'Vi more than ready to push here with the Golem coming down the mid lane. No buyback available on Mickey. Saberlight will come in with his buyback. But Nisha and Mickey gonna have to wait out the respawn timers. As the tier 3's gone. Saberlight, can he find a call? Last few times he's tried his best, but they just have ways to deal with it.
They have to do this without their carry.
Yeah,
That's
and
Megas.
There's going to be the swap again. Boom's going to get the catch on towards him. Saberlight dies immediately to the damage of the side blades of Uragi. He's gone. Na'Vi here in this game 3, very much doing it as they're onto the tier 4s. And Mickey's going to be back in 10. He's just going to be able to get the silence on towards Copy, but they don't have enough control to keep him in the cloud. He gets out as the Ancients expose Na'Vi. Looking to close this up. Liquid, there's nothing left for them to do. A killing spree for Uragi. The Ancient slowly but surely falling as this game, this series, it's Na'Vi's here today, 2-1 against Liquid.
Wow, they really showed up. I have to say that this was a very impressive game, all through and through. Ari on the Marcy with the early moves, Copy on a near flawless game on the puck, ending 8-0 and 17. Oh, I have to say, I did not expect this one.
Yeah, Copy's popping off today. Yeah, from the sort of tiny performance in game 1.
Yeah.
Game 2 was a tough one, but yeah, game 1 and game 3 looking fantastic from that mid lane, and yeah, Nishi just couldn't keep up.
Yep.
They get this last pick, Ricky coming in, looked great for kind of the first few waves, but unfortunately for Nishi, it really was downhill from there. Whilst Copy just absolutely exploded, and yeah, off the back of that, Na'Vi, they get the victory today, 2-1 against Team Liquid.
Thank you very much. And yeah, Kez was saying he wasn't expecting this coming out of Na'Vi, but I think my panel is also not expecting this game to play out. Even after the draft was done, we kind of felt like Liquid was supposed to take this one on paper, Jenkins. Something didn't go according to your script.
No, the script was broken, which is great. I mean, I love to see it. Na'Vi, nobody was expecting this from them in general. Like, the news literally just came out that they're essentially being demoted and Na'Vi Jr. is being promoted. So, yeah, nobody expected this, but Ari played...
That's when you tried the hardest, though, right?
Yeah,
it's like when you get kicked from a team,
it's
you're
like, you think I'm
gonna
bad?
get better.
I'll show you.
Yeah.
I mean, Ari picked his best hero, and you can see how many hours of practice this guy has on Marcy. Good Lord. Every single early game rotation was him. Every single early game clip was him. And listen, I get it. Copy had a great game. His cores had a great game. Kaori, he was ulting towers. This was funny. This was interesting. This was all Ari. This was just a 4 position, like giving everyone a ton of net worth and a ton of... It's just an easy game. Really easy game.
Yeah, I mean, I said in the green room too, like Jenkins had one good take today. When, like, this Venge core might be really good. Yeah. Like, it's looking good in all the games that we've seen it so far today. It makes it very difficult to play the game, and you're going to see here, right? Like, you call the Venge, but, like, great, you killed it once. How do you get out now? There's going to be a swap available. He's still in the fight. Like, it's very, very annoying for these heroes that have to commit into the fights. So it looked really good, but I'm with Jenkins as well. This Ari hero, my Ari player, sorry, on Marcy was really, really strong. He was able to not only shut down Saberlight this game, he continuously kept going to this top lane, allowing this TA to just make sure Saberlight did not have a repeat of game number 2.
Yeah, you wanted a team fight hero coming out for Na'Vi as their last pick, whether that would have been an offlaner or a position 5. They came out with the Warlock, and it did feel like that Warlock made the team fight for Na'Vi just all they needed.
It was good. It was difficult to play into, and there were points of the game where Liquid clearly identified that, and they just weren't playing into it. They were songing and trying to escape out of everything and play a little rat Dota, and he would just ult towers because he's like, all right, we'll just take your buildings. But really, I do want to say for all the Marcy enjoyers out there, if you want to see how to execute this hero, watch this guy. Like, watch this match. It is not an easy hero to play right now, because I do think that if you... Like, your facet is literally throwing your teammate onto other people. This is one of the most potentially griefing things in the entire game. So your read of the game needs to be exceptional, and so does your confidence. You need to be confident enough that, no, you know that you want your hero to be on that guy. I'm going to put you on that guy. Like, we got this. Don't worry, you know? And every single time it looked good. There's even a point where he used it on a golem to try to catch Nisha. He jumped to the high ground. He had no vision, so he was just taking a guess. But the idea there is, like, really cool. Like, you can see that he's looking for these little clutch plays that if you don't have a lot of games on a hero, you're not going to go for those. And that's what it takes to make a hero that's not, like, S tier, look S tier.
Yeah, it was a very good game from Ari and his team. They all were on the same page and they all made everything happen. I also think that Fear, we saw, of course, the Team Liquid Axe first pick not working out. That is something that it felt like they seemed more comfortable on. Like, is it just that easily countered?
I mean, I don't say it's easily countered. I think it was doing well in the lane. It's just like the moment where Marcy decided to start playing top lane, that's when things got really difficult. And I think that you have to be a really good team to be able to identify like when things are going to get hard for you. Because like the first few waves are fine for the TA. It's going to get harder. But then they realized if we just bring Marcy here, this Axe is just going to chain feed. And that's exactly what happened this game. They continuously fed off Saberlight. That allowed the TA to get farmed, and it's shut down Saberlight's game.
Yeah, there was one fight where Saberlight did do well that we're going to look at first before we see the demise of said hero. But Jenkins, this was when it was still looking pretty okay for Team Liquid.
Yeah, we have to include the, Seb moments here. Like, it's just, was this the blink call that he did?
You said.
Yes, it was, okay. So there was an initial... The fight starts, it's a little dirty, a little greasy, nothing's happening. Then Mickey goes in afterwards. They back off, then the group up happens. So the initial part is actually kind of necessary because you think the call has already occurred. Saberlight gets the double kill. I think he ends up getting another one here. But like Saberlight did try to carry the game. You can see why he picks Axe, but by this point, like Yuragi had such a high net worth because of Ari's rotations. He's playing into the Venge, as Fear was mentioning. This is kind of a counter. We're talking about how so many counters exist in Dota right now, and like all the heroes are viable that you can't just like slam first pick heroes. But Saberlight definitely tried.
He tried, and then it didn't work out the way that he wanted it to, because at some point he is the biggest target, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely was in this particular game. And at this point in the game, they're just going to end up going high ground. But we saw so many times in this game just what happened with this Marcy. Just all over the map, finding the kills.
Yeah, that was every clip pretty much, all consolidated into
either
one.
saving people or getting kills. I guess Liquid's trying to chase here, but I think at this point in the game, it's a little difficult. You don't have an Axe. He's your initiator.
And we talked about it after game 2 for Liquid being an exceptional team, and it's Navi is doing the exact same thing where they are not just throwing all of their heroes towards the top lane. They know that there are going to be heroes that are out there split pushing. Saberlight may be looking for kills somewhere else on the map. So they put enough heroes towards top, even using the rock on the tower just to siege. And then while they're sieging, they're also at the same time simultaneously executing a gank on Saberlight. Like, this is the mark of a really good team. Yeah. And not only a really good team, but a very confident team as well.
A very confident team, and we talk a lot about how good, obviously, the side of Navi was able to play in this game, but that also means we kind of should highlight what went wrong potentially for Team Liquid, because they had a Ricky in the mid lane, Fear, and Nisha did not have a good game.
Yeah, I mean, it's time to address the elephant in the room here that we did talk about. Oh, this Ricky's amazing. It's going to counter the puck. Puck didn't die a single time this game, by the way. Oh, it's amazing. It's going to stop all the swaps. Oh, Nisha, until like the very end of the game, didn't even get a shard. 27 minutes in the game, shard was not even picked up at this point. So unfortunately for Nisha, this, theory craft hero and the Ricky with the shard versus the puck, it fell flat incredibly hard. This is the overall last pick of the game. We've talked about how amazing last picks can be in this patch, but if your amazing last pick doesn't perform the way you expect it to, it can also be detrimental to you. And that is 100% what happened here to Liquid as well.
I agree with the shard point entirely, because once he did get the shard in the game, it looked a lot more annoying.
It's too late, though.
It looked a lot more annoying for Navi to deal with the team fights where like heroes were almost dying. And it kind of feels like, imagine if that was when there wasn't a 10K gold deficit between your 20K and it was only 10K, you know? Like, that could have definitely made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point in the game also, Nisha was lower net worth than Ari on his position for Marcy. So already something definitely going very wrong there for Team Liquid and for Nisha in particular with the Ricky in that game. And then there was one more fight we'd like to show you guys. It was a little bit later on, so kind of already saw what was going to happen here, Fear. But this one, you wanted to still see one more time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking at Ari yet again. Like, you do get the call onto the TA, but you just bring him into the fight, and he doesn't really care too much. Using Song as well. Look how far they're chasing Ari. And then the sleep ends up stunning him there, but like all of a sudden you kited out this entire Gyro BKB. And once his BKB's out, he's just going to die to the physical damage, add more swaps in there. And this fight went on for a very long time, I believe. Copy Puck's just like playing the outskirts of the fight too. So it just became a battle of like, can we get a kill fast enough? And versus this Venge hero versus these Undying heroes that we've seen right now, I haven't seen much Death Prophet, same story. The longer these fights go, the stronger these heroes are.
I love how Kaori played that fight, by the way, like managing to do something flashy on Warlock. He walks into the Gyrocopter and presses Ghost Scepter and slows. So you, as the Gyro, you like have to go on him, but you're getting no lifesteal because he's Ghost Sceptered. So you're killing him with magic damage, but it's long enough that Yuragi can then kill the Gyrocopter before he can get any lifesteal off. So nice little tiny clutch play there from him.
Yeah, overall, Na'Vi, very well played. They will move on to day number 3 with a 2-0 record here for the Swiss group stage, and that means that they're on match point tomorrow, have a chance to punch their ticket to the playoffs later this week. Team Liquid will join the pool of teams of 1-1s, and we'll see how they fare tomorrow. But both teams are going to be getting a rest this afternoon as we're going to move forward with our second half of the day. We're going to have Aurora, Xtreme Gaming, and a fresh panel of Tsunami, T-Gov, and Lizard to take you through the second half of the day. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Despite forming a little later in the season, Aurora did not take long to break into the top pack of teams, and now they're here at Wallachia trying to get themselves a top place finish. I'm here with Panto. Panto, how are you doing and how's the season been?
Hello, season was like start not best, but we becoming better and better, and now we qualify on all main tournaments this year, and we're very happy. And now we're in Wallachia. There is a lot of new teams on this tournament, and for example, OG, we're gonna compete against them, and I think game's gonna be really interesting, and we will see how we develop our new strategies and new skills on this tournament.
Do you find a lot of value in playing against teams which you don't really play against that often compared to just playing against like the very best teams?
Yeah, I think it's really important and really enjoyable. You're not only playing against teams who has to create strategies, because they if you just write on paper, they're a little bit not that skilled as top tier teams, but they can show really good strategies, and they can also really prepare for these tournaments. Like you will gonna practice in the 40i, and you're like, okay, this is my tournament, we're gonna show 100%. But for teams which not qualified in this tournament, they have only this tournament, and they're gonna show their best performance, and because they have to do it.
So when you're coming against these smaller teams, which maybe aren't doing as well this season, Are you always giving it your all, or do you use it as like a kind of testing ground for new ideas, or do you just come at them with like everything you've got, bring your best ideas and see what they do?
For me and for my team, I think we're gonna be showing our best performance and trying to not show all strategies at the beginning. But maybe we will understand due tournament that our best strategies not that good.
That's cool. Because you guys have always been on the forefront of like developing new ideas, I think, you know, especially with Nightfall in the carry role. He's been picking up like Omni Knight, Dawnbreaker is one of the first players to do that. Why do you guys like being so flexible? Is that Nightfall's decision? Is that a team decision? Or is that just how things have worked out?
And Nightfall wants to develop some new heroes, and the team are always ready to try. And if you also didn't mention Doom, for example, nobody played Doom carry, and everybody stopped playing Doom position 3. But Nightfall was really thinking that this hero is strong, and we were playing. And now it's like meta hero, Doom. Yeah. Everybody likes to play position 1 Doom.
And also in the qualifiers you had recently, you kind of made Death Prophet look like one of the strongest heroes in the game right now. Without giving too much away, what do you think the big heroes of this event are going to be?
Maybe it can be X, for example, because in pubs people start picking this hero not only on position 3 but also position 4, and I think this hero can like, do something unique. And also people start testing a lot of heroes, and you don't have much bans in first stage for every Imba hero. So how it's gonna be, like there is a new hero first pick Imba, and you need to create counter to it because you don't have enough bans.
Looking at the broader picture for the year, and also coming into the last part of the year, there's been this sort of really strong pack of like 6 to 7 teams, you know, including you guys, who are capable of beating each other, but always it's like a couple of these teams are going to be in the top few places. Why do you think that is this year? And well, yeah, firstly, why do you think that is this year?
You need to go through a little long pass. For example, only NAVI Junior, I can say, because they started like 2 or maybe more years ago, same roster. They changed only position 4, and they were losing, and they bam, they qualified. And also on previous tournaments they beat Falcons on game which they were eliminated, and they show like not only new strategies, because if people watching qualifiers, they saw how they create new heroes, and it's really interesting to watch. And also they have a lot of high ranks in team. It means that they in micro also very strong, and it's really hard to create one team with people who are really strong in micro, and also they understand macro at high level, how top tier teams.
How do you feel about this event? Like, what would a win at Wallachia actually mean coming into those final events of the year? Because it's kind of like, it'll give you a huge amount of confidence, I'm sure, but also kind of put a target on your back. Is that something which concerns you at all?
Our practice before tournament, our suffer. It's always like no pain, no gain, and you like through pain you gain this win, and it's really good. And for me personally, I never win once, so it's gonna be really good.
Excellent stuff. All right, you're coming for first place. Panto, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and good luck here at Wallachia.
Thank you.
Despite the fact that Aurora seems to be quite dominant within their own region, they have definitely suffered their fair share of pain before the gains really start coming. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second half of our Day 2 here at PGL Wallachia Season 5, where I am joined again by T-Gov and Lizard, where Panto's alluding to the fact that they have been on the grind, but they have really only gotten a top 4 result as of the most recent Dream League. Other than that, this is a top 8 team, and that's where we've been classifying them for basically post-TI Copenhagen. Is now the time for them to finally come into form?
No. After watching the qualifiers, I'll be very honest, they did win, both of them, but they looked shaky, where maybe there was this world where it's like they had this aura of win, expecting to qualify, so we're not going to give it our best, and then they eventually like maybe lose a game or have some epic need for a comeback when normally they'd stomp them. So I think showing that inconsistency in qualifiers is making me hesitant, but I'm on the right agreement where it feels inevitable that they are going to eventually win a tournament. Is it going to be this specific one? I don't think so, but in the next year, I'm expecting them to lift a trophy at some point.
Your hesitancy is also warranted because even within this tournament, they are currently 0-1 right now, which is why they are 1-0 right now. Elsewhere, we have been covering a bunch of the 0-1s, so we can take a look at the results on Stream B for all the teams that lost their first series yesterday and how they fared coming into day number 2. Tundra was able to bounce back quite quickly, getting themselves a 2-0 victory over AVULUS at the start of the day, and BetBoom Team also made a strong recovery against Virtus.pro. Meanwhile, right now on the B stream, Wildcard just claimed themselves a 1-0 over a Heroic. And this is a Heroic which I saw Whisper with like double Rapier on Conka, so things are exciting there, and Stream B is going to be closing out the night with OG versus Nigma Galaxy. Here on the A stream, you got a chance to see Gaimin Gladiators get a 2-0 victory over Tidebound, and just now we saw NAVI get undeniably an upset over Liquid.
Absolutely an upset. But what's happening on Stream B? That's a speed run going on over there. Those games must be those games must be like 30 minutes max. Yeah. It's like our first series of the day, which was honestly, in my opinion, even though Navi was a big upset into Liquid, that one was also kind of upsetting for all the Tidebound fans out there. I did not expect I didn't expect GG to even win. Yep. And then I didn't expect them to win that hard, because that second game, it wasn't DOTA, it was just a stomp.
Yeah, that was, again, we've been having the occasional lopsided matches, and after yesterday, I thought that it was going to be lopsided in China's favor. Maybe we'll see that happen here with Xtreme versus Aurora, but Aurora was able to get themselves a victory yesterday, and now they're coming into this series hopefully hot. What is Nightfall coming into this series with? What's his energy coming into a day number 2?
I feel like there should be a lot of energy surrounding Nightfall. You know, like his teammates have drafted him some interesting heroes on position 1. Specifically, this guy right here. This is a game that they have won yesterday with the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
A cool build: Radiance, AC, Harpoon. What's missing? It's a Nightfall hero. He doesn't have
a BKB.
He doesn't have a BKB. Exactly.
But he does have debuff immunity.
That's the Giga Brain. That's the Giga Brain pick. Because with the Omni Knight, you don't need a BKB. You just use that Repel or whatever it's called at this point.
It is back to Repel, yes.
On yourself.
No longer Heavenly Grace or whatever.
And you just charge straight up in. You don't even have to BKB and TP out, because it's giving you quite a lot, that Repel. You can wait for it, of course, after the debuffs have been used to get even more strength. But overall, yeah, like I really dig this different build that they or different hero that they've picked on position 1, because Omni Knight has been, of course, played as a core, but he hasn't been played as a position 1 for some time now, not regularly.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see something different from Nightfall, not Ursa every time they need to win, or a PA.
He is at least somewhat willing to step out of the box, because we saw in the interview with Panto was crediting this Doom carry trend to Nightfall to an extent by saying Nightfall was one of the first to do it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Aurora, relatively new team. I think the fact that Nightfall has come into it, and he is, for a couple months now, he's Abaddon, Ursa, Omni, you know, throw in a Doom, Medusa. I think that all his entire hero pool is, I want to be the center of attention, because once you have to finally kill off a tanky Omni or a tanky Abaddon, a tanky Medusa, a tanky Ursa, an elusive PA, behind that, you got Kiyotaka either relentlessly feeding or completely popping off. Yeah. And then you've also got Toronto Tokyo playing a Magnus and some other, you know, X-Factor hero. So I think the logic of this team looks really good, because you have this just brick wall of a hero pool that Nightfall likes to play. Everyone else feels like they can shine, as he often is, again, like I said, the center of attention.
And Xtreme are going to be looking for opportunities to pick apart that brick wall, which, if we're talking about out-of-the-box carry picks, Ame also surprised yesterday with a carry Queen of Pain. So he can go toe-to-toe with Nightfall in terms of out-of-the-box ideas for the 1 positions.
After Wallachia last night, I go back to my hotel room. I'm like, should I play a pub? Should I not? Should I play? Should I not? And I'm like hovering over that play button. And then I see a good game being played. So I'm in the watch tab. I open it up, and it's Ame playing Phantom Lancer.
Really?
Yeah. And like when you think about PL, like we talked about it. Just look at all the position ones that are being played right now. All these glassy, cannony heroes, these supports that always have solar crests, glimmers, they can survive for a couple of extra seconds, right? And if you have a bursty position one, that kind of isn't great for you because you just get kited around. Phantom Lancer, however, this hero, I feel like is one patch away from being viable.
Okay.
Maybe not necessarily right now, but I feel like he is one patch away.
I'll be curious to see if it makes an emergence. Meanwhile, though, what we're seeing in this Game 1 draft is much more a meta. As Aurora, they ban out that Queen of Pain that we alluded to, as well as taking out the Shadow Shaman and the Axe. Xtreme, they ban out this almost permabanned Death Prophet. Death Prophet actually managed to make it through one game earlier today. They also take out the Batrider, the Doom, and the Undying. First pick of the Naga Siren, and Xtreme respond with an Earthshaker.
Yeah, Shaker's just a nice hero to play into the Naga Siren, right? We already mentioned how in previous panels, Naga Siren, the AoE of the song is quite small, level 1. You get a Shaker into the mix, a Fissure from good positioning. You can cancel out someone who's trying to TP under the cover of the song. It really just disrupts the game plan from a Naga. And even if you see her, if you Echo Slam her in full combo, that's your way to start the fight. And yeah, overall, don't mind at all. Of course, Jinkyu, very, very good on the hero.
I want to see what they combo it up with, right? Because Shaker, he's always been one of these heroes that enables a lot of different offlaners. So ranged offlaners instantly come to my mind, but of course you can play something casual for success as well. We'll see what they combo it up with. Naga, on the other hand, as well, like at this point is just the most stable position 5, I feel like. Even if her song can be cancelled out, you're still such a good combo with a lot of ones that it's bad, but then again, you're going to secure the lane. You have Reelin, which is really nice. So, yeah, I think both teams are happy with the opener, even though I have to say the Shaker opener feels to be some China exclusive thing at this point. Like Planet is playing it, now they get it on Xingqiu as well. They really value the Shaker a lot.
Yeah, you want to play a game on your pacing, right? Where you secure the off lane, you fissure block the wave, get the wave for your off laner, you block small camp, you might secure a couple of runes, but you want to play a game which is like very, very stable.
Ah, that's a good yawn, right?
That was a good yawn, yeah.
Needs to wash his face.
It's only game 1, gotta wait.
It's only game 1.
Yeah, gotta chill.
You're
rushing that one.
One hero that I really expected to be more contested on a support role, which truly isn't, is Nature's Prophet. Like we've seen Liquid play it on 1 multiple times, we've seen it in a couple of games as well, but for me, 5 Prophet still feels absolutely ridiculously strong. Like the heal is good, the global presence is always an issue no matter what state of Dota we're in, but so far in Wallachia it's not the top contested hero.
Are there any other teams that you trust to flex the Nature's Prophet to one position other than Liquid?
Pure is dabbling with it.
Okay.
But I would say that Liquid is in a league of their own in being able to play the Nature's Prophet carry.
Yeah.
And it might be one of those things where Wallachia will cause carry players to go, wait a second, we can still play the hero even though we don't have greater treant. Like, so this is probably going to be the tournament where Liquid is somewhat exclusive, and then TI to come, etc. Everyone's going to be back on it, probably.
Because that would be my only caveat to why Nature's Prophet is not just guaranteed every time, because it seems like Naga's the only non-flex first phase that we're seeing pretty much every draft. Otherwise, the first phases are pretty flexible.
The problem with Nature's and picking it early is core or support, the same things counter it. So when you see the flex, you don't really care because you know that picking a strong offlane combination to threaten it in lane, the presence, if you lose lanes, Nature's Prophet can't TP anywhere because you're TPing into a losing lane, just going to die more. So like, I think the hero is somewhat volatile. I personally like seeing it as a reaction to some stuff, but anyways, the draft has progressed, and for Aurora, they are going back for what was one of their more popular combinations throughout their qualifier run, the Magnus plus the Willow. Very, very strong combination, of course. You have the Shockwave and Skewer, dragging people through the brambles of the Willow. Great teamfight control. Like, between these 3 picks, teamfight is now not a problem. It gives so much freedom for Kiyotaka and Nightfall to pretty much pick whatever they want.
Even against a Silencer. Because the only context that I saw Silencer recently was during Dream League. Well, they are burning through this draft.
They're speedrunning this, yeah.
Was whenever Nigma was trying to do their Bloodseeker or Silencer combo. Because 6.78... Or sorry.
Oh my! Hello.
Sorry, 7.38. Silencer was incredibly popular.
The guy just time traveled.
Teams still pick it up here and there. Like, the worst lane that I've played in probably months has been Silencer and DP.
Oh, okay. So any synergies with silences.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there are still some small things that you can do, but we'll see. Right now, Xtreme Gaming, they snatched the Ursa away, of course, one of better heroes into Magnus, one of better heroes into Tiny. You just have your Enrage always to work with.
Yeah, and you mentioned about how does Aurora need to kind of respect the silencer. The Tiny pick will do that because the itemization from mid lane, if it is mid again, Nightfall might play at carry, you go blink into yours. So you'll start the fight, bait the global, use yourself to defend, and then once the global expires, everyone then piles in with RPs and terrorizers and whatnot.
Oh, look at that. I'm so happy we had the clip before the series started. Look at the last ban.
Yep, they want to respect Nightfall immensely. Of course, Nightfall can still take the Tiny to the carry roll if he wants to, into a silencer. When you have a carry Tiny, at any minute on the map, if you ever toss someone with an Echo Saber proc, they're dead. It does not matter if there's a global to try and protect them, because if the Tiny's already on top of you, you're dead.
The damage has been done.
The damage has been done.
And Xtreme are still looking for their XXS hero. Darkseer gets banned out. And you were looking for something to ideally synergize with, well...
He played Timbersaw twice during the TI qualifiers with the Shaker. So they've already proven that they don't pick ranged heroes that often can't be played off lane because of the Shaker.
Sure.
They're just picking the hero that they feel is best for the game. And as they have ultimate last pick, once Aurora shows if the Tiny's the carry or mid, I think that will just give a lot of life to or XSS wants to play. Because like Timbersaw, again, could easily be the hero here. In the game, don't really care about anyone. You get RP'd, who cares? If Tiny's carry, great. Timbersaw's going to have a good time.
Yeah, there's nothing really that would threaten him through the game.
Other than your team not having the most amount of stuns, right?
There's
okay,
the ban.
they banned it out.
On a troll pickup, okay, the carry-to-carry matchup is really good. It also makes it a bit harder for you to pick that double melee in the lane. You will be playing into Troll Naga. So you really have to be very careful about what kind of an offlaner you pick here. X is banned out, no chance for that culling to go through.
Can't you just pick Tide?
Tide is alright.
Not care about anything. Just walk around the map. Just a big body. You can get Anchor, you continue kiting. Control only recently became popular due to Yellow Submarine having a relatively good run in both of the Western European qualifiers, but they didn't win, so it didn't become, oh my god, everyone's going to play Tros. But clearly Aurora have respected that.
Is there anything else like a Razor that you could pick up here? Oh, they could just go with the good old Bristle, the hero that is last picked. Third pick of the game. Incredible. Like, we have seen this hero being banned out in a lot of qualifiers in the first phase.
And
even.
24 bans in this tournament so far.
Yep. And they get it as the ultimate last pick. The downside, I guess, to this Bristleback is that their teamfight is a little bit lacking in comparison to what Aurora have got. Like, you've got Terrorize, Mag Ulti, Song of the Siren as well. On the other side, it's more skirmishy. Like, you pop that global silence, you go in, maybe there's an echo as a counter-attack, but most of the time you just have to play the map and be very skirmishy in team fights. You shouldn't even engage big team fights. Just get one pick off, get out. Get one pick off, get out.
It just feels like it's going to be a test of who's just more effective, both their lanes and early farm, because both teams have the same recipe to winning. You've got a global to protect the storm jumping in or a shaker, and then for Aurora, you've got the Magnus to start the fight, to drag someone away. So even if there is a global, the positioning of the fight is so bad that is it really helping out, right? And I think both teams have this kind of like explosive potential to break into the mid game. And yeah, I'm really just focusing on the lanes. And when I look at the matchups, you know, Ursa in theory should farm somewhat well, but he could be punished from the Magnus. The Bristle and the Earthshaker, again, Bristle should farm there. Troll, I feel like everyone's farming evenly. So I look at the lanes, I'm like, there's no lane where I'm like, oh wow, that has to be so one-sided. Yeah. That's where it's like, after lanes, who makes that first move? Who kind of takes control of the game? Because again, both lineups, a Ursa in a good game, you can crush it. A Troll in a good game, he can become unkillable.
It's very balanced analysis from you two. I need something a little bit more one-sided. Benjamin!
Oh gosh.
Here it is.
No, don't worry. I'm not going to ask about the raw Dota analytics. I am more curious, did you catch the first series that we had today with Gaimin Gladiators and Tidebound?
Some of it. Some of it.
How high on China enthusiasm were you after day one? Where you were like, whoa, both these teams won?
Stocks were high.
Okay.
Let me tell you, I was all in.
And now where are we?
I'm a little worried. I'm a touch worried. I trust Ame.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see if he'll deliver on your behalf then. Let's get into game number 1 with our casters.
Yeah, let's get into game number 1 here. Thank you, Tsunami, and we'll see if China can continue some dominance, some of their dominance.
Yeah, China has been doing well. Definitely.
They're doing okay.
They are definitely back.
Gotta temper expectations.
Yeah, the first thing that I'm seeing, the first thing that I notice whenever Aurora is playing, is it a good BKB game for the carry? Is it a good BKB TP out game? Can he TP out during the ulti? No. So a little bit of a downside to it for Nightfall. Needs to be careful, because can't use battle trends and try to TP out if you have units around you, so that's going to be the downside of it. And speaking of their lineup, they do have very good repositioning tools. Sieging the high ground is not going to be easy. I've seen games where it was actually Nightfall. I think he was playing for Tundra at the time. It was the grand finals against Falcons when he went like 15-0 on Ursa and still lost that game because they couldn't finish. I could see some of the issues as well being in this game. Sure, Bristle deals good amount of damage even when you're playing green Bristleback to the buildings, but he's playing Seeing Red in this one, so that's going to be extra bit of a damage. But Ursa and Storm, they're good at killing heroes, but they're not good at killing buildings. And you're playing into Magnus, into Tiny. Eventually, these heroes are going to have Blink Daggers, and this is the easiest way to make a comeback into the game if you're playing it from behind.
I'm curious to see how Xtreme played as well, because a lot of what we saw in the qualifiers for TI was Ame's lane and game kind of got sacked pretty hard, and it would be on XM and XXS to really open it up for Ame to get a lot of time and space. It was something that was pretty consistent throughout that qualifier, where Ame would start the game like 0-4, and then all of a sudden they had to give him 30 minutes to make the game work for himself.
Yeah, he's been heavily focused in most of these games, but XXS and XM have been carrying pretty much the games, especially when he was playing Drow Ranger on Ame. And this is the lane where I think there's going to be quite a lot of action. You have Ursa and Silencer. These heroes want to be active early on, but also be careful about getting the skewer, getting skewered into the Bramble, so you can prop Bramble Maze 2 times. Ame killing the courier.
Getting himself a little bit of extra gold there. We'll see how that lane goes, how aggressive they're willing to play, because if it ends up being that he gets skewered, like you said, it could end up being another one of those Ame lanes where he is dead a couple of times. But for right now, things seem pretty calm, although he's only 1-1. And then you've got Pelosin, who got pretty low, almost dying in that situation.
Yeah, doesn't have a healing salve to work with. He is bringing something on the courier. It's going to be another set of tangos, which means that he will slowly try to regen up and get something done. But this lane definitely is going to be a strong lane, especially when they hit level 2 timing on Ursa, whether he decides to go for Earthshock or Overpower, try to stick onto the target. These are not the easiest targets to kill, because you have Shadow Realm, you do have Skewer, but there's a good amount of harassment coming on from both Dark Willow and Magnus. These two heroes can put quite a lot of pressure. Again, you have ways of dealing with... something that Ursa doesn't like to play into is quite a lot of harassment at these early levels.
And for right now, he's 7-3 on the CS, so he's at least doing well in the lane. Whereas you can continue to see Pelosin, he's just trying to put some damage out there, have that Arcane Curse. He's gone 1-0-1 for the moment, and actually buying himself a bit more mana regen to get back into this aggressive style of the lane that he's looking for. I mean, for Ame and Pelosin, it seems like it'll be pretty quiet for them as long as their positioning's all right. But I could definitely see potentially a Shockwave skewer with a Bramble that ends up making them feel a little bit unkind. And Kiyotaka against XM over mid. The matchup's pretty even thus far. I mean, XM's had some fantastic
some banger
performance.
Games. He definitely did. But he's also not Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka, take it. Kiyotaka, give it in any order. Usually it's give it and take it. But this guy is one very entertaining player. I did call him EEE, Eastern European Envy. This guy is very good at making the games entertaining to watch as well. He's also the guy that builds Boots of Travel onto Stormspray. It's not something that others do. XM probably going to go for the treads in this one. This is going to be a bit of a farm fest in the mid lane. These heroes are not going to die to each other. They have way too much HP, armor, and everything to be able to kill themselves. But the Nightfall on Troll, this is the big one. This is the biggest question mark. I also want to see what the itemization is going to be after the Battle Fury. A big fan of Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if he can get away with Aghanim Scepter straight away. Maybe he's going to need to squeeze in a BKB because he's playing into a good amount of lockdown. Silencer especially, Shaker. But Aghanim Scepter probably going to be the item of his choice because he can dispel himself and he can also dispel Ursa. Removing overpower from Ursa is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, hoping to shut down this Ursa any way possible. And Nightfall, he's happy with what he's getting out of the lane so far. There really isn't too much, I would say, that Xtreme can kind of do in this situation. They've got Fissure, they'll have some kills stacking up, but other than that, it doesn't exactly seem like the most killer-centric lane for the side of Xtreme Gaming. And bottom lane, I mean, this has been what we've seen from China. A lot of their qualifier games started very slow. Their first blood would be pretty late, but mid-late game would pop off.
I gotta correct you. It starts like they're playing aggressive, but there are no kills happening.
Yeah,
and then
that's true.
We have 4 kills at 12 minutes.
So we might be here for a while in terms of first blood, but I say that, but there's 3 heroes bottom, and kind of what we said, Ame ends up dead. That's how you make first blood happen. You just kind of talk about it, and then eventually it will happen. And now Mira's actually in a lot of trouble.
Oh, look at Poloson.
Avoiding the
he
brambles.
walks in.
Oh, he walked into them, and now Mira, still the Arcane Curse on him, and that will be a kill.
Ooh, was out of the range to get that +1. Also canceled his healing salve. I thought he was going for the play where he stands still. This is the same thing when Bear attacks you. You're pretending that you're dead. Did work in the situation, and in the end, Poloson will deny himself onto the creeps. XXS with that Vanguard, I don't think he's dying. He should definitely be fine in this one.
They are bringing a third up here, though. They want both supports. They want to do some damage to both these side lanes.
Yeah. One thing I do like about running away from a bear, because I've been in this situation multiple times, is especially with the friends. This is something we do for fun in the forests. You don't have to be the fastest one. Just don't be the slowest one.
Yeah. I mean, usually you trip somebody and then keep running.
Well, I never thought about that one, but that's the other way of thinking. A little backstabber you are, huh?
Oh, gosh. Jinky taking a lot of damage here with, again, both supports showing up to a lane. Or if you really want to make sure you're not the one who's going to be taken out, you have a little bit of honey ready for you, and then you just put honey on your friend, and then you run the other direction. Bears, big fans of honey.
I think you watch too
much Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh, Yogi Bear, and Boo Boo. Poloson, again, he's stuck. He needs to go through the brambles. These brambles are really nicely placed by Mira.
They're moving around the map a lot. Aurora have shown up in all 3 lanes all of a sudden. And they're going to try and get Panto at least some retribution here for XM. But this isn't exactly the easiest target to kill. And under the tier 2 tower, things get a little bit dicey. But XM able to finish off this Naga Siren.
They caught him with his Pantos down. He was not ready for that one. Throwing Blood Grenade and getting another kill. Kiyotaka will need to be active on his Tiny to be able to match some of these rotations. Magnus, he wants to farm. Something that Toronto Tokyo does well on Magnus is during the last couple of tournaments when he did play it, he doesn't take too much farm from the team. He is pretty much Kiyotaka will carry the game or not, depends which Kiyotaka decides to show up, but also doesn't take that much farm from the team. So goes for the Blink Dagger and then starts to build into either Aghanim Scepter, Force Staff, some of these, like, I would say smaller items, sometimes Ether Lens as well. It really depends. Sometimes if it's a good game for Aura, Crimson Guard, I think he has a pretty good understanding what needs to be done, especially on Magnus.
Starting to see these neutrals come out. Mystical Dormant Curio there for XM. And the Cobalt Cup for Poloson. Gonna need a little bit extra move speed if he can. Try and get away from these heroes, especially this Troll if it's in the face of the Silencer. You want Pelosin to get to level 6 as quickly as he can. You would love to have him get that global silence. But for right now, they'll look to use that last word, and they don't have anything to stop this TP out.
They thought they can get him. Even without BKB, this guy just TPs out.
Now Mira, who TP'd in, all of a sudden in a little bit of a precarious position. XXS will have the chase, and that will be a kill there, as well as a +1 for Pelosin. And they get something out of it. They don't end up getting the kill there out of the troll, but they do open up the lane a little bit, especially now with that extra kill. They could push the tower, just kind of stay content. We'll see what they decide to do. They've got 3 heroes up here. Maybe they're waiting for the troll to show up again. Panto and Kiyotaka coming from behind, and they might have been ready for them staying. The reel into the toss. They've also got that avalanche. Nightfall goes immediately after Pelosin, who's only level 4, so there was no global silence threat ever. But that does leave Kiyotaka very vulnerable, and they get the kill to the Tiny, and that's well worth the trade for the side of Xtreme. Early Heaven's Halberd for this Bristle. I really like this.
Yeah, it's something Troll doesn't like to play is any kind of kiting. Heaven's Halberd, which is not the most popular item. It was until we added some extra gold to the recipe. We did nerf it, but when the first item was introduced, when it was changed in 739, the item did look pretty OP. We saw like Sankings building it. 738, I believe, not 39. Toronto, Tokyo. Just a casual RP to try to get away from trouble. Heaven's Halberd is going to be a good pickup in this one, that's for sure. You're playing against Tiny. Tiny is a bit of a mixed damage, but it's mostly going to be used against Troll.
Ame still just farming here over bottom while the space is being made elsewhere. Got a Panto illusion, or did have a Panto illusion inside that camp. But that'll open up. Meanwhile, Jinku, he's going to stack the Ancients, and they're just starting to get some extra gold available on the map for when Ame's ready to take it. He's been down here bottom, and he's only up against Toronto Tokyo at the moment because Kiyotaka has kind of moved towards the mid and top side of the map to look for kills. They haven't looked bottom since they got that 1 kill on Ame.
Kiyotaka is going for more of a early-oriented item build on Tiny. I said that he needs to be active, but this is going to be super active. Doesn't upgrade his boots, doesn't buy Windlace. Instead, does go immediately for a Blink Dagger. So this has to be one of the earlier Blink Daggers. Even though he died once, maybe it's going to be not the fastest one, because Tinys sometimes, you know, they tend to own if they're picking up the 6, 8, and 10-minute rune. You get some Regen, Haste, Arcane rune, you're ready to pick up multiple kills. But this is a very good timing. Seen 4.5 minutes, faster than the average. A lot of stacking going on for Aurora. Every single camp pretty much has been stacked.
Yeah, a lot of extra gold on the map for him. 11 stacks made by the Naga Siren.
That's the power of the hero. This is something that I thought Nature's Prophet's going to be good at, but then we've changed the facet, so you need to use the Sprout. And there it is, go crazy.
They're going to go and echo Sprout, but man.
He gets him. 5 heroes, actually. 4 heroes for Aurora, but they get the job done. This is amplified damage on Kiyotaka that has been used.
Yeah, Kiyotaka there with the amplified damage, now with that Blink Dagger.
Yeah,
and,
double Blink Dagger
now. Yeah, I was just
now.
about to say. Toronto Tokyo also picks up a Blink Dagger. He's got stacks to farm. Everybody here has got stacks to farm and ways to farm them.
Because I want to go back to my point about Nature's Prophet being the guy who can stack. He wasn't as popular because we were playing with the Greater Treant.
Ooh, global, but
global silence.
Not in time for the
Kiyotaka,
Shadow
he's
Realm.
ready with a stun.
They'll look for the Terrorize.
That was
now.
nicely done.
Avalanche toss combo, and there's gonna at least be a trade. XM, though, half his health, a little bit of mana to work with. He'll ball lightning away from the side of Aurora. Really well done there by Kiyotaka. Gets him grouped up.
They were on the same page.
Avalanche
Toss back,
too.
Terrorize on top of himself.
Who
He's
still
going in.
finds XM.
We'll get another one. This should reveal the ward, but this is a pretty big kill.
Definitely should. The whole time, Ame's still bottom. And XM, this is one of the things that we talked about in the beginning of the game. When Ame doesn't exactly have an amazing start, you need XM and XXS to kind of hold the game steady. And XM, not actually as farmed as it feels.
Well, dying this one time. did definitely hurt him a lot, and he hasn't been farming stacks. Some of the stacks are given priority to XXS, who definitely can carry on Bristleback. I just had to double check. In the last month, this is the only time where he played Bristleback on Seeing Red Facet. Seeing Red Facet has been exclusively taken by Amar when he's playing it from the offlane. Every single other Bristleback pretty much has been playing it with the green Facet, because when you have extra physical damage, you want to pair it up with the green Facet, of course. But people kind of realize that Seeing Red Facet is still very good. And 22 stacks, 13 minutes into the game.
Sheesh.
These are some crazy numbers.
Yeah, it's so much extra gold made on around the map. And even with those stacks, though, it's a little bit of a surprise that the net worth doesn't favor them more. Still about an even game. And finally have that Kaya there on the Storm Spirit. You've got Battle Fury available for purchasing. One more creep for Ame, so he's really going to start to hit a mark. But a ball lightning in, they'll look for Nightfall. Global Silence comes through, but where's the follow-up afterwards? They've already used this Global. These heroes are starting to rotate. Now you need to get XXS out. But the Avalanche into the toss, throwing him over to Nightfall, trying to turn his back. They'll look for the Terrorize. That lands onto the Bristle. Now the Bedouin right in front of him, taking some decent damage, but surviving for a while, at least for now.
Nightfall
needs
needs
to be netted up,
careful.
and they'll look over as Toronto, Tokyo, as well as Kiyotaka combine to try and get a kill here on a Jinkyu. They'll use this song, and still, they are yet to kill XXS. But he is isolated away from the team. We'll see if there's anything that can help him. Now
Turn him
they've also
around.
RP'd
It's the
him,
only way.
and finally, they kill XXS. XM on the run. Kiyotaka doesn't have a lot more mana to work with, but it did take a whole village to really get a kill into the Bristleback.
Yeah, the finest creation. This hero has been good for the last year or so. It's been pretty much in the first phase throughout the last year. And Kiyotaka's in again.
XM, he's going to get caught, skewered to the side, and dead. Toronto, Tokyo getting that kill. The Pendulum on a Pelosi, and they are deep inside this area as the Echo Slam drops down, but they just don't have the damage.
It's level 1 Aftershock, so you don't have that extra bit of a damage that you would definitely like to get that kill. No Fissure has been used immediately after. I believe it was on cooldown, but yeah, look at how aggressive Aurora are playing. Behind enemy tier 2 tower, 15 minutes into the game.
Definitely showing some strength for XXS, but everybody else fell by the wayside, and Aurora, they look pretty good right now.
2 first global silences have been used. Like, this is super easy combo to execute. Storm Spirit zips in, you lock onto a target, you try to kill it with the follow-up of the global, but they don't have that second hero that can follow Storm Spirit. Not until Ursa gets a Blink Dagger, and he's getting relatively close. Needs another 800 gold, so once they have that, the next global silence should be able to get them the kill, and with Ursa as well, they should try to, you know, smoke up global silence, blank kill a target, maybe a second one, and then try to take Roche.
Do you think Ame should have TP'd to the tier 2 tower when they were diving?
Potentially, but this is also where you need to decide, because if you TP and you die there, this is how you ruin your own game. Kiyotaka, he's all over the place. Some really nice toss backs into 2-man Avalanche, toss damage as well, and this guy is obsessed with Boots of Travel.
Going for them and getting a lot of farm. He's pretty stacked up. XM in comparison down 2,200 net worth to the lane opponent of Kiyotaka. Looking for a Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. He's quite a ways out from that. And they show that XXS can survive.
I think you buy Shard on Earthshaker. I don't think you have enough gold. Like, you need to be able to fight just now. So he is bringing that on the courier. There's that global silence.
But they got to get something with this, and they don't have anything just yet. But the Vortex, and now the Bristle is here. The Avalanche, as well as the toss. Eventually, Kiyotaka is going to die. Does take quite a bit, but it's a big kill to get.
This is one of those classic Kiyotaka moves. Completely isolated. He did grab one of the kills, pretty much a solo kill on Silencer in the previous one, but this time he does get punished. Oh, finds a really good neutral item. Searing Signet. That's also Searing Signet with the Unleashed, Quickened, extra mana, and extra movement speed. Exactly what Tiny needs.
Unleashed, Quickened, Searing Signet. It's a mouthful, but it does a lot.
Say it fast.
Unleashed, Quickened, Searing.
That's not fast. You're a play-by-play caster. Say it faster.
Unleashed, Quickened, Searing Signet. I don't think that was good, but...
It was fast, though.
It was fast. I got you next time. XM, Vortex, good fissure. Blocks him out from going back towards Panto, but the Avalanche now, he's going to be able to isolate the Bristle by tossing him over to the rest of his team. So now XXS under the tower, they've got the ult. XXS starting to get chipped down here. Terrorize lands onto two of these heroes. They can't help. Ame's here, but he's already popped that ult. The BKB came out from Nightfall. Yule's up from Kiyotaka on XM, but the Fissure now down onto three of these heroes. They go to the song, and they can reset again. Sipping on that bottle, hoping that Avalanche is going to be available. It was on 5-second cooldown, but they've got the Skewer. XM, the Blink sticking with him. The toss.
He's coming.
From a distance, he hits the 3. Bang! Hits it.
That was such a nice timing. First releasing the song mid-skewer, so he gets extra bit of a damage from that one, and then getting the toss as well, which did follow him into the death. They're in a lot of trouble. This Bristle that was supposed to be super tanky and unkillable, he's definitely not that. And I really like that both of them, like Magnus and Troll, are going to be using both ultis to try to deal with Bristleback.
And Bristle, once he got isolated with the toss from Kiyotaka over the Fissure to the rest of his team, he was really in a bad spot. But it's also the Dark Willow that hits the Terrorize on, I believe, both XM and Ame, so they really can't even respond.
Yeah, some spell casting from Aurora have been amazing. The toss back into Avalanche combos on top of Terrorize, the skewer back into toss back plays. Everything has been looking pretty crisp, especially this play. Look at Toronto Tokyo. He's ready. Panto using the song first to try to reset the fight. Kiyotaka didn't have his Avalanche, didn't have his toss, so they needed to figure out how to play this one out. Catches him. It looked like he went through him, and then Kiyotaka. Such an amazing play.
Getting the toss from about half court. I mean, that was...
We said that this combo with Magnus and Tiny is going to be very good if you're defending, but they are playing aggressive. Ame's in. Yule Scepter.
He's really in. They're looking for the Terrorize, lands onto 2. Global Silence just not in time, and Ame's going to lose that Aegis. Nightfall doesn't really... Oh, God.
Echo, he's coming in.
Fissure, Jesus. That hit all 5, and now they've got the RP, but they've already lost Ame as well as XM. They're still going to look for the damage. That Fissure...
That was a lot of damage from Earthshaker.
Made me at a loss for words as he hit everybody with that.
Does have Tectonic build up, so level 10. I'm not sure he was level 10 immediately in that fight. 3,000 damage coming out from him, but Bristle is still the biggest damage dealer on their side. Ame and XM, they weren't able to do much, but Jinkyu needs to be careful.
Guys!
So does XXS. I don't think they can finish it. Nice try, nice try.
Yeah. You imagine Tormentor type that all chat and TNT? Anytime you try Tormentor, lose a hero and or don't finish it, Tormentor taunts. They really went for it though, without Ame or XM, because Ame can take it pretty easy, right?
Yeah, he can.
Just enrage and then kill this thing. He'll get a little heal from that. Shard for XM of all.
Jinkyu did buy his shard, which means it was between him and Silencer. Yeah, that's why he was doing that good in the previous fight. Using that Fissure, getting the extra stun as well with Enchant Totem, and then getting close for Echo Slam. Can walk on the Fissure as well. And now does have a Blink Dagger ready. Level 1 ulti.
And he knows that this Ursa just
doesn't have Enrage,
so he doesn't have Enrage. But he blinks away and they can't catch him, so that Enrage is going to be off cooldown by the time they try to fight him again. Still pretty close in net worth. Troll's doing well, but the next 3 are all extreme. XM, despite his net worth, I feel like he's struggled this game to really find openings. It's only 3-4-2.
Yeah, not an easy game for him by any means. Playing into Troll, which does go through debuff immunity. And then you have RP as well. We've seen, like, once your BKB's down, Yule Scepter from Dark Willow into Bramble, into Terrorize is going to be controlling you. But this is the big item. Nightfall picking up Aghanim Scepter, something that we talked about during the draft that most likely going to be his itemization, is you're playing against Ursa. You remove Overpower, it's on relatively short cooldown, but if he uses it and then you dispel him straight away, Ursa can't deal damage.
Ursa's going to have to be very careful. Global Silence stops the Avalanche as well as the toss, but he's got a Yules. Now Kiyotaka going to go after him, but the RP, it's after the BKB used by XM. And with that time, he'll ball lightning away, but Kiyotaka, he's got blink in 2 seconds. Who's he going to go for? Answer? Nobody. He'll let them retreat, get back under the tower, and immediately TP towards top. Something that he's really able to accomplish thanks to the fact that he's got these boots of travel. Moving around the map really effectively, and he was moving around the map really well before these boots of travel as well. He had some really good movements towards top that helped slow down Xtreme's game a bit. Fissure and a Totem not doing too much.
Yeah, Nightfall will still need to be slightly more careful, even though he does have BKB, knowing that there is no global silence.
Ooh, good shockwave, good skewer. Avalanche, they'll have the Cursed Crown, but now XXS has to try and survive. He bought this Ghost Scepter. They're thinking about going to the Terrorize, but they toss him up into the air. They're kiting him well, but can XXS survive getting ripped apart? Fissure helps him for a moment, but they've got the Avalanche, and they'll have the Tree Toss to get this XXS Bristle back.
Ooh. It's not going to be the most effective item. Usually it is, but Troll doesn't need Nullifier, especially if he goes for Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to be removed. And looking at the levels, Nightfall is level 18, didn't die a single time. XM, no BKB ready for a second, and this is the combo that we also mentioned.
So good right now.
Absolutely. Setting things up with the Yule Scepter, they have so much control. One of the reasons why XM is not having that good of a game.
It's allowed Nightfall to get very ahead of Ame. Panto looking Greaves, looking Blink. Has the Greaves on auto buy, so just gonna finish those out before he goes for the Blink Dagger. Pulisic hasn't really had the impact that you want a Silencer to have.
Definitely not. Maybe they misplayed the lane a little bit, but they also brought in numbers relatively early to the bottom lane, which means that that lane was over relatively quickly. Him dying, then him dying again. Silencer is not a hero that can make a comeback. Also, first two globals were really not on point. I don't blame him. It's just the combination of the heroes that they do have. They were unable to get the kills during it.
Xtreme look like they're setting up. They've got global. They have everything. They have a smoke ready on both Jinku as well as Pulisic. So they will smoke up, but who can they find? Not going to be easy to get these heroes, but maybe they can get Kiyotaka here. Pops that BKB immediately, TP's out, and even though it's Kiyotaka, he pulls the Nightfall.
No abilities that go through debuff immunity. They can't TP out. Mira.
Just TP out.
Yeah. If there's one guy that can stop him from TPing out like that, that's Earthshaker. They don't have any other ways of interrupting the TP.
Willow. Not that high on the net worth, but a lot of important spell usage here with the Terrorize. Kiyotaka again. Doesn't have BKB this time. But the Arcane Curse misses. Olsen not landing that spell, and now an Ag's picked up for the Magnus. Got a lot going for the side of Aurora. Now they've got this Horn Toss opened up.
Extra bit of a control, much easier to skewer people back. Roshan may respawn in 35 seconds. First Roshan did belong to Xtreme Gaming. Aurora, this time around, they do not want to let go. They definitely want to get the hands on Aegis so they can siege the high ground with Troll.
Yeah, both these lineups take Roche really well.
They do.
But it's all about having that advantage or having that positioning to be able to go into Roche, because both these teams take it quickly too. It's not just how, how they have the heroes, but you give them 10 seconds, you get an Aegis.
Basically, one pick-off into Aegis is what both of these teams are looking for. But there is still... They still pretty much have all tier 2 towers on Aurora. So they can buy back TP2 right now, looking for a pickoff.
Horn toss, skewer, that's going to be on XXS. Fissure lands in a decent spot. They'll look for the RP, but Toronto Tokyo is already dead. They got the global silence off. They're going to look over now at Nightfall, who pops that BKB. The chase is on for Pelosin. With the BKB still rolling for Nightfall, he's able to get a kill onto the silencer, who already used that global silence for good. Getting that kill onto Toronto Tokyo, though, is it enough to really discourage Aurora?
There is region bottom, so he's going to pick it up. I believe Toronto Tokyo got bashed when he blinked in. Ursa does have basher available. So they will take it slowly. 35 seconds until he respawns. That summary doesn't work.
I can see the clicking. Yeah, there's that bash immediately. Multiple bashes. A lot of damage being done by Ame. Relying on the good luck of a bash. But it does help him out, although despite the advantageous position from Xtreme there, taking out Toronto Tokyo, they didn't get much more, and they don't get Roche with that opportunity. So now it's Aurora who are thinking about going in. They've pinged the pit a couple of times. They've placed at least the illusion in there. But, you know, you don't get that Roche. It's not respawned yet. It's not an opportunity to be taken. But now, do you get another chance like that? Do you get another pick off?
They're probably going to go for the same play. Toronto Tokyo will try to fish for something. Roshan is respawning in 5 seconds.
There it is. It's back. So can Xtreme find themselves a repeat situation? They are smoked. They are looking for that opportunity. But Aurora have done a good job of positioning. Nightfall. Ooh, corn toss again. This is how it started last time. Them trying to go for XXS. They will have the Curse Crown. They'll go in. The Echo Slam lands on 3 with the Fissure. Mira's dead. Immediate buyback. They'll look for Toronto Tokyo. But there's the RP. It's expended early. They go to the ult from Nightfall. They've got the bashes and the kill on XM. Avalanche onto 2. They'll toss up Jinkyu, throw him out of Pelosi. The Fissure lands onto 2 once more. But XM, he's going to commit that buyback. Ame going forward, looking over at Nightfall. They'll use that song. It's going to lock down XM, who just bought back. He's inside the bramble. The right clicks coming in from Nightfall onto Ame. They'll get the kill. They'll take out the Ursa. He's going to buy back. Pelosi in trouble. He falls too. But they have found themselves XM, who already bought back in the fight. He's going to be dead for 80 seconds. And XXS, through all this, is surviving, but he's just not outputting the damage. They've got him surrounded. The Fissure lands once again. They've got the control. Toronto Tokyo will land that skewer. Panto gets the kill, and it's falling apart for Xtreme Gaming because this is extreme losses at the hands of Aurora.
Oh man, this just might be it. If they lose another fight, they're not going to be having buybacks on Ursa. Storm just bought back, died again. I really like how patient Nightfall is, knowing that if he doesn't get jumped by Earthshaker, Silencer combo, probably all 3 cores plus the global silence, he's not gonna die. But there's also Naga Siren behind him with the Glimmer Cape, with the Guardian Greaves, and Song of the Siren. So if they want to kill him, they need to commit pretty heavily. And also this Aghanim Scepter, it's been such a valuable pickup, allowing him to dispel himself, dispel Haven's Halberd. Because before, Haven's Halberd was a really great item, because you couldn't really dispel it, even if you like use the BKB. But now you can soft dispel it. You can use Whirling Axes, which are on 4-second cooldown, plus this Ghost Scepter also doesn't work on Bristleback, and they're trying to turn him around every single fight. You could see the way Nightfall was moving, like in the little circles, to always try to hit him from the front.
Trying to make sure that they kill XXS, and they have... I mean, he didn't die so quickly in that last fight, but he's not really doing anything other than surviving. He's soaking up a lot of damage, but the rest of the team needs to find opportunity. They're in on Roche. You can see Nightfall, at least while they were taking Roche, was very animated and talking quite a bit. Probably game planning what they're going to do with this Aegis.
Oh, this guy always talks. Like, I love to do interviews with him as well, because you ask a question, And that's it. You don't have to do anything else. He's going to keep talking. This guy just loves Dota. That's how he is in the game as well. He is the leading voice pretty much of every single team that he is in.
And you don't need the follow-up.
Exactly. He will give you everything. And also, he's super tanky. Abyssal Blade is now made from Sange, and he also does have S and Y on top of that. So double Sange, not really getting the value out of it, but it does make you super tanky. And now he's ready to go. Troll, banner has been planted. Once he starts munching on those buildings, it gets pretty difficult. Like, tower immediately gone.
Gotta find the right jump. Down 15,000 net worth, but Kiyotaka goes in. Blink, toss with the Avalanche. They got the Horde toss. There's another big echo, but it's just not enough. They fall short again. Global silence, but the song is used. It locks up XM and XXS. And they will all drop.
Yeah, that just might be
no way for XXS to get out of this.
They're going for the throne.
Yeah, they want more. They want Ame. They'll already call GG. Aurora, they're going to secure game number 1 in this BO3 against Xtreme.
What a beautiful spellcasting from Aurora throughout the whole game. These avalanche tosses, terrorizes. Also, in the previous fight when Storm Spirit bought back, they were ready. Bramble Maze during the sleep, so he respawns in the Bramble immediately, gets terrorized, and dies immediately after. So that buyback wasn't really valuable, and this is one of those few games where you see Troll pick, and you're like, it is a very, very good Troll game, and it really shows. Nightfall, playing it to perfection, not dying a single time.
Yeah, they played really well. Honestly, the spellcasting, mwah, chef's kiss. That was really well played by Aurora. I mean, they just countered every single situation that Xtreme were throwing their way, and they were able to slow down Ame, make sure that even XXS with the farm was able to be mitigated and taken away. So we're going to throw it over to the panel, hear what Tsunami and the boys have to say. We'll throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
Well, we're getting to see the duality of Kiyotaka and all of Aurora in this game number 1 because, boy, they came in guns blazing. And specifically, let's start with Kiyotaka because, boy, that Tiny, what was the time on this Blink Dagger? That man did numbers on this.
Yes, you've asked me that question when my notes were closed.
It was 10:23, T-Governor. It was a rhetorical question.
Are you sure it's 10:23? Are you 100%? Would you stake the rest of your hosting at this event that it's 10:23?
Oh, you actually very confidently rebuked me.
No. Come in. You're a Wildcard fan. Don't back down. My guy, I believe it was 10:43.
Well, you gotta take the seat now.
Okay, nice.
There you go.
All right, cool. There's a spoon.
This is your secret. This is your secret spoon. That's how you get your power from.
Hey, I'm gonna get comfortable. But anyway, that was an emphatic game 1 between Aurora and the other team. That doesn't matter because they are the losers. I'm joined here today by both Tsunami and Lizard. Tsunami, I believe you also do have some stuff to talk about that Kiyotaka Blink Dagger, that 10:43 that you staked your career on.
That was the timing, and I have to say that I was very impressed that he managed to pull it off that quickly because it was hinging on his performance overall. He needed to make those moves early on, and that's why I took the opportunity to highlight him. Specifically, we rounded up to 11 minutes. Wait, but then where's the Blink Dagger? I don't see it in his inventory.
Courier, flying out. It's perfectly fine.
Do you count the purchase time on the courier, or do you count it when it's actually delivered?
It has to be on the hero.
It has to be on the hero.
I don't agree with that.
Nah, it has to be on the hero. What if the courier dies?
Yeah, but you had the gold for it. That's what you completed the item at that point.
Okay, fair enough.
You hadn't invested it, even though if you buy it, if it's not on you, what if the courier dies?
That's a necessary evil, I suppose.
Understandable.
The important thing is, by 11:30, he had it delivered in his inventory, and he was ready to make moves on it, such as a move with an amplified damage. Okay, so he has it courier 10:43, 4 minutes and 40 seconds faster than average.
Yep. One thing that needs to be said, though, is when you're playing Tiny, there are multiple ways of buying Blink Dagger and moving towards Blink Dagger when it comes to itemization. And this is the Brown Boots Blink that you don't really see very often. The more common one is with the Phase Boots. So as long as you have Phase Boots, then the 4 minutes are the common delay, right? That's why it's so fast. Even though he had a really good game, though, that needs to be said.
So why was he allowed to get? Actually, I shouldn't be asking these questions. You should be asking these questions.
As a great host, I like my panel to be able to have the conversation between the two. I feel like you're on a good narrative there. I was going to ask you the question, but why would I ask it when you're already asking it? Good conversation should not be interrupted. Please, Tsunami, ask the question about why it was good this game.
I'll ask the question to my host then. What made him allow to get away with such a naked Blink Dagger that he can just go brown boots and nothing else?
Because of his team being quite static in nature, right? If he isn't active earlier in the game, then everyone's just hitting creeps. So he gets that early brown boot Blink Dagger, and it just gives life to that game to make sure that Nightfall is never kind of threatened, right? Because if the Tiny is farming phase boots and another item, there is a window where you can maybe smoke the troll. You put Tiny with an early Blink Dagger, everything's about the Tiny. So your kind of focus in the game is moving all the way towards mid lane rather than that top lane. Hence why Nightfall had such an incredible game on that Troll Warlord.
Yeah, this was another pick that we were starting to see bubble up a little bit. Like you said, Yellow Submarine have made it trend, pop back into people's minds that it's a viable pick. And Lacoste also touched on some of the reasons why it could be good now that Heaven's Halberd is dispellable now. It makes the Aghanim Scepter build all that much more viable. The hero has a spot now.
It does. I feel like the gameplay on the other side from Xtreme Gaming was a little bit too anxious in a way. I'm not sure why they forced so many things, and I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot. This is one of those fights where they lost it. There was even as crucial fight a little bit earlier, but here is the Tiny just showing off all of his prowess, right? Like the first toss back on the bristleback. Usually the fight always starts like this. You toss him back, then he even gets skewered further and further away from his team. Now he also manages to catch Storm, I believe. That tries to zip out, so this is even just a perfect example of how Tiny should be played in these small skirmishes. But what eluded me is, why did Xtreme Gaming force fight so early on? I truly felt that they needed at least an extra item before they started going behind Tier 1 tower with the Global Silence. Like, you have Storm and Global, sure, but there was no follow-up.
I feel like they kind of griefed Arme as well. And Arme griefed himself as well. And also looking at this camera, it feels so empowering. So I know why you like this chair. It feels like something. But no, like Arme, he finished the game 9,000 damage. He did less damage than the Silencer. Less damage again. The Shaker hit some multi-hero slams, so I can give him a pass on that one. But he entered the fight super early. He felt like he had to. Aurora kept kiting them with this song like we saw. And just Arme didn't really do anything. And that unfortunately is the theme for Xtreme. It's he either pops off from lane, breaks the game, or he just exists. He doesn't really shine when the game gets difficult.
This minute 30 again is a perfect example of isolate the bristleback, fight on the other side. Like, they toss him, they skewer him backwards. Even though the positioning from Xtreme Gaming was more or less perfect, like they're on high ground, they have a ward, they were smoked before the fight started, they still couldn't connect properly, and I believe this is the fight where, yeah, of course,
chain buybacks.
The chain buybacks, the dieback on the Storm Spirit. Xtreme Gaming, I feel like at this point they were a little bit too far out of it already, and it was so easy for Aurora to find the right targets to go on.
But it was so beautiful because this fight, Nightfall, he's running through the fight, and you got Magnus skewering heroes to him, Kiyotaka playing the fringe of all this highlight, tossing heroes towards the troll as well. It was like Nightfall A clicks, and it's like heroes will go to you. Do not fear. We will make sure that you will be able to do it. And of course, Panto with the song to ensure that you can lock onto the Ursa as well.
It feels like repositioning has become, well, it always was, but it's become maybe even more important, at least in the last couple of weeks. That one of the reasons why Venge is being picked up more often.
Naga reel in.
Exactly, Naga reel in, Venge swap, Batrider. We see a lot of Magnus. We're seeing a lot of Tiny as well. It's all about getting the right place to take that fight in, and who can do that better than a Magnus? Just skewers you so far away from everyone.
But also, I feel like there are many times where I'll see that type of initiation happen on a Bristleback, and I'll be like, you idiots, why are you bringing in Bristleback? He's going to survive through all of it. And yet in this one, they were able to just wait out XXS.
I think it's also the Troll. Like, Troll can actually deal with Bristle. When you bring him all the way back, it's not necessarily that he can kill him, but he won't die hitting him. Like, he can always pop that ulti, so it's all right.
It's also the fact that Ursa was never really a hero, right? Yeah. Often when you grab the Bristleback and you take 15, 20 seconds to kill him, you then eventually have a carry come in, but the carry just never came in. But you know what's going to be coming, guys?
Tell me. It's
this
that
camera. I know. I saw. Thank you. If you could teach me that one. Thank you. Guys, we're going to go to a short break, some beautiful adverts from some wonderful sponsors. And when we're back, we'll have game 2. And hopefully, After that, a game 3. And after that, another series. In either way, cheerio, break time.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 2 of Xtreme versus Aurora, where T-Gov has been communing with a spoon. What did the spoon tell you, T-Gov? Speak. Tell me your secrets.
Arme will do more than nothing in game 2.
Not a particularly hot take. I feel like the bar is set quite low for that to be able to happen.
Sorry, but you asked what the spoon had said.
That's true. The spoon is speaking the obvious.
I didn't want your critique of what the spoon was to say.
How dare
you ask? Yeah.
I shall not speak ill of the spoon.
Thank you. There are 2 spoons.
Glory to the spoon.
Glory to the spoon. Amen.
Okay, great. So he's able to do more than an Ursa. That's what the spoon is saying. If there was a knife lizard, what would the knife be saying?
This is becoming a very ominous panel.
Speak, knife.
Knife would say Warlock is going to get picked by Xtreme Gaming.
Good idea.
Good old cutthroat hero, I guess. You know, because he's devilish or what.
Knives go through debuff immunity.
Exactly. Sure. By the way, Warlock didn't really fall off too heavily. I guess Navi is still playing it. There's a couple of other teams that are Warlock enjoyers.
Navi is setting the meta right now, and people aren't paying attention. This team is now 2-0 in Wallachia. Ignore the past 3 months.
Future champions of Wallachia.
Future champions.
Before they lose the org. It's still, I can't get over the fact that storyline could exist. It's like
we are living in that reality.
The org has already said that they're dropping them. Navi Junior's promoted, and now they start winning.
Well, okay, so did the press release say both? It said that Navi Junior is getting promoted, but did they say the fate of current Navi?
I assume they're getting.
I think they did.
Okay.
But yeah, are they getting from Navi Junior?
Maybe they're promoting both of them, and Navi Normal is becoming like Navi Omega.
They're
just no. If you go to the Eastern European standards, it would be Polar Navi or something.
Oh yeah, like man, I remember the VP Polar days.
Yeah, but Navi Junior spot just opened up, so hey.
There you go. There's a new team now.
Yeah, you got this Yuragi and the boys. They're looking promising.
These young guns, yeah.
They have been making Warlock look good though.
Storm and Warlock, by the way, on Xtreme Gaming this time around, it won't be the silencer combo as a 5. They did miss a little bit of that oomph in the last game with the Storm, but I feel like Silencer still was not the problem. I really think that they needed an additional follow-up to the Storm once these fights started. Bristle, like he goes in and he creates a mess, but he doesn't give you that follow-up damage that you need to go in with Storm and get a pick off and get out. For their own sake, the fights needed to be a little bit faster.
I think that may have been why you were saying that Ame was participating in fights earlier than he needed to, but it's because they didn't have the oomph.
Exactly. Yeah. Like whenever they were fighting, it felt like they already have a Blink Battle Fury Ursa ready to go, but he was just farming. So he needed to join in, even though he wasn't really ready.
Yeah, and of course it does help that Kiyotaka, we already mentioned that his build was very aggressive. You put that into a Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit, even though he's quite an annoying mid laner, he still has to farm a Witchblade or a Kaya Sange, right? And then after that, you're still looking for another item. And if you don't get early kills, you can feel like you're just falling off in the game. So yeah, the last game was just very hard. Bristleback had a game. Pretty much no one else had a game.
Yeah.
Thus, inevitably Aurora will just outplay you.
Yeah, they're not going to go for the Tiny this time around. It will be the Ember Spirit made into the Storm. I don't mind it, but I really like the Dark Willow and Tiny combo. Like Tiny on his own is decent into a Storm when it comes to the later portions of the game where you can catch him. But Dark Willow made that work because you can catch him and then you have extra control to actually kill him off.
Remember when you could put Bedlam on heroes?
It was a good couple of patches, yeah.
Good time. Oh well. Either way, Aurora do go for the Tusk. And yeah, I mean, I prefer the Ember to the Tiny in this game just because of the value of being able to have magic resistance into Warlock and the Storm. Of course, Fatal Bonds returns the damage you do, but still, when magic damage is getting thrown around, it does help having that. But yeah, Ember Tusk, very, very potent. Naga will give you the vision, Tusk and Ember. You can easily put heroes to half HP.
You've got some tag team, and you have 2 ways of resetting fights, right? Or at least 1 way of resetting and one save in the snowball. Pretty good when you're playing into a big ulti, such as Golem. Just to be able to get away or choose whenever you want to fight, actually.
Earlier prioritization of XXS's hero. They get the Dawnbreaker in this second phase now. Yet again, kind of doubling down on team fight.
Yeah, whenever I see the Dawn, I really like to see heroes such as Shadow Shaman. I like to see some big, long, prolonged setup that's global, right? Like you have a Storm, which is nice, but I'd rather see a Lion. I don't know, some hero that keeps them in place. Bane is...
Because Shaman's banned out.
Bane is an option. Of course, the problem is the Naga, but overall, if you can find someone isolated...
Yeah, but I'm with you. A more casual crowd control that Dawnbreaker feels confident following up on, as opposed to a gigantic ultimate.
We already praised Dark Willow potentially for Aurora, but that also would fit the same bill. When you have heroes rolling into the fight, even Naga trying to set up from afar, Dark Willow's natural positioning is so good that you can threaten these supports. You buy Yules to catch the Ember, set up for a route. Pretty much, as long as the 4 has some type of lockdown, it'll be fine.
Okay.
I like this. I think Grimstroke is relatively underrated just because of Soulbind. When heroes are jumping in and out and fight and skirmishing, you get hit by a Soulbind, you're there, what? I think it's like 6 seconds scaling up to 8, or it's 5 to 7, I can't remember exactly, but still, it threatens so many heroes. And you have a Storm Spirit and a Dawnbreaker, really good Inkswell targets. You put an Inkswell on them, you throw them into the middle of the engagement, you know you're just going to have so many chain stuns. And
good Phantom's Embrace as well, right? Like you can get,
for sure.
Get it on Ember, and his life is absolutely miserable. Even Stroke of Fate into all the illusions from Naga isn't that bad. So, yeah, overall, a good pickup.
Yeah, people oftentimes rave about Ricky Smoke Cloud as being really annoying for Tusk Snowball because you blink, you want a snowball, and then you get silenced. I feel like Soulbind goes into that same camp as well.
100%, because when you jump someone, you can Soulbind them. It doesn't matter if it connects, because you know in the back of your mind, Tusk can never blink Snowball save.
Yeah.
Because if you get, you're blinking, instantly bound, prevent Snowball. So yeah, you are 2 million percent correct.
You're on to something there, Tsunami.
Xtreme's onto it, and they're the ones picking it. And they're going to make it against a Sven, because that's going to be Nightfall's hero of choice.
Yep. Out of all of the melee cores, I feel like Sven right now feels the most natural to play. It's easy for him to get in, get a pick off, and get out. It's easy for him to find farm. The laning stage itself is not extremely difficult in most circumstances.
Does he struggle? What lanes do you think Sven struggles in?
I don't think there aren't many lanes that he struggles in.
I can't think of any.
It would be some of the more cheesier options, like a Viper, of course, but again, your draft integrity fall apart. Death Prophet, but it's always banned out. A Bat Rider, but it's always banned out. Right?
Undying's always banned out.
I guess 3 or 4 heroes that everyone suffers against, right? Like they're almost, unless you're some sort of a Weaver or... But yeah, in general, I like the hero a lot. I feel like he also benefits from stacking quite a bit, which isn't something that the heroes on Aurora do too well right now on the supports, Naga or Tusk. You can kind of do it with illusions, I guess, but it does take a bit of effort.
Yeah.
And for Xtreme Gaming, they need to find a solution to this one. They need to find the right hero. Sometimes teams try and go for these counters that usually do not work, like back in the day as Slark, or you just play the classic team fighting game, which I think would be maybe a bit better for Ame, and just a casual gyrocopter here, you know, with all of these heroes.
I think some of the more viable options are like the Terrorblade. Just so you have high armor, you don't care, you stand your ground. You then split push the map to enable your team to pick off. And then there's like a lifestealer, right, where you have rage. You don't really. You also buy evasion to be able to deal with the one-on-one fight against the Sven.
Some eventual aghanims as well. Yeah, I can see all 3 options really. Like depending on what they feel like playing. I like all 3 heroes. Like one benefit from the gyro is like you kind of keep up with the farm. You can match the pace more or less.
I'm always scared for gyro because when Sven gets to his like daedalus timing, if Gyrocopter hasn't got butterfly, you are just deleted at the start of every fight. 1 stun, Tusk plus Sven, and you're out of there. You don't have as much like turnaround potential. But again, if you're winning your lane and able to maintain farm, then yeah, it can be playable.
Aurora Gaming's turn.
They ban out the troll, which did work out really well, right? Last game as well.
And then yet again, Bristleback makes it to the last phase of the draft, but this time it'll be in Toronto Tokyo's hands. And there's the Terrorblade.
I think this made it even easier, right? With the Bristleback pick, Terrorblade became even easier of an option. You don't have to think too much. Like the lane is much better than for most of these heroes.
Yeah.
You have high armor into Bristle. You love getting those sticks. Magic Wand, like you're low HP early on.
So what were the examples, T, that you were citing about what makes Terrorblade a reasonable matchup against Sven?
Against Sven, it's always about surviving his initiation to turn it around. Sven feels like he's pretty much, he lives or dies by the fact, can he kill during his BKB charges? And when each second of that charge comes down, then you know eventually you're going to be able to survive it, right? And Terrorblade with high armor, like Lizard mentioned, the Sunder, Hurricane Pike, Manta, so many ways Butterfly to just annoy the Sven.
You know what I like seeing when I'm a Warlock? I like seeing 5 melee heroes against me. Running in, fatal bonding all of them, then crushing them with the rock. Like this is, from Aurora, it's looking a bit rough in that department. It's not that simple to play the same.
That your Inkswell is going to be hitting like 5 heroes.
Everything.
The Solar Guardian.
Honestly, yeah. Well,
XM with an Ag Scepter Vortex.
It's really hard for Grimstroke because there's so many melee heroes. You're going to get the wrong Soulbind. Everyone's going to be tanking up. It's like, I want to hit this guy, but they're all just clumped up. But yeah, I didn't even clock the fact that it is 5 melee heroes. I'm sure there's some stats somewhere which is like 5 melee heroes and the same team has a very low win rate, I believe.
It used to be much worse. It used to be like you couldn't even, in your offlane, if you had 2 melee heroes, that was game over.
Yes.
I don't know in modern Dota how negative...
Back in the day when you desperately needed the ranged 4, right?
Yeah.
Because most offlaners were melee and they were usually crushed anyway, right? As a solo laner. But overall, I still don't like it.
Yeah.
We are in modern Dota, but maybe a little bit...
weird.
Feels weird. Maybe a bit too modern from them.
It's okay. The key thing is, even though, melee heroes, they have so much jump that it doesn't really matter, right? The Tusk, the Ember, the Sven, if they ever initiate the fight and they're in a good position, they will delete heroes, right? And it's a matter of, can Nightfall get to the point where he's bringing his team into these like insane like pick-off style gameplay? And they didn't get the first game, so you're kind of expecting it to happen again, as long as they're not hit by a Golem and a Soulbind and everything in the first 20 minutes.
Well, if Aurora are going to go down, they're going to go down in a very, very exciting 5-man team fight fashion. Let's see what this Warlock can get up to in game number 2 with Bcop and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. As we come into game number 2, Xtreme trying to bring this to 3 games. Hoping maybe to see a couple more heroes in the next draft if they can make it to a 3rd game. But for right now, they're dealing with what's in front of them, and it's 5 melee heroes from Aurora. And 5 hard hitters, that's for sure, especially early on. It is no joke from them. Even before the 6, I feel of Sven, if you've got that tag team, you've got the damage.
You definitely do have the damage when you bring in the numbers, but also it is a good Terrorblade game. Other than Sven, their damage is over time. We're talking about like Nagasar is not going to be dealing any damage whatsoever. Tusk with the tag team, it's all physical, so is Bristleback. Sure, you're going to be lowering some armor. This time around, Toronto Tokyo is going to be playing the Snot Rocket facet. Ember Spirit, he's also damaged over time. He's not explosive damage, so if he's not getting attacked by Sven and the rest of the team, it looks on paper like a really good Terrorblade game. Ame running it down the river.
Running it down the river, definitely better than running it down mid. That's for sure.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one in quite some time. It's not happening as much as it did before, right?
Running it down mid?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Not as much. Mira and Panto, they are going to spot...
Yeah, because you stopped doing it.
Okay. Yeah. I go to my lane like a good support. Never tilting. I got this Grimstroke in the game. Lacoste, I got to ask you, what's better, Grimstroke or Rubik?
Grimstroke, 100%. Even though Grimstroke is not the strongest hero at the moment, I don't think he ever was the strongest hero. He has a couple of issues. All of his spells feel good to have, and a lot of the times you're not getting enough levels. You're like, well, yeah, this... I'm just wondering why Phantom's Embrace is 2 kills, 2 attacks to kill at level 2, at level 1. So you need level 3. I think we also might need to change this, something similar that we did with Weaver, how it works with the bugs. Could be a very nice buff to the Grimstroke. We'll definitely see much more play.
See how the Grimstroke does in a lane like this. How the lane's actually go in general, considering it is 5 melee heroes here for Aurora. Mid should be pretty even. We've seen it a bunch of times. The Storm against the Ember seems to be one of those lanes where Spirit v Spirit seems usually pretty even.
It does seem pretty even. It's Ember Spirit might have slightly less CS, but he's good for the game. Having something on low cooldown that can deal with Storm Spirit, forcing him to get a relatively early BKB as well so he can get out of it. They do have a big combo on Xtreme Gaming. Fatal Bonds with Grimstroke, potentially double Fatal Bonds. Other than that, they don't have many spells they can throw inside of Soulbind. Nightfall getting harassed quite a lot by Grimstroke. This Facet Fine Art have been buffed.
I mean, getting first blood, definitely a bit of a change of fate for Xtreme early on. Quicker first blood this time around as well, considering the last game it took about 5-6 minutes to get that first blood. But for Xtreme, I expect all 3 lanes to do pretty well. There is some potential up in this top lane for Mira and Toronto Tokyo to get a kill if the shards are right.
Yes, if they block off Polison in this lane, he can definitely die, especially at level 3. Right now, Mira is saving a point, does have tag team available, but with 2 heroes, that extra physical damage, extra minus armor coming out from Bristle should definitely be enough. XXS about to crack level 3, but doesn't have much mana to work with in the bottom lane.
As long as you can stay aggressive while Metamorphosis is on cooldown, you're in a decent spot. They're going to try and do that with Ame, who will pop that wand, has that Shadow Word, tries to throw some shots here over on a Toronto Tokyo, who will just survive. But Ame survives the aggression coming in from Aurora.
Polison also doesn't have much mana, but will have enough to use Shadow Word, which is going to bring Ame back to full HP. Extra bit of protection from the tower as well, and also the item that he did bring, Band of Elvenskin, giving him extra agility, extra armor as well. Did make a difference in that one.
XM 23-3 to start this one off. Top of the CS chart as every lane working out so far for Xtreme. XXS even thinking about just kind of maybe playing a bit more forward. He is so far. He did pull the creep wave. He's got Jinku here as this Grimstroke, and they jump on Panto. An immediate reaction of a Stormhammer forced out, so XXS can't continue on to the Naga Siren to get another kill for the side of Xtreme.
XM is forced to leave the lane in the mid lane. Doesn't have much mana, which is going to give Kiyotaka some extra levels in the mid lane. He wasn't doing too hot in the CS department. As we said, I mean, this is the matchup, but yeah, things are going well for Xtreme Gaming. He can TP back to the mid lane, not lose too much on the XP. Nightfall and Panto are relatively low. With the next Celestial Hammer, they could maybe grab a kill in this lane.
Yeah, it all depends on where the Stormhammer goes, right? If they can get a Stormhammer out, Nightfall's actually very far away. Wasn't able to get a stun out there, and that left Panto very vulnerable. He was on the opposite side of where he needed to be, and that ends up being a very good kill here for the side of Xtreme.
This lane is not gonna end well for Aurora. Sven, it's all about him surviving. He is buying a healing salve, so that's gonna be extra regeneration for him. Will probably be like level 5, level 5.5 ideal in a losing lane, and then you can try to go to the jungle and try to catch up. Fortunately for him, Sven is the guy that
Fatal Bonds
can easily recover, but there's the Fatal Bonds, there's the Shadow Word and Blood Grenade.
Trying for the Starbreaker, but doesn't get a chance to go off with the Stormhammer stopping it. Mira's in and has shards, but they're off the mark. Ends up meaning that XXS thinks about turning around. He's got the Shadow Word, so he'll have some heal here, but there's the Snowball going on to XXS, and he's still alive. They have Ink Swell, and now they might be able to turn this on to Panto. They didn't get this Sven, but they are going to look for Panto now slowed up thanks to the upheaval, and this will be another kill for the side of Xtreme, making it 4-0 just 6 minutes into the game.
using this opportunity where Sven was relatively low. He did bring Healing Salve, but it was not enough. And then bringing Warlock, who wants to be active. Poloson already 4 charges on Black Grimoire. Things are not looking good for Aurora. This type of a lineup, Bristle, he needs some time. This is not an active hero by any means. Sven definitely needs to recover. Right now, he's still staying in the bottom lane, only level 4. Would definitely love to get that extra level to have another point in cleave. So it needs to be Ember Spirit. Kiyotaka, again, it needs to be him making all the right moves because the rest of the team, they're getting ran at pretty heavily. And Warlock is about to be level 6. When he uses Black Grimoire, he has 4 charges, so that's 200 experience, 800. Not enough to bring him immediately to level 6.
It's one of those questions, right? Do you pop it immediately? If you find another good fight, you might be close enough to 6 where you want to hold it, but there may be a fight that drags you in a position where you want to just have 6.
He now has enough. He now has enough to be able to get level 6, so could see the opportunity, find the opportunity somewhere on the map, and then drop it.
Definitely gives the availability, though. So now you've got to kind of treat Warlock as if he's got Chaotic Offering. Doesn't have the mana really to sustain it. But at least currently, he is looking to get himself a clarity and start juicing up that mana so maybe they can go for a fight. That could be a way to go with the smokes. And this is something that we saw in the previous game. One of the best stacking heroes in the game is that Naga Siren that just had huge numbers in the last one. What was it, like 20 stacks alone? Something crazy for
It was like
Naga
15
Siren.
stacks. 12 minutes into the game, Kiyotaka with that amplified damage, this is exactly what they need.
Easy
Gotta
double
go
kill.
for these moves. And this is a bit of a newer build. I mean, people did it before, but it wasn't as popular because Mage Slayer was that good of an item. In this game, there is good amount of magic damage. XXS thinking about maybe going in, but yeah, Blade Mail. This is a bit of a new trend on Ember Spirit. He's not done.
Another kill? XM, he's dead too. Kiyotaka just gets 3 kills all of a sudden and he's popping off.
Ooh, XM just zipped into place.
Yeah, that was...
He didn't have much mana to work with. I believe Kiyotaka would still be able to run him down, but yeah, these 3 kills that he just got level 9, almost level 10, 9 minutes into the game, and even more stacks. They have very good heroes to clear the stacks with. They have Sven, they have Bristle, and they also have Ember Spirit, who does have Chipped West and is about to finish off his Blade Mail. This is going to be some insane timing.
If they could steal those stacks, that would be good. Polosin committing that Chaotic Offering, but they need to stick on Nightfall. There's that Stormhammer, and now XXS, well, he doesn't have anything more, so you had the benefit of this Chaotic Offering, and the fact that you have it so early on into the game thanks to the Black Grimoire, but now...
You gotta get the bad ones out of the system
I guess, yeah, but this early one could have been a big game changer.
Maybe if they can steal some of the stacks. Poloson is cutting it out, but look at Kiyotaka again.
Solar Guardian. Kiyotaka pulled into the snowball, and they're going to go into Polosin, try to get the kill to the Warlock. They've got the shards around him. They get the kill to Mira, though. Polosin survives. Now they look over for Nightfall, but there's the net. The Stormhammer, ooh, a little bit of a Boglet body block. By body block, I mean he just tendrilled them.
They have a good amount of sustain on Xtreme Gaming. Solar Guardian, Shadow Word. Brimstroke is there to help you out with some extra movement speed. Inkswell, a lot of value against 5 melee heroes.
They should be able to get this tier 1 tower. But Mira is going to show up. While that fight was going on, Sven just farmed the Boglets. Kiyotaka's in again. He feels really strong. Good avoidance of the Starbreaker. Soulbind comes in, though. XXS still dead. Panto's here, and they're going to run. They are going to chase Polosin, and that will be a +1. That will go the way of Kiyotaka now on a mega kill streak. Nightfall
They're not
here.
done.
Stormhammer, Remnant forward, and they are not stopping. Kiyotaka wants another kill, but GQ survives for a second longer. Kiyotaka slowed up, and now this Gripstroke's still alive. Inkswell looking for it, jumps back, but they can't get the lockdown to get the kill here onto this Ember.
Their spell usage has been really good so far on Aurora. Game number 1, game number 2, Snowball, using it immediately. Great against dodging the Solar Guardian damage and the stun. Kiyotaka, again, pushing the limits. This is how he plays. I want to see what the next item is going to be. Whether he wants to build into some like bigger item, maybe go for more damage-oriented build. It could also be relatively good Radiance game or Maelstrom game if he decides to go for it. But again, the key for them is to stack as much as possible. We haven't seen much from Toronto Tokyo. He's on the other side of the map, continues to farm up. Heaven's Halberd is done. And now going into pipe. This is something that I did mention in game number 1, where he is the guy that understands itemization really well. What team needs from him, he's going to build into it. So now you have a bit of a disarm, you have a block damage, plus you're also going to be building into pipe, trying to tank up as much as possible.
Ame, all this time has been quiet. Going into the Manta style, he'll twin gate, back towards top. But there are a couple heroes here. He might end up getting caught if he is not too careful. Kiyotaka's here. Sleight of Fist, Mira shards off the mark. He is going to back up into the jungle and be fine. This is a good start for Aurora, despite the fact they're down 2,000 net worth. And Kiyotaka is really keeping
that
them
triple
close.
kill. This game could have been pretty much a disastrous one. You have heroes to play with. Storm Spirit zipping in with the Grimstroke, then to follow it up with the Solar Guardian Kiyotaka. I'm not sure if you saw some of the damage on XXS with the Flame Guard, because it still deals damage even if you don't have it activated. And now onto the support immediately, Shin Q.
Going.
Kiyotaka. Ooh, that was close.
Shadow Word keeping him alive.
Also, these small items that he's buying. Fluffy Hat, Ring of Protection, keeping him alive. I saw Kiyotaka had BKB in his quick buy. I'm like, I'm a little bit disappointed. This is not a Kiyotaka item, so he's going to switch it up. I see Yule Scepter, which is good against the... removing some of the annoying stuff as well, but also gives him mana. He was having some of the mana issues in the previous 2 fights.
BKB that early is not a EE.
No, definitely not.
Take some damage, but not much doing. At least not yet. Ooh. They hear the drum beat,
and the
but
regen.
They do not throw the Chaotic Offering in a very well-timed regen rune for Kiyotaka. It's a bit unfortunate, but Ame now going to step up on this tower. Searing Chains on Ame for a second, but he's got the Shadow Word. Should be able to sustain while all this is going on.
A bit limited on damage on Aurora, at least for now. Nightfall not ready to take the fight. He's in the triangle. Got to be careful about the Rock and Sunder. Trying to buy as much time as they can without losing too much.
Mira's going to be in, but Mira's going to die on this. Snowballing for some time. Searing Chains locked down Xtreme for a moment. They're still going to get this tower. While this is going on, XXS is top farming, but so is Toronto Tokyo, who hasn't really left top. Has been up there really the entire time. XXS going for this Ags, has that early Blade Mail.
I think in this game, Ags is really good. It's not as good as it was before, that Aghanim Scepter with 60% miss chance. But this time around, you are landing almost immediately, which is good against, because it's a BKB piercing ability. Great against Sven when they initiate. Again, you're playing against 5 melee heroes, so this spell eventually is going to land.
It'll hit everybody.
And it's all about them counter-initiating. Now you have... Like, you're shutting down the play that Aurora is going to try to make, but once Sven gets online, that explosive damage, it might not matter.
Set of Fist Searing Chains on a 2 Shadow Word. Solar Guardian. Bolosyn dropping the Chaotic Offering. But again, another Golem.
Oh, Kiyotaka.
And just no effectiveness.
Doing so much. Prepare for a lesson. For a good reason. There was... Orchid on Storm Spirit, but this Yule Scepter
This could be
Let's see
good.
what they could get from this one. Nice song from Panto, resetting it immediately, killing both of them.
Soulbind will run out. Phantom's Embrace as well. And now you've got the God Strength Nightfall thinking about coming in. They've got the upheaval, but they've got the lockdown onto XM. They'll get that kill and look for XXS, who pops the blade mail, but he's stuck between him and the shards and the side of Aurora. Nightfall getting that one. Toronto Tokyo takes out Pelosin, and now they'll look for anything more that they can get. Grimstroke potentially an objective here that they can dive the tower for.
He has
they
no
will.
mana.
The Stormhammer comes through. Nightfall still has this God Strength. The shards are on point, and they've got themselves 4 kills here, as it's now 9-7 in favor of Aurora.
What a beautifully executed fight. This is also power of Naga Siren. What a beautifully timed song. They managed to reset. Grimstroke ulti expires. They kill the Phantom. This hero doesn't have much to offer after that one. And again, them getting into the backlines. Kiyotaka having a perfect game. 6-3 and 0. 6-0 and 3. Sorry.
Involved in 100% of the kills. Good song. This is after the Chaotic Offering was used as well.
Have in mind,
really didn't do much.
This is also with the Shield Rune on Storm Spirit. It does get dispelled. Kiyotaka, again, coming in clutch with his itemization. That Yule Scepter dispelled Orchid in the previous fight, which did allow this fight to happen, saving him from the trouble and also allowing him to set things up on a Storm Spirit. And now you have this insane damage. A lot of physical damage from from Sven. Ember Spirit, he has Orb of Blight, and also Green Bristleback.
Get that kill here with the Stormhammer. Good
Basically
shards.
dying in 2 hits.
Good shards by Mira. On point with this Tusk for the most part. He's on fire with those shards and with that hero.
Panto's on fire. Even though he's not a liar. Like, this guy is playing some amazing Dota.
How many stacks does he have up to this point? Is he stacking anymore still?
He
I would
probably
assume
is.
so, right?
Like, right now, maybe not as much, because you want to be pushing out the waves as well, scouting things out if they're making the moves to get the information on the map. But 12 camps, 18 minutes in.
Not bad. Walrus Punch into a Stormhammer. Chaotic Offering a little bit too late, so this will probably turn into a second. They don't have shards, but they can find him. Ooh. They might have had... they didn't really have much in terms of lockdown afterwards. But again, another knockout and another Golem wasted. That is 0 for 3, I would say, in terms of Chaotic Offerings that have led to anything. And then Pelosin, they didn't get him a second ago, but Kiyotaka's here. And ready to try and get this kill on a Pelosin and will.
He's just schooling them at this point. Has everything ready. Yule Scepter, this time, using it aggressively, seeing that Storm is dead, so doesn't have to save it to remove the Orchid. Then uses Illusion Rune, gets out of the trouble, gets the kill. Look how aggressive he's playing. Behind enemy tier 2 tower and dealing 19,000 damage in 19 minutes. Whew. Okay, these are some really impressive numbers from Kiyotaka.
That's a lot of damage. And he's still, well, he's not sitting there 100% anymore, but now he's going to want more. Searing Chains onto XM. Not making the move with Mira not committing to this one, but Mira now has a Blink Dagger, and that's one of the ways that you can initiate quite well. And we talked about in game number 1 how the spell casting was really good from the side of Aurora, and when you've got this Blink Dagger, it really allows you to blink, Walrus Punch, Snowball, and then set up with the Stormhammer where you have this layered lockdown to kill off a hero.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily need to blink in. Like, he's going to be saving that blink to save people for the Snowball, because if he's in immediately and somebody has Grim ulti, it might connect onto him, so he just waited out. And something that Panto's doing really well is blocking the camps as well with his Naga Siren Illusions in the triangle, removing the farm. So for now, he's not stacking, but instead he is removing the farm from the enemy team, which at this point of the game might have even be better.
7,000 net worth lead. Mira, definitely a big part of making that happen, but of course we talked Panto in the stacks. Sounds like a pretty good band, honestly. Panto in the stacks.
I'd buy an album.
Their hit song, Show Me the Money. Sven is taking advantage of that.
Block and roll. That's
Sven is taking advantage of that, has gotten a lot of farm. And finally we get this Ags for XXS, but you know, he had a much better game on that Bristle to start in game number 1. He's been kind of slow off the starting line here with XM in game number 2. No push this tower. Try to get a tier 2. Try to get anything. Can they pull their way back into the game? And it does end up falling on the back of Ame that really needs to get it done. But while they give up that tower, they go and get themselves an Aegis for Kiyotaka, who truthfully doesn't feel like he's dying anytime soon.
Ame gets involved. They definitely need to move with him. Seeing that there is no meta available, they might try to take the fight. It is still up and running, but when he TPs to a fight, it's going to expire. So let's see if Aurora finds an opportunity to make fight happen.
Came back after this Obs got dewarded.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're not going to find the real Naga. That's over mid. The rest of the team is actually pushing pretty far forward. Aurora in a very good position on the map, away from this Xtreme Gaming side. They've tried to play aggressive. They've tried to play across the river, but it hasn't benefited them at all. Just not finding any openings. They'll continue to push. They'll continue to just bolster this net worth lead. 9,000 ahead. Still 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis.
It does feel like they can take the fight. Kiyotaka and Sven are going to be jumping into backlines, killing off these two supports immediately. You also have Bristleback, who's relatively speedy as a hero, and he's super tanky. Doesn't need to be cared about the magic damage at this point of the game. Does have Poor Man's Shield, has Heaven's Halberd, has Pipe. A lot of damage block, a lot of physical reduction as well. With that disarm on TB, could come in very handy.
Had Bristle just pushing. He's only 1-0-2. Walrus Punch, Snowball, then the Storm Hammer. This is what we talked about. XM just dispatched in seconds.
Yeah, he gave Storm that hammer, got him stunned. If you have any stuns with Sven, his Vanquisher deals insane amount of damage. It is 20%, but it also goes up to 30% with level 10 talent.
Oh, gosh.
And I like what he's building. He's going for Revenant's Brooch, not the item that you see every day, because you want to have that raw damage, raw physical damage on Sven. But carry-to-carry matchup against TB, you want to be critting for some of the magical. So that's going to be an item to increase his chances of dealing with TB as well, because most of the damage that they do have is physical on their side.
Sven non-stop. Ame not really involved. 1-0-1. Ooh. Kind of expected more from him this game, but he did try to get involved a little bit early on the Ursa. Maybe feeling a bit gun-shy after that first game.
Potentially. Things didn't go too well. This game, they got shut down. That triple kill that Kiyotaka got, solo kill on Storm Spirit, and again, look where he is, holding the Aegis, and this will allow him this
with
dispel
a regen rune
from Yule's Scepter. Regen rune again. They've been controlling, like, this is something that Storm Spirit wants to do. Like, he doesn't want to get his rune stolen. Toronto Tokyo's like, yo guys, what up?
I've had all this time to farm. Can you guys even kill me? Soul Mind, but it doesn't attach onto anybody. It's not going to matter. This song's a little bit late. Panto, Song on Ame, on the XM, on the Jin-Q. Double shot, killing off Pelosin. Could change his name to Nail because he got Storm Hammered all the way into the ground. The look for Mira. They should be able to get this one, and they've got 3 kills on Xtreme, so they show some life.
I thought Bristol's gonna be fine there with the song, but it did come in slightly too late. Kiyotaka still thinking about going in.
Oh, jeez!
Those crits.
Nightfall! Absolute man. I mean, this would even just be the Aegis if they get this. Nightfall still was doing damage. No God Strength anymore. Ame with the Sunder. Can he get Nightfall? Kiyotaka's right behind him, but the blink away. Ame never had a shot.
He did indeed go for the raw physical damage. Did get that Daedalus. How much damage was that coming up? Kiyotaka actually dealing more damage than Sven in that fight. But finally, you see the power of Terrorblade. We did talk about that this is a good overall Terrorblade game. It's just that the other two cores are not really doing much. Panto, reeling him in.
Look at these shards. Where do you go? You're locked into this little peninsula.
Yeah, Beakup just gave me a look because he loves to
use the word peninsula wrong.
Yeah. What is the definition of peninsula?
I forgot. We went over this, and
we might see the replay of peninsula here. No, it was the initiation on Toronto Tokyo, who gets Heaven's Halberd immediately, has Poor Man's Shield, has Pipe ready. Pento did go back for a moment, thinking that he also couldn't die, and look at what Nightfall's doing. He's cutting into back lines. He's gonna immediately delete Poloson. 2 hits, 1000 crit, and again, Yule Scepter on Kiyotaka. Such a valuable item that did allow him to push the limits of the hero. He didn't die a single time in this game. 8-0 and 8, and then Nightfall, he's gonna be the one. It's 2v4 pretty much, and then he's gonna be jumping in. Kiyotaka again, trying to find something in the back lines. And this is the big one. 1-2, immediately gone.
That second hit for 1500 on the Storm.
And they decided to go in one more time, because not sure who was calling this shot. And speaking of calling the shot, they are calling the shots that may potentially go in. Nightfall, uh-oh.
Nightfall! Oh, they might get him this time. They will. Oh, so much gold. He was worth 2,000. And now they've got the silence out of Kiyotaka. He doesn't have an Aegis this time, and he doesn't have a Sven to continue to throw these Storm Hammers out. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. A Celestial Hammer thrown their way. Ame almost feeling like he's baiting them in a little bit.
Ame has 100 move speed, has Sunder ready. They need to fight around Ame. He needs to be the turret. He needs to be the one dealing the damage. Oh, that was a nice play. Nice try.
Tries to get the Sunder, but now the Walrus Punch into the Snowball. Ame, you don't have Sunder anymore, but you do have the damage. The Song, though. What can they line this up with? Kiyotaka ready.
Searing Chains would be on to 4 of them.
Yeah, it is. It's on to everybody. Look at XM, Ame, XXS, Kiyotaka tipped by Nightfall. He's spectating this fight, but he is enjoying it as well, as he just sees his Ember Spirit ripping through the side of Xtreme Gaming. This is going to be a full team wipe and a triple kill for Kiyotaka.
What I love about Kiyotaka is if you are watching him on camera, he has 0 emotions. Nothing. He's like, yeah, it's just another day in the
That's
office.
what we've been in the entire time.
Yeah, that's just how he looks 100% of the time, 24/7. Looks a little bit grumpy considering how well he's playing.
Considering he's 11-0 and 10.
Nightfall, he doesn't have anything to do, so he's dipping his teammates. As you said, he was dipping Kiyotaka, just watching what's happening. Now he's, okay, I'm gonna dip my Naga Siren, who is dragging the creep waves, and they're ready to close it out. No mana for another 15 seconds, and you do have this overwhelming damage from Sven.
Nightfall's got the emotions for everybody. He's smiling ear to ear. And we take another look at Kiyotaka, and it is just that he has not changed the entire time. But you know what has changed? XM's life. 2-shot again. Nightfall, God Strength, just ripping through these heroes. I mean, man, this non-stop. The damage is so overwhelming, Xtreme. I mean, they show that they have the ability if they can get these heroes isolated. But when it's a 5-on-5, melee or not, they just don't have what it takes to survive.
And he knew, like, Nightfall immediately knew that with this song setup, I mean, we gotta give credit to Panto as well, getting the song in relatively tight space, but also managing to reset, managing to save Mira there, and setting things up for 3-man Searing Chains. It's also a lot of damage coming out from Searing Chains. He does have Chain Gank, he does have Searing Chains Duration on level 15, plus now also on level 20. Extra bit of a damage coming out from that. Plus the Shiva's Guard, increasing that damage. So going more for more of a mixed build with a little bit of physical, a little bit of magical as well, but knowing that he needs to slow them down, he's just going to be annoying in the front line, allowing Sven to have a pretty free reign. And this was the only death of Nightfall in that previous fight, which was worth 2,000 gold, but definitely great game from him. Didn't die a single time in game number 1.
Gets that shard for Sven with that Tormentor kill.
That's a big one. Undispellable and also providing passive armor against TB, so the team is not going to be dying as quickly.
Radiant are scanning.
Who can they get? Who can they find? I mean, even if they find Kiyotaka, do they really even kill him?
He is very tanky. If he pops Arcane, Yule Scepter, has Gale Guard, he's going to be very, very difficult to kill.
XXS down here bottom. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains though from Kiyotaka. Maybe they're just waiting to position themselves for Roach, but the smoke from Aurora, they kind of know. Toronto Tokyo is going to move forward. Ball Lightning looking at the back lines, trying to go with the BKB and get this kill on Amira, but now they'll look over at Toronto Tokyo. The song is in. The lockdown is there, and Kiyotaka and Nightfall are setting up. Soul Mind comes through, but are they going to have enough? They go to the Chaotic Offering. They've got the Fatal Bonds, but do they have the damage?
Oh, Nightfall's dying.
Looking over at Nightfall, they've got themselves the Solar Guardian. Down goes Nightfall. No more Sven, but the big bad boss on the side of Aurora is Kiyotaka. They do not have buyback on Sven, but XM looking for the Ball Lightning, looking for a Vortex to hold in Kiyotaka. Down goes Panto, but the damage is too much. XM's dead. Walrus Punch is there, and now Ame with the Sunder. Kiyotaka getting low again. They're going to go to XXS, but he is going through everybody. You cannot stop this man. They will clean up once more. Xtreme Gaming wiped for the second time in a row.
GG.
They called GG. Aurora secure the 2-0 over Xtreme Gaming.
Yaki, he is way too strong. Like having the Flame Guard, having Blade Mail, having all of these things on top of him, Gale Guard, he is just not dying. Didn't die a single time in this game. Absolutely flawless performance coming up from him. Seems like Mira. Mira's talking. He's like, something can be improved. And Kiyotaka's like, fuck that, guys. You know, I'm out. I had a perfect game.
That was it. he just walked away. He was like, all right, guys.
Job done.
Job done. I'm out. I can't believe it. But, man, that was a beating that Aurora put on Xtreme. And, well, to break down this domination from Aurora, we're going to throw it to the panel. Guys, take it away.
Xtreme couldn't take it anymore. They tapped out of that game, even though Nightfall was still keeping it a little bit interesting to the very end, although majority of the game was handedly in Aurora's grasp. What a performance. I'm very impressed by that.
Yeah, this was the 50-50, but with Kiyotaka, you never know what you're going to get. And we got the best out of him in this game. This was just
series.
This series as well. I have to say, game number 1 and game number 2, just a masterclass performance on Tiny and now on Ember as well. I feel like he was playing this Ember the way that Storm was supposed to be played in the last game. He's active, he's constantly behind enemy lines, he's poking, prodding, making all these big spells get used, making all the big spells wasted, actually, like the Warlock ulti. And then he just follows up with the Sven. So overall, as a team, Aurora, they had some really nice understanding how to pull off this five-man melee.
Yeah, we always say, like, you know, Naga-san, one of the most popular heroes at the moment. I think the way that Panther played in this game, it really just shows what you can do on the hero. A lot of these clips you're going to see, he's like isolating 2 or 3 heroes on the back line, or the front line actually, sorry, which is an Ember, then jumps to the back line, killing off the heroes that aren't affected by the song to then kind of continue the follow-up. And I'm hoping we still have the highlight. Again, I forgot to request it, my apologies, but this epic fight later on where they're holding everyone after like a 3-man chain.
It's going to be in the highlights for sure.
Yeah,
that fight has to be.
Like the whole point of Aurora and how they win this game, it's just constant skirmish, poking, prodding, and here it is. Yeah, this is the highlight. It's just
it was
really
counter
really
initiation that turned into initiation.
Yeah, along those lines. It was just such great fighting. Like if you want to watch a game and go, how should we team fight? How do I want to get better at team fighting? Just watch this and how they layer between each other.
Ame just sitting there brooding in upheaval, unable to go forward, unable to move back, like literally can't do anything, just has to wait. Like he has Thunder, sure, but he didn't really want to use it defensively. In the end, of course, he does. But yeah, like this fight was a masterclass as well from Aurora. They eliminated Sven immediately, and they still managed to. Without the Sven, Aurora managed to win the fight just by poking with the Ember. But all our stories return to the same hero that's the Ember. I feel like Kiyotaka just had too good of a game. This is one of those games when your mid goes so well, he solo kills Storm Spirit in the jungle, he's 3-0-0 at some point, it just starts rotating across the map and making everything happen. Truly didn't matter what everyone else was doing, which was also real nice. By the way, they made a lot of stacks for the Sven to recover. The laning stage was pretty damn bad for him, but Panther was out of his mind, sending all the illusions stacking up for him.
I mean, to put it into perspective, the Ember did around about 6,000 less damage than the entire Tricore Hookstream at the end of that game. Like, that's how much impact Kiyotaka had. 12-0-15.
And this was so whenever it was picked in the draft, it was right after the Storm Spirit got picked up, and I was surprised that they would go for their mid lane response immediately after, rather than seeing what else is going to be paired up with the Storm Spirit other than just a Warlock.
Yep.
And I had skepticism because also it's Kiyotaka, which sometimes it's takoyaki.
Sometimes it's takoyaki.
I feel like he often, when he has like a bad game, it's because he's having his hero picked blind and you're expecting him to pop off.
Sure.
When he has information, he is one of the strongest mid laners from Eastern Europe. But when you're picking him blind, he can look like the weakest mid laner in the region when he's like 4 or 5 deaths and just whatever, right? But yeah. I think a lot of times, or at least in recent history, we are seeing the good side of Kiyotaka, and it's like in 7 good games, we're getting 1 bad game. So as much as we joke about the 50-50, it really feels like he is moving towards that consistency of like having good games. Like we're probably like 1 or 2 tournaments away from not being allowed to say 50-50 anymore. Like that's how much better he feels like he's
getting. It's 60-40 now.
Nice.
At least.
He's bumping the numbers up.
But yeah, it might be like 80-20. Yeah.
One can only hope.
But yeah, the itemization as well, right? Like from him was perfect from the start to finish. He went for this blade mail into AVULUS. Later on, bought Shiva's and Nullifier to end things off. Just so much control, so much damage, and also didn't need anything more defensive than a AVULUS, right? Like everything that was usually being cast on him, he could just AVULUS off and continue fighting. So yeah, just very comfortable on the Ember. Keep in mind that Ember was picked into Storm in the last patch very often. I feel like, I don't know, Ember was all the rage. Every single mid laner, like the last Wallachia, when we were here, it was all about Ember. Does Nisha get Ember? If he gets it, do you have Monkey King or Beastmaster to counter it? If you don't, you just lost. Some things have changed, specifically the items for the Ember Spirit. They are a bit weaker, but the hero still obviously works.
We can also put him a little bit more under the microscope because overall, I'm with you that the sentiment on Ember Spirit has changed, but that's why I thought that you'd need more information than just Storm Spirit and Warlock.
That's all the information you require.
I guess so.
It's about the matchup. Ember lives or dies based on can he get through the laning phase, right? When you see him against a Husker or a Monkey or a Slardar, a Necrophos, sure, he's going to have a bad time. But when you see your mid lane matchup, you know that you're going to get to your first item, your Mage Slayer or your Blade Mail, whatever you need. So like Storm Spirit, you can't flex that to another role. We're not seeing teams put Storm Spirits into other lanes.
And look at the way he's playing. Like, this is 19 minutes in. He's diving tier 3s. He's going in for the Warlock kill. He gets him. He gets out afterwards. It's just like the way that you can play when you are 6-0-3 at this point. Yeah. You just have so much farm. He's 2 items in and 3.5k gold in the bank, which enables him to just absolutely dominate and control the game. This comes down to him having actually too good of a lane as well. The game just started off very nicely, and he snowballed out of control.
And the virtue of him being able to know the matchup, I think, is also exacerbated by what you guys are mentioning, which Xtreme did not pick very flexible heroes in their first 2 picks. It's a Warlock, you know where that's going. It's a Storm Spirit, you know where that's going. This has not been traditional for what we're seeing of successful teams in this tournament. You need flexible first and second phase picks.
Yeah, normally when you enter the second phase, you want that one hero to at least have a bit of mystery to it, or you just double pick supports. And it's like they're really, really strong supports, so you don't mind. But I think Storm Spirit is one of the few heroes that you can pick confidently like this. But once you pick Storm Spirit, now you need like other ways to provide that lockdown. And they thought Grimstroke would be the answer. They thought Soulbind would be a high enough value, but it just didn't really come into play. Like he didn't level Bug too early on. He went for 402, of course, with Ultimate. He never even put a point early in Phantom Embrace. Maybe that could have been the X factor to get that kill. And you have an offlaner, Dawnbreaker. Doesn't really provide that assistance to killing off an Ember. So maybe the Grim, the Dawn, you either change the Grim to be a hard lockdown support, or you change the Dawnbreaker to be a hard lockdown offlane, and then the game could be very different, right? But again, that's using hindsight. I think the Storm probably isn't the issue. It's the picks that came after that maybe hurt them more, sorry.
And now, as a result, China and both of their teams, Tidebound and Xtreme, go down here after getting a very solid victory in day number 1. And now we're left with an Eastern European versus South American showdown. Stick around, everyone, and we'll be back with Spirit versus Edge.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm here with a bit of a Wallachian legend playing for Team Edge. We've got Parker. Parker, how does it feel being back here where you sort of made a name for yourself previously?
I'm very happy for come back on LAN. Maybe 6 months not playing LAN. I'm very happy.
Excellent, yeah, I'm excited to see you back as well. How do you feel about the people you're playing with? Because you're playing with 3 of the Edge players and then Puppy as well. So, you know, how much do you know about the guys you're playing with?
I think it's the same idea with Puppy on Secret. It's my people on PP, Vitaly, Michael. It's good. Same place.
Same place, different team. Nice. So how do you feel about the carry role in Dota at the moment? Because there's a lot of variety in carry, but I think, at least from what I've seen from you, you like to play the more traditional carries, but a lot of people are doing like Dawnbreaker, Omni Knight, you know, weird things. Do you like that sort of thing as well?
I don't like it. Early mid game, good carry.
Yeah.
But lane, no. I hate heroes.
So you just want to play like, what heroes are you enjoying playing?
Now it's Morphling, TA, TV, Medusa, Bad Carry, Tiny. Yeah, I like it.
Okay, a bit of flex in there as well. And how are you feeling about like, you know, playing Dota competitively, you know, and everything? It's been a pretty turbulent year for you. How do you feel now that we're kind of reaching the end?
Ahora estuve un poco mal, me sentía mal porque soy un jugador que creo que puedo estar en los torneos y bueno, volver a competir online me siento muy motivado y quiero estar así activo todo este tiempo, ¿no? En esta Nick Season. Ahora que estoy volviendo a los torneos, siento que puedo dar todo de mí y volver a quedarme, ¿no? Y volver a tener cosas para Sudamérica.
What are you aiming to achieve with Edge here at Wallachia? Is this kind of a fun tournament to play, or are you like, you know, giving it your all here?
Bueno, ningún torneo toma diversión. Este torneo que tengo con Edge, quiero dar todo de mí, quiero estar en los ojos de todos los equipos para que puedan ver lo que tengo, ¿no?
Excellent stuff. I mean, I've always thought that you're a player who's always going to give it 100%, and I'm excited to see that at this tournament. Parker, good luck here at Wallachia 5, and thank you for coming to talk to me.
Thank you.
Parker, we also think that you can be at all these tournaments. We know that you can be at all these tournaments. We know that you can win these tournaments because you have won Wallachia in the past, just on a different roster. However, this man tends to be his own worst enemy. Now, so far, maybe it seems like, based on that interview, Lizard, he has his head on straight. I don't know if he's just giving lip service to Nomad or if he actually believes what he's saying. He's like, yeah, 100% for this tournament. I want to compete.
Well, looking at the game so far, he definitely believes what he was saying, because in the last series, he was already kind of giving it all versus BetBoom. And how many of us had it on the bingo card that Edge wins against BetBoom? Like with 2 stand-ins, even with Puppy and Parker. That's amazing. And in all 3 games, by the way, they lost one. It was 2-1 in the end. But in the 2 games that they won, who's on top of the net worth? Further than anyone else? Of course, it's Parker.
Puppy. Oh, sorry.
Of course, it's Puppy.
When you look at game number 1, it's him followed by 3 dire heroes as well. And actually, that's the one game that they lost.
Okay.
And he's the highest net worth. But I feel like teams, when they are playing versus Parker, same happened with Heroic. If they want to take a game or 2 or a series off of them, right, they need to focus on Parker. Like, if you manage to ruin his lane, if he cannot actually have that like mid-game impact that he usually have with his heroes, it's really good for you. But if you allow him to farm out of his mind, like with his TA or with his TB, then it's a completely different story. He just finds all the right avenues to join fights early on and to make a difference for his team.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Parker is he is a very, very good carry player, but he has a strong opinion, right? And if you cannot work out a way to get around that, then obviously you're going to clash, and you're probably not going to work too well as a team. So I do feel like having players that respect Parker and want to listen to his voice is probably the correct way to go. And then even with Puppy, bringing him in, Parker's going to respect Puppy so much. It's not as if you're playing like a local regional team where the 5 has to now blend with Parker. It's like Parker will respect Puppy, that naturally will go together, and then all the other players will play Parker's game. You know, Puppy will get Parker through the lane, and then everyone plays his game. So it makes sense why this team is doing well. But then when you look at the history of, you know, Edge, ex-Mosquito Clan, they just haven't ever played Spirit. I was double checking. Parker has only played 4 games against Team Spirit. Mid laner PP, no games. The off laner, 3 games. The 4 player, no games. Like, the fact is, these players have only a handful of games in a couple of them, and the other 2 never played them. So between Zombie the coach and Puppy, they're going to have to go, you know what, guys? You've had good moments on the international stage. You've had, you know, a couple upsets here and there, but Spirit is a different team. So I'm really interested to know, coming into the series, Edge played their own Dota in the first series against BB. Will they respect Spirit coming into this, because again they haven't really played them, or are they going to continue playing their own Dota and go, you know what, Spirit, adapt to us, try and play our game, our Parker Dota?
I feel like you have to respect them, right? Like the way that Spirit has played yesterday, especially. At the same time, though, Spirit doesn't look that great. It's like,
it was based on the game 1.
Based off of the series for me, even. It's not only game 1. Like, sure, they won the series, but it didn't look that great. I hold them to a really high standard.
Sure.
Let's put that out there as well. But I feel like they're kind of in a similar situation where Liquid were today, where Liquid played versus the underdogs and lost. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened here as well, even though they're the underdogs. Navi, they were kind of definitely the underdogs, but here Edge is even more so. It's a level above.
And you're characterizing the Spirit performance against Wildcard, who I will inform everybody just beat Heroic over on Stream B. So Wildcard's pretty damn good still.
Look at you, you're clinging on.
The dream is still alive. But yeah, Spirit did not. You would have thought that would have been a more one-sided affair. It was not, and Wildcard made it look competitive. Spirit did get the victory in the end, and now we'll be able to see if Edge has refined things after their BetBoom series as well, as we get into the draft for game number 1.
I'm just also making things a bit interesting, right? Like, it's easy to say Spirit.
I don't think that
I'm staying quiet for a reason.
I legit don't think that this is going to be an easy game for them.
I don't think it. Yeah. Wait, hold on.
For Spirit, I don't think it's going to be an easy game. I think that I didn't get to watch that much of the Edge BetBoom series, but it was not BetBoom being dumb, which BetBoom is definitely known to be dumb at times, where they're their own worst enemy, and I'm like, what are you doing? I can't believe this is a direct TI invite team. BetBoom were playing fine that series.
I feel like one thing that Edge did really well, they banned it out this time around versus Spirit, but they recognized ways of dealing with the Axe that BetBoom were running. And 2 games in a row, they found really nice solutions to the Axe. So BetBoom and the Shadow Demon, by the way, the Team Spirit have now banned out, was played almost to perfection by Puppy. Like, he had some really nice plays on the Shadow Demon.
But also, I think just the caliber of drafting is very different, where Edge looked good because they were able to give Parker the carry matchup, the way in which he knows how to get into the game. Against Spirit, like, if you look at the drafts from them yesterday, sure, game 1 was a bit of a weird one, right? Mars carry. But when you look at game 2, they got like the Axe, the Cop opening phase pick to close out with a Ricky. Game 3, they're getting a Monkey King flex and then a Medusa and a Titan. Like, the drafts, the strength of Spirit drafting, like, you'd be surprised if Edge can, find that way to give Parker. But of course, again, the 2 people on the screen, they are historically very well known for being good at drafting.
Right.
So there is life for Edge to be able to find these, avenues to giving Parker the information required. But
they get the Shadow Shaman as well, like a hero that is insta-picked or banned most of the games.
But that they have a 30% win rate right now, and like Undying is still in the pool, and I feel like that's way more of a compelling idea. But maybe, I don't know, against Illusions, like a Naga Siren, you want some chicken fingers or something?
I'm sure.
Parker has historically been known to fall asleep during games. He did forget to one time wake up for that qualifier.
Yes, that is accurate.
So I do hope that Edge will wake up. Okay, he's awake. He's fine. It's all good.
He's just Naga ultied right now.
Was it a qualifier or was it a tournament? I can't remember.
What we're doing?
The Parker. He was standing in. It was a qualifier.
I'm pretty sure it was a qualifier.
He stood in and, yeah.
But he's giving 100% this tournament. He said it.
Yeah, I mean, he stole Yotoro's hairstyle. He stole his identity.
Actually, you said, so Parker's only played 4 games against Team Spirit?
Yeah.
Was that during Yotoro's semi-retirement also?
I feel like it could have been here as well, right? Like in Romania, maybe when they were in Heroic.
Season 2? Was it Season 2? Because that would be... I'm trying to think.
If Spirit was here...
I feel like I don't get to see the Parker-Yotoro matchup very often. But it seems exciting.
I don't think it was Wallachia. I'll quickly double check for you. But
it may be like an EWC.
It's a cool matchup because most carries look up to Yotoro, right? Like especially these upcoming ones. So you know that there is a lot of respect from Parker and that he'll want to prove himself even more in this matchup.
So it was 8 months ago.
Okay.
And that was when, Spirit was playing with Satanic.
Wow.
And then in 2023, when he played on Beast Coast, and of course, Spirit.
Surely that was Yotoro.
Yeah, that was Yotoro. Yotoro went 19-0-10 Morphling, and Parker went 3-4-6 Naga Siren. So,
but what color was Parker's hair during that tournament? That's what I really need to know.
Yeah, no worries. I can load that up on Dota Buff. Just give me a second. Yeah,
pull up the numbers.
It has the stats.
He had 5,000 follicles of brown hair. Yeah, it's a matchup that I don't get to see very often, so I'm excited that we're getting the opportunity to see it now.
Well, technically, we've seen it once in the history of Dota.
Wow.
2023, right? Yeah. Based on the 2 series that we can quote, and Parker lost. So, of course, that fuels him.
He has grown significantly since 2023 as a player and as a person.
Yeah.
I really like the hairstyle meta here as well. There's always something about hairstyle, especially when you get into big tournaments, into Wallachias, into TIs later down the line.
The bald buff was one of my favorite TI memes of recent history.
I just love the fact that I had to go to like the Valve truck and be like, "Hi guys, I have this bald stat. Could I make this a graphic, please?" And then it's like,
yeah, didn't you have to like Photoshop one player to be bald?
I did. Yes, I got Valve to Photoshop bald players. It was great. Yeah. I was like, they're not hiring me again for this one. I'm asking for dumbass stats.
Oh. Well, the stats are in Edge's favor when it comes to Pango. They played it before and they looked pretty solid. Like one of the reasons why I was thinking that Undying might not be their pick is because they like a lot of control from the offlane.
Okay.
And Undying doesn't necessarily bring the control. He brings everything else to the table though, and I'm shocked that if they didn't pick it, they didn't at least ban it.
Phase 2, it goes completely uncontested so far, so I would not be surprised if Maposhka maybe wants to get his hands on it, or if Rue does. But instead they go with a Bane as their support duo, and they follow it up with a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, good old Bane into the Pangolier, right? And then on top of that, you have the SF that is very flexible when it comes to laning, can be mid, can be safe lane.
Yeah, and we've seen, at least in Eastern Europe, and also Tofu for Gaimin Gladiators, they sometimes like to put that Bane into the 4 role. So they're kind of keeping it alive at the moment where maybe Naga can be carry, and then Naga can be 5, Bane 4/5, right? It's like, as much as Spirit obviously know exactly what they want, there is a little bit of life for these heroes changing their roles, but at the end of the day, for Spirit, if you are out of position, you will be locked down from Naga or Bane, and you will be killed by the Shadow Fiend. Like, it is, positionally, Edge need to make sure that they're always on vision, always respecting the fact that Spirit can blow you up. And to be fair, they have that, right? They have objective pressure with the Shaman. They've got the chaos of the fight with the Pangolier. Yeah, you need to avoid the Fiend's Grip in some way, be it through your itemization or the way that your team initiate. But they do have the ways to kind of force Spirit to react to them already with the first 2 picks.
If Shadow Shaman is a 4, maybe a Tusk here as well. Just a puppy hero. You know, he likes these bulky boys on 5. Something with the save as well. Wouldn't be that terrible. Into the SF, into the Bane.
Yeah, Puppy's been one of the few players that likes to go drinking buddies on the Tusk. Right, having that repositioning, you drag a hero closer towards you, you're always going to hit the snowball save, rather than having to rely on Blink Dagger.
Yeah,
so now they go for Tiny.
Speaking of repositioning, this is one. And it's pretty good into glass cannon carries, right? Like when you have something like an SF on the other side, jumping and blowing him up as Tiny is always nice. And we talked about these big boys, S5s. Elder Titan is
right in his wheelhouse.
Top tier right there.
We realized that we were hyping up this idea of like, can Zombie and Puppy find a way to draft Parker this important carry? Can he see the matchup? I realized their second pick. They can just last pick him the hero.
Still important.
Sure, but it's like, I'm looking at like, okay, what's going to happen? But Parker is like, guys, I need the last pick in the draft. So we see ET setting up for a potential Morphling combination. There's plenty of options available for Parker, and it's now on Spirit to identify, of course, how they want to round out this lineup, but what are the 2 bans for them? They take the Ember themselves.
I feel like
Playmaker.
With Spirit picking up the Ember, Morphling just became an even better option for,
that has to be banned,
Edge.
yeah.
So probably should be banning it here, unless they have like some really cool idea on what to pick on that offlane to completely counter him.
Also true, yep. That is the good thing. When you know a hero is available, it's like, if you just take an offlane or any counter matchup and they pick it, it's like, well, congratulations, you're kind of putting this on yourselves.
But when it comes to Parker, you can take it out of his own mouth, like what he was talking about just a little bit earlier. Traditional carries that he likes, TB, TA banned out already, TB now banned out, Gyro is in the pool, Morphling.
Consider the possibility that PP plays Huskar and you make the Tiny carry.
Would you like me to also add some more layers of cook to this? In pubs, we do see Ember being played in the 4 role in about 1 in every like 40, 50 games.
Whoa, okay.
In the 4 position. Again, it's not too hot, but now and again. I'm just looking at Spirit's lineup, and the identity of their draft so far at Wallachia has been pick a lot of heroes, and there's the potential that things can go, right? Exactly. And when I'm looking at this lineup, it's like Naga could be the carry, Bane just the 5, Shadow Fiend your mid, Ember's your 4, and if Edge overreact. But also, I might be getting too carried away. By looking at Spirit's yesterday drafts, now I'm kind of falling victim to overreacting to
I'm just thinking Naga SF, Naga creating a lot of stacks for SF, those small stacks, small creeps. Also, the lane is good.
That makes
repositioning. It's easy to play that way and put Bane on 4. But of course, it's Spirit. Yesterday they played Mars position 1, so the Mars does get
banned.
No, I like that a lot more for sure. It's like the Naga SF in 1 lane, Bane playing, waiting for his offlane pick, and then Ember going mid. That's like the most stable for sure, and it's what Edge should prepare for. I don't think you should prepare for the 10% opportunity, because obviously then you're wasting bans and put yourself in a bad spot. But
and also you picked the Ember into the Tiny, right? The lane is already good for you, so you just put the Ember there. No need to overcomplicate things.
Hey, Tsunami made me, all right? He just started cooking. I was like, I want to cook
haven't
more.
answered my question.
No, I'm fine.
I refuse to answer it.
Can Tiny go carry and you pick Huskar mid? Because they didn't ban Huskar. They ban out a Terrorblade and Medusa instead. Then maybe we get into the chain reaction of like, okay, we pick Huskar.
Sorry. I
made a 4-position Ember now.
I was trying to get extra credit,
Gotcha.
and I failed miserably.
Show your work next time.
No, my apologies.
Regardless, though, Spirit do need an offlaner.
But yes, to your question that we still have failed to answer, it is a possibility.
Yeah.
There we go.
Even though Spirit might not be willing to go crazy with the draft and mix things up, I feel like you said, Tiny can definitely be a carry, and you could pick.
But look at Parker. He's smiling right now. He's like, oh, the collapse Magnus.
I'll never say no to that.
Yeah, no.
Now we are seeing Magnus Tonks going up, so of course Spirit are going to start picking it.
All right, Parker, you see everything. And oh, surprise, the Morphling.
Wow.
I mean, when you see the ET pick,
it's quite signposted.
It is quite signposted for sure. And
so then why ban out the TB and Medusa instead?
Well, I don't think they care, because Morphling still needs time to come online, and they have the lockdown of a Bane, they've got the repositioning of Mag, they have the just general pressure that their entire draft applies. In their heads, it's like, as long as we don't mis-execute and give Parker everything he wants, the Morphling should not get online whilst we're taking Roshans and breaking the map.
Yeah, hard agree. I feel like they just didn't care as well. With the ET picked up as their fourth pick, at the same time, you saw the two supports on the other side. It's not like the ET was going to get picked, maybe as an offlane, but very unlikely.
Sure.
So picking up the Morphling on one side and the bans that they had from Spirit, I feel like those heroes were the heroes that they didn't really want to play against. And Medusa would be basically a free game on the other side. Like, there is a sleep from Echo Stomp, of course, to worry about, but it would have been a better game for her.
There is a nice thing, though, for Edge, where their first four heroes are so chaotic with levels like Pangolier, Tiny playing together, ET amplifying that damage. I would like to think that Edge should have the tools to punish Spirit, to bring Parker into the game. Like, it feels like we should have a competitive game where it's not just snowballing for either side. And, you know, for Spirit, low damage supports, right? If the lanes don't go too well, they're not going to suddenly roam the map and kill everything, right? It's going to be defensive reactions, waiting for their time. So, yeah, I think if Edge can find a good moment from lanes, it could be a game that they get to play out really nicely. But of course, Spirit, they have this comeback draft and they're waiting behind me. Hi, casters. How are we doing?
I see two ominous silhouettes. You know, you guys show up on the camera before we actually hear you.
Is that what you're looking at, guys?
What were you raising your hand for, Lacoste and B-Cup? Did you have a question?
No, he always asks production. Because if he has a question, he's too shy to ask the production. So he asked, he says, Lacoste is asking if.
Ah, I see.
Like we're in high school.
Did you get permission, Lacoste? Did you ask your question?
I did, yes. I asked if we're going to be on camera, and we are on camera.
I'm glad you got the answer then. Great. You can put your hand down because I'm going to take you off the camera. I'm going to put you into the game of game number one, Edge and Spirit. It's all you.
Thanks so much. Coming into game one between Spirit and Edge. I'm excited.
I'm not. This is gonna be a Listen, this is gonna be a snooze fest. This is the sleep tactics both of these teams have. There's ET with sleep, there is Naga Siren with sleep, and there's also Bane with sleep.
Okay, so it's a nap time game.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. I'm a big fan of nap time. We'll see how exciting the game can be. Maybe it wakes everybody up. Final series of the day, and we'll see what Edge can do. Both these teams sitting 1-0. And Collapse on this Magnus. I mean, this is a hero that I feel like you don't want to hear he's got. Collapse on Magnus might be the scariest line for anybody who isn't Team Spirit.
Yeah, it is a bit rough. He's definitely pushing the limits of the hero, but let's see what Pippi and Puppy are going to be able to do in this one. They also have Parker. Parker has looked amazing in most of the games that he did. This is the guy that will solo carry you the game 100%. One of the most talented carriers we've seen. If you remember Wallachia Season 1 or Season 2, I got it mixed up in my head when they did win it with Heroic. This guy had one of the most dominant carry performances I've seen in quite some time.
Now I'm going to test you here. What is the
glitched item that Collapse has on his Magnus? What's the name of the glitched cosmetic on his Magnus?
It
This
is
a test.
Trail of the Burning Doom. No,
No.
this is not. No, this is the one that FY does have.
Yes, you're on the right track.
And it is called...
Don't look at chat.
I don't know. I forgot. Not big on items.
It's Bleak Hallucination.
Bleak Hallucination. Yeah, I'm getting the hallucination just by looking at it.
Yeah, it is. It can definitely make
I'm
your
getting
eyes hurt a little
hallucinations
bit.
because I did not sleep much during last night. But
Neither did
yeah,
I.
Nagasar, Bane, and ET could help us out.
Might be able to get us tucked in and ready for bed. But we'll have to wait a little bit for those sleep times. Looking at, you know, the SF, we've definitely had this conversation. We feel like SF feels like a little bit of a lost cause at times.
He definitely does. I would say that SF in this current meta definitely has a place. So overall, let's see. 3 Radiant wins. Overall, 3 wins, 6 picks. Nothing too crazy. It is a very still one of the downsides of the hero is seeing these Requiems, but at least in this game, he has a pretty good setup. A lot of the times you will see Requiem go off, and then nothing happens. You're waiting for your BKB, you're waiting for Requiem to reset.
It's a zoning Requiem.
Yeah. A lot of the times it is a zoning Requiem when you're trying to run away. Now with Chains, with Sleep, with Nagasaren, with RP, you definitely have some kind of a setup. It's not going to be, you know, Mars with Requiem or anything like that, some of the combos. Even when that was a thing, still, Shadow Fiends, they don't... It just never happens in the game.
It also feels like one of those heroes where you have a back-to-back death moment.
It is, yeah, definitely feels like if you die on this hero, you definitely experience it much more compared to the other heroes, because you do farm pretty fast. And I think in this one, when we were talking about the carry SF, the itemization is pretty straightforward. With Falcon Blade treads, you get your Mask of Madness, and then you start thinking, do I need a BKB? Do I need a Hurricane Pike? Have a little bit more defense. Puppey scoring up against Rue. Usually we don't.
Nagasaren too.
Yeah, usually we don't see Nagasaren on position 4. We'll see how much Rue is going to be able to stack. You do have Magnus, you do have Shadowfiend and Ember Spirit. We saw in the previous series, Panto, both games on Nagasaren having like 14, 15 at 12 minutes. Pretty insane.
And that becomes the question, right? Like, Maposhka loves this Bane, but when you're moving this Nagasaren, do you really have the ability to leave Collapse by himself on this Magnus?
Magnus doesn't put much pressure onto Morphling, neither does Nagasaren, so in this lane, Parker should have a pretty free time. Like, in terms of explosive damage, there's not much happening, so he should definitely be fine. And if one hero, one player can carry you the game, that's definitely going to be Morphling, and that's definitely going to be Parker.
There is that possibility, and I know Spirit really loved doing this, maybe sending Maposhka down here bottom, coming through the Twin Gate, getting himself maybe some setup for Collapse to get a Shockwave into a Skewer with a net, a reel in, some control going. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst combination in the world if they could just get that moment for Shadowfiend to be alone. But again, he's a fragile hero in that top lane, so getting that exact moment to do so may not be so apparent.
Yeah, let's see how Tiny PP is doing in the mid lane. So far, so good. 21 CS. It is Tiny PP for now, but it will start to grow. Once he gets to level 6, things are going to get much easier for him.
Yeah, not currently showing well, but we'll see as the lane gets to be a little bit later on. I expect a lot, though, from the Ember Spirit. I expect Laurel to kind of move around the map. We'll see if he's active over maybe in the bottom lane, but First Blood coming in for Yatoro on this Shadow Fiend is pretty significant. You don't want to be giving the Shadow Fiend the boost or the bolster to be into an effective range earlier on.
Definitely a great start for him. This is the hero that can get insane amount of farm if you're off to a good start. We can see Parker, like there's always something happening with Morphling, but a lot of the times, the only time he dies is when Morphling decides to die.
Michael running. Using that chicken fingers. Me and you, we got to see it a lot during the China qualifiers, but not so much now in this event. We saw a lot of the Giga Ward for Shadow Shaman. But between me and you, I think we've really only seen the chicken fingers Shadow Shaman. And he'll shackle, they'll go to the double jump and try to at least get Yatoro to back off, but that's another kill here for the Shadow Fiend.
Great start for them. Both of the safe laners doing really good, but Yatoro is popping off those 2 extra kills. And this is going to be his Falcon Blade Power Treads. This has to be one of the most farmed Shadow Fiends I've seen in the safe lane.
I'm definitely happy with the way the lane is going, and that makes me wonder if now he feels strong enough to then go elsewhere on Maposhka, and that's what he's doing. He's going over towards mid, and
PP, use Grow. It is very effective. Level 6, getting that extra armor. Great against Ember Spirit, which is the most physical damage. And now they're trying to make something happen in the top lane. Vitali also going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's going to be another kill for Yatoro.
Another one.
3-0 already for Spirit. And this is an easier move for Laurel on the Ember, but there's really got to be an enticing opportunity for PP to make a move.
Yeah, Tiny PP will definitely need to make a move to the side lanes, try to make something happen, match these movements that Laurel is doing. And also, they need to control the runes for PP. PP definitely needs some kind of a protection to be able to get to those runes, because this is the hero that utilizes runes very effectively.
See if he can grab on anything. But for right now, it's just going to be a slower game for PP and the rest of Edge.
PP needs to grab the tree, and after that, like, it's the way he pushes out the lane on Tiny is use Avalanche, throw it, get that extra damage in.
Well, we've seen a lot of fights later on where Tiny's trying to survive, maybe get in and out and, you know, use a couple of avalanches and toss combos. But right now, you just don't really have that yet. Maybe you're waiting on potentially a Blink Dagger at some point, if that's the way he wants to go. We saw Tiny blink in the last game. And right now, at least that's not on the queue for PP. But Maposhka, sleeping PP. But they've got the shackle, and Maposhka gonna get
PP
tossed.
Has woken up, and he's ready to go.
Covering PP, and now Laurel's on the chase. He's got some help from Yatoro, and they hit the shackles. It's on to this Shadow Shaman, and they will get yet another kill, making it 4-0 for the side of Spirit. Not really feeling the impact from PP just yet.
No, definitely not. Not feeling PP at all. He needs to be able to make these rotations, but also, like, his supports are okay. Shadow Shaman is only level 3. I think that's the big issue, because this is the hero that also needs level. This is level 3, 9 minutes in we're talking about.
Sleep onto Vitali, as he is A-okay here on the Pangolier, but you can see Laurel again just moving forward and pressuring across the river. Michael does not feel like he is really strong enough to deal with this, but he's got Parker, he's got PP, and, well, he's an Ember. He can just remnant away. Life gets so easy for Ember, and we saw what Kiyotaka did with this Ember, and I almost feel like we're getting a little bit of a glimpse of that here with Laurel on this Ember to start the game. Avalanche from PP. Toss on to Laurel. But Parker is here and not really accomplishing much to get a kill onto this Ember. It's still 4-0 in favor of Spirit.
Still yet to get a kill. Collapse, he is farming up, sitting at 67 CS. Doesn't have that much farm as much as SF, but yeah, SF is popping off. We saw Falcon Blade breaking the record on the hero, because this is just an insane amount of farm. Probably going to be also record on Mask of Madness, because these are all item timings that when you get to them relatively early on, when you get First Blood, it just starts to snowball so heavily.
PP unable to get the power rune. It's an invis rune here for Laurel. And he'll go towards bottom where Puppey is being chased by Collapse. RP even committed to this. He's got the skewer. He'll stack the lockdown and eventually get this kill. An easy solo kill for Collapse. These supports unneeded. But now Michael, Vitaly, and PP are here to try and take the top tier 1. But Babushka's made the rotation. It's got Fiend's Grip.
PP is hard to kill unless they commit pretty heavily with the Fiend's Grip. There's also Rolling Thunder, so not gonna be that easy, but the tower damage definitely gonna be there.
Yatoro nearby and won't make any aggressive move onto the side of Edge. But they've got now the Fiend's Grip.
That's the combo we were talking
a little
about.
bit too long. They go to the Requiem, and that's an easy kill for Yatoro. Staying just a little bit too long, being a bit too greedy after the tower, and that allows Mapushka to step up and get that Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, PP was nowhere to be found. He just bailed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's now going for that blink on Tiny. See how long that takes for him to get, because he wants to be effective quickly, but it's not been a quick blink for PP. Collapse going into the Ags. He's got his Blink Dagger ready to go, so they have that Blink initiation, which they don't need to necessarily rely on to be the first initiation for them.
Yeah.
Because you've got Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains.
I also want to see what items PP is going to go for, because most of the Tinies, they go for Force Staff, they go for Yule Scepter. So I think PP needs to go in and out of the fight multiple times with these items. This is the most effective items we've seen in the, I'd say, last couple of months on Tiny, instead of going for the scaling build with Echo Saber and such.
Parker just solo taking.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shackles. And the avalanche toss.
I also love the build on Ember Spirit in this game. Going for Spirit Vessel.
First time they get this item on Ember. And gets it at 12 minutes. But you know, you've got pretty quick Dragon Lance on Yatoro. You've got Rue.
I mean, Yatoro, 7K at 13 minutes. Again, he's definitely going to be breaking some of the records because this is just an insane amount of farm. Parker definitely needs a bit of extra time to be able to match what Shadowfin has right now. Because Shadowfin is mixed damage, it is magical and physical. Collapse, looking for an opening.
Yeah, Chicken Fingers, I don't know if that's going to work for him, but Michael able to run away. There's not much there to really help out, but they are going to smoke. So to want to continue to fight, you know, they show top, but they're going to make a move towards mid, and we'll see if they can get the connection here because Rue is ready to go. He's got Song, and they might have the ability to kind of counter this with Puppey, but he's only level 5, 14 minutes into the game.
Yeah, both of the supports are lacking the XP, and finally, while picking up that 14-minute XP Shrine, they are going to be level 6. This is something they need to utilize, try to get something going with ET ulti, with Shadow Shaman ulti. These two supports are very good at scaling. It's just that they lost the early stages of the game pretty heavily.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
We'll go over as they didn't really make the move with that smoke just yet. Nothing quite doing. They're actually taking the stack with the Serpent Wards. So Michael commits those to help Parker take those stacks. Got that 14-minute Shrine active here for Spirit, which Yatoro is actually going to back off and take. Laurel still kind of showing over towards mid. He's not under any vision, or wasn't at the moment, but Ember not really playing aggressive as he can kind of see that they've got Edge all by themselves. Or all together, sorry.
Still yet to make a big move.
Yeah.
Side of Edge.
6-1. Things felt very aggressive from Spirit early, but it's really calmed down for them. And they've got this obs. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's under the creep wave anyway, but they've got these deep vision obs. Sees a lot of what the side of Edge are doing. And Yutoro's fine with this. He's happy to just continue to farm. He wants that Hurricane Pike. He's got BKB, Shadow Blade ready to, in his queue. So giving him all this time, you know, it benefits Yutoro, but you've also given Morphling a lot of space. He's already got 8.
Yeah, he's catching up. Morphling is doing good. Like, this is classic Parker, I would say. But this is the guy that this is the guy that will be the voice of the team, and he will call the shots. Like, he's gonna say, BP, he's in.
Good toss. Throws him all the way back to Vitaly, and Maposhka with the Spirit Vessel on him. He's gonna be dead to Parker, and now they're gonna want more. They hit the Hex, they've got the Shackles, that's gonna be locking down Laurel. When he hits that Sleight of Fist, he's got a Remnant to try and leave. The Searing Chains land onto 2. They get the kill, though, as Yutoro chops down PP, and they hit this song onto multiple heroes. This might set up for
Requiem is ready.
But is it rightly timed? It is. They've got the fear. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Parker. These Serpent Wards, they're not exactly in the best spot. They see Michael, and they will get another kill for Spirit. It's now 9-2.
It was a good opening for PP, getting that toss back, but they still don't have enough. They're so far behind. This is also a fight where they don't use Fiend's Grip at all, and it's going to be a difficult game for Pango. If he's playing into Bane, if he's using Rolling Thunder, he's never going to feel too comfortable. And also the overwhelming damage from Shadow Fiend could be a bit tricky for him. And there's that Hurricane Pike you talked about. This is going to be him dealing with most of the... Whatever gets thrown at him, they have multiple ways of saving him with RP, with Nightmare Save, and also save from Nagasan with the sleep.
Oh, they call PP again. He's got the sleep on PP, and now Yutoro set up. You're going to grip PP as well and get an easy kill on a Tiny. 10-2 in favor of Team Spirit, up 8,000 net worth. But it's giving time to Parker, and like you said, if there's anybody who can carry on Morphling, it's Parker. But can he do it from this far behind? He's having an okay game in terms of net worth. We kind of saw this with Xtreme, right? Ame was having a really good farmed game, but everybody else was really falling behind, and that's kind of what we're seeing here with Edge.
One thing that Shadow Fiend doesn't have anymore is his Presence Aura affects buildings on level 15. So you don't have that. You do have extra armor reduction instead, or Shadow Raise damage. Most of the time you do go for the Presence armor. Right now he's sitting at the 4 lasting Presence, so it's an insane amount of armor, and maybe they're trying to reset that, get another kill. PP thinking about going in.
RP, get that reverse polarity out there. PP just chopped down again, and they are going to look over. I mean,
they just die in a second.
He's just going to die.
That's 6 charges on lasting Presence.
They should be able to get a tier 2 if they want to commit to this. There's nobody who can really stand in their way.
Very difficult game for Edge.
Yeah, they're down a lot already. It's 18 minutes into the game. They're 10,000 behind. You've got Yutoro who's having a really big start, and we've said Shadow Fiend's a fragile hero, so if you can get Shadow Fiend once or twice, I mean, it's a tough and it's a tall task, but if you can get there, it gives you a way back into the game. But the things we've seen is that even Ember can really make your game difficult without the carry, and PP just getting hit hard by Yutoro. It's already godlike here for this Shadow Fiend. They get Maposhka, but is it going to be enough? Serpent Wards and the Shackle will connect on a Collapse to get the kill onto this Magnus.
Another Requiem.
Let's see if they can time it. The Requiem coming out with these. They'll take out Michael. Parker in trouble. Morphs into the Ember, so he'll slight, but he is still Searing Chains. He's still killed off. Triple kill for Yutoro, and they want the full team wipe. They want this Pangolier. Laurel going to continue to chase. They've got the Spirit Vessel on the Pangolier.
Presence. Look at his minus armor. He needs to run.
Yeah, he
oh my god,
out,
he was sitting at minus 27 armor.
That's brutal. TP's all the way up towards top. 20 minutes in, I mean, this is all Spirit so far.
This is the most I've seen. Like, Shadow Fiend was meta. I lost the track of time. year and a half ago, 2 years ago, this hero was pretty much in every single game. Puppy. Let's see.
He is
1,
very dead.
2, pretty much gone in 2 hits. 11 lasting presence.
Gosh. That is no joke. The duration's pretty long as well, and you can see, you know, they feel the need to make a move. They feel pushed to the brink. Spirit are on the edge of winning this game, and you get the Blink Avalanche toss, and this is a good move from PP, but look at the damage that comes in from Yatoro. Like, he just overwhelms them with how far ahead he is, with how much damage he's able to get. The lasting presence starting to build up.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's so tough.
PP's level 11. He just got that level 12, so...
This would be
extra
a
armor.
massive kill.
This is big if they can get it.
Maposhka's here, yeah.
with the
This
twin
is
gates.
Parker already feeling the need that he needs to kind of leave, and Michael knows he's dead to rights. Yatoro's beyond godlike. They're going to go for Parker, who will turn to the Ember, but
Parker,
the damage is just overwhelming.
Morphling has minus armor sitting next to Shadowfiend. 34 Necromastery and minus 13 lasting presence. But this might be everlasting presence, because how many kills he's involved in? 18. So basically after the laning stage, he was so active that he just keeps this going.
He just had such a good lane, too. What did he have? 3 kills initially in the laning phase?
Minus 35 armor on Roshan.
It's quick Rosh. Very, very quick Rosh, and you can't answer his edge. And what's unfortunate for them now is now Parker's being caught back-to-back, right? So his game has slowed down. He's not really the Morphling that we're kind of expecting him to be. And with an Aegis, if you're Spirit, you can definitely have that I go moment.
It's gone. Unless they get a kill right now. Lasting presence.
Oh.
Okay.
Didn't last
minus
forever.
30 plus armor that they did have on Shadowfiend is now gone. So the fights are going to be easier.
That felt like forever. And they were fighting pretty constantly. 4 to 20 here between Edge and Spirit. And Edge are going to have to spark up some courage if they want to make a move, but unfortunately, Spirit are the ones going their way.
He is down again.
Yeah, cut down to size and making sure that Tiny just really can't get away with anything. I mean, they're the aggressors every single time. Laro, he goes in, he's got this BKB, he doesn't even want to mess around. Michael's going to be dead too. That's 2 more kills here for the side of Spirit, and Parker's just trying to run away. He's trying to farm anything he can. It's not that easy. He's hit by the shockwave, and now he has to find a way to escape.
They didn't even have to grip BP there. They just skewered him back into the overwhelming damage from Shadowfiend, and he just died. Parker as well, in trouble.
19,000 net worth lead. It's getting close to that marker line that you like to say when it's time to call it.
It is time to call it. Yeah, this game is pretty much out of control. Vitali, Blink Dagger, not going to be able to get it.
A little alley-oop play. That was kind of neat. Little horn toss into the Fiend's Grip as he's up in the air. Now he's got the Shadow Blade, and God, Yatoro's so farmed at this moment of the game.
Insane.
It is really ridiculous. Yatoro going to try and find where this Spirit's going. All the way back to the Elder Titan. They don't find him, but they should be able to get to the tier 2. Edge kind of sticking in this, but they need a perfect fight.
What is the perfect fight for them? I'm just trying to find it. It needs to be ET ulti, some toss back from PP into Rolling Thunder, connecting onto multiple targets while Parker's dealing the damage. But he, like, even though he's keeping up, he's third on the net worth, there's a massive difference. Yatoro is way too big.
I respect this play, though. They're wrapping all the way out and around, and they know what they want to get. But it's going to try and start with Maposhka. The problem is Laro's right there to help. They've got this vision on the high ground, so even making a move here, you're going to be in a disadvantage immediately with the lack of vision. They find Rue, Avalanche toss, PP. He'll go forward, he goes in, and they will get this kill on a Rue. No, they won't. He was on 1 health, and he ends up surviving, and Laro just gets the godlike kill as he has got the double on PP and Michael, and they find Parker again.
They don't even get Rue. He was down to 1 health. They call GG, and Spirit in 25 minutes take game number 1.
Oh, this is just shellacking from start to finish. The way this lane started, getting a triple kill for Yatoro, then making a move, killing Vitali one more time. Team Spirit, man, what a performance. Edge, they definitely need to sharpen up the gameplay for the second game, because if they're going to be playing like this, this is an easy 2-0 for Team Spirit.
Yeah, this one in 25 minutes. We'll see if they can figure it out going into game number 2 for Edge. But for now, we'll send it back to the panel and hear what they have to say. Tsunami, take it away.
You know, it's a good game whenever Lacoste spends the majority of his analysis sharpening his pun capabilities, because he didn't have too much else to look at this game. Spirit just steamrolled, doled the blade that was Edge, that I was so keen on seeing after their performance yesterday.
Yeah, 25 minutes. Spirit, this was brutal, absolutely. And what needs to be said is the safe lane went all too well for Shadowfiend. We were talking about where is he gonna go, who is he going to lane with. He didn't lane with the Naga, but he also laned with a hero that sets up everything for SF, and that's Miposhka on the Bane. He can sleep into a couple of raises, into them diving you into the Fiend's grip with his ulti. Like overall, they started the lane off with like 3 kills or something, and then just rolled out of control. SF, 100% one of those heroes that once he starts snowballing, it's extremely difficult to stop him.
Yeah, and then when you have the Naga Siren to have these song setups to get additional kills, yeah, I feel like Spirit, they set up their lanes in a way that it didn't matter if their supports were relatively defensive in the game, because their laning is so strong, right? The Naga Siren also into the ET Morphling matchup. You can block the waves for free. You never really get punched by the ET. The Magnus will farm. Like, you know, Shadowfiend will farm. Mag will farm. Ember will farm against the Tiny. Now the game is yours to dictate. And yeah, for Edge, they need to just get more in the lanes. Like, as much as I want to try and find more analysis to this series or this game, it is just they lost 3 lanes and their entire draft is built on skirmishing. If you can't win your lanes, the skirmishing doesn't play into it, because you're running into a sleep, a grip, a skewer, an RP. Like, there is no way to win the fight when you're behind against Spirit's lineup, especially when you're losing the lanes this hard, right? And yeah, Edge, they're gonna have to find a couple key things to change, and it really boils down to they're doing so much to give Parker the last pick in the draft. And we also knew what the last pick in the draft was going to be. Yep. We see ET, it's like, oh, Morphling's probably a hero, right? Spirit, they don't care about it. They don't ban it. They allow Edge to go for it. And now Parker's playing a farming hero whilst his team's getting slaughtered on the map. So now everyone's just getting slaughtered. It's just, yeah.
He tried joining the fights a couple of times.
Right.
I feel like the crucial part was that mid-fight. We just saw it with the Naga sleep, with all the Shadow Shaman's wards being around. That moment right there, if they managed to kill perhaps the Ember or the SF and back out, maybe they got a game. But after the full team wipe of that situation right there, the game is unplayable. Like, you can hope maybe that SF will be out of position, or that he will not go defensively enough with the items, but guess what he did? Larl as well, buying a BKB on the Ember. They didn't really want to give them even a chance of coming back into this one.
So then, structurally, where would you start looking for corrections on Edge? Because I like their 5 heroes. As a draft, it seemed like a pretty strong draft. They have their pocket synergies with their ETs and Morphlings. I mean, like, last pick of your carry, how is that a bad idea?
I think it starts with the Shaman.
Okay.
When we picked, you saw the stats, it was what, 30% win rate? 40%
That's correct,
win rate?
yes.
Yep, not staking my position on the panel.
30%, I'm very confident with numbers. 30%, that's what it was.
And I feel like there is moments where Abaddon in the first phase, Doom in the first phase, Shaman in the first phase, they're very, very good heroes, but they've been good heroes now for 2-3 weeks. Multiple games, hundreds of games now in the competitive scene.
Sure.
Teams know how to draft around and play against it. So I feel like those openings, it's predictable. And for Spirit, they keep doing this, like, they pick a Naga, but they're not putting it in 5, they're going 4. What teams are really playing Naga for? Because now it unlocks the 5 Bane. Yep. And because of 5 Bane, you get a Shadow Fiend. Like, I think Spirit are always like evolving. Again, not so maybe drastically as maybe other teams, but they're subtly making these little chains that teams that follow the meta script will eventually just get outdrafted in the odd game or two.
Yeah, so at a baseline, what Edge was doing, they would be able to get away with in qual teams, for example.
Exactly, yeah.
Or day one against BetBoom Team, because they're a little bit more straightforward. But against Spirit, you need to change the script more.
Yeah, I feel like the position 4 needs to be a bit more chaotic. Shadow Shaman is a bit more straightforward.
Sure.
He's an honest guy. He goes in, he shackles you, he hexes you. He's there. He's not running away, right? I like them way more when Michael is playing something like a Clockwork. You know, when you have this hero that just jumps in, creates chaos, gets out, maybe even a Dark Willow that can go into Shadow Realm, Brambles, terrorize. Of course, in the end, I really think this comes down to just play better, lol. They needed better lanes. They needed to execute better, and that's it. We are harping on heroes, which were part of the problem, but honestly, they just got outplayed.
It's what happens when you come to this stage of the tournament, because now if Spirit get to manage another victory here, they'll go up 2-0 in the Swiss format, and Edge will go down to the 1-1 bracket. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe they've got more tricks up their sleeve. Let's find out as we get ready for game number 2.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, to Edge versus Spirit, where Spirit are hitting that pre-TI stride that we know them to always get in that groove. Now, I don't know if that is unfortunately the worst possible timing for Edge, because I was very hype after seeing this Edge versus BetBoom series. I was like, yo, Puppy's making magic in South America. He's gonna start speaking Spanish.
BetBoom looked like the team to beat recently, right?
Yeah.
Like they've been looking really strong. They've been looking better than Spirit in some couple of months, but man, did Spirit show up. Edge absolutely did not have a chance. This was a showing from Spirit, and they didn't play a tournament in what, like 45 days, 2 months? Like
we rounded up, it was 1.5 months.
We are very good at rounding. We also politely skirt around the fact that BB also got second place with a different carry player to then bring back the other carry player.
Yes, but you would think that Pure would be their main rostered carry would be a step up from Kiritich.
All right, I'm going to list you some results real quick, boss, all right?
Hit me.
So,
give me the numbers.
So I'm going to 4th.
Okay.
7th, 8th.
Okay.
9th, 10th.
Yeah, ooh. This is a downwards trend that you're portraying here.
And before the 4th, there was a 1st, to be fair, but I thought I'd ignore that. After the 9th, 10th, carry swap, 2nd.
Okay, yes.
Gets invited to TI. Old carry's back. New carry's gone. They're losing games again.
It's okay, they just need to get to TI. That's where he actually starts working.
Sure.
TLDR, BB's a bit shaky, so I can see why Edge was able to beat them. And I think for me, the way that Edge plays, if you go up against a team that has multiple layers of I can win you a game, Edge should struggle, because it's not as if you're going to be able to beat Collapse and shut him down, and then your Toru's not going to have a good game, right? Normally with Spirits, like if you shut down one core, another one steps up. And at least for Edge, if Parker doesn't step up, they don't really step up, right? It's all on him. So I don't think, like, when you pick a Morphling in a kind of weak game and you're losing all your lanes, you're not expecting it. So I'm hoping for game 2, like we mentioned already, if they are to pick Parker's hero, I want it just to be either earlier and go, this is his hero, like a Tusk Gyrocopter, pick it with statement. Because if you're hiding it to the very end of the draft, you are just like conceding the other lane strength. Because you have to reveal it, right? That's the problem there.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to think of Edge, though. It's two stand-ins, right? Like, what is their identity? They don't have any. So going into this series and yesterday's series, you don't really know what to expect from them. So versus Team Spirit, the second game can look completely different to how they performed in game number 1, and that variability within them can catch Team Spirit off guard, perhaps. So I think their biggest weakness is at the same time perhaps their biggest strength. You don't know what you're gonna get from Puppy and Parker in that lane as well. So it's good. It can work out.
It can be both, but like another team that I wasn't familiar with was NAVI, and I feel like I'm being able to determine NAVI's identity a little bit
They aren't
more.
familiar with themselves, Tsunami.
They apparently not.
I have no idea what's happened to them, because I covered the qualifiers. I saw them in Eastern Europe. They struggled.
Oh,
like they
wow.
were
What a
close
politically
to
correct
disbanding.
answer.
And it did happen. They did disband.
Yeah.
And then maybe post-disband, now they're like, oh, this is who we are. And they're doing it, right? So I feel like this entire event so far, at least for the middle pack, the up-and-coming teams, the identity that they don't know about is kind of the theme, right? They're just finding themselves during Wallachia. And for Navi, it's working. For Edge, it worked on day 1, and against a really strong team like Spirit, it just hasn't worked at all.
Navi Unchained.
Yeah.
Literally.
Unemployed.
As well. But it does work for them. However, another small little asterisk there, of course, is that they did win versus Liquid that has a stand-in, right? And it's a position 5-2. Of course, it's still Liquid. I don't know, that asterisk.
How many caveats to this analysis?
It's really small.
We're really flip-flopping. We need to be more cutthroat, yeah? So ask us a question so I can give you a definitive answer, please.
Okay, so then if I can build an identity around Edge, around something other than Parker's going to be my be-all, end-all, is there anything else about the team that you are encouraged by that you're like, okay, now this is an alternate strategy that they can take, not only in the draft, but in their gameplay as well, that isn't just, hey, Parker, can you carry the game for us?
Well, when you have Parker, I think you need to rely on him carrying you. Is there an alternative? Not really. He is the position 1, and he is that guy. He is him.
So then it's fine to last pick him then.
Which is what they attempted.
If he's him, you gotta save him for 24th.
I mean, no.
Apparently not, yeah.
You're griefing your offlaner, you're griefing your mid, you're last picking a morphling that we knew was coming. It's like, at some point, last pick has value when the unexpected takes a turn in the draft, right? But there's no creativity to the last pick.
Yep.
It's, again, like we saw it coming as soon as the ETP type, oh, think about this hero. Again, nothing crazy. We're not trying to be like giga big brain analysis here. It's just like obvious. So Spirit's going to read that. I feel like against Spirit, you need to have that layer of draft where they're always coming into the draft with, let's try this angle, let's do this, let's tweak that. You know, they're always thinking, and eventually for Spirit, it does fail them. Like they often will get eliminated from qualifiers or tournaments because they try to push it a little bit too far. They maybe go a bit too one-dimensional. But at the moment, it's working out for them. So that's why I want Edge to try and punish that. Like, pick up some heroes that force Spirit to think in the draft about what's Edge doing. Because the way that Edge draft, it was like, you're just following them like this meta script and, oh, wow, the Pango, crazy. Oh, wow, the Shaman, crazy. It's like...
It was easy to read.
It was very easy to read.
Especially, like, I can actually see why BetBoom struggled with it, because if you didn't face it before...
they can't read.
Well, they had nothing to read from. They had no info.
Yeah.
And yesterday when they played into Edge, Edge had this tech that we have seen today, but it was never shown from them before. So you weren't really sure where these heroes are going. Like, if they have Pango and Magnus, how are they laning? Where are they going exactly? What will the itemization be? Now you kind of know, okay, this Pango will be off and he'll be buying a vessel, right? Like, you know what to expect, and you can position yourself accordingly. So Spirit, just from the fallen comrades of BetBoom yesterday, it gave them enough experience and info to draft the right stuff.
BetBoom also did create some problems for themselves. Like, they didn't ban Templar Assassin. Parker completely cooked on that hero. And so maybe a first phase approach that Edge could take is don't remove every single permaban hero. Like, maybe let a Death Prophet go through, maybe let the Enigmas go through or something like that, and then you'll get one of them.
Yeah, we are also comparing the caliber of drafting is very different between Spirit and BB. Like, Spirit, there's this like aura around things changing. For BB, it's like they're picking Lycan, Tiny, you're giving away a Terrorblade to the other side. Like, Parker sees these heroes, you pick Terrorblade, he can eventually 1v9. He's got Axe, Parker's got TA, right? Like, I feel like comparing how BB drafted to how Spirit drafted, it's like, it's kind of disrespectful to Spirit. Like, then these teams aren't in the same league at the moment in regards to the drafts at this tournament. Of course, previous tournament with different player on BB, sure, then, you know, they're maybe even better potentially. But in this current iteration, yeah, the drafts aren't comparable.
That is what makes Spirit consistently a championship team, and BetBoom Team only get it. What, it was 1 out of the past 6 tournaments, is what you were saying? They got first, then 4th, then 7th, then 11th, then 14th, or something like that.
Yeah, for BB, it's been going down.
It's been going down. Spirit, though, they have been going up, and now they are up 1-0 in this series.
I like how they caught. So they caught strays, by the way. They're not even in the series.
It's my only other point of reference for Edge. We have not seen that many Edge games.
You're like moving into game 2, and I'm like, wait a second, I just realized.
Don't worry, guys. BetBoom won their series today, so they're not completely. They're fine. Relax.
Give them some happiness, real quick, boss.
They 2-0'd VP. Now what? You're gonna talk trash about VPT?
Yes.
That wasn't that. I mean, I'm gonna look. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, can I?
Please. You know, this is a different caliber that we're talking about. You know, VP Team and Spirit, I feel like it's almost disrespectful to compare their drafts.
I mean, yeah,
VP, let's just say that they're struggling at the moment. They're 0-2.
Yeah, but VP, they beat Nigma in the EWC quals. What? Are we going to talk trash about Nigma now?
I mean, they had to take a flight to be eligible to be able to do that.
Continues.
By the way, you guys wanted to see something broken go through, something that's always banned, and here you go. Like, your wish is granted. Batrider is in. First phase, first pick.
And it's a flex hero. So already Edge are showing a little bit more than, or rather a little bit less in terms of where heroes are going compared to game number 1.
But critically, I want Edge to take the fight in the lane. Don't allow Spirit to play this kind of strategical lane where you're out of position, then we kill you. Because in the Bane Shadow Fiend lane, you step up, you get Nightmared, couple raises, you're dead. In the Naga lane as well, it's like you step too far, you get ensnared, boom, you're now screwed, you're dead. So it's like, I want Edge just to bring chaos to the lanes.
This bat is very flexible on Edge, by the way, when it comes to where it can be played, because Parker even said that he wants to play it as a carry.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I wonder if Puppy is picking for you and Parker is asking for that bet on position 1, will it be granted or not? Because I remember some players asking over and over again for Rubik, for Sniper on position 4 from Puppy, and Puppy never giving them the pleasure of playing these heroes.
If it's the right game for it, I could see them flexing it that way, but for right now, I'm going to assume that it's a support bet going up against a Bristleback, which could be a support Bristleback. You said that that was something that... Was that one of the things that you said was happening in pubs too?
No.
Oh, never mind then.
Not the Bristle.
No, okay.
About 4 months ago it was, to be fair. Like when the Goof Asset became popular, 5-position Bristleback was a thing. Malady did play it at the previous Slam for Gaimin Gladiators. But that aside, most likely going to be the offlane. I think when you see Batrider, be it support or core, Blade Mail heroes feel really good. You Firefly in, you're throwing down napalms and stuff. Put Bristleback in the middle of that. Batrider has to disengage. He doesn't like getting any of his damage returned to him. So yeah, I can see why the Bristleback's picked up.
He
No matter
doesn't
what
like
role, Blade Mail will be good.
He doesn't like damage returned. He also doesn't like any sort of a dispel, which is something that we might see from Team Spirit, either on a support or a core that can actually use it. Get that Flaming Lasso off. Abaddon, always an option, of course.
With the Puck ban, it opens up the edge. Might be thinking about Batrider just going to mid. Because when you think about the mid matchups, Puck is one of the better ones against the Batrider. You have the orb too. Yep, you have the orb to get out. You've got the, phase shift to try and dodge certain key spells. So yeah, it actually feels more towards Bat going mid based on those bans.
Yeah, really cool to see Quap rising in stonks as well. Like this hero has been kind of in and out of meta for a long time, and now with this Bondage Blade Mail build, she's looking pretty damn strong. Like this is one of the rarest metas where I feel like Quap can make a wrong move from the mid lane. Like you, not talking about some safe lane Ame Quap. I feel like you can actually jump in, be out of position, still do all the work that's necessary and get out.
Yeah, so many Queen of Pain metas are, if she blinks in, it's do or die. Either she gets a triple kill or she gets insta-gibbed.
No, it's like, if she does die, it's like, you're probably taking down a couple heroes with you. It feels good, yeah.
TA does get banned out by Spirit along with Monkey King. I'm also glad that Axe has been rising in stocks after yesterday, so I'm not surprised that Edge first phase banned that one.
The bans feel like Edge want Batrider mid, Spirit want Bristleback off lane. Right, TA Monkey King are safe lane dominating heroes to threaten a Bristleback. We already mentioned the value of Puck and Quap against mid Batrider. So the bans at least feel like we already know where the heroes should be going.
Still confused that Undying is continuing to be uncontested in Game 1 and so far in Game 2.
I feel like that's series specific. You always have a couple of teams that don't really want to play the heroes, a certain hero that's super meta. Even though I won't mind it even as a puppy hero here.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that they snatched the Shadow Demon away from Edge. It gives you a nice hero into the bat. If it's not the Disruption, then it's the Purge, then it's the ultimate that you can use on bat, make him very static, useless in fights. So I like it. The Dispel, of course, later down the line is nice. Disseminate or whatever it's called at this point.
That's the one.
It is, yeah.
It's pretty damn good with the Bristle.
Yeah, saying that, you want to throw everything onto the Bristle. If you're making the jump, the Riki, the Smoke Screen, even though Ricky's a little bit out of favor at Wallachia, it is making its return because single target spells to click onto an ally to help them out, it is going to get removed. And that aside, I think the vision game from Ricky is always very, very valuable. You hit that level 6, you're invisible. You can get yourself really into deep positions, get that aggressive ward. You scout where the people are moving. You see Maposhka hold 2 observers and walk to this kind of south side of the map. You now know, oh, there's probably going to be at least 1 ward down there. Like, it really breaks the vision game when you get to control. And Phoenix is a hero that we just don't really see
all too often.
Often at all, yeah.
Yeah, only
Especially
2 picks this tournament.
Twice, okay.
I feel like yesterday we were talking about balanced heroes. I feel like Phoenix is exactly in that spot. Not broken, not bad, not great. Like if you find a good draft around him, he's good. Right now I'm not seeing enough to protect the egg, but I'm also not seeing any heroes that actually hurt it when it comes to the egg itself. I'm a Phoenix enjoyer. I like it as a core as well every now and then.
I do love a good core Phoenix now and again, yeah.
But we'll see, yeah. So far from Team Spirit, they truly don't have a single hero that deals with the egg properly.
That aside, Spirit feels like they're drafting a lineup that's going to work together as a team. And Edge has... Everyone's asked for a hero, and they got it.
No. That doesn't sound like a recipe for success.
Sometimes it's the best thing you can do, yeah. when you look at these heroes, Disruption versus the Egg, not great. Sunray versus Bristleback, pretty damn good.
Sure.
You itemize for a Vessel, Shiva's also really good into the bulky boys.
Yeah, the next two picks from Edge will have to kind of tie everything together, like provide a bit of front line to enable the Batrider to jump because that front line's like opened up the fight.
Yep.
You know,
some Beastmaster, something like that.
Yeah, they need something
you
to
need some front line
to create opportunities because the team thrive when the fight's already developed, but when the fight's dormant and Spirit aren't running at you, it's all on Batrider to make the jump right now. It's like if he doesn't have a good game, everyone's waiting. That's my only real fear for them. And it is a Batrider who's jumping into a potential ice path or an Ember who can jump out, a Shadow Demon Disruption, a Bristleback with Blade Mail.
I gotta say, Ember last game was pretty damn good. McLeod had a good game. Overall today, Embers have been doing well. In this game, I don't see any follow-up to the Ember when he's going in. It has to be like a slow snowball with the Bristleback running in, with the Ember following up as well, catching the backlines. So maybe that's something that Edge can find a way to abuse. But they go with the TB. They need to round the team fight up. Like if you have this Phoenix, if you have the Bat, I feel like they need to round the team fight up. Right now, they cannot really prevent the Egg from just falling instantly. And Jakiro, they did get one hero that does well against it, more or less, like because the
two attacks for the price of one.
Exactly, and they both count.
Edge's only stun is a 90-second ultimate from Batrider.
Yeah.
Lasso. And the Egg. When it explodes.
100+ second cooldown.
It's a stun as well.
Reliable stun. As much as Egg, yes, I agree, is a stun. I never will entertain it being one in a draft.
It'll have to come from the off lane now.
No, they desperately need something. They need like a Beastmaster or maybe the Penguin.
Spirit don't even care about that. They just want to make sure Ember has a game. To be fair, I think like Edge's draft, if you put Batrider off lane, Ricky 4, Phoenix Terrorblade as your safe lane duo, and then you find a mid that brings life to the game, that could potentially be fine because you know Terrorblade will farm nicely top. Batrider will pressure bottom, SD or Jakiro no matter what. Both of those supports, when they step up, will not enjoy playing into the constant spam of Batrider.
Then your mid laner needs to frontline and be a meat shield.
Meat shield, frontline, and bring the control. I feel like you might be asking a bit too much from him.
Technically, that's where like Kunkka is the hero that kind of fits that role. It just depends.
A bit of that tiny, I guess, but it's a bad matchup. If you really want to last pick your mid.
No, I got it. Mid Phoenix, Orchid Rush, kill the Ember, then you pick it off lane.
Even though I'd love that, actually Ember is a pretty bad lane for you. Even though he's melee.
I don't think it is.
Trust me, it is. I played it like 50 times. It's
I played
very
it 22
annoying.
times.
Okay, sure. There's more Core Phoenix players here, I see.
Well, Tidehunter's been played one time, and he's won so far in Wallachia, and that is a much more traditional offlaner. At least he serves the purpose of frontline and technically a stun. Again, it's a long cooldown stun.
As much as we've been staring at Edge's heroes, right?
Yeah.
And stuns. Spirit aren't really sporting many themselves. Disruption, right?
Yeah, but they're not playing against a Spirit.
Yeah, they have some
Okay, fair enough.
chains.
All right, I see your case. Fair.
Like, who do you really need to stun on Edge in the first place?
Terribly. Stop him from right-clicking you and doing that. All those shenanigans. But I think the Tidehunter does give life to Edge's draft quite nicely. Of course, you just play behind it. So PP is actually playing the Batrider. So we're going to get to see the mid Batrider versus Ember. And I'd like to think that Bat should do well in that matchup.
Let's ask our Core Phoenix specialist.
Well, Core Phoenix is not Core Bat, but Bat should do well in the lane.
Oh, right, yeah.
Should be fine. This is a Puppy Phoenix. It's a position
Phoenix,
5.
damn.
Don't forget, you also thought we were playing on like patch 6.38 the other game. So
My wires are crossed.
Your wires are very crossed.
PB Batrider, and it is going to be Yutoro taking that carry Medusa.
I'm just happy that in a game 2 where Spirit crushed game 1, and us hyping up the idea of, Parker versus Toro, we get two of the, the biggest carries that are in the patch, right? Terrorblade versus Medusa. Stuns aren't really too plentiful on either side. So in theory, if they both have farm, we are going to see like the epicness of what can Parker do? He's not getting stunned. Can he do the damage? And same thing for your Toro. I do think Spirit's overall lineup is just a little bit cleaner, a little bit more well-rounded.
Yeah, I do like the Tide though. I feel like it pretty much connected all the dots, everything that they were missing on the side of Edge. I do believe that they got with the Tide Hunter, and I hope that their lanes go a bit better this time, because once again, they're not looking that great. If I was Spirit, I wouldn't be that afraid in the laning stage. So I just want to see this late game where Parker is matching up against Yatoro, Medusa, TB, like Tigav talked about. It could be epic.
That's what I wanted to see in game 1, and I was robbed of it because Spirit were just too dominant. Now we'll see if this is maybe a slightly more competitive game number 2. We'll find out with Beacop and Lacoste.
Thank you, Tsunami, and we are into game number 2. Spirit up 1-0, of course, as on your screen, and we'll see what Edge can do to maybe make this a 3-game series. Seen a couple of 3-game series, and Spirit, I like their draft again with Laurel on the Ember. He had such a good performance in game number 1, and I'm a bit worried at the lack of lockdown here from Edge. Yeah, they've got Lasso, they've got themselves Ravage, but those are not things that are often available.
No, but it is a mid-bat rider. I think PP in this one needs to be on fire. He needs to explode, go from lane to lane, make sure that all these ganks, every single Lasso is on point, that they're grabbing the kill. Because Bat Rider from the mid lane, he's also playing into favorable matchup, playing into Ember Spirit, so he should be the one dictating the tempo of the game.
Yeah, he should be, and we need to see him kind of leave the mid lane maybe a little bit earlier. He was slow to the Blink Dagger in game number 1 on the Tiny. His lane didn't exactly pan out too much, but that's also because Laurel was able to move around and make things happen around the map very early on and find success in doing so. Not only that, but Yatoro, his lane, he got 3 kills very early on. He was given first blood. They killed Michael a few times. Vitaly ends up dropping to him. So when you give Yatoro an extra bit of comfort space and an extra bit of gold, you're really making your life much more difficult. And I think they can't really feed that over again, and mid's got to go better are the keys to success here for Edge.
Yeah, definitely. This is something that Team Spirit did use when they were playing that game 3 against Wildcard. Matoshka, he's in trouble. Looks very dead here. But yeah, using Medusa as a counter to Terrorblade with Maelstrom/Mjolnir build with Aghanim Scepter, so all of your procs, there's going to be a lot of Chain Lightning happening. Good start for them. It is first blood for Michael, which is going to be something like we've seen a lot of teams use Riki, or at least try to utilize Riki to be a good counter to some of these saves. Great against Shadow Demon, not just because you pick up the shard, but also jumping the back lines, getting him killed, or maybe even forcing him to use Disruption on himself.
How does this mid matchup go? You've got PP who's throwing sticky napalm all over the Ember, but is it really effective, like level 3, level 4, or does Laurel really deal with this pretty easily?
Not gonna be easy. I think at one point he might need to creep skip because PP sticking a palm is gonna be way too difficult to deal with. Once you hit to that level 3, we'll see if he decides to pick up Firefly or if he goes for the Flame Break type of a play, puts him into the flames. You are getting 2 Sticking a Palm charges, like 2 stacks of Sticking a Palm compared to previous one, because he is playing Arsonist Facet.
We'll see how it ends up as he is level 2 now. Kind of wondering if we'll see any rotations, because in the last game as well, Maposhka was able to rotate. Because Yatoro was having an open game, he would back up to the further parts of that, or the deeper parts of that jungle, and that would give the supports opportunity to roam here. There are, I mean, both Disruption, Ice Path, is like Jakiro and Shadow Demon are going to give you a lot, especially if they both show up over mid. Whereas Phoenix, Riki, I mean, it can be effective for sure, but again, it lacks the lockdown that the supports of Spirit bring. Rue in trouble. This might be a second kill for Edge. Can they get the damage out?
Oh,
yes, they can after he gets back into the base. So now it's the long walk back. He also ends up dying. Puppy gets a kill in the lane so far for Edge, looking a little bit better.
definitely looking better. He could have bought Fairy Fire, maybe, and also killing the couriers. So things are looking much better for Edge this time around. This is also not an explosive carry on Yatoro this time around. In the previous game, he was playing Shadow Fiend, getting a triple kill. This time around, this is not going to happen. So the game might be a bit slower, which is definitely going to benefit Edge. We've seen Kiyotaka in the previous series explode in the mid lane, playing that Ember Spirit. But again, he is playing into matchup that is not favorable for him. PP is sitting at 11 CS. Good amount of denies, but also we're not seeing that pressure that we're expecting from PP to put onto the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I'm really wondering when we're going to see the Batrider kind of pop off a bit more. He's getting these high stacks of sticky napalm, but he needs to do more with it. I'd like to see him kind of pot shot Laurel a little bit more. Instead, Laurel's able to kind of just stand there and CS almost for free. He's not taking much punishment at all. Out of mana now, but out of bottle charge is going to get a null talisman for PP and also refill that water bottle. Get a couple of sips in. We'll have a rotation of both supports from the top lane down for that other water rune that was picked up by Puppey. Maposhia, he's starting to edge towards mid as well, but there's really not much for him to do up until maybe, I would say, getting towards that level, or that minute 6 where he can get that power rune.
Not too big of a deal, considering that Laurel doesn't have a bottle. He is adjusting to what he's playing against, going for boots, going for stick, wants to get phase boots so that he can try to run away. But this is something we wanted to see in game number 1, protection for PP, so that he can get the runes, he can be the one controlling those runes, especially the 6-minute rune. Puppey, he's definitely onto something, understanding they needed to play more around him, get him the good timing on the Blink Dagger, and this time around, PP doesn't have anything queued up yet, but we've seen mid Batriders still pick up Blink Dagger and then go for a bit more scaling items. Hurricane Pike, BKB, sometimes Witchblade if the game goes late. Collapse is in trouble.
Yeah, they've got some damage on him, but he's starting to throw those quills out. Tricks of the trade, Collapse, more viscous nasal goo onto Michael. A couple of stacks of that shadow poison. Collapse going to be able to survive and doesn't really pay the price at all. Yatoro free farm down bottom. 35 and 14. Another lane where he is kind of free to do whatever he wants. And that is a bit of an issue.
A bit of a slower game as we expected. Seeing Tidehunter in the off lane, who is most of the time unkillable. Seeing Medusa as well. 6 minutes approaching. Let's see, 2 supports from Edge. They are making a move.
It's going to be a party mid. PP going over, and that is an amplified damage rune. Slight, but amplified damage, and now they're going to go. They've got this lasso, and they'll try to get this kill onto Laurel. Tricks of the trade, and PP's just going to edge out Laurel there and get that kill onto the Ember Spirit.
And they're not done.
Through, and they want more. He's got this amplified damage.
He wants more. Stick in a palm.
Yeah, it might be enough with the flame break, but the damage,
it's not there.
It's good numbers, it's just not enough. And you can see, even with just a couple of right clicks, they do a lot.
Most important thing, this first lasso did guarantee them the kill, and he's making a rotation.
No, immediately to Collapse.
That's an easy kill.
PP moving around, going up towards top, and getting that kill on a Collapse. This is the exact opposite of the last game. 4-0 in favor of Edge, whereas last game, for Spirit, it was like,
oh, they want to steal the rune. PP again.
Before they were on the board, and they're going to get another one.
No,
actually.
But still, stealing the XP rune, this is the big deal. Allowing PP to get in, gets the flame break, gets the kill with lasso in the mid lane.
They get the shrine for PP, and Vitaly gets the shrine bottom. I mean, this is a big advantage already for Edge.
Yep. Supports on side of Edge were struggling in game number 1, getting their XP rune taken away. 2 supports finally got level 6s 14 minutes into the game. Ricky and Phoenix are definitely going to be happy getting the levels, especially Phoenix getting that Supernova online, or Ricky trying to scout things out as fast as possible.
They've got this ward here mid, and this sentry just misses picking up the Zobs. Icarus dive, Maposhka in trouble again, gets the Ice Path out. It's in a good spot after the disruption, but they'll reactivate it. And PP trying to go forward, and now with Yatoro here, they should be able to get the kill on a PP. And they'll also take out Michael. So it ends up being a 2 for 2, but taking out the mid and really kind of quieting the flame of PP here because he was having a really good start.
Yeah, he overextended a little bit. PP was way too deep in with no real backup from the team. Even Yatoro showing up in that fight, understanding that they need any kind of damage they can get because Bristleback is not joining. He's protecting the tower against Terrorblade. He does have Vanguard, so he can't really die.
Was early aggression that was working. Success here for Edge, but we'll see it. I mean, if you're the Batrider and you found the success, you've been moving around, there's no reason to really stop. And they're going to continue to go. They'll go to this Ravage. They hit the Flame Break at the same time. And now they've hit this Lasso where, yeah, you got that mana back, but it's not going to matter. So, you know, PP's still going to play aggressive with the rest of his team and banging out a kill here on to this Medusa.
Yeah, it's also going to be a tower. So this is pretty big. First Ravage used. A lot of the times you don't see Ravage for good like 15, sometimes even 20 minutes if the game doesn't allow you to cast it. There's a lot of stacks. Rue has been on stacking duty, trying to get back into the game like that, but we see Edge not really stacking too much. They could also invade. PP could definitely come into the triangle and try to steal the stack as a Batrider. Even Tidehunter, maybe. Unfortunately, they don't have Ravage available, but he could also park himself there, try to get something done. Right now in the triangle, it is Yatoro, and Collapse is also going to come for his chunk of gold.
Yeah. Everybody taking their tax as they've got, again, we see the first item, Heaven's Halberd, for this Bristleback. And Collapse will soak up a lot of this damage while Yatoro takes a lot of this gold, and he is sitting right there with this Terrorblade in terms of net worth. Really good spot for Yatoro despite the fact that he died over bottom just a moment ago.
Even with all those stacks, even with all that XP, he's still level 3 in the bottom lane. Needs a lane for himself, for at least a little bit.
Vitali. Just down here bottom. He got everything he needed, right? Hit that first Ravage, that netted them a kill. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, but Laurel needs to be careful. Good damage from PP, but he's going to TP back, have that Remnant over mid. He'll be able to re-engage and potentially make a move if he had a +1, but they're really, I mean, just Ice Path is not going to be enough. Some Fire Spirits thrown his way. A Flame Break, and now the
Lasso. He was so ready.
They've got themselves this Ice Path and the Dual Breath. But PP, he's going to pop that Shield Rune, so he's got a lot more effective HP to work with.
15 Magic Wand charges. Michael, no Cloud available. Even Parker making a move to the mid lane. They really want to secure this tower.
This is going to be a tier 1 tower. Unless
Spirit, they can't defend.
Spirit,
they cannot defend this tower.
Got level 6 now for Puppy. He's got access to the Supernova. Parker's having a good game. Yatoro is top of the net worth, so you need to be worried about that Medusa. You've also got Collapse in a decent spot. I was saying this is similar to the last game where Edge had one good farming hero in Parker on the Medusa, on the Morphling, but it's not the same in Spirit has Medusa and they've got
have very good team fight. They have BKB piercing tools, they have Lasso, they have Supernova as well. Very good protection as well, not just for PP, but also for the rest of the team. Especially if there's going to be Egg used very aggressively. You have Lasso, you have Ravage to be able to protect it. And yeah, on side of Team Spirit, there isn't that much team fight other than Medusa ulti. Macropyre Ice Path is nice, but they have these like cheaper abilities that they could use. They have very good sustain. They have a lot of tankiness in the front line with Bristleback and Medusa.
That seemed like a little bit of a mistake there by Laurel. He had the Searing Chains on Batrider, who wasn't able to pick up the Haste Rune. Laurel stepped forward. It looked like he was going to pick up the Haste Rune. I guess he tried to play it
where he picked it up and immediately went back in the Remnant, but he Remnanted too early, doesn't pick up the haste rune, and now it's in the hands of PP, where if they want to go, they can find themselves a lasso attempt with this haste. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They'll smoke now, and they have the speed for PP to be the initiator despite not having a Blink Dagger, and he's going into a Dragon.
Opting to go for more like scaling items. I thought he was still going to be picking up Blink Dagger so he can grab them and maybe draw them into Ricky's Cloud, Tidehunter's Gush or anything, but mostly Cloud. It's mostly against the Ember Spirit, because right now they don't have the most reliable jump.
Smoke breaks. And the haste rune is activated. Flame break disruption, but that's extending what should be an inevitable lasso. And an easy kill there for PP. Playing under the tower, but he really knows the edges of where he can play on this hero. We've talked about this. I mean, Kiyotaka played the Ember on the edge, and you've kind of got Laurel who does the same. Maybe not as loud this game, but last game he was definitely...
Yeah, I think he played it on Aurora, not Edge, but okay. And he's in. Laurel might be just out.
Okay, he just dies like that.
They're moving as unit right now. They understand that the team fight is much stronger overall. Parker, every single time meta is up, he is playing with the team.
This is a quick tier 2.
It is.
14 minutes into the game, Parker not messing around this time, just pressuring, just pushing in and in. I really respect putting the pressure on a Spirit like this. You know that Medusa is going to be a hero that takes a long time to be ready.
Especially with this build. He's going for anti-illusion, anti-high armor build, so going for Maelstrom Manta, Mjolnir, and then into Aghanim Scepter. So he still needs good 10-15 minutes, depending how things are going to go for him.
You are sitting top of the net worth, but not enough here for Yatoro just yet. Batrider having a good game. Parker having some fun. You know, despite the fact that PP's been involved this much, his net worth isn't exactly that high, but granted, against the Ember, he looks fine.
PP getting a couple of bounty runes as well, managing to get the stack. Getting very close to his Hurricane Pike, which is going to be his first item of a choice. So we'll be dealing more right-click damage from the distance. This is the combo. 2 supports. They do have combo that they can execute. Even Yatoro is getting involved, and this should be the tower. Collapse has been pretty silent on Bristleback, sitting at 1-1-0, but we've seen Bristlebacks kind of playing for themselves for a really long time until they hit a critical moment, going for either auras. I think in this game, I like what he's building, Shard, and also wants to pick up Lotus Orb. I think in this one, he might want to get Lotus immediately, especially if they want to defend Roshan, because this is definitely something that Edge has an eye on, considering that there is Ravage available. They do have meta again. And something to point out is that Parker did pick up the Fusel Blade. This guy understands the itemization. I know a lot of people, because he knows what items Medusa is going to go for, that she's not going to be building into Manta Butterfly like she usually does against a lot of these edgy carries. So that Butterfly is not going to come online for a really long time. This is where the Fusel is going to kick in.
Ravage, and the jump in, Supernova, Collapse. He is not going to be making it out of here, and they will get this tier 2 tower now over mid. That's 2 tier 2 towers already for the side of Edge, and they are up only 3,000 net worth, but they're in a very good spot in terms of where they are in map availability for themselves.
Their high ground defense is okay on Spirit. It's nothing too crazy. They can definitely use Shadow Demon ulti, try to commit with pretty much everybody, but other than that, it's nothing too crazy. And we can see DOTA plus win probability, 57%. Ricky does have Shard available, which is going to make things a lot more difficult if they decide to focus somebody. Shadow Demon, he cannot save him.
It's going to make life very rough. Now that you've used this Ravage, you still have the pick-off potential of going in with the lasso, but again, it's just going to be Hurricane Pike for now for Batrider. PP trying to extend his effective range with that Hurricane Pike, you know, having, like you talked about, the Arsonist, and you getting those sticky napalm stacks out there, you really do struggle.
Most definitely. PP is getting harder and harder to kill, especially when he is about to finish off his big item, because he didn't go for Force Staff as his first item. It's Dragonlance. This is the universal hero, so you're still getting the damage, and he's gonna have it in the next minute or so. And I want to see Edge go for Roche. I want to see them push even further. There are no tier 2 towers available except for the one in the top.
Parker just sitting here mid. He wants this Manta. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains coming through onto Michael. Gets heart pinged by Laurel. Laurel really loves the heart ping. I think he's the one I've seen use it the most. All chats back to the team when he uses that heart ping as well. You see, Yutoro is keeping up. We've talked about how he's top of the net worth. He's got this Maelstrom Manta going Mjolnir. But when is the time where Yutoro feels confident to fight?
Definitely not yet. I mean, he will show up to the fights because he knows without him, they don't have damage to bring down these heroes, but he would definitely love to extend this for another good 5 to 10 minutes.
Just realized Parker and Yutoro have dyed their hair the same shade of blue. Trying to find the same inspiration.
For the gameplay,
well, you know, similar types of carries. Maybe they imitate in both life and game. So I would say they both play very similar styles. We saw that comparison chart, and that's where it caught my eye. I feel like dyeing your hair is like cosmetics for me. I end up...
You're big on cosmetics.
Having to talk about
I focus on the imported stuff.
The stacking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there you go. All right, cool. They've got this Aegis now, though, and it's on this Terrorblade, and they are going to wipe out this last outer tower. A lot of tower damage for Parker. He has been involved for a while. He is not afraid to help push with his team.
They're ready to go for the high ground. Try to force something. Vitali, Blink Dagger, Shard ready.
They were looking for that quick shot there with the flame break from PP to make the jump and get that kill. They didn't find anybody. Didn't quite land, didn't push them out of position to a spot where they could lasso, and they just back away. Children over bottom, so picked up by the Tide. But they are smoked up, and maybe they could find themselves this Tide Hunter. Surprisingly split for the side of Edge.
Yeah. I mean, PP still sitting in the middle of the pack, can definitely grow. In terms of net worth right now, he is building into Manta style. I was still thinking that he might want to pick up Blink Dagger. Vitali, he is all alone, needs some kind of a backup.
He's got 18 charges on this wand, and they went for him while he had this shield rune. They aren't going to get anything out of it, but he did use that Ravage. Michael jumping with, they've got the blink into the gush, forcing out the Stone Gaze now. PP, Flame Break, lands on a Maposhka. Ice Path connects, but Michael, he'll jump. And they will find this Jakiro. It's just a question of who gets it, and it will be PP to secure the kill. So
this is fine for Spirit. Forcing Ravage and losing only one hero, which means that for the next 2 minutes, pretty much, they know that the enemy team is not going to go for high ground.
Puppy trying to fight here, but the stacks of the Shadow Poison, they see where Puppy's at. They need to get another one, and just pushing him further away from this Wisdom Shrine. Doesn't get the kill, but Rue will steal that shrine. Now they've got this shard. That gives Demon Zeal to Parker. I would expect them to reset and then smoke again when they've got this Ravage towards the end of this Aegis. It's another minute, which will leave another minute left on the Aegis when that's back off cooldown.
Looking at the other members on Spirit, in terms of big items, this Lotus is about to be finished when his courier respawns. Ember Spirit, Mage Slayer sitting at 3,000 gold. Still thinking what he needs to buy. Most likely it's just going to be a BKB for protection. You're playing against Cloud, you're playing against Tidehunter. Even though they have abilities that go through debuff immunity, you still want somebody to go in and try to soak up some of the damage. You want fights to last longer.
They are starting to push top, but still working without Ravage for another 18 seconds. PP leading the charge, at least towards top. Vitaly is waiting for the moment where he can blink in and Ravage, but it's still not up yet. Should be available on the reset. Phoenix is actually sitting mid. He's got Tidehunter by him, so they are pushing in 2 lanes, and now they've got Ravage back up.
Map is very small for Team Spirit. They're only getting what's coming to their lanes. These are the only camps that are farming right now, and they have no access to the neutral camps. We'll see if maybe Laurel wants to get out of the base, try to make something happen, try to risk it a little bit more, but maybe he doesn't feel too comfortable without a BKB. And this is a full disperser right now on Terrorblade.
They wrap all the way towards bottom, smoked up. Parker's around in the area, but now a smoke from Laurel, it's going to break. And Laurel in Vizrune means he stays out of vision, but the smoke breaks on Edge.
Sentry obs on Laurel. Ooh. TP wants to go in, but he lost vision.
Ice Path connects. Parker locked down for a second. Some viscous nasal goo with the airball thrown over, and now this Aegis is expired. So I wonder if Edge maybe back off, feeling as though they missed their moment.
Immediately. In the top lane, Yatoro starts to push. They showed a couple of heroes. He wants to go for an extra wave, pop the Manta style, and the rest of the team wants to connect with him. They're going to be using the smoke. Try to punish. Maybe if Edge is going to be split up, knowing that there is no Aegis available. Illusions from TB are causing a lot of issues. Lanes are constantly pushed in.
Disperser. Looking for Yatoro. PP now picked up that Blink Dagger, so he's got that availability to jump. Dust gets used. Michael going to be disrupted, and they've got the Ice Path ready for when he jumps out, and that will be a kill onto the Riki. Anything that they can get here on the side of Spirit is well worth the movement, especially when it's a solo pickoff with no repercussions. But with the Blink Dagger now on PP, can Edge get a jump that allows them to maybe try to push again? Or are they going to wait and kind of take it slow? I don't know if I would wait till next Roche. If Edge do get a pickoff, I feel like they have to push, because you're just giving Medusa more time, and that is dangerous.
It's very difficult. Like with every single item that Medusa does have, it's so much more difficult to push the high ground, because you can't really burst her. Maybe you could try to do it with like TB focusing her down, knowing that she doesn't have Butterfly at this moment. There is full disperser on Terrorblade, so the mana is going to be gone relatively quickly, but they need to focus heavily to be able to get the kill. But maybe Shadow Demon with one disruption could make the whole fight look completely different, unless Riki gets in with the smokescreen, with that shard, and tries to block it.
They've been pretty wise to his movements. They've got an Obs and a Sentry combo at the top of this cliff, and Rue's going to use that to jump forward. But Radamatos comes through. Michael, he needs to start to back away. They have the TP coming in for the Tidehunter, and Yatoro, he's going all the way forward, but PP makes the move, jumps in, has the lasso on him, but Poshka throwing the sticky napalm on him. They go to the Supernova, they land the Ravage, Stone Gaze, but now Supernova, that means it's going to pop, and Yatoro's in trouble.
He's low on mana.
He is getting attacked by PP as he's going to try and fight there with the help of Puppy of the Sunray and Vitaly right on top of this Medusa. Icarus dive out of mana, but can they finally get this kill? The blink from PP, the flame break as well, but they've taken him out. PP and the rest fall, as all they get is this Jakiro, and it looks like it's going to be a full team wipe here for Spirit. They went after Medusa. They had him so low on mana the entire time, but with a full team wipe, this is Spirit's game, as they have taken the net worth lead.
They were fighting underneath vision, allowing Ember to do what he wants, and also allowing Medusa to just stand her ground and casually right-click. Riki dealt no damage whatsoever in that previous fight. Jakiro dying off immediately, but they need to commit heavily. And there was this area where Medusa she's not focused by Terrorblade. Rude did a good job in the backlines, burning some of the mana, using aggressive disruption, knowing that most of the time he's not going to be able to get that defensive disruption. And you can see TB hitting Medusa, and then this egg. It's a good way to defend it with Ravage, of course, but...
Parker didn't get anything back from that Sunder.
Yes. That was on the other side, but overall, great fight for Spirit. And I felt like Edge needed to push slightly more, especially when they had that Aegis. Try to go for the high ground, try to risk it a little bit more, because right now, we said that with every item that Medusa does have, things are going to become so much more difficult for Edge.
Yeah, definitely so, and you could see, you know, they were desperate to try and get that Medusa. PP even jumping right on top of the Medusa to put that extra right-click damage in and the sticky napalm on Medusa, but it wasn't enough. Like, you're sitting there with no mana, and Medusa still is able to fight back.
Still has good amount of HP, like 1000 HP. If you look at the heroes on the enemy side, she has, for example, 2000 mana, and she's still sitting at exactly 1000 HP, 999. Ricky, who has Road of Athos Magic Wand, his HP is 1300. Phoenix, 1500. It's not like they're super tanky by any means, and they really shred through them. And now you have to deal with Medusa twice, who also picked up Diffusal Blade. I really love this build on Medusa.
Can they make a jump? PP, Black, Blink, Lasso, and the kill onto Laurel. Disruption on a Maposhka, and that's going to be a second kill. Good job there by Edge to at least start this fight with their own advantage. But the Blink Lasso, all good. I mean, it gets them 2, and it avoids the Aegis fight with this Medusa. So quick in and out on a fight like that, really all you can ask for.
This is what the top tier teams are doing. You see enemy pick up the Aegis, and most of the time they feel comfortable thinking they're not going to initiate on us, but they find a really good opportunity. PP goes in, finds the target, they follow it up with Tidehunter's Ravage, they get 2 kills, and they get out. So now they're going to be farming, trying to delay as much as possible. Ravage is up in a minute and a half, and Aegis still up and running for 3.5 minutes. So if they can replicate that one more time, could be a really big dub for Edge. Just get another pick off and try to reset.
Can they get this reset? Can they wait out this Aegis? What are they looking to plan out here as Parker? He is still top of the net worth by a couple thousand, but it really doesn't make a difference at this point in terms of what Medusa's got. Like, Medusa's going to hit hard no matter what at this point of the net worth possibilities, and they need to have that extra control, and that's something that we said that they lacked early in the game. Lasso, Ravage, maybe an explosion from Supernova, but this draft, the thing it's lacking is that one extra stun.
It does feel extra bit of a control. Maybe I would love to see Puppey go for, but he is already committing. Seems like he wants to pick up Refresher immediately. This is, I would say, classic Puppey. I was about to say that I want to see maybe Hex to have extra bit of a control, but it seems like they want to have extra bit of a damage, extra round of a team fight. Puppey, throughout his career as a position 5, he has been like very greedy, which did work out for him. He does soak up a lot of the farm, but he also uses that farm nicely. Back in the days when Nature's Prophet wasn't as broken, he was the one who played it as a position 5, making sure that he's staying with other cores. There was one game I have in my mind where Puppey, as a position 5 Nature's Prophet, was the most farm hero in the game, like 20-25 minutes in.
Now, getting a little bit harder to kill PP, he's picked up this BKB. He's got Blink, he's got BKB, he's also got that Hurricane Pike that he had picked up earlier. That's something that will help him get in or out of the fights, whatever he chooses. I mean, if you're trying to run, you're initiating with that Blink, probably trying to get out with the Hurricane Pike. But BKB is going to give him a couple more seconds where he can kind of stand his ground. The question is, with all this time spent, will it matter against the Medusa?
Medusa is just a menace to deal with. This is basically her level 25 talent, the Aghanim Scepter, and now it is 65 in favor of Spirit. At least that's what Dota Plus is saying, holding the Aegis for another minute. Edge, they've been doing a good job pushing out all of these waves, using illusions from PP and also using illusions from Terrorblade to make sure that all the lanes are in a good spot, making sure that Team Spirit can't find any openings. They can't group up and try to siege any of the towers.
Ooh, Parker caught in a bit of a bad spot. There's still a minute left on this Aegis as well. Parker needs to run. Stone Gaze was used though, and that kind of gives them a slight opportunity to maybe now fight as the Aegis expires. Those Batrider illusions pushing in, and they do smoke right after that. They've got an amplified damage on PP, so he's gonna hit pretty hard. Has that shard, so that means, you know, you're not going to have that stack limit on Sticky Napalm anymore. Things are gonna get a little bit more tough for these.
Yeah, definitely gonna get stickier. PP, he's in.
Force that forward. BKB, but look at the damage. They've got the Ravage, and now they're going to try and go get the kill on a PP. They've got themselves the last one. They'll take out Collapse. They'll take out the Bristleback to start. But the Remnant over to the other side. PP trying to juke, trying to jive, trying to survive. But they get through. They'll lose PP.
Yatoro's out of mana completely.
And Yatoro doesn't have an Aegis anymore. He is going to die. A good fight from Edge. That worked out real well.
Collapse with the buyback. He's coming in.
Takes out Michael.
He needs to be careful on Collapse as well. There is Sunder available. Doesn't have much mana to work with. Like, he has 1700 mana pool on TB, but both carries burning mana on each other. This is the big one. Collapse. I want to see damage dealt by Collapse overall. I feel like his damage, he's been soaking up a lot of damage, but with the green Bristleback, yeah, it is very low. Almost as low as... Like, Tidehunter, both offlaners actually not dealing as much. They are tanky boys, but yeah, the damage numbers are still pretty low.
Snot Rocket Facet instead of the Seeing Red that we've seen previously. But he is soaking up a good amount of damage.
It is green Facet on Bristleback.
No, I'm saying with Seeing Red we saw previously.
No, you said it's not Rocket Facet. It is.
See what you're doing here. You had me in the first half. I got really anxious.
Not gonna lie.
Immediately.
Roshan is dead. It may respawn in 1 minute and 40 seconds. And it seems like that's gotta be just about the right time.
For who?
For Roshan to respawn.
Oh, okay. I thought you were right about the right time for dinner? Like, what are we doing here? We'll see what the extended timer is. A lot of stacks made before, and a lot of stacks total here for Spirit. 15 made by Rue. Medusa still trailing behind Parker. Batrider, the next item on PP's list is Parasma. Decent item?
Yeah, this is the most toxic you could be on Batrider. Maybe you can pick up Moonshard later on, but insane. It is insane damage. If he picks that up, I don't know if you guys played against Batrider, if you experienced it, but this hero, when it comes down to the super late game, can basically deal 3,000-4,000 damage in 3 seconds.
Whoa. Might be able to feel some power from PP if he picks up the Parasma. He's got an amplified damage again. I swear this is like his 4th amplified damage.
Well, you might not be wrong. Team Spirit, they haven't been across river much in this game, not controlling power runes.
Takes that level 20 talent of the +4 second smoldering resin duration off his innate.
Oh, he also has tier 4 neutral item that extends his cast range and attack range. This is the dream Batrider game. What he got, plus Timeless on top of that. Debuff duration and spell amplification.
Ooh, spell amp's gonna be quite nice. They're not gonna find anybody this direction. But Ember back with the BKB. PP not committing. Pops the amplified damage. See, Batrider picked 9 times for 7 overall wins. Not a bad win rate at all.
I want to check how many of those Batrider games were played as core.
Still has a little bit of time left on this amplified damage. They're going to find themselves Michael, and does this mean that Edge just leave? With no Ricky, that may just be the excuse they need to back off a little bit and maybe reset towards Roche, because this is looking like a pretty long timer.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many Batrider cores. Bach played it. RCY also played it from the mid lane yesterday.
Not many. They are smoked again. Michael back up in 14 seconds. Collapse. He is smoked with the rest of his team now. But Roche is still a little whiles away, so these smokes aren't exactly going to get the Roche exactly. But maybe they could set up positioning here. If PP can position just right to find that initiation, start that with the Blink Lasso, that would be the advantage for Edge. But for the other side, for Team Spirit, you gotta have Rue in a good spot to disrupt these fights.
Not gonna be an easy task against Ricky Shard. Roshan about to respawn, and they're waiting, both teams. They know how important it is, but look at the bottom and mid lane. They're getting pushed in by TB illusions, and it's gonna be a really good amount of damage onto these three towers.
Parker almost level 25. He'd like to get that, but Collapse, they've got the Ravage. They're gonna hex him up and try to chase. They'll take him out. They'll go to the lasso. PP on the run for the damage coming up from Yatora with the Stone Gaze, but it's not enough to kill these heroes on Edge other than Michael. Laurel got the credit on that one. But everything is now down here for Edge. They really blew their load on that fight, and Spirit, they're without Collapse. He was the one who bought back in the previous fight, and now he's dead for 100 seconds.
PP entering the fight pretty much perfectly. Jumping in, getting the lasso, getting the Hurricane Pike and the BKB. Knowing that there's no buyback available on Bristleback. And Roshan did respawn. This is the big one with Refresher.
Toro. It's okay for now. Force staff onto the high ground. This Hex from Vitaly doing a lot of work, making things a bigger struggle for Spirit. They'll have Michael back up, but there's still 60 seconds without this Bristleback. And with these creep waves just pushing in,
Roshan's moving to the bottom lane.
Away.
They know that Roshan takes... Oh, look what they're doing on side of Spirit. They are stopping Roshan from getting closer to the pit in the bottom lane. They're using Ice Pad, slowing him down, making sure that Bristleback's gonna come out on time, or at least try. Roshan usually needs 20-25 seconds to move from the top pit to the bottom pit. Laurel will buy some time. It is buying time.
Thrown on purpose, of course. That animation stops him. Still 23 seconds, though.
They can't kill it that fast. They know that there is no meta available for next 20 seconds, so Bristleback will be back on time. This is why we say when we talk about Team Spirit, them being such a resilient team. Always finding something, always finding some kind of a play to make sure it's gonna get them closer to the victory, and PP did just pick up Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. So now he'll be able to grab onto two. They found the Hex. They'll get a quick kill here on Aru. Out alone, a little bit further than the rest of his team. He's got buyback, so it's not the worst in the world for him to die, but it definitely, again, gives Edge the possibility of going for Roche.
Immediately with buyback. Aghanim Scepter ready on PP.
He bought back the second that scan connected.
Immediately.
But Parker, he'll be in the pit, but uh-oh, the rest of the team isn't.
PP wants to double jump. He wants to get in, lock onto a target, drag another one with Ravage. With this Hex, Vitaly's itemization has been really good. Cloud trying to force something out of Laurel.
They'll back away. It is a game of inches here. How much is either team going to give up? Positioning is key. Step back too far, and Team Spirit may just slide in and take Roche, or find themselves in a really good spot for this fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But instead, Edge, they're going to move forward. Blink forward, BKB. Remnant towards the back line. They've got this Sunray trying to heal up these heroes. Laurel taking a lot of damage. Radamatos, he's dead. No buyback either. This is a problem. Double lasso. PP's hit two of them, and now they've got the Supernova. They'll look over at Collapse, who's on the run, but there's the blink into the Ravage. They've got the control. It's onto the Bristleback. Can they get the kill? The body blocks are there. Parker's got the damage, and they will get themselves a third. And none of them have buyback. This is such a problem for Spirit, and PP getting the double lasso. Wrapped him up.
Tidehunter blinking in, using Shiva's guard, knowing that they can't kill him. They don't have break mechanic. So he jumps in, knowing that he's going to get the Ravage off no matter what. Puppy with the double Supernova as well available. It seems like they're ready to potentially close it out. Parker is pretty much 6-slotted, did upgrade his blink, and you saw the damage. Him blinking in, immediately shredding through these two targets.
Look at that damage done by Parker. Yatoro hexed, has that Ags though. Is it going to be enough? He's got the Ags, he's got the Shard. They never got this Roche, and is that potential non-Aegis pickup, at least at the moment, going to make them pay if they jump in too far?
He's in
They'll
again.
go to the blink. They've got the last of the Supernova. They're taking away the mana, but they've got themselves the Ice Path with the upgraded Macropyre. But the damage
His mana's
just
gone.
isn't there. The mana is gone, and so is Yatoro's life. But they do have his buyback. These heroes are low. PP on the run. Ice Path a little bit short. Baru is here. PP gets away. Oh, but they find Parker, and that's a big kill for them.
This was even without getting buyback on Medusa. Usually you would expect Carry to kind of immediately buy back, but he's very patient with
So
it.
much gold for Rue.
It is a lot of gold. Let's see what Rue decides to queue up. Getting closer to Aghanim Scepter, would have those 2 charges on Demonic Purge and would have break mechanic against Tidehunter. So that's one way to deal with him. Try to break him, and then they can focus him down with Medusa.
My thought was maybe that Yatoro was just going to commit to the buyback to go for Roche. The other team didn't take it. It could have forced the buyback from Terrorblade too if they were to go for Roche, but it is a risky move, and they end up playing it safe with keeping the Medusa just dead, no buyback. No buyback used. But again, that's a fight that maybe doesn't need to happen. Yes, they want to push in. They're trying to collect megas, but they could go for Roche too. Like that Aegis is available for them.
This time around, they will not slow down Roshan when he's moving through the river. Medusa is out in 15 seconds. PP also changing his item build, going for... He was thinking about getting Parasma. He wanted to penetrate through their magic resistance, lower it by 25%, but opted to go for Aghanim Scepter and Refresher, which I kind of like more, to be honest.
Now you've got Refresher.
On Tide.
Double Ravage.
On Phoenix as well.
Double Hex. Man, Edge, we talked about the lack of lockdown in these fights earlier on, but they've been given this opportunity where now they can have Refresher Ravage, which can offer them a lot more lockdown. Again, positioning is key. It started with that double lasso from PP. They had the Ravage there too. That was on the Collapse. And Parker almost at 40,000 net worth. Buybacks available for everybody but Tide on Edge. Medusa 300 gold short of buyback, and Rue doesn't have his.
I think it's important for PP to have buyback as well so that he can re-enter the fight if necessary. If he doesn't get the BKB off immediately, does have TP available. No bots, however, because you're playing the core Batrider, so you want to have that attack speed. But these fights are not going to get any easier for Team Spirit. Fighting into multiple, like, Supernovas, Ravages as well, if PP gets to his Refresher.
Potentially 4 stuck in a lasso over the course of a fight, of course. Aghanim's Blessing being built by Parker, but now you've got that Ags for Rue, and that's something that you said could be pretty important in a fight like this, especially, you know, you go for the Tidehunter, break him, and kill him off quickly before he's able to get those Ravages off. They're into Roche. They have this obs, though, on the high ground. They see this. They know that they're there. PP could make the jump and just go with the blink into the lasso. That might have been able to catch multiple heroes. But instead, they're starting to draw Roche out of the pit. And Ember is not near the fight at the moment. He's got a Remnant that'll bring him back, and that's exactly what he'll use. But these creeps are pushing in. Both mid and bottom Raxes are gone.
These illusions have been causing a lot of issues. He's been constantly microing the illusions throughout the bottom lane, and now you have no tier 3 tower in the top lane, so basically your barracks are also exposed. Shadow Demon can deal with them, but you also want to have him close to the fight, because he does have Aghanim Scepter, no buyback available, and they're going to use this opportunity, seeing that Shadow Demon is inside the enemy base.
Roche goes down. Aegis, that's going to be there for Parker. They've got the lasso. They get the kill on Alaro. He's got buyback. It's only one dead at the moment, but that was lasso used. PP now backing away. But Vitali still has double Ravage.
He refreshed.
PP's in again. The blink as well. So lasso, they've got it on the 2. They get the kill on a Rune there. They're going to look over as the Ravage flies through, but the damage from the Medusa isn't going to be enough. He doesn't have any mana remaining. Yatoro is caught and killed and gone. 100 seconds, no buyback. They'll finally take out Vitali, who doesn't have buyback either, but they'll look over as Parker's going to expend this
That's
Aegis.
one.
Not so bad for
Fat,
Spirit at the moment. They don't have PP. He was killed. They clipped his wings, and now the look at Collapse is taking a lot of damage. Lotus on the run, trying to survive with this
Parker,
Crimson as well.
He has
just
cheese.
escapes.
He sees him.
Oh.
Sitting at 9,000 gold, no Medusa for 70 seconds. This is going to be a difficult fight for them. 9,000 damage coming out from TB.
What?
Yeah, he bought out. He bought out. He sold his treads, and he also bought out Butterfly. Seeing that there's no MKB on Terrorblade, thinking that he's burning way too much mana on him. But they're ready to go. BP did use Refresher in the previous fight. Did manage to jump in, get a second lasso, get a second BKB.
Collapse, not really feeling so afraid of going forward. Parker, you gotta remember, he does not have an Aegis, but he's got the Thunder. They go to the Supernova, and now he's got a cheese.
He has 100 move speed.
He's so slow. They need to stop this TP out. And now
their Thunder's
Parker,
ready.
This is a problem. They're gonna chase. Collapse is not scared at all of going in. Michael
Collapse
throws
has
down
no
the
mana
smoke
for
screen.
He has no mana for Lotus Orb.
They've got the disruption. They've got the break. Another Sunder coming through, but Parker trying to fight, and he's not gonna win this one. Oh man. Rue getting that kill and taking out the Terrorblade, but creeps are in the base. You need to be careful. Your tier 4s are in trouble. There is a full wave pushing in. You've got Medusa alive now who can take care of it, but you are really risking the base here.
Yeah, this is a fight with not too many buybacks on side of Team Spirit. They pretty much didn't use anything other than Larl's buyback, so we'll have buybacks available for the next fight if they can farm enough gold. 50 minutes in, we're still not close to those tier 5 neutral items, but Rue's getting quite a lot of gold, making sure that they can kill Tidehunter. Demonic Purge, 2 charges on it. Has cast range, does have Mystical, has his enchantment on top of Ether Lens.
It's pretty nice for Shadow Demon. No Parker for 45. He's got buyback, but now they'll start their own push here. These buildings go down very quickly to Yatoro, but they've got a double creep wave coming in bottom. They'll send Ember back with a Remnant over mid. They also send the Medusa back.
PP.
Now Refresher for PP.
Ooh. Yeah, PP's hiding. He was hiding on the side, trying to get some kind of initiation, thinking that they might go for the high ground immediately. He was in a good spot, but this is the big one as well. Level 25, Flame Break applies 4 sticky Napalm stacks. There's just gonna be, like, you get 20 Napalm stocks immediately. You have Shard, you have your insane right click at this moment. He has Refresher, he has Arcane Rune as well.
Like you said, this is a hero late in the game that can output a lot of damage really quickly. But he has to be able to survive. And when he's looking within the trees, he's trying to find maybe a hole in the game plan that PP can go for and find that lasso. But it's tough. They had a huge lead, and it's only 11,000 ahead for Edge, but it makes it tough when you've got no racks mid, no racks bottom, and these creeps are just forcing you back every time.
Let's see if he's going to queue up Divine Rapier at one point on Medusa. For now, it is a BKB, plus Aghanim Scepter has been consumed on Yatoro.
Late game 9-second BKB is never a bad thing.
Yep, 52 minutes in, he just got his BKB.
Tormentor to take. But they'll go through the Twin Gate instead and ignore the Tormy. Drawing a line, pushing through bottom. Gotta be careful. The refresher, the lasso, opportunity with that Ags. Can they find the opening? Spirit aren't exactly going to give it to them, as I mean, they're a tight-knit group at this defense. But it might end up being that they all wait for Roche, which could potentially mean we do see 60-minute tier 5 items.
Yeah. Even speaking of some tier 4 neutral items, Phoenix, he has the Zune Bloodright, Quicken, extra evasion. It's more about AoE, so he has bigger AoE in his Supernova, on Fire Spirits, has Refresher, has Hex, so you can have double of those. Puppey, if they can focus him down and kill him immediately, that'd be great, but also if they commit too heavily, he does have buyback available. Right now, there are 5 heroes with the buybacks, most of them being supports. The only hero who is core out of these is PP.
5-man smoke, Edge. Who will they find, if anything? Double banner, too, for Spirit. If they win a fight like this, they could push in real hard. Multiple lanes with those banners. It's a 12,000 net worth lead, but this fight, or this game feels dependent on one more fight for either side. PP has a shield and an extra 1,700 effective HP for him. And they are in the base. They are so far forward. They are looking for this opportunity, and the side of Spirit are come together. Blink into the Ravage. They're going to go. They're going to find themselves the double lasso. It's going to be out of the Jakiro as well as December. They're in some trouble. There's a Ravage once again. They get the kills on the Poshka as well. Zoro doesn't have buyback. Now they'll look over Collapse. They've got the refresher once more. Collapse is gone. He has no buyback. They will buy back on this Jakiro, and look at the break, the damage. Oh, the Sunder save out of Italia, but they've got to break again. He's trying to get force staffed away. The damage is lacking to finish him off, and he will finally survive.
Blank is ready.
Oh,
what a play from Parker. And Parker's ready to jump in. Like, you can't underestimate this TB with level 25 talent. Sunder cooldown. For now, he's just gonna Sunder his own teammates. And he's gonna be ready to go. No buyback available on Ember Spirit. If they're keeping an eye on that, he doesn't have it for another minute.
He doesn't have the gold either, so even in another minute, he won't have it. Collapse is short the gold by 1,000. He's up in 55. Maybe they get Megas and back off for Roche. That could be one of those things when you're going up against Spirit. Sometimes it's intimidating just to try and finish the game to the point where, yeah, you've got Megas, but do you want to force for more? Do you want to potentially give away the game? I'm not saying they will, but when you're up against a team like Spirit, sometimes you feel that omnipresence of how good this team has been.
They're going, and seems like they want to end it.
They've got the Hex.
No Ravage, no Refresher.
There's another Hex. Sunray, and now with the BKB,
he's trying to focus down the edge.
Supernova, can
he's
they
doing
get
it?
They can, and now they'll take out Vitaly as well, and that's what I'm talking about. Yatoro on his own takes 2, and he does not lose his life. So now you've jumped in and given up something.
And he just got quite a big chunk of gold from this one, sitting at 6.5k. So let's see if Yatoro at one point will decide that he needs to buy a Divine Rapier and maybe try to go for an end. This is a bit of a, I would say, mistake from Edge, trying to siege and go for the high ground like immediately without having Refresher, without having Ravage available. They could have waited.
It's a short Roche respawn time or two. This gives a possibility for Spirit now where buybacks could be available again. They're not going to have it on Maposhka for another 6 minutes, so his is really out of the question. But the gold is only the only thing missing for Laurel and Collapse. You give them 2 more lives, all of a sudden, you know, these fights, again, get tougher and tougher. Everybody's got it on Edge, but given Aegis too, and I think that we just see a Divine picked up for Spirit. That Ags was a big part here for this Shadow Demon. Rue has been doing so much.
Using it once on Tidehunter, using it the second time. But still managing to survive on Tidehunter in that fight. 8,000 gold on Medusa. We are getting closer to tier 5 neutral items.
And that's where the chaos begins. They'll group up again together, and they are here ready with refreshers.
Ooh, amplified damage. Parker just picked it up.
Another amplified damage for Edge. They have picked up every single one this game. Roche is up, but it's Megas. Do you just go for Roche? There's no glyph available for Team Spirit.
If he can get the Divine Regalia as neutral item, 60 minutes in, buy a Divine Rapier maybe. Like, this is a good substitution for also not needing to have Divine Rapier, but if you also can get both of those, it is an insane amount of damage that you're going to be dealing with Medusa.
Oh, they have the Hex reflected with the Lotus Orb, and now Parker's just going to go in. Parker, this might be a mistake. He's in really deep, and Yatoro goes in with the BKB. They're going to try and get the kill here on the Terrorblade.
He's dead.
He went for the throne, and he lost. Oh, Parker.
Okay.
Oh,
there was no Tidehunter. Marl did use a refresher. Nightfall. Night falling out of the trouble. Does have buyback available. Let's see what Yatoro is up to. Sitting at 10,000 gold. Not sure what that was, though. Tidehunter was nowhere close by to be able to back him up.
The Hex reflected, and he couldn't continue to go forward. Collapse was there in between him and where Parker wanted him to be.
Still, like, I don't think that's the place to be. Maybe the nerves. And this is Roshan respawning. I don't know if they can let them have this one for free. From 65 now to almost 90%. I mean, they are playing against Mega Creeps, but still. Yatoro
Hex,
eats the Moon Shard.
Laurel's got buyback. And now Yatoro's got an Aegis. This game was going so well for Edge.
And now they're living on the edge, thinking whether they're going to be losing this one as well. This game was definitely in the bag. First
They were up
mistake.
22,000 net worth.
Exactly. Going for the one final push without having Ravage, without having refreshers available. And now Parker jumping in.
And we're going to hit 60 minutes, as we already have, and now it's Tier 5's time. What does everybody want? This is rough. I mean, it is still Megas, so it is tough to really push out successfully here for the side of Spirit. There's a gem on the ground. I believe. Did it get picked up by Laurel, or did it get picked up by this courier? It got picked up by the courier, okay. Unrelenting Eye, Book of the Dead, Spider Legs, which will be taken by Yatoro. With the Audacious.
Not sure if he wanted those. He didn't get Help of the Undying. He didn't get chance for Deso 2, and he did not get Divine Regalia. So
well, give him 10 minutes and
give him 10 minutes, and yeah, he could refresh.
Book of the Dead. This always feels like the go-to choice when a team's struggling to finish the game. They want as many units on that throne as possible. Unrelenting Eye, Book of the Dead, Minotaur Horn, Giant's Maul. If you wanted to hold on to it, you will take Feverish Helm of the Undying for Laurel, Minotaur Horn for Puppy, Helm of the Undying for both Rue and Maposhka. Yeah, that seems like a balanced item.
It is a good one. It definitely is. You need to get a kill, though.
It's possible. The damage output from
Medusa is going to do the trick.
Yeah.
So they are going to be living. They did have some of the Aeon disc queued up. There was also a refresher available on Shadow Demon. Sitting at almost 6,000 gold on SD. Root thinking whether he needs Aeon disc or he needs a BKB.
Just looking at all the gold being spent, and
Let's see. They are pushing forward. They've got Parker. Look at where he's at. Oh, he's TPing back. I was going to say, he's sneakily going through bottom.
Oh, look at this damage from Medusa.
Has this Aegis for
Parker
2 more minutes.
blinked
Parker in.
with Lincolns this time.
The Illusion's pushing bottom. Laurel dealing with that. But there's a creep wave pushing top too. 999 last hits. Take one down.
Rookie
pass
numbers
it around.
in this racket, not even 1,000.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Radon would definitely have over 1,000.
Well, now he's got 1,002. They show the stat again.
Keeps going up.
Yeah, don't take that away. I think he's going to be continuing to break the record here.
Yatro with spider legs. Solar Crest ready to go in. Disseminate. One rack's taken.
Ooh,
Ember.
Big creep wave coming through.
This looks like permanent Scotty. It looks, he has so much attack speed that it feels like the Scotty just keeps flowing.
They went through backdoor for that. Medusa at least getting 1/2 of that racks through backdoor. Him and Parker can kind of accomplish that. Fallen Sky for PP, so he is looking to jump in, lasso.
He also has Boundless, attack range and cast range. 350 cast range and 150 attack range. PP has been blessed in this game by what he got from neutral items. A lot of Minotaur horns as well.
Yeah, one side all Minotaur horns, the other side all Helm of the Undying. Priorities. Bristle's trying to jump into the middle of the fight too with his own Fallen Sky. But both teams, oh, no, maybe not. Collapse. Lasso is ready, but he had that Lotus. BKB, so he'll survive a little bit longer. And oh my god, the damage forcing Puppey to Supernova. Ooh.
Does have Refresher. PP.
Oh, Laurel! Laurel! He's got the Aeon Disc. That could have been devastating. He jumped in as the Supernova exploded.
He got broken.
And then there was a Terror Wave, but now they've got the break. It's going to be out of the Tide Hunter. They're going to try and get the kill here out of Vitali.
Laurel wants to finish him off.
He's low on health. Vitali on the run. Another Supernova. They go to the lasso. It's on the back lines, but this is going to be Yatoro trying to get the damage out of the egg. He just gets it before it explodes. He'll get the kill to Parker. You need to be careful.
BP's down as well.
Triple kill, and they need to go back to base as the creeps are in, but another one fight here for Spirit.
This is the first time for Spirit in a long time where they have gold lead on their side. Playing against Mega Creeps, looking at the buyback. Everybody has buyback except Parker. Somebody, they need to pick up the Bounty Rune. He's short. He doesn't have enough gold.
Buyback for Puppey.
Oh, they don't find it, Michael. They were pinging it out.
Buyback for Puppey. And now the push is on Spirit.
It doesn't spawn.
PP has buyback.
66 minutes. The rune doesn't spawn. Eventually, he's gonna have it. He's short 40 gold. Oh man, Parker. This break has been very, very good.
Brutal.
Aghanim Scepter, gold that he got in the last couple of fights on Rue, definitely changing how the fights are played out.
Clap sitting on the tier 2 tower with backdoor, so is Yatoro.
Yatoro swapping his item, getting rid of Manta Style. He wants some extra mana regen, he wants some extra damage, going for the Bloodthorn. This has been the item on Medusa. Both cores on edge are respawning in 10 seconds, but they are also getting Mega'd. Both teams do have glyphs available, but you can't pop it. And they do. They don't want to be playing against Megas.
No, they don't, but there's still going to be some time. They're going to have PPTPing in. Well, they'll jump forward. They're going to have Parker with the Terror Wave. They've got the Hex as well as the Fear. It's going to be out of the Medusa. They've got themselves the last one. They're going to kill Terror Wave once again as well as the Supernova. But a TPBKB attempt and collapses out. Everything expended right there real quick.
Collapse.
They did get the kill on a Yatoro.
He was focusing the barracks, so now both teams do have Mega Creeps. When was the last time we saw this?
Megas v Megas?
Yeah. It's been a while.
It's been some time. DOTA plus 50-50. Well, 51-49 if you want to get technical. Hey, you know, Yatoro might get to the point where he gets to re-choose on that tier 5 if this goes on another 2 minutes.
Yeah, but his mana was gone so quickly. Using Reflection with the Disperser on Terrorblade as well, mana just instantly disappeared. 60,000 damage. 60+ thousand damage from both carries, exactly.
And Parker, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Ice Path lands on a 2, throw the Magpire out there. They've got themselves the BKB. Laurel jumps forward looking for Michael, but he's gonna blink strike away.
How do you kill this guy? He has double A on this. He has Helm of the Undying on Laurel, so he can buy a lot of time.
Another Hex.
Medusa might not even need to use the buyback.
No, they're really trying to hold out, but it's just the throne that's available for them for both sides. Top creep wave is pushing in, but it's Megas v Megas, so we'll see how far the creeps can get. They go to the Lasso, they go to the Ravage. That's going to land on a 2. It's going to land on a Rue, which is the big one, but Collapse, he's got buyback. He's going to be forced to use it if they try to defend, but the damage coming out of the PP, they're trying to melt him out, but he's able to survive. The Ice Path misses, and he will be stunned up for a second, but he's got the rest of his team here. BKB on cooldown now. The side of Edge are going to back away, and the game's still sitting even as we hit that 69th minute. Things are tense.
They don't even have to use buyback on Medusa. Holding it for
they might not have to use it on
a long
Collapse.
time. Yeah, they did proc Aeon Disc on Ember Spirit. He did use Refresher, but still, this hero doesn't die that easily. Helm of the Undying is still available.
Roche up soon. Couple of seconds. This is going to be potentially another Roche. They're looking. They've got the Refresher, but they'll have 2 Lasso chances here. Buyback from Collapse still available. He hasn't gotten in there, but they'll go.
No
they
A
got
on
the Lasso. Look at how quickly they'll go and get themselves, or try to get this kill onto Laurel. Had that Helm. Ooh, the double Lasso. Now it's going to be problematic for the side of Team Spirit, but they go to the Macro Pilot's going to land with the Ice Path on a 2. PP, he's going to be broken.
Again.
The damage coming in. Yatoro trying to fight back. They're going to kill the PP as well as Vitali and Parker. 3 heroes dead on the side of Edge. They do not kill this Medusa. Hits him with the Queen Imperia. Pathetic.
His mana is gone immediately in the second. Reflection, he gets focused down, but still manages to survive. And this is level 40 Medusa right now. 13,000 damage from Terrorblade. He was forced to buy back, but there's also Roshan available. Yatoro is running back to the base. Might want to push out one of the lanes, and does also have bots too available, so he can't TP to a fight.
Needs that mana, and you know, there are 20 Mad Stones now needed to refresh that tier 5 if anybody else wants something different. Collapse is going to try and survive a little bit longer as he wants to pick up that heart, but you can see Medusa, give me that mana back, and back into the fight I go. They will get themselves an Aegis. They will get themselves everything that comes with it. A Refresher Shard, a banner, a cheese. But some of these things may not be worth taking a slot.
Somebody pick it up. Roshan's banner is also available. Cheese is the one that is kind of the least value you can have, but still, Miposhka is going to get it. But you do have Medusa on the team, so Cheese is very valuable.
Do you think that Cheese should upgrade with time? Each Cheese drop after a certain time?
Yeah, definitely should. Give him something. At least we have like ability to get the block of Cheese, but we don't see it as much.
Terra Wave fearing up both Collapse as well as Yatoro. On the side though, they hit the Ice Path. That's going to land on a Vitali, who's going to be broken once again. He pops that BKB, but he's on the run. This is a problem. He is in trouble as the chase is there for the side of Team Spirit. They've got the Thunder coming up from Parker. Ravage use. That's going to lock down Collapse. The Supernova's going to pop off, but now he's going to go to another Supernova.
Parker, he refreshed. He's ready to jump.
They go into the fear. They've got the Terra Wave. They'll get the Aegis out of the hands of this Bristleback. They'll take on Miposhka. They'll look at Yatoro. He's dead too. Everybody falling on the side of Team Spirit, but they're coming back into the fight. They'll boots and travel too. Yatoro comes back in.
Dead. Parker's down.
Parker, Vitali die. All don't have buyback. Oh dear. Edge falling apart. They are all surrounding PP, and they will kill him once more. And this is looking like it's it. It is. GG is called, and Team Spirit take the 2-0.
And this is why we say Team Spirit is one of the most, if not the most resilient team in Dota 2. Might be in Dota 2 history. These guys, they never surrendered. they did manage to pull off such a great comeback in this game.
That was a really good comeback from Spirit, and it all started from maybe a little bit of an overextension from the side of Edge. But to break it down and break down the series and this game, we've got the panel. Tsunami, take it away.
I can make my best attempts, but there is a lot to pick apart for that game. Already, I think I may have had my favorite game of the tournament. If we can get better than that, I would love to see it. But so far, the bar has been raised substantially. What a resilient performance from Team Spirit. Like you heard from the cast, this is nothing that is out of the ordinary for them, which is wild to say after a performance like that. But still, this is the kind of team that pulls that kind of stuff.
They can always bring it back. Like it's absolutely insane, absolute cinema of a game. I don't know how we deserve this one, but I guess we did somehow. And Parker, a little bit with that late game jumping, blinking in under the fountain, dying, made it even more interesting. But holy hell, Edge played so well from the get-go. I have to give them all the praises. Like, they played active, they played well. Parker had all the right items to move across the map. He joined every single fight on the mid lane. From top, he moves, rotates behind tier 1 tower. That's, by the way, around 60 minutes before this.
Yeah, ancient history.
Ancient history, but they played so well. It slipped right through their hands.
But that's where it's like for Edge, sure, they play out the early to mid game really well, but Spirit, they live in the late game. They are one of the best teams at making a comeback in Dota. And here it's like Yotoro, the discipline on his hero. Multiple times he had to pretty much throw himself in, trade his life to then open up for his team to then get kills after him. Specifically, I think it's like the top tier 3, he goes in knowing that he's going to die, but Team Spirit, they identify the fact that if they get the Terrorblade kill, they'll be able to eat through the fact that his buyback will be kind of available but don't want to use it. And the entire late game was, how can Spirit find these critical kills on Edge to then not use buyback, survive that window of time, and then take the fight later on? And Shadow Demon, Rue, right? Like, even picking up the Aghanims, break was so critical in these fights that it forced Parker on the Terrorblade to start thinking, I can't just be a Terrorblade that right clicks. I now need to sunder my Tidehunter. I need to sunder my other teammates. I need to basically enable them. So Parker was having to be offensive, defensive, do everything. Like, this game, it had it all. But Spirit, the late game, is incredible. Edge, the early to mid game, was incredible. Both
What's even cool about the
incredible.
Shadow Demon that you talked about? Like, how does he even find that Aghanims? How does he buy it? Where does he find the gold? He found the gold by killing Terrorblade. Like, he kills the TB, gets like 1500 gold and 1000 extra for his teammates. Instant Aghanims queue up. Like, he bought it, I don't know, like maybe a couple of minutes after that kill.
Normally, after these epic games, I like to be very excited the entire time. But I want to keep grounded for 1 second and say I am a little bit upset with PP. I wanted to see one attempt of Batrider full sending it for the Ancient, right? With the napalm, applying it. Like, you can delete buildings with this hero. And I feel like there were moments, but to be fair, from Edge, the chaos of the late game, you could clearly see with how Parker jumped in at one point. Like, the late game decision making was crumbling, as they probably had to manage Puppey trying to decide what he wanted to do. There was this epic smoke they made where they swept in the bottom tier.
That should have been a game-winning.
That should have been a game-winning. It was insane, that move. But again, unfortunately, they couldn't, sync up the tower damage of the Batrider, the team fight of the Tidehunter to then clutch up against Spirit, because
I feel like at some point in this game, if they just planted all their ultis on the throne and hit it with Bat and TB, they could have won. Or at least forced out Glyph did it all over again. Because the way they played, they were a little bit too careful, and they were forced to fight outside of the Radiant base. And every time they would fight outside of the Radiant base, I feel like Spirit are too good at evaluating when they needed to buy back and when not. They played that game to perfection. Like, Collapse is not buying back while they're still fighting inside of the Radiant base.
And buybacks, they win you games, right? And for Spirit, I think they're kind of a little, I don't want to say the word lucky, but grateful that after Edge did take the Mega Creeps, they instantly go for the tier 3s, right? You see Tidehunter and the Phoenix instantly get deleted. And imagine if they just reset from there and take the fight after. Maybe Edge can win. Imagine if rather than Parker blinking in and dying, he waits for his Ravage to be back on cooldown. They probably could win that fight as well. Like, there are 2 or 3 big moments post Mega Creeps that Edge, if they were slightly more cohesive, they could have won that game.
A bit more disciplined, right?
Again, it's a 2 stand-in team where one of your stand-ins is a very talkative, commanding player, and I can see why they eventually did lose out the game, because Spirit, they're disciplined. They are going to be cutthroat and punish a little small mistake, and it feels so bad because Edge, against any other team, I feel like they probably beat them in this tournament. Like Spirit is the best comeback team in Dota.
I know.
And Edge have to have this type of performance and have to deal with
of all the teams, could have had this game again.
And it was such a good game from Edge. Like we have the like a head-to-head right between Parker and Toro. The Medusa and the Terrorblade.
It's what we were looking for all series long. And I got it.
And the reason why this is so cool is because I think Parker identified how to play out this game really, really well, right? Like he doesn't go for a Manta, because I think if he goes for Manta on Terrorblade to try and just normally farm like other carries would do, then suddenly you're going to be running into the Ags Mjolnir or the Medusa at a somewhat equal timing around 20 minutes. It's a problem. But he goes for a Yasha, a Falcon Blade, a Dragon Lance, a Diffusal Blade, like super active, like every single blade possible, gets an early Aegis, takes every single fight. Like the way that Edge was playing this, the aggression of Tidehunter, Batride, like you can praise every single member on Edge because their early to mid game completely outmaneuvered Spirit.
Yep. There was one move basically in this whole game. That one move when they go for the last attempt on the throne without refreshers, without ultis.
Yep,
that's
one
it.
Move.
Like if they just waited for refreshers, I feel like they still win the game and win that fight. But maybe it's also due to the fact that they're playing against Spirit. You know, you feel that victory, you feel that you're close, you can defeat Spirit. It would mean a lot for them to win this series, or at least even it out. So, unfortunately, it didn't work out. This is probably the fight that kinda broke the camel's back, right? Like Edge, I feel like up to this point they had
this camel had multiple back breaks.
Yeah,
it was a multi-humped camel.
It was a multi-humped camel.
It had a lot of humps, but it was definitely one of those fights that I'm not really sure how Yatoro even lives.
I think Medusa should die here.
Medusa should absolutely be dying, but there aren't enough right clicks on her. That's the problem. Terrorblade is being absolutely zoned out by Collapse and Larl Ember Spirit. And this is really where Team Spirit are so good. They know exactly how to zone a target out of a fight if it's a problem. And Terrorblade most of the time was zoned out exactly like that. He had to use the Sunder defensively or he had to run.
And that was with one of their best zoners being dead. A lot of these fights that Spirit are winning, the Bristleback has already been dead, the Jakiro's already been dead, the Ember Spirit is like hovering over the buyback button. Spirit are not only so good at executing the team fights, but even with a net worth disadvantage, they're able to do it with a hero disadvantage as well half the time.
Yeah, the key thing in this game for Spirit is when the Medusa was dead, they still had an Ags Jakiro with Macropyre with the the lockdown of an Ember. And then let's say when the Jakiro is dead, of course you have Medusa, the big carry. And then let's say if they're both dead, you then have the break of Rude to then synergize with Bristleback and his big right clicks, right? Like they had the ability to at any point, you pick two heroes on Spirit, they can kill someone on the enemy side. Of course, you need Shadow Demon only for Tidehunter, but the point still stands. Like they have this outplay potential with like any little combo of their draft. And for Edge, though, it was very, very clear. You have to hit a Ravage, you have to hit a Lasso. If that's not connecting, reset the fight and wait. And then I think that just over time compounded to Spirit identifying that with items and chaos and good positioning, you will eventually force Edge to falter.
I also do give Edge a little bit of the benefit that once they had reached that unlosable position of Spirit Glyph is down, we have Megas, maybe we can make a play. Spirit were also doing a very good job at keeping the lanes pushed constantly.
They did, but I feel like they just threw their bodies at Spirit at some point.
Yeah.
They felt that this one was in the bag. The Dota Plus as well was like 99%, 98%, 2% for
50,
Spirit.
50
and then it went
Clean
for 50.
Oh, so good.
It's like, I can't blame them for trying to go, but in hindsight, of course, it was a big blunder. They had this game in the bag. They absolutely threw it.
It's rough. And again, if this had happened against any other team, it's most likely that Edge would have been easily able to claim a victory after being in a position like that, but Spirit is just built different in these late game situations, which allows them to now get a 2-0 victory over Edge. And I'm sorry that that is the scoreline that you're going to see, because I feel like Edge played better than a 2-0, but that's unfortunately all most people are going to remember moving forward in this tournament. Because if you contrast that to the earlier 2-0, the Gaimin Gladiators versus Tidebound 2-0, that was a different beast, Tigo. That was Tidebound getting blown out.
Yeah, and it's so many games away that I kind of already forgot about it, right? I was, I'll be honest with you, mate. I'm not thinking about Stream A. I'm only thinking about Stream B.
Stream B is still in the mix right now.
No, it's not. We know
it's not?
Yeah. Spoilers. Look at that.
Whoa! That's not how TI quals went.
A little bit late, but OG, they've done it.
Oh my god.
They've beaten Nigma. And the second game, a 28-minute and 2-second victory for OG Esports. They have finally overcome the team that knocked them out of TI qualifiers.
A little too late, perhaps. But hey, I mean, they're doing it in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Who cares about the past? Live in the present, and they're doing it.
Honestly, from the vibes that I'm getting from OG, I feel like they're cooking for the future. It doesn't have to be only this TI.
They're doing it. Navi's doing it.
Many more TIs in the
These
future.
teams have been liberated now that the pressure of TI qualification is no longer weighing upon them. They're able to reach their full potential. Edge bringing Spirit to a very, very competitive 60-plus minute game. Who would have expected that?
Maybe they know something we don't know.
Yeah.
That the winner of Wallachia actually gets like a guest pass. You know, the last
+1.
the +1 to TI. So NAVI, the disbanded team, OG, the eliminated qualifier team. You know, they're giving it their all, and clearly, you know, it's working out.
Yeah, to ground things though, it's a nice chunk of change that you are getting from Wallachia as well, of course.
$1 million prize pool.
Every tournament is its own environment where you really want to thrive as a player. You want to prove yourself for all the future events, for the teams that might poach you for your career, basically, and for the money that you can, of course, get.
Even within this series specifically, I'm very proud of how Parker played that Terrorblade. It was one of the more selfless performances I've seen from him.
Absolutely. Even the last blink, it looks very silly. He's blinking under the fountain and dying, like almost next to the fountain. But I think that was miscommunication. It wasn't like some YOLO Parker play. I'm ending it, boys, follow me. Leroy Jenkins style. I feel like what happened in the back tied right to Hex. He got Lotused. Hex got used on him, so he couldn't follow up and Ravage. And if Tide isn't ravaging, Phoenix isn't using the eggs. So it kind of all fell apart, but Parker was a bit too quick.
My hand has been raised.
Please.
I also would like to finally say as a closing thing that PP, Vitaly, and Michael, we don't really say their names ever when we talk about this team. They did play exceptionally well.
Absolutely.
And this was a loss strategically based on the team. But the fact that PP on the Batrider, Vitaly on the Tidehunter, Michael on the Rookie, also could have vied for an MVP performance if they were to win the game, and depending on how you looked at it. And hopefully in future Edge games, Edge series, they get to also perform that way, because that game too, if they find a way to replicate that, it's a spooky team. Just replicating that is, of course, the hard thing.
Yeah, we see the magic there, man. Hopefully they can realize that in the future, but don't worry, they'll get more opportunities tomorrow, because we can take a look at our Stream B schedule, what you're going to be able to see with most of the teams that have been losing today. So, two of those teams, Tidebound, or at least one of those teams, because Wildcard actually got the win. Tidebound lost against Gaimin Gladiators. The Wildcard got their win against Heroic today, and they will be starting things off on Stream B. After that, we just saw Edge get their loss, but they get an opportunity to now go against Tundra. AVULUS will be facing off against a Heroic for the third series of the day, and the night will be closed out with Nigma Galaxy versus VP.
I feel like all of these teams will be tested. Tidebound not looking too great right now, but versus Wildcard, this is more of a question if Wildcard can actually take it against them. Edge Tundra, it doesn't get any easier for Edge, it seems like. Maybe a little bit easier than Spirit, but once again, they will be truly tested.
I'm always jealous of B-Stream on this day. I like
Why?
watching
Which one do you wanna
elimination
see?
games. It's, you know, like everything's on the line. The teams who've had 2 bad days, tonight's the night to finally have the conversation. Who's underperforming? Who needs to step up? And tomorrow they give it their own. We never get to cover it.
We've got some compelling games on our stream as well. Don't worry, I'll keep you covered on our main stream, because Shiver and the gang will be starting things off with Xtreme Gaming versus a redeemed BetBoom team as their first series of the day. After that, Liquid, who has just now fallen in their earlier series today, is going to go up against OG Esports. So OG beating Nigma and Liquid losing to NAVI now are going to face off against each other. Aurora Gaming and Gaimin Gladiators will be the first series of our shift at 4 p.m. And our last game is going to be another Spirit performance, this time against NAVI.
Yeah, they like to close the night, it seems like, on Team Spirit. Yeah, Aurora series, I feel like, and Xtreme Gaming series, like those two are probably the closest ones for tomorrow. The other two might be an upset, but I feel like we have a clear underdog. And
Navi's been powering up.
Let's continue this.
Yeah, I
This
love
is
that storyline.
The disbanded team, the final hurrah for Navi, and
More
now they go up
powerful
against
than ever
Spirit.
before.
Yeah, why not? why not beat Spirit? Why not make it to playoffs and prove to Navi that you should have stayed on the roster and probably done better in the qualifiers? But who cares?
And imagine OG losing the qualifier, then coming to Wallachia, winning against
OG versus Navi grand finals here at Wallachia.
Wow, that would be
the
poetry.
script is leaked. All right, send us to bed.
Sure, I can do that. Friends, I hope you've been enjoying a very exciting day number 2, at least a way to close it out here at PGL Wallachia Season 5. We'll be back with more Swiss action tomorrow. Don't miss it. We'll be there, and you should be too. We'll see you later.
Dumioara mea se da din da din da.